Chapter 1. No More Tolerance. In mid-August, the temperature in Hangzhou had soared to 38 degrees, and even in the evening, there was no hint of coolness. Lu Xiaoqiao was busy in the kitchen. The once refreshing space now felt like a steamy sauna. After washing the dishes and tidying up, she closed the kitchen door and stepped into the living room, only to find, as expected, that the air conditioning outside had been turned off. Her aunt and family had gone to the hospital to accompany her grandmother for an infusion, leaving only her and Zheng Yin at home. Zheng Yin was her cousin's girlfriend, a year older than him. They had only been dating for a short while before she moved into her aunt's house. Initially, she pretended to be modest, sharing a small room with Lu Xiaoqiao downstairs. But within a week, she began sneaking upstairs every night to enter her cousin's room, quietly returning in the early morning. Tonight marked Lu Xiaoqiao's final night staying here. She would be moving tomorrow to an apartment rented with her colleague and friend. Though the conditions there were incomparable to this place, it would certainly be more comfortable to live in. Thinking of helping her aunt by cleaning the living room once more, she ascended to the second-floor bathroom to retrieve a mop. Passing by her cousin's room, she noticed the door was slightly ajar, and a whisper of cool air, accompanied by voices, slipped through the crack. Lu Yi has gone with his parents to accompany his grandmother for her injection. She is downstairs washing dishes. I don't really want her to leave. If she goes, no one will do the chores. But having an outsider in the house is rather annoying, isn't it? She's just freeloading, relying on her looks to seduce people. The last blind date I introduced to Na Jie ended up being charmed by her. Lu Xiaoqiao was not in the habit of eavesdropping, but the volume was too loud to ignore, and the topic was, unfortunately, about her becoming increasingly outrageous. She considered raising her hand to open the door, but thought better of it. Entering would only put her aunt in a difficult position. Instead, she slowly retracted her hand. Taking a deep breath, she decided to let it be. After all, it was the last night. Even though they could still encounter each other at work during the day, they were not in the same department, and keeping a distance would help her avoid further annoyance. Resolute, she turned and headed downstairs. Upon reaching the living room, she had just restarted the air conditioning when she heard a soft whimpering sound from the balcony. Remembering the little dog temporarily placed outside, Lu Xiaoqiao quickly set down her broom, twisted the doorknob, and pushed open the balcony door. To her astonishment, the cage meant for the dog was left wide open, the cooling mat she had bought still inside, but the little creature was nowhere to be seen. Woo-woo. Looking up in the direction of the sound, Lu Xiaoqiao's heart nearly leapt into her throat. There, perched atop the air conditioning unit, stood a tiny puppy, startled by the noise, spinning in place as it attempted to leap away. However, the 7-story drop below was, to its small frame, akin to an abyss. Lu Xiaoqiao cautiously approached, extending her hand and softly calling, "Don't be afraid, Tuanzi, come here." Despite their brief acquaintance, the little creature recognized kindness and, upon approaching, licked Lu Xiaoqiao's hand. After gently cradling the puppy and confirming it was unharmed, she placed it back into the cage. There was no way such a small puppy could have climbed to such a height on its own. It was clear who was responsible. Lu Xiaoqiao had initially planned to endure just one last night. Yet, at this moment, her patience had worn thin. She removed the hair tie from her wrist, pulling her hair into a tight ponytail. Her aunt often remarked that a girl looked gentle with her hair down and said she looked pretty that way, but today, she feared it might hinder her. Lu Xiaoqiao made her way to the second floor. The room door remained ajar as before, and Zheng Yin was still on the phone, now lazily reclining on the bed, continuing the conversation about her. Bang! Lu Xiaoqiao kicked the door open. Zheng Yin, startled by the sudden noise, jumped. "Are you crazy? You scared me. Why didn't you scare yourself to death?" Maintaining a principle of not wronging the innocent, Lu Xiaoqiao inquired politely, "Did you put Tuanzi up there? Why would you do that?" Zheng Yin sat up, ending the call, her eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. "So what if I did? I was just playing with it. Do you not realize how high that is? You know very well what could happen if it fell. And what of it? It's just a dog. If it falls, it falls. I didn't put you up there." Without an ounce of regret or apology, Lu Xiaoqiao could not fathom the audacity with which Zheng Yin spoke. Before she could finish, Lu Xiaoqiao stepped forward, seized Zheng Yin's hair with one hand, and yanked her arm toward the door with the other. "Playing with it? Fine, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll play with you." As they tussled to the doorway, Zheng Yin clung desperately to the doorframe with her free hand, shrieking threats at Lu Xiaoqiao. "Ah! Lu Xiaoqiao, let go of me. If you dare treat me like this, You'll have Lu Yi fire you. I won't let you have it easy. Zheng Yin struggled, attempting to free herself. But with her hair in Lu Xiaocao's grip, she couldn't reach for Lu Xiaocao's hair. Her focus was solely on the hands that held her captive. A sudden sting made Lu Xiaoqiao loosen her grip momentarily. Glancing quickly at her own wrist and forearm, she turned back to firmly grasp Zheng Yin, then lifted her leg to trip her, pinning her down and holding her hands firmly. "Huh, fire me? Go ahead. Let Lu Yi see the true nature of the woman he fancies. Isn't it tiring to wear a mask every day? I feel exhausted just thinking about it." At times, Lu Xiaoqiao had to admit, Zheng Yin was a master at playing two-faced. For instance, in front of her aunt's family, she would sweetly call Lu Yi brother Xiaoqiao, but when alone, she would address him by his name directly. Whenever they vied for chores, she would toss the rag aside after everyone else returned to their rooms, leaving all the cleaning duties to Lu Xiaoqiao while commanding her to hurry up. Lu Xiaoqiao refrained from speaking out, fearing it would trouble her aunt. Doing a bit more housework was no burden to her. If her words disrupted the romance between the two, even if she were in the right, she would be seen as the wrongdoer, especially since this was not her home. She had intended to drag Zheng Yin to the balcony to scare her, but considering the potential noise alarming the neighbors or worse, leading to police involvement, she was not reckless enough to jeopardize herself for the sake of teaching a lesson to a petty person. Ultimately, she pulled Zheng Yin into the bathroom, holding her down and alternating the shower's hot and cold water over her from head to toe. At first, Zheng Yin struggled, but soon she sat there, clutching her legs tightly, burying her head in her knees and sobbing. Lu Xiaoqiao turned off the tap, her breath slightly hurried, and after putting down the shower head, she wrung out her water-soaked slippers. Glancing at the still crying Zheng Yin, she scoffed. "What are you crying about? I'm just playing with you." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yan's sobs grew louder. Lu Xiaoqiao frowned and warned, "Sometimes, one must not go too far. I don't seek trouble, but that doesn't mean I fear it. You can ask Lu Yi why I came to Hangzhou to study." Chapter 2 Moving. Not bothering with her any further, Lu Xiaoqiao descended to change her slightly damp loungewear into something suitable for going out. Thankfully, her suitcase had been packed early that morning, and the bulk of her winter clothing had already been moved a few days ago. She picked up the cage for Tuanzi from the balcony. Tuanzi were moving ahead of schedule. Initially worried that the cage was too small and uncomfortable for Tuanzi, she now felt relieved it was compact otherwise. Given the current situation, she would struggle to carry it. Strolling into the living room, she surveyed her surroundings, ignoring the still wailing Zheng Yin upstairs, and opened the door without a trace of nostalgia as she departed. Once outside the community, while waiting by the roadside for a taxi, she sent a message to her roommate, Zhao Jia. "Lu Xiaoqiao, sister, am moving today." It seemed Zhao Jia was busy and hadn't seen the message, as a considerable time passed without a reply. Spotting an empty taxi ahead, Lu Xiaoqiao hurriedly signaled for it to stop, but when the driver noticed the cage at her feet, he frowned slightly, his expression showing reluctance. "I'm sorry, young lady, but my car doesn't allow pets." Lu Xiaoqiao had been caught up in the moment and completely overlooked the pet transport policy. However, now that she was already out, returning was not an option that would be utterly humiliating. "Sir, please make an exception. It's very well behaved and small, plus it's in a cage." She lifted the cage for the driver to see. "Little lady, it's not that I don't want to help you, but our company has regulations against transporting pets. Even if I let you put it in the trunk, there's no airflow. Can this little dog endure the journey back there?" With such reasoning, Lu Xiaoqiao had no choice but to concede defeat. After the driver drove away, she attempted to hail 2 more taxis, only to receive the same refusal each time. Standing outside for a while, Lu Xiaoqiao felt as if she were about to overheat. With no success in hailing a taxi and walking being impractical, after a moment of hesitation, she ultimately dialed Lin Lin, the only one with a car in Hangzhou. The phone rang 5 or 6 times before it was finally answered. "Hello, Xiaoqiao. Why are you calling me at this hour? Is something the matter?" In the office, the 2 workstations were adjacent, and typically, even if there were minor issues after work, they would communicate via WeChat. The sudden phone call at this hour made Lin Lin somewhat apprehensive. "I'm moving today, but no taxi would allow me to take my pet, Tuanzi." Lin Lin was aware of her moving plans. "Don't worry, he'll come to pick you up. I thought you said you were moving tomorrow. Why the change?" "I had an altercation with Zheng Yin." Lu Xiaoqiao confessed candidly. "Ah? You got into a fight? The physical kind? What happened?" Lin Lin found it hard to imagine Lu Xiaoqiao engaging in a physical confrontation, as she was typically one to use words rather than fists, having never lost a verbal argument. Lu Xiaoqiao recounted the events of the evening, and by the end of it, Lin Lin was infuriated. She is truly despicable. Xiaoqiao, you were right to fight back. How can there be such a vile woman? Are you hurt? Lu Xiaoqiao moved a few steps towards a streetlight, lowering her head to inspect her forearm and the back of her hand, where uneven claw marks were visible, some with faint traces of blood, as if they could bleed anew at any moment. I'm all right. Just a bit of skin broken. She should be worse off, isn't she undergoing a hair transplant? Perfect timing for her to have some follicles planted. Hearing that Lu Xiaoqiao was not seriously harmed and still had the presence of mind to joke brought Lin Lin some relief. Where are you now? Send me your location. Oh no. I'm not at home. I'm at the resort, attending someone else's birthday party. Thinking that Lin Lin would be unable to pick her up, Lu Xiaoqiao listened as Lin Lin continued. Don't worry, Xiaoqiao. I'll arrange for someone to come and get you. All right, I appreciate it. I'll send you my location. No one else could assist her as Lin Lin could at this moment. After hanging up, Lu Xiaoqiao sent her location. About 5 minutes later, a WeChat message from Lin Lin arrived. Lin Lin, Xiaoqiao, all arrangements are in place. My brother happens to be dining nearby and will reach you in under 10 minutes. He's driving a Kian, so there's definitely room for Tuanzi. Lu Xiaoqiao. Then have him finish his meal before coming. I'm not in a hurry. She knew her best friend came from a wealthy family, surrounded by luxury cars. Not only did they not mind transporting her pet, but they had also specifically arranged a vehicle accommodating Tuanzi. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqiao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Lin Lin, rest assured, he was just finishing up. I've sent him your location. He'll be there shortly. Lu Xiaoqiao. Thank you so much, sister. I owe you a feast of prawns sometime. Lin Lin. Why are you being so polite? As you always say, what kind of relationship do we have? The two were university classmates who became colleagues after graduation. Lin Lin had faced many friendships throughout her schooling, often based on her family's status, where friends would flatter and ingratiate themselves. Upon entering university, she chose a major she liked in her city, concealing her identity and sharing a dormitory with other students. However, due to her inability to do laundry or tidy her bed, she faced ostracism, accused of pretending to be a princess. She endured subtle bullying daily. Upon learning of this, Lu Xiaoqiao confronted the bullies in class, defending Lin Lin with a fierce determination, warning them not to bully Lin Lin in her absence, or she would retaliate fiercely. In Lin Lin's eyes, Lu Xiaoqiao at that moment shone like a radiant sun, illuminating the darkness and warming her heart. From then on, their bond deepened, with Lu Xiaoqiao frequently visiting Lin Lin's dormitory to offer support and teach her various life skills. About 10 minutes later, Lu Xiaoqiao spotted a black Kian approaching in the distance, slowly coming to a halt before her. Before she could step forward, the driver's door opened, and a tall, handsome young man emerged from the vehicle. Ziyangge, I'm sorry to trouble you to come pick me up. Lin Lin's older brother, 3 years her senior, was referred to as brother by Lu Xiaoqiao as well. Lin Ziyang glanced at the suitcase and pet carrier at Lu Xiaoqiao's feet and remarked, "Is this all your luggage?" Lin Lin said, "You were moving. I expected you to have more." He thought the amount of luggage for moving was less than what his sister took for a trip. Lu Xiaoqiao patted her suitcase. "It's quite sufficient. I took the winter clothes over a few days ago. This is all summer attire, very light and compact. All right then, we can fit these in the trunk." They gently placed the suitcase and pet carrier into the trunk, ensuring Tuanzi would not be compressed, before closing the trunk and returning to the side of the car. As Lu Xiaoqiao hesitated on whether to sit in the front or back, she heard Lin Ziyang softly say, "Xiaoqiao, the front passenger seat is occupied. Why don't you sit in the back?" He then opened the rear door for her. "Okay." Just as Lu Xiaoqiao was about to step inside, her gaze fell upon a figure already seated in the back, and upon closer inspection, she was momentarily taken aback. The man wore a black shirt paired with impeccably tailored black trousers. Even seated, his tall, athletic stature was apparent. His striking features were complemented by neatly combed, thick black hair, revealing a well-defined forehead. His angular face, deep-set eyes, and an air of distinguished composure exuded an undeniable charm. Chapter 1. No More Endurance. In mid-August, the temperature in Hangzhou had soared to 38 degrees, and even the evening offered no respite from the sweltering heat. Lu Xiaoqiao busied herself in the kitchen. The space that had once felt refreshing now resembled a steamer, stifling and oppressive. After washing the dishes and tidying up the area, she closed the kitchen door and stepped into the living room, only to find that, as expected, the air conditioning had been turned off. Her aunt's family had gone to the hospital to accompany her grandmother for an 4-drip, leaving only her and Zheng Yin at home. Zheng Yin, her cousin's girlfriend, was a year older than him. Not long after they began dating, she moved into her aunt's house. Initially, she pretended to be modest and shared a small room downstairs with Lu Xiaoqiao. But within less than a week, she began sneaking upstairs every night to her boyfriend's room, returning quietly in the morning. Tonight marked Lu Xiaoqiao's last night in this residence. She would be moving tomorrow to a shared rental with a colleague and friend. Although the living conditions would not compare to this place, she was certain it would be more comfortable. As she contemplated giving the living room another sweep for her aunt, she ascended to the second floor to fetch a mop. Passing by her cousin's room, she noticed the door was not fully closed. A waft of cool air escaped through the crack, accompanied by voices. Lu Yi went with his parents to accompany his grandmother for her injection. She's downstairs washing dishes. I really don't want her to leave. If she does, no one will do the chores. But having an outsider around is quite annoying. She's just freeloading here. Relying on her looks to flirt with people. The last blind date I set up for Sister Na was completely charmed by her. Lu Xiaoqiao was not one to eavesdrop. Yet the volume was too loud to ignore, and the topic was unmistakably about her, growing increasingly absurd. She hesitated, wanting to open the door, but realized that doing so would place her aunt in a difficult position. She slowly withdrew her hand from the doorknob. Taking a deep breath, she decided to let it go. After all, it was just her last night. Even if they crossed paths at work during the day, they were not in the same department. Keeping a distance in the future would allow her to avoid unnecessary annoyance. Resolute, she turned and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the living room, she restarted the air conditioning, only to be startled by a faint whimpering sound from the balcony. Remembering the puppy she had temporarily placed outside, Lu Xiaoqiao hastily set down the broom, twisted the doorknob, and pushed open the balcony door. To her dismay, the cage intended for the puppy was left ajar, and the cooling mat she had bought was still inside, but the little creature was nowhere to be found. Whoa! Following the sound, she looked up, her heart nearly leaping out of her throat. There, on the air conditioning unit, stood a tiny puppy, startled and spinning in circles, attempting to leap down. Yet, to its small frame, the 7-story drop below was akin to an abyss. Lu Xiaoqiao cautiously approached it, extending her hand and softly calling, "Don't be afraid, Tuanzi, come here." Despite their brief acquaintance, the little one recognized her kindness and approached, licking her hand affectionately. After confirming that Tuanzi was unharmed, she gently placed it back in the cage. Such a small puppy could not have climbed to such a height on its own. It was evident who had orchestrated this precarious situation. Lu Xiaoqiao had initially resolved to endure this last night in silence. However, at this moment her patience had worn thin. She removed the hair tie from her wrist and secured her hair into a tight ponytail. Her aunt often remarked that girls appeared gentler with their hair down, praising her when it flowed freely. Yet, right now, she feared it might hinder her actions. Ascending to the second floor, she found the door to her cousin's room still slightly ajar. Zheng Yin was still on the phone, but now she reclined lazily on the bed, the conversation still revolving around Lu Xiaoqiao. Bang! Lu Xiaoqiao kicked the door open. Zheng Yin, startled by the sudden noise, jumped. "Are you out of your mind? You scared me." Good thing you weren't scared to death. Adhering to her principle of not wronging an innocent person, Lu Xiaoqiao inquired with feigned politeness, "Did you put Tuanzi up there? Why would you do that?" Zheng Yin sat up, ending the call that still displayed as connected, her eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. "So what if I did? I was just playing with it. That's so how you know the consequences if it falls." "So what? It's just a dog. If it falls, it falls. I didn't put you up there." With no apology or remorse in her tone, Lu Xiaoqiao found it impossible to comprehend Zheng Yan's brazen attitude. Before she could finish, Lu Xiaoqiao stepped forward, seizing Zheng Yan's hair with one hand while pulling her arm with the other, dragging her towards the door. "Playing with it? Fine, I'm in a good mood today, so we'll play with you." As they grappled at the doorway, Zheng Yan clung desperately to the doorframe with her free hand, shrieking threats at Lu Xiaoqiao. "Ah! Lu Xiaoqiao, let go of me. If you dare treat me like this, I'll have Lu Yi fire you. I won't let you off easy." Zheng Yin struggled to free herself, But with her hair in Lu Xiaoqiao's grip, she couldn't reach to retaliate, her focus solely on the hands that held her captive. A sudden sharp pain caused Lu Xiaoqiao to loosen her grip momentarily. She quickly glanced at her hand and forearm before turning back to firmly grasp Zheng Yin, then lifted her leg to trip her, pinning her down and restraining her hands. Oh, fire me? Go ahead. Let Lu Yi see the true nature of the woman he fancies. Don't you get tired of wearing a mask every day? I feel exhausted just watching you. At times, Lu Xiaoqiao had to admit that Zheng Yan's duplicity was an art form. For instance, in front of her aunt's family, she sweetly called Lu Xiaoqiao Sister Qiao. Yet when alone, she would drop the pretense and call her by her name. During their household chores, after everyone had retreated to their rooms, she would toss aside the cleaning cloth and leave all the tasks to Lu Xiaoqiao, commanding her to hurry up. Lu Xiaoqiao kept silent, fearing to burn her aunt. She didn't mind doing a little extra work if her words jeopardized the romance between the two. She would be the one in the wrong, especially since this was not her home. She intended to drag Zheng Yin to the balcony to frighten her. But considering the potential trouble if the neighbors heard, or worse, if the police were called, she wasn't so reckless as to risk serious consequences just to teach a lesson to a petty person. Ultimately, she pulled Zheng Yin into the bathroom, pinning her down, alternating the shower's temperature to soak her from head to toe. Initially, Zheng Yin struggled, but soon she sat there, arms wrapped tightly around her legs, burying her head in her knees and sobbing quietly. Lu Xiaoqiao turned off the faucet, her breath slightly quickened, and she set down the shower head, shaking off the moisture from her slippers that had soaked during the drenching. Glancing at the still sobbing Zheng Yin, she chuckled. "What are you crying for? I'm just playing with you." At her words, Zheng Yan's cries only grew louder. Lu Xiaoqiao frowned, then warned, "Sometimes, one must not go too far. I don't seek trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. You might want to ask Lu Yi why I came to Hangzhou to study when I was young." Chapter 2 Moving. Not bothering to engage further, Lu Xiaoqiao went downstairs to change out of her damp loungewear into something more suitable for going out. Thankfully, her suitcase had been packed early that morning, and warmer winter clothes had already been moved over a few days prior. She headed to the balcony and lifted the cage meant for Tuanzi. Tuanzi were moving ahead of schedule. Initially worried that the cage was too small and uncomfortable for Tuanzi, she now felt grateful for its compact size. Otherwise, given the current situation, she would have struggled to carry it. Strolling into the living room, she surveyed the space, ignoring the ongoing commotion from Zheng Yin upstairs, and opened the door, leaving without a trace of regret. Once outside the community, while waiting for a taxi by the roadside, she sent a message to her roommate Zhao Jia. "Lu Xiaoqiao, sister, am moving today." Her friend seemed busy and did not respond for a while. Spotting an empty taxi approaching, Lu Xiaoqiao quickly raised her hand to hail it. However, when the driver noticed the cage at her feet, he frowned slightly and said, "I'm sorry, young lady, but my car doesn't allow pets." Lu Xiaoqiao, caught up in the moment, had completely forgotten about the pet transport regulation. Now that she was already outside, returning would be utterly humiliating. "Uncle, please make an exception. It's very well behaved, small in size, and it's in a cage." She lifted the cage to show the driver. "Little girl, it's not that I don't want to help you, but our company has a strict policy against transporting pets. Even if I let you place it in the trunk, the air circulation would be poor. Could your little dog endure that for the entire trip?" Given the driver's firm stance, Lu Xiaoqiao had no choice but to concede. After the driver drove away, she attempted to hail 2 more taxis, but the result was the same. Each driver refused her. After standing outside for a while, Lu Xiaoqiao was beginning to feel overheated. With no success in getting a taxi, walking wasn't a feasible option either. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately dialed the only friend with a car in Hangzhou, Lin Lin. The phone rang 6 or 7 times before it was finally answered. "Hello, Xiaoqiao. Why are you calling me at this hour? Has something happened?" In the office, the 2 desks were adjacent to each other, and typically, any minor matters after work were communicated via WeChat. Therefore, Lin Lin felt a pang of concern when she received a call at such an unusual time. "I'm moving today, but no taxi would allow me to take my pet, Tuanzi," Xiaoqiao explained. Lin Lin was already aware of her moving plans. "Don't worry, they'll come pick you up. Didn't you say you were moving tomorrow? Why has it been moved up?" "I got into a fight with Zheng Yin," Lu Xiaoqiao admitted candidly. "What? You fought? Like physically? What happened?" Lin Lin found it hard to fathom that Lu Xiaoqiao would resort to violence, she usually preferred words over fists, having never lost an argument in her life. Xiaoqiao recounted the events of the evening, and upon hearing her story, Lin Lin was infuriated. She's truly despicable. Xiaoqiao, you were right to hit her. How could someone be so wicked? Are you hurt? Xiaoqiao moved a few steps towards the light of a lamppost, lowering her head to examine her forearm and the back of her hand. There were scratches of varying depths, with some spots showing hints of blood, as if they might seep out at any moment. I'm fine, just a bit of skin torn. She's probably worse off than me. Wasn't she planning to get a hair transplant? Perfect, now she can grow some follicles together with me. Lin Lin, relieved to hear that Xiaoqiao was not seriously hurt and still had the energy to joke, felt comforted. Where are you now? Send me your location. Oh no. I'm not at home. I'm at a resort attending someone else's birthday party. Xiaoqiao thought Lin Lin wouldn't be able to come pick her up, but Lin Lin continued, Don't worry, Xiaoqiao, I'll arrange for someone to come get you. Okay, thank you so much. I'll send you my location. She felt no need for formalities aside from Lin Lin. She couldn't think of anyone else who could assist her at this moment. After they hung up, Xiaoqiao sent her location. About 5 minutes later, she received a message from Lin Lin. Lin Lin, Xiaoqiao, everything is arranged. My brother happens to be dining nearby and will reach you in less than 10 minutes. He's driving a Kian, so Tuanzi will fit in perfectly. Xiaoqiao. Then let him finish his meal first. I'm in no hurry. She knew her best friend came from a wealthy family, surrounded by luxury cars. Not only did her brother not mind picking up her pet, but he had also specifically arranged for a vehicle that could accommodate Tuanzi. At that moment, Xiaoqiao felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. Lin Lin, rest assured, he's already finished eating. I'll send him your location. He'll be there shortly. Xiaoqiao, all right, thank you, my dear sister. I'll cook you some shrimp when I get the chance. Lin Lin, what are you being polite about? As you would say, what kind of relationship do we have? The two were college classmates who had become colleagues after graduation. Throughout her schooling, Lin Lin had befriended individuals who were drawn to her family background and showered her with flattery and attention. However, upon entering university, she chose a major she genuinely liked without her family's influence, concealing her identity and living in the dorms like any other student. Unfortunately, her inability to wash clothes or tidy her bed led to ostracism, with others accusing her of pretending to be a princess. She endured subtle bullying in the dormitory daily. When her deskmate, Lu Xiaoqiao, learned of this, she stormed into the classroom that very day, stood protectively in front of Lin Lin, and single-handedly defeated 3 opponents in an argument. She warned them against bullying Lin Lin once she left. If she found out, she would ensure they were beaten to the point that even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. In Lin Lin's eyes, at that moment, Lu Xiaoqiao shone like a radiant little sun, brilliant and warm, illuminating the darkness before her and warming her heart. From then on, their bond deepened, and whenever Xiaoqiao had time, she would visit Lin Lin's dorm to cheer her on and teach her various life skills. About 10 minutes later, Xiaoqiao spotted a black Kian approaching in the distance. The car slowed to a stop before her, and before she could step forward, the driver's door swung open, revealing a tall, handsome young man stepping out. Zing, I'm so sorry to trouble you with this special trip to pick me up, she said. Lin Ziang, Lin Lin's older brother, was 3 years her senior, and Xiaoqiao referred to him as brother, just like Lin Lin did. Lin Ziang glanced at the suitcase and pet carrier beside Xiaoqiao and remarked, Is this all your luggage? Lin Lin said, You were moving. I expected you'd have a lot more. He thought that the amount of luggage for her move was less than what his sister would take on a vacation. Xiaoqiao patted her suitcase. It's quite a bit. I took the winter clothes over a few days ago. This is just summer attire, which is lightweight and doesn't take up much space. All right then, we can fit all this in the trunk. They gently placed the suitcase and the pet carrier containing Tuanzi into the trunk. After ensuring that Tuanzi would not be squished, they closed the trunk and returned to the side of the car. As Xiaoqiao hesitated between sitting in the front or back seat, Lin Ziang's voice broke the silence. Xiaoqiao, the front passenger seat is occupied. You should sit in the back. He then reached out to open the rear door for her. Okay. As Xiaoqiao prepared to step into the car, her eyes caught sight of someone already sitting in the back seat. When she recognized the figure, she was momentarily taken aback. The man was dressed in a black shirt paired with impeccably tailored black trousers. Even seated, his tall, upright posture was evident, and his striking appearance was hard to miss. His thick black hair was slicked back, revealing a prominent forehead, while his chiseled features and deep-set eyes exuded an air of distinguished composure.
Chapter 3 is that her Mr. Zhou, Lu Xiaoqiao greeted the man inside. Lin Ziyang noticed Lu Xiaoqiao's unease and thought that the young girl must have been intimidated by her uncle's formidable presence. After all, her uncle had long occupied a high position and wore a perpetually stern expression. It had been ages since he last smiled, even he felt a tinge of fear, let alone a girl who had yet to navigate the complexities of the world. He comfortingly patted Lu Xiaoqiao on the shoulder and softly said, "Xiaoqiao, there's no need to stand on ceremony. We are acquainted, just call him uncle like Lin and I do." Lu Xiaoqiao's lips curled into a faint smile. And after softly acknowledging him, she bent down and entered the car. Lin Ziyang soon followed, fastening his seatbelt while briefly introducing the young man in the passenger seat to Lu Xiaoqiao. He then asked her for her address, and once the navigation was set, they drove off. As the car traversed the pitch-black asphalt road, the temperature inside was perfectly comfortable, a stark contrast to the sweltering heat outside, which had dissipated almost instantly. Lu Xiaoqiao sat up straight, her knees together, clutching her backpack resting on her lap, her gaze briefly flickering towards the young man in the passenger seat. She had learned from Lin Ziyang that he was Zhou Qizhang's childhood friend and colleague, appearing much more approachable than the man sitting beside her. In truth, she wasn't particularly afraid of Zhou Qizhang, although a hint of apprehension lingered, given his imposing aura and the fact that he was an elder of a close friend. Yet, the prevailing emotion was one of guilt. This stemmed from an incident during her friend Lin's university days, when she concealed her true identity. Once Zhou Qizhang had driven Lin home, only to be photographed by someone with ulterior motives, and the images circulated on the campus forum, leading to rampant rumors that Lin was being supported by a wealthy man. In a moment of misunderstanding, Lu Xiaoqiao had pulled Lin aside, voicing her disdain for Zhou Qizhang, hoping to elucidate the truth to her friend, all the while unaware that Zhou Qizhang had been standing behind her for quite some time. Having come to school to address the uproar, the only thing Lu Xiaoqiao could confidently assert was that Zhou Qizhang was indeed older, and the term old man might have genuinely struck a chord with him. Upon learning the entire story, when Lu Xiaoqiao called him uncle along with Lin, he had retorted, "Do I look that old?" Since then, every time she encountered him, she addressed him as Mr. Zhou. Stealing a glance at the man beside her, she noticed the lights outside flickering intermittently, occasionally casting beams of light that illuminated his face, enhancing his already handsome features. The last time she had maintained such a formal sitting posture was in elementary school. Yet now, merely moments into her seat, she felt a wave of discomfort in her back and waist. Just as she pondered how to adjust herself, Zhou Qizhang suddenly asked, "How did you injure your hand?" Lu Xiaoqiao looked at him, bewildered, noticing his furrowed brows. Following his gaze, her eyes fell on the wound recently torn by Zhang Yan. Instinctively, she withdrew her hand, her expression slightly awkward. "I accidentally scraped it." Lu Xiaoqiao fabricated a lie, as it would be unseemly to admit it was from a scuffle. Zhou Qizhang's lips pressed into a thin line, the tension in his demeanor revealing his dissatisfaction with her response, his eyes betraying a hint of irritation as he softly inquired, "Were you in a fight?" His question was straightforward, lacking any subtlety, leaving Lu Xiaoqiao embarrassed and at a loss for words. Upon hearing Zhou Qizhang's inquiry, the young man in the passenger seat suddenly turned around, directing his gaze at Lu Xiaoqiao, then shifting it back to Zhou Qizhang, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Ziyang, who was driving, took advantage of the red light to glance back at Lu Xiaoqiao. "Xiaoqiao, did you get hurt in a fight? Is it serious?" Due to his relationship with Lin, Lin Ziyang had always treated Lu Xiaoqiao with the care of a younger sister, and hearing that she had been in a fight raised his concern, seeing all eyes on her. As if seeking an answer, Lu Xiaoqiao could only respond vaguely, "It's not what you think." Zhou Qizhang, noting her reluctance to elaborate, refrained from pressing further. However, observing the delicate, porcelain-like skin marred by the injury, he felt a surge of frustration. "You should go to the hospital for a checkup." While she understood Zhou Qizhang's good intentions, for someone like Lu Xiaoqiao, who had grown up in the countryside, a mere scrape and a bit of blood hardly qualified as an injury, let alone warrant a trip to the hospital. "It's nothing. I'll just disinfect it and apply some aloe vera gel when I get home." The remainder of the journey passed in silence. Zhou Qizhang did not speak further, allowing Lu Xiaoqiao to relax. 15 minutes later, the navigation announced their arrival at the destination. As Lu Xiaoqiao noticed Lin Ziyang attempting to drive into the neighborhood, she hurriedly said, "Ziyang, please just park by the roadside. It's difficult to find parking and turn around in this old community. My unit is quite close to the entrance. I can walk over." Lin Ziyang, however, did not heed her advice and insisted on driving in. "This old community has no elevator. You can't carry such heavy things. Let me drive. No need to be polite with your brother." Lu Xiaoqiao thought of her roommate, who she hadn't yet texted, and realized that with her luggage and the pet cage it would indeed be a struggle for her alone. Moreover, since they were already inside, she decided not to make a fuss. Upon arriving at the building, Lin Ziyang parked the car, instructing Lu Xiaoqiao to carry the relatively lighter pet cage while he took the heavier suitcase. After bidding farewell to the two remaining occupants in the car, Lu Xiaoqiao led Lin Ziyang towards the building. Inside the car, the young man in the passenger seat, Li Yuxian, glanced back. He noticed his friend's gaze slowly rising as the lights in the unit began to illuminate one by one. Stop looking. If you wanted to see, why didn't you get out together? Zhou Qizhang retorted, dismissing Li Yuxian's comment. Seeing his friend remain unresponsive only fueled Li Yuxian's curiosity. Finally, he blurted out the question he had been holding back. Is that her? He raised an eyebrow after speaking. Given Li Yuxian's understanding of Zhou Qizhang, such demeanor and expression would never be directed at an ordinary woman. Zhou Qizhang leaned back in his seat, casting a vague glance at Li Yuxian. I have no idea what you were talking about. You're clearly smitten, yet you're pretending. And just now. Li Yuxian's words were cut off as Zhou Qizhang suddenly kicked his seat. Li Yuxian turned back to see Lin Ziyang had already exited the building and was walking towards the car. Fearing what that might imply, he wore a grin that conveyed, I knew it. As Lin Ziyang opened the car door, Li Yuxian redirected his attention. Chapter 4 President Jiang Hong. Upon entering her new home, Lu Xiaoqiao discovered that both her roommates were absent. Just as she set her luggage down, her phone rang from within her bag. Fishing it out, she saw her aunt's name flashing on the screen. Hello, Aunt Xiaoqiao. How could you move without a word? Her aunt exclaimed, I thought Lu Yi was supposed to help you tomorrow. Did Zhang Yan not tell you? Lu Xiaoqiao assumed her aunt would embellish the story. No, when I returned, that child said she was tired and went to bed early. It seemed Zhang Yan wasn't foolish, having clashed with relatives before even moving in. It wouldn't be a pleasant tale to share, and she likely wished to save face. Lu Xiaoqiao didn't want her aunt to worry about her. A friend happened to be driving by and offered to help me move some things since he knew I was relocating. Since he was already here, I figured I might as well move. Her aunt remained skeptical. Which friend has a car? Is it a male or female? Lin's brother. Please don't jump to conclusions. He has a girlfriend. Though her aunt knew Lin, she was unaware of her true family background and assumed Lin was just an ordinary employee in her company. After a lengthy explanation, her aunt finally stopped questioning her. Did you bring that dog with you? Oh, this is on me. Initially, her aunt had thought to buy a dog for the elderly neighbor, thinking it would cheer her up, only to discover that the old lady was allergic to dog hair. When her uncle found out, he had scolded her aunt, threatening to throw the dog out. Lu Xiaoqiao had taken the dog just as she was preparing to move out. Yes, I brought it alone. Good. Be careful living alone, and remember to come over for dinner every Monday like your sister. Not. After reminding her of a multitude of precautions, the call ended. After concluding the call, Lu Xiaoqiao carried the pet cage from the entrance into the living room and carefully checked on the little creature inside. The pet was well behaved, having not made a sound during the car ride. Satisfied with its lively state, she poured it some water before turning her attention to unpacking her belongings. The apartment featured 3 bedrooms, with the largest master bedroom, complete with an ensuite bathroom, occupied by the eldest roommate Zhao Jia. Lu Xiaoqiao shared the guest room with another roommate, with a monthly rent of 3,400 yuan. They split the costs evenly. But Zhao Jia insisted on taking the extra 100, arguing that her occupation of the master bedroom warranted a larger share. Lu Xiaoqiao dragged her luggage into her room, which had a window offering a view of the street outside the community. On quiet days, she could even hear the voice of the payment machine from the vegetable vendor across the street. Although living close to the street could be noisy, she appreciated the lively atmosphere. The aging community possesses its own unique advantages. The surrounding daily amenities are remarkably comprehensive, allowing one to procure virtually anything. Just a short distance from the community lies a bustling night market, which adds to the vibrant atmosphere. As the trio tidied up, 2 of the roommates returned home. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Xiaoqiao stepped out of her room, startling the 2 newcomers. Zhao Jia, walking in front, exclaimed, Wow Xiaoqiao, you've given me quite the surprise. I sent you a WeChat message, didn't you see it? Were you surprised? Meanwhile, Jin Momo peeked her head out, her face beaming with joy and excitement. Xiaoqiao, did you move in early? The 3 of them made their way to the living room, where Zhao Jia and Jin Momo settled onto the sofa, clutching a bundle of leftovers from the night market. While they shared tales of the events that had transpired that evening. I can't tell my aunt. What if she whispers to Lu Yi and distorts the facts? Zhao Jia, who was also a colleague of Lu Xiaoqiao's, was somewhat familiar with Zhang Yan's character. Lu Xiaoqiao tied the box that had contained the cold noodles into a plastic bag and tossed it into the trash can beside the coffee table. She used to be like a blower. If I were to suddenly hit her and she stopped blowing, I would lose all respect for her. What does Lu Yi see in her? Her looks are merely average, and her personality isn't likable. Is it just because her father is the vice president of a bank? Lu Xiaoqiao mused. I have no idea what Lu Yi thinks, but I'm sure my aunt's mother-in-law does. Zhao Jia nodded thoughtfully. You never know. Sometimes men can be far more pragmatic than women. As the clock approached 10, the 3 exchanged a few more words before proceeding to wash up and retire for the night. The following day, as Lu Xiaoqiao and Zhao Jia rose from their slumber, Jin Momo had already left for work. Given the distance from their residence to the office, the 2 of them hurriedly purchased a pancake roll from a vendor downstairs and rushed to catch the bus to the subway station. They had previously agreed to buy breakfast during the weekdays and prepare their own dinners and meals on weekends. On her first day working at the new place, Lu Xiaoqiao found herself waking up half an hour later than when she stayed at her aunt's. Yet still arriving 10 minutes early. Upon reaching the office, she spotted Sister Sun from the design department surrounded by several colleagues engaged in conversation. How enviable, Zhangheng Group offers the best benefits in Hangzhou. I heard their team building event will be held at their own 5-star resort, complete with a helipad and a golf course. No wonder they're the richest, one of the colleagues remarked. Sister Sun, your brother got into Zhangheng Group as a deputy manager. Does he often meet the president? As several gazes turned towards her, Sister Sun tossed her hair back, her expression a mix of pride and modesty. Meeting the president isn't that easy. We only see him during the annual meeting. Although my brother is a deputy manager, he doesn't interact with the president much, as there are several layers of management above him. Rumor has it that the president of Zhangheng is quite handsome and currently single. At this point, a young girl from the finance department raised her hand. I know, when he came to our university to give a speech. He was incredibly handsome, tall and striking. I would love to work for Zhangheng, but unfortunately, with my IQ and major, I'd only be guarding the door. I'm so envious of those who work there. Who wouldn't envy the employees at Zhangheng Group? The salary and benefits are unmatched in all of Hangzhou. Asa leader Zhou Qizheng has far surpassed the value created during his father's tenure. Thanks to his keen insight and decisive decision-making, Zhao Jia's workstation was not in this area, so Lu Xiaoqiao made her way to her own desk, retrieving her phone and charger from her bag. Having just moved into her new home yesterday, she was unaware that the power strip required a button press to activate. At that moment, her phone was down to a mere 5% battery. Just as she plugged her phone into the power outlet, Lin rushed in, her 7-centimeter heels clicking loudly. I almost overslept. Dreaded Monday. Lu Xiaoqiao glanced at Lin's high-heeled shoes. You might want to avoid wearing such high heels next time. You're not even short, but they make my legs look long, Lin retorted, shifting the topic as she glanced at Lu Xiaoqiao's hands and forearms. Goodness, you said it wasn't serious, but there are places where you're bleeding. She then pulled out a tube of ointment from her backpack. Here, this is scar cream I brought back from abroad. It's very effective. Really, I've been using aloe vera gel ever since I met you. My physical condition has been upgraded. Lu Xiaoqiao laughed. What if I get a scar? Understanding her friend's good intentions, Lu Xiaoqiao accepted the ointment with a smile. Seeing her take it eased Lin's worries. And she glanced at the others who were still gossiping. What are they talking about? They're discussing your uncle. Chapter 5. The exhibition. Just as Lin was about to inquire further about what they were saying about her uncle, a tall, slender woman approached, holding documents in her hand. The gossiping group quickly ceased their chatter and returned to their desks. Manager Kai, though over 40, maintained an impressive appearance due to her diligent self-care. She was known for her stern demeanor, causing her subordinates to harbor a sense of trepidation towards her. Kai manager surveyed the recently dispersed group. Noticing everyone had returned to their workstations, she pursed her lips but remained silent. Turning her attention towards Lu Xiaoqiao, Xiaoqiao, please come to my office. I am the office manager. Kai sat behind her desk. I called you in for two matters. First, the team building plan for Zhangheng Group has been finalized. Besides the subsidiaries, their own technology company will participate this time. Due to the relocation earlier, they were unable to prepare in time, so this year it will proceed as a regular procurement. The budget is ample. And we're all eyeing this opportunity in the apparel sector. I hope you can negotiate a deal. Zhangheng Group had recently moved to a new building adjacent to theirs, the two gleaming office towers nearly blinding the local residents. Zhangheng's arrival further inflated the already sky-high property prices in the area. Just a few days ago, Lu Xiaoqiao had heard her aunt mention that if rents continued to rise, with the current company performance, it might be challenging to sustain their presence in such high-end office buildings. Her company had previously handled large group purchases, but Zhangheng was not just any ordinary conglomerate. They likely aimed to leverage their neighborly connection to entice Zhangheng. After all, in the past, traditional bidding methods would have excluded them from even qualifying to compete. Manager Kai, I can only promise to do my best, but if I'm unable to secure the deal, it won't affect my bonus, right? Lu Xiaoqiao felt a twinge of pressure. She wanted to succeed, but with so many eyes on this prize, could it truly fall into her hands? This time, I urge you to make it happen. I've spoken to your uncle. If you can successfully negotiate this procurement with Zhangheng Group, I will arrange for you to be transferred to the design team. Manager Kai recognized Lu Xiaoqiao's capabilities in sales, but she also believed in her potential in design. Really, my uncle agreed, so if I close the deal, I can move to the design department. Lu Xiaoqiao, originally from a design background, had serendipitously secured a significant group purchase during her internship when the sales manager was absent. Upon learning of her success, her uncle believed she had great potential in sales. From that day forward, Lu Xiaoqiao was transferred from the design department to the sales team. She had protested, expressing her preference for design over sales, but her aunt insisted that she would gain valuable knowledge in sales and could transition back to design later. Seeing the young woman's cheeks flush with excitement, Manager Kai, who usually bore a stern expression, broke into a smile. It's true, but the condition is you must secure the Jiangheng project. This is their procurement requirement. Make sure to review it thoroughly. Liu Xiaoqiao smiled broadly as she accepted the documents Manager Kai handed her. Yes, I understand. Rest assured, Manager Kai, I will certainly strive for this. Also, you will attend this year's fashion exhibition with Zhao Jia and the others. Both the transfer and the exhibition opportunity were arranged for you by your aunt. So plan your schedule accordingly. Liu Xiaoqiao understood that Manager Kai's words were intended to bridge the gap between her and her aunt, but she also realized that this was a reminder that such opportunities were fleeting. And it was up to her to seize them. Returning to her workstation, she shared the good news with Lin Lin. Really, Lin Lin's expression mirrored her earlier excitement in the office. Liu Xiaoqiao nodded with a smile, urging her to keep her voice down. Let us keep this under wraps for now. I'm worried that if others hear and I don't succeed, they'll mock me later. After saying this, she chuckled, revealing just how thrilled she was about the potential job transfer. Lin Lin nodded in agreement, lowering her voice as she responded, How could you possibly fail? I'll call my uncle right away. He'll surely help you. No, please don't. You must handle your matters independently. I don't want to rely on any backdoor connections. Besides, aren't you afraid of your uncle? Lin Lin's parents had passed away due to work-related reasons. And with her grandparents long gone, she and her brother had been raised by their maternal uncle. Since she could remember, she had seldom seen her uncle smile, and after her grandmother's passing, he had become even more taciturn. Thinking of this, Lin Lin sighed, her voice dropping even lower. I'm still a bit scared, but for your sake, I can take that risk. Liu Xiaoqiao had indeed entertained a fleeting thought of seeking Lin Lin's assistance while in Manager Kai's office just moments ago. However, it was merely a transient notion. Although they were close friends, she was reluctant to burden Lin Lin's family with such matters, as repaying such favors could prove most arduous. Please do not concern yourself with my affairs. I wish to strive on my own merit. Let us not trouble your uncle for trivialities. Ultimately, Lin Lin could not persuade Liu Xiaoqiao otherwise and relinquished her intention to call Zhou Qijing. You may accompany us to the exhibition. There is no need to purchase tickets. I had already arranged with my brother a few days ago for him to drive us, after initially declining her friend's kind offer. Liu Xiaoqiao did not hesitate this time. In the office of the president of Jiangheng Group, Li Yuxuan observed Zhou Qijing, who was engrossed in signing documents, and inquired, Why did you return so early last night? He had gone out to take a phone call, only to learn upon his return from Lin Ziyang that Zhou Qijing had already left, which filled him with regret for stepping out for that call. As he had hoped to glean more gossip while Zhou Qijing was inebriated, but instead, he was left with unspoken words that lingered all morning. Zhou Qijing handed the signed documents back to Li Yuxuan across the desk. What is it? Is something amiss? Li Yuxuan took the documents and placed them beneath his arm resting on the desk. I did not imply anything was wrong. I was merely curious about your early departure. Gazing at his friend with an inquisitive expression, Zhou Qijing remained silent, taking a sip of water before responding slowly, I was at the gym. I feel you are being evasive. You usually work out in the morning. When did you begin going in the evenings? Li Yuxuan perceived that his friend was reluctant to divulge more. However, in this instance, Li Yuxuan was mistaken, as Zhou Qijing had no desire to explain further. He picked up an unapproved document and resumed his review. Noticing Zhou Qijing's silence, Li Yuxuan leaned back in his chair, exclaiming, I never would have imagined the woman occupying your thoughts as such a young girl, and a classmate of Lin Lin at that. Leaning forward slightly toward Zhou Qijing, he continued, What are you thinking? If you truly like her, why not pursue her? Given your circumstances, what have you to fear? Perhaps the young lady harbors feelings for you as well. If age is a concern, well, a 10-year gap is indeed considerable, but these days, younger girls seem to favor older men. Among their circle of friends, Zhou Qijing was the most handsome, and with his esteemed family and social standing, Li Yuxuan could hardly believe any woman would turn him down. Hearing his friend's words, Zhou Qijing's hand, poised to sign, hesitated momentarily, leaving a faint mark on the paper as he furrowed his brow slightly. I know my limits. Li Yuxuan yearned to retort, Your limits have left you a bachelor, but he refrained. I have an opportunity for you to pursue your romantic interest. Would you be interested? He had done his homework prior to arriving. Having thoroughly learned about Liu Xiaoqiao from Lin Ziyang the previous night, and today, he had been coaxing more information from Lin Ziyang, who mistakenly believed Li Yuxuan had taken a liking to Liu Xiaoqiao and cautioned him against pursuing her. Zhou Qijing, who had been intently examining the documents, finally raised his head slowly. What opportunity? Finally, you are willing to look up. You are quite pragmatic. Mention the pursuit of a woman, and you set aside your work. Just a moment ago, someone was indifferent. Ignoring Zhou Qijing's piercing gaze, Li Yuxuan continued, Lin Lin and your crush are attending an exhibition in Haicheng next week. She initially planned for her brother to drive her. So you could devise a reason to send Lin Ziyang away, claiming you need to go to Haicheng on business. Thus, the task of escorting your beloved would fall to you. They will be working Thursday and Friday and resting over the weekend, allowing for a couple of days of leisure in Haicheng. With your role as both chauffeur and companion, the opportunity is ripe for the taking. Observing his friend's contemplative silence, Li Yuxuan could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. exclaiming, "Let me be blunt, Zhou, but if you wish to pursue a woman, especially someone like Lu Xiaoqiao, maintaining such a stoic demeanor will only hinder your chances that if you remain silent and passive, how will she know you harbor feelings for her? Reflect on this, you are in your 30s, and it is rare to find someone you genuinely like." After finishing his admonition, Li Yuxuan stood and casually picked up the documents Zhou Qizheng had just signed. Turning towards the office door, as his hand grasped the doorknob, he turned back. "If you continue to waver, by the time she finds someone, and they marry, you will be left wishing her well from a distance." Seated at the table of her relatives, as per Lin Lin's connections, once Li Yuxuan had left, Zhou Qizheng rose, making his way to the floor-to-ceiling windows behind his desk. His tall figure stood still, gazing out at the scenery beyond the glass. The echoes of his friend's words lingered in his ears. After a considerable pause, he picked up his phone from the desk, unlocked it, and navigated to Lin Ziyang's contact. He pressed dial. The phone rang once before being answered. "Hello, uncle, are you looking for me?" Zhou Qizheng had not anticipated Lin Ziyang would answer so promptly. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied slowly, "I will be on a business trip to Haicheng next week for the bidding meeting regarding the North City project. Please follow up on it." Lin Ziyang was well aware of the North City project, and the entire company was currently engaged with personnel related to that area. During the Monday morning meeting, his uncle had mentioned he would personally oversee the bidding, likely due to pressing matters requiring his attention in Haicheng. "Understood, but could you also take Lin Lin with you when you go? She is attending an exhibition with her colleagues, and I had initially intended to drive them. Do not worry about that. Leave it to me." As Zhou Qizheng's voice remained steady, though Lin Ziyang perceptibly detected a subtle hint of joy. Unsure of his uncle's sentiments, he mused that perhaps he was overthinking it. "That is good. There will be 4 of them, and their usual vehicle will likely be insufficient, so I would appreciate it if you could arrange for a business vehicle." "Okay, I understand." With the arrangements in place, Zhou Qizheng felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. The following day, Lu Xiaoqiao meticulously organized the materials in her possession, reviewing them repeatedly until she was confident there were no errors before placing the documents neatly in her folder. She was anxious to finalize these materials, fearing that delays in Haicheng could jeopardize her chances, and if agreements were reached before her arrival, it would be too late. Thus, she deemed it prudent to establish familiarity beforehand. While waiting for the elevator downstairs, she encountered Sister Sun from the design department. As she considered turning to wait for the next elevator, Sister Sun, who was adjusting her hair, noticed her. "Xiaoqiao, I heard that Manager Kai has asked you to discuss procurement matters with Jiang Heng. Would you like me to call my brother and see if he has any acquaintances in the procurement department? It is always beneficial to have connections." "Thank you, Sister Sun, but there is no need to trouble your brother. Manager Kai has already made arrangements with Jiang Heng's procurement office. I will handle the discussions myself." The incessant mention of her brother made Lu Xiaoqiao's scalp prickle. She was relieved to have secured an appointment. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for an entry point. Without an appointment, she doubted she could even access the building of such a large corporation. "That is good. Should you need my brother's assistance, do not hesitate to ask." When the elevator arrived, Lu Xiaoqiao stepped aside to allow Sister Sun to enter first before following. She inquired about Sister Sun's intended floor, pressed the button for her, and then selected the first floor for herself. A Sister Sun discreetly glanced at Lu Xiaoqiao, internally marveling at the young woman's fair complexion and striking beauty, always adorned with a smile and possessing a pleasant demeanor. Unfortunately, her family's circumstances were not ideal, and her current position in the sales department offered little opportunity for advancement. Compared to Li Na, who also hailed from a rural background, Sister Sun found herself favoring Li Na more. Despite Lu Xiaoqiao's superior looks, Li Na's parents were both established civil servants, which presented greater prospects, yet her preferences mattered little, as her brother was infatuated with Lu Xiaoqiao ever since he laid eyes on her. He seemed utterly captivated. Given that her brother had secured a position at Jiang Heng Group, he could have his pick of partners. Sister Sun found it hard to believe Lu Xiaoqiao would not be interested in him. Suspecting she was merely leveraging her looks, "Xiaoqiao, if you can successfully negotiate, your commission will be substantial, and even your sister now will envy you." Xiaoqiao smiled faintly, her lips curving into a delicate smile as she replied softly, "Sister Sun, you greatly overestimate my capabilities. In such a large company, securing a deal is far from simple, and even if I were to succeed, our commissions in sales cannot compare to those of you in design. You are residing at your aunt's place, correct? With no expenses for food and lodging. That is quite advantageous. You could save your entire salary." Xiaoqiao chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate. Everyone assumed she was living at her aunt's for free. But unbeknownst to them, her salary was being docked by 2,000 yuan each month, a fact even her aunt remained oblivious to. She preferred not to disclose this, relieved to have finally moved out. Regardless of the financial situation, living with elders had proven to be quite stifling. "The mother-in-law of my aunt does not particularly favor her, primarily because the elderly lady's old friend's grandson has taken a liking to her. The old lady's disapproval resulted in her losing face before her friend, and ever since she has occasionally made pointed remarks about how a woman's beauty can lead to pride that exceeds her worth. And that life is as fragile as paper. Chapter 7, Arrival at Jiangheng Group. Upon arriving at Jiangheng Group, Lu Xiaoqiao inquired at the reception desk about the floor number of the procurement department and then took the elevator to her destination. Throughout the ascent, she was already awestruck by the interior decor of Jiangheng. Before even entering the building, the intricate glass curtain wall outside had compelled her to pause in admiration, only to find that the interior was even more stunning, like a modern-day palace of art. Flawlessly integrating minimalist lines with high-tech materials, creating an ethereal yet futuristic ambience, even Lu Xiaoqiao, who was not well-versed in architecture, couldn't help but marvel at the design, which was simply exquisite beyond imagination. As she stepped into the procurement department, Lu Xiaoqiao noticed a bespectacled woman approaching her. "Hello, you must be here to discuss procurement matters with Chen Xin Apparel, correct? Hello, I am Lu Xiaoqiao from Chen Xin." She quickly introduced herself, realizing that after registering at the reception, they must have informed the procurement department, even sending someone to greet her. The woman nodded. "My surname is Li, and I am Secretary Qian's assistant." Without further ado, Secretary Li led Lu Xiaoqiao to the manager's office. Before they could enter, a woman with voluminous curls and a provocative outfit emerged from within. As she passed by Lu Xiaoqiao, she paused momentarily to scrutinize her, letting out a disdainful humph, before sashaying away. Lu Xiaoqiao, Secretary Li knocked twice on the office door and Manager Chen, the representative from Chen Xin Apparel has arrived, come in. A male voice responded from within. Secretary Li gestured for Lu Xiaoqiao to enter before turning to leave. Upon entering the office, Lu Xiaoqiao saw a middle-aged man in his 40s. Slightly plump, lounging on the sofa, she briefly introduced herself, and to her surprise, Manager Chen did not exhibit the typical arrogance of most leaders. Instead, he warmly invited her to sit and converse. However, Manager Qian's cordiality, combined with her earlier encounter with the alluring woman, made Lu Xiaoqiao feel somewhat uneasy, wondering if he might be a lecherous man. Yet, upon sitting down, she noted that the distance between them was maximized by the sofa. Allowing her to relax, interpreting his enthusiasm as mere politeness, she proceeded to introduce the design she had brought, speaking at length until her saliva nearly ran dry, while the man merely smiled and nodded. Remaining silent, it was evident that Manager Qian was pleased with Chen Xin's designs, likely because they were not an international brand. While Chen Xin may not be an international brand, we have been established for over a decade. Complete with our own design team and factory. Given the tight timeline your company has set, many firms may struggle to meet your quantity requirements in a short period. However, we can not only fulfill your timeline but also ensure the product quality remains uncompromised. After listening to Lu Xiaoqiao's words, Manager Chen nodded and smiled again, finally speaking up. "I am aware of that. If it weren't for the time constraints, we wouldn't be going through a standard bidding process. You saw the woman from Chen Xin company when you entered. She is also from your industry and just came to see me. These ordinary transactions are the most challenging for me. With our company's scale and the president's tech firm combined, the quantity is substantial, and differing opinions abound. If I secure a deal, I could face considerable opposition. One must always leave a way out." Right, understanding the implication that he was hinting at a kickback, Lu Xiaoqiao, who was averse to such sales tactics, preferred simplicity in both people and matters, cherishing the purity of human interactions, given the circumstances. She felt compelled to strive for a return to the design team. "I understand. So, your implication is. Lu Xiaoqiao, inexperienced with such large-scale sales, had encountered requests for kickbacks before, but Manager Chen was not the type who could be satisfied with mere shopping vouchers or a few thousand yuan in cash." Manager Chen lifted a cup from the coffee table and took a sip, glancing toward the office window and the door, then casually leaned back on the sofa. "What I primarily wish to see is your sincerity. Particularly when it comes to invoicing." Manager Chen did not elaborate further, but Lu Xiaoqiao understood clearly. He sought to issue a false invoice to reap greater benefits. She admired his audacity, engaging in such illegal dealings, particularly with a considerable sum in a company like Jiangheng known for its strict employee regulations. Instead of outright rejecting him, she pretended to ponder for a moment before responding. "Manager Chen, I truly cannot make that decision on my own. How about this, we exchange contact information, and I will discuss this matter with my manager before reaching out to you." "Sure, the next company I have an appointment with is also arriving soon. Let's add each other on WeChat. You should consider this promptly. I have several alternative companies lined up. I only wanted to give your firm an opportunity since we are neighbors. Whether you can seize it or not is up to you." They exchanged WeChat contacts, and Lu Xiaoqiao bid farewell to Manager Chen. As she exited Jiangheng, she let out a deep sigh. Lu Xiaoqiao felt that her chances of returning to the design department were slim. Engaging in fraudulent invoicing was illegal, and getting caught would lead to dire consequences. Based on her understanding of her uncle, while he could be cunning and stingy at times, he would never involve himself in illegal activities. As her aunt would say, they both hailed from rural backgrounds, having endured significant hardships while starting their business, and they cherished the life they had now. It's often said that starting a business is easy. But maintaining it is challenging. One must only take on as much as they can handle. Upon returning to the company, Lu Xiaoqiao reported the situation to manager Kai, who was astonished, issuing a false invoice? Has he lost his mind? If that sum is discovered, not only will he be in trouble, but we will also face legal issues. Then should I ask him later if he can modify the quotation and just offer him a standard kickback? It may be less, but it's better than nothing. If he wants that much, few companies will take the risk. There's no need to rush. I just received a call from the factory. Due to power restrictions, many sand washing factories are no longer accepting orders. Our own sand washing factory will not be taking external orders starting today, leading many outsourcing companies to automatically withdraw. Does this mean we still have a chance? That's wonderful. Initially believing there was no hope, Lu Xiaoqiao felt a renewed sense of optimism upon hearing Manager Kai's news. Emerging from Manager Kai's office, she felt a wave of joy wash over her, her lips curving into a smile. At her workstation, Lin glanced at the cheerful Lu Xiaoqiao. Weren't you supposed to be discussing the group purchase? Why are you back so soon? You look so happy. Did you manage to strike a deal? Is it really that easy? If it were, I would begin to suspect that you truly called upon your uncle for assistance. I'm serious about this. If you seek your uncle's help over this matter, I will sever ties with you. Lu Xiaoqiao had yet to adapt to her friend's sudden transformation into a wealthy heiress, and she did not wish for their friendship to be tainted by the grime of materialism. Alright, I want to say a word. I promise I won't seek my uncle's help. Before meeting Lu Xiaoqiao, Lin's so-called friends had all been drawn to her due to her relationship with Zhou Qizhang. Her uncle, however, Lu Xiaoqiao had distanced herself from Lin due to this connection, which only made Lin more determined to forge a deep and lasting friendship with her. That's good to hear. Tonight, I'm inviting Jiao Jia and Momo out for dinner. You should come along. We'll choose a place nearby. Originally, Lin had intended to treat her roommates to dinner to celebrate her housewarming the previous day, but she had been too busy preparing for the group purchase discussion with Jiang Hang and had to postpone it to tonight after work. Chapter 8, Departure. Regarding the group purchase, Lu Xiaoqiao felt a sense of resignation. This was indeed a stroke of luck. Due to the power restrictions, all sand washing factories were unable to accept urgent orders as they had already committed to autumn orders from various companies. For now, she could afford to leave Manager Chen waiting for a few days, intending to follow up after returning from Haicheng, at which point he would likely be the one feeling anxious. At this moment, Lu Xiaoqiao was pondering whether to inform her friends about the corruption within her uncle's company. It felt akin to discovering a friend's husband had been unfaithful. She was uncertain whether it was her place to disclose such information. Sure, I'll join. What shall we eat? The mere mention of food made Lin eager for the workday to end. Since meeting Lu Xiaoqiao, she had discovered a world filled with deliciousness. How about bullfrog? I noticed you enjoyed it last time. We should order 2 flavors for the 4 of us, 1 garlic and 1 perilla. What do you think? During her first experience with bullfrog, Lin had been apprehensive. But upon seeing the caramelized hue of the dish, each piece glistening with broth, fragrant with garlic, she could no longer resist the temptation. Ultimately, she succumbed and, from that moment on, developed a fondness for bullfrog. Initially, Lin had felt shy when recalling her first experience, but upon hearing that they would be enjoying 2 different flavors today, all traces of her embarrassment vanished. That is splendid. After work, several individuals proceeded directly to a restaurant specializing in bullfrog dishes. Upon the arrival of the 3, they promptly placed their orders. Just as Qin Momo made her entrance, after finishing their meal and ascending to their apartment, Jiao Jia suddenly remarked, "By the way, while Lin and I were in the restroom, she mentioned that her brother would not be able to take us to High City that day." Lu Xiaoqiao expressed her disbelief. Really, what shall we do? Is it still feasible for us to purchase tickets now? Walking ahead, Qin Momo took out her keys to unlock the door, stating, "It is certainly too late to buy tickets now. Tickets are notoriously difficult to secure around the time of the annual exhibition. Our company tends to avoid scheduling business during those days." Qin Momo is employed at an advertising firm in Hangzhou, with its headquarters located in High City. Once Jiao Jia entered the room behind Qin Momo, she collapsed onto the living room sofa. After lying down for a moment, she picked up the tail-wagging dog, Tuanzi, cradling it in her arms before resuming her position on the sofa. "Someone mentioned that my uncle would be on a business trip to High City that day, and he could conveniently take us along." Aside, Lin's brother seems quite amiable, but I have only met Mr. Zhou twice. His imposing presence makes it difficult for me to breathe in his vicinity. Besides, how can we converse during the 2-hour journey? Lu Xiaoqiao did not anticipate that just a few days later, she would once again find herself in the presence of Zhou Qizheng. Feeling like a student, it's fine. If he doesn't speak, we want to either. Worst case, we can just sleep on the bus. By the way, Momo, I will need you to take care of Tuanzi while we are in High City. Qin Momo adores Tuanzi. She once had a dog of her own but lost it, a loss that nearly cost her own life at that time. Rest assured, I will treat Tuanzi exceptionally well. That I am entirely confident of. After saying this, Lu Xiaoqiao retreated to her room, retrieving 2 dresses from the wardrobe before returning to the living room. Let us not dwell on that. After all, we can't secure tickets now. Come, help me decide which of these two dresses I should wear. I mean, we're attending an outdoor clothing exhibition. Why would they expect me to wear a dress? There were no specific requirements from the designers, yet they hold me to such high standards. These are the only two dresses I have, so you two must help me choose one. Zhao Jia and Qin Momo gazed at the two dresses in Lu Xiaoqiao's hands. One was a dark-colored French-style suit dress, while the other was a more casual mermaid-style skirt paired with a t-shirt. I'm not knowledgeable about dresses. You should let Momo choose for you. Thank goodness they didn't require me to wear a dress. Otherwise, I would have to resign rather than risk scaring everyone. Zhao Jia has always had a carefree personality, her daily attire leaning towards a more androgynous style, and her haircut is a simple short style. Qin Momo examined the garments with a serious demeanor. Logically, the French dress would be more appropriate, but it requires more formal shoes, which might become uncomfortable after a long day. Zhao Jia sat up from the sofa. Why not bring both? You can wear the mermaid skirt on the day we leave. It's more comfortable, and you can always change once we arrive at the venue. Qin Momo playfully nudged Zhao Jia. What do you mean by mermaid skirt? It is called a mermaid dress. Turning back to Lu Xiaoqiao, she added, Zhao Jia is right. You should bring both. But we will be in High City for 4 days, so you ought to pack at least 2 or 3 outfits. Alright, I suppose I'll tie my hair up during those days. It's so hot, and I have no idea what the temperature will be like inside the venue. With air conditioning, it could still be sweltering. You're not going for the demure look anymore? Zhao Jia inquired as she sat up. Demure? The notion has temporarily been banished to the cold palace. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoqiao heeded their advice and decided to take both dresses along with a t-shirt and jeans, concluding that 2 pairs of shoes would suffice, as jeans paired with canvas shoes would be just right. On the day of departure, Lin notified Lu Xiaoqiao and Zhao Jia via WeChat that there was no rush to come downstairs, as it was too hot outside. She would call them once she arrived. Nevertheless, the two agreed to come down early and waited by the street outside their neighborhood. After approximately 20 minutes, a black business vehicle approached from a distance, halting before them. Once the vehicle had come to a stop, the electric doors of the front passenger seat and back seat swung open simultaneously. A young man wearing glasses hurriedly exited the front passenger seat and approached Lu Xiaoqiao, saying, Miss Lu, good day. Allow me to assist you two with your luggage. Thank you, Secretary Ding. The man was Zhou Qijing's chief secretary, and due to Lin's connections, Lu Xiaoqiao had encountered him a few times before. Secretary Ding was always courteous and displayed impeccable manners whenever he met her. Xiaoqiao, didn't I ask you two to wait upstairs? You must have been waiting for quite a while in this heat. Hurry and get in the car. Lin emerged from the vehicle, followed closely by Li Yuxuan. This is my uncle's friend, and these two are my friends, Lu Xiaoqiao and Zhao Jia. Lin introduced them. Hello, Li Yuxuan first greeted Zhao Jia before turning to Lu Xiaoqiao, saying, Miss Lu, I trust you remember me. Of course, Mr. Li, you two know each other. Lin was uncertain when the two had been introduced. On the day your brother helped Miss Lu move, I was in your brother's car with your uncle, Li Yuxuan explained. Alright, let us get in quickly. It's too hot. Lin, you three sit in the front, while my uncle and I will sit in the back. Just as Lin was about to enter the car, she was abruptly pulled back by Li Yuxuan. What was that for? Lin turned around to glare at Li Yuxuan. Isn't it rude to let your friends board first? Due to Zhou Qijing's influence, Li Yuxuan had always regarded Lin as a junior, thus speaking to her in a more casual tone. The back of the business vehicle featured 2 rows of seats. He and Zhou Qijing occupied the back, while the innermost seat in the front row was reserved solely for Lu Xiaoqiao, as it was the prime position for a good friend to observe his future wife. Lin, Lu Xiaoqiao, and Zhao Jia were accustomed to a carefree and informal rapport, having long forgotten about any notions of hospitality or etiquette. Indeed, Xiaoqiao, you and Jia Jia go ahead. I'll sit on the outer seat. Lu Xiaoqiao did not hesitate and boarded the vehicle. As soon as she entered, her gaze collided with the deep-set eyes of the man seated in the back. Today, Zhou Qijing donned a pure white long-sleeve shirt, with the collar unbuttoned at 2 points, rendering him a touch younger than usual. His perennial dark, tailored trousers enveloped his long legs, and he sat there with an air of casual elegance. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Lu Xiaoqiao's greeting was neither as casual as one would use with friends or colleagues nor overly obsequious as with a superior. Rather, it was imbued with the respectful tone one would use for elders, akin to a hello, mother, or hello, father. Zhou Qijing regarded the girl, her cheeks flushed from prolonged exposure to the outdoor heat, and frowned slightly. Is he displeased again? Lu Xiaoqiao pondered, perplexed at what might have irked him this time. Suspecting it might be her manner of greeting that made him feel older, she genuinely intended to convey her respect. Once everyone was settled in the vehicle, the driver started the engine and drove away from the original location. Li Yuxuan lightly nudged Zhou Qijing with his elbow as Zhou Qijing turned to him, only to find Li Yuxuan smiling, winking at him, then gesturing subtly toward Lu Xiaoqiao, implying that his good friend should take advantage of the close proximity to observe her well. While it was merely the back of her head, it was certainly better than not seeing her at all. Understanding the implication, Zhou Qijing's expression became somewhat awkward as he slightly turned his head. Directing his gaze toward the window, the vehicle was enveloped in silence. Lin Lin, feeling intimidated by Zhou Qixing's authority, often turned into a mute whenever he was present. Her uncle preferred tranquility, and although she wished to say something, she felt hesitant, just as she feared her two friends might feel uncomfortable due to the oppressive atmosphere. Li Yuxuan unexpectedly broke the silence, asking, "How many days will your exhibition last? Are you heading straight to the venue?" 2 days. First, we will check into the hotel, and then we will head to the venue. Seeing someone lighten the mood, Lin Lin seized the opportunity, knowing it wasn't her who initiated the conversation, and if her uncle were to reprimand someone, it would likely be the individual seated behind her. Over the next 2 days, we have our brand exhibition, and during the weekend, the three of us plan to explore High City. Xiao Xiao has never been there. Upon hearing this, Li Yuxuan quickly seized the moment. I see. No worries. Once we finish our business, I will have your uncle take you around for a proper tour. Lin Lin was taken aback. Stammering, "That's not necessary," she chuckled, thinking it was a joke. If her uncle were to go, there would be little left to explore. Returning home would be a better option. Li Yuxuan ignored Lin Lin's remarks and redirected the conversation toward Lu Xiaoqiao. "So Miss Lu and Miss Xiao are both from the north." Upon hearing her name mentioned, Lu Xiaoqiao turned slightly toward the back, responding politely, "Both Jia Jia and I are from northeast China." "Is that so? Which part of northeast?" He noted that her accent did not seem to match. "Perhaps I've been away for too long. I attended both high school and university in Hangzhou. My home is in Ningyuan City." "Mr. Li, have you heard of it? It's an ancient city by the sea. I haven't heard of it. Is your home close to the seaside? You should visit when you get the chance." Li Yuxuan animatedly engaged with the three young ladies in conversation. Meanwhile, Zhou Qixing quietly observed Lu Xiaoqiao, whose excitement at mentioning her hometown was palpable. That he had never seen her in a dress before. The floral mermaid dress showcased her fair, delicate calves, complementing the simple white t-shirt, which further enhanced her ethereal charm. Her high ponytail was simply braided, lending her an air of vivacity and playfulness. When those seated behind her spoke to her, she would smile and respond, revealing the same faint dimple he had seen during their first encounter. "Remarkable. Xiao Xiao can cook as well. There will certainly be an opportunity to savor your culinary skills." Throughout the journey, while someone was still hesitant to openly gaze at their beloved, Li Yuxuan had already engaged in a lively conversation with two newly acquainted individuals ahead, transitioning from calling them miss to using their names. And from Amr.Li to brotherly. Upon mentioning cooking, Lin Lin instantly transformed into a fervent admirer of Lu Xiaoqiao, having completely forgotten about her rather taciturn and reserved uncle seated behind her. Lu Xiaoqiao's cooking is extraordinarily delectable. She has numerous methods for preparing shrimp: stir-fried shrimp in oil, mustard shrimp, sweet and sour shrimp, and she can also whip up a fragrant clay pot porridge. "Your uncle is particularly fond of shrimp. Isn't that right, old Zhou? Once we return to Hangzhou, I'll purchase the ingredients, and perhaps we can gather to sample Xiao Xiao's culinary prowess," Li Yuxuan proposed. Casting a glance at Zhou Qixing, all the while internally lamenting, "Come on, brother, you haven't uttered a word since we got in the car. You can't pursue a woman this way. I've entrusted the red thread of destiny to you. And yet you still haven't seized the opportunity." It was at this moment that Lin Lin recalled her uncle sitting behind them. My uncle loves shrimp. I had no idea," she exclaimed, stealing a furtive glance at her uncle. Noticing that everyone was looking at him, Zhou Qixing felt the urge to contribute to the conversation. Just as he was about to speak, "Mr. Zhou, we've arrived at the hotel. Shall we check in before heading over to Mr. Shin?" Zhou Qixing had never found Secretary Ding so bothersome before. A graduate of a prestigious university, he had progressed from intern to chief secretary without a hitch. However, upon realizing the irritation reflected in his boss's gaze, he suddenly recognized the gravity of his previous mistake. While others might not have perceived it, he had accompanied his boss through thick and thin. He had seen that same expression in his boss's eyes when dealing with the board members. Feeling a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back, he understood that his comment had interrupted his boss's attempt to converse with the girl he admired. He was the first to learn that Lu Xiaoqiao was the object of his boss's affections. He remembered how, when he first joined the company, his boss would often become lost in thought while staring at a purple beaded bracelet whenever faced with a particularly challenging issue or feeling downcast. It was only when Miss Lin Lin insisted on living on campus and faced bullying that he presented the investigative files of her dorm mates to his boss, pointing out that one particular classmate had come to her aid. The moment his boss saw the name on the file, he was taken aback and demanded a more detailed investigation into Lu Xiaoqiao's background. Initially, he hadn't made the connection, but the lavender-colored Panamera his boss had custom-ordered bore the initials LXQ. Even someone as oblivious as he was could put two and two together. Not to mention, his boss would often pull out that purple beaded bracelet, his gaze shifting from indifference to obsession. As for when the two had met and how his boss had developed feelings for her, he remained in the dark. As Secretary Ding unconsciously directed his gaze towards Lu Xiaoqiao, hoping to seek assistance from the future Mrs. Zhou. Startled by the sudden attention from Secretary Ding, Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback, wondering why he appeared as if he were on the verge of tears. Misunderstanding, she thought he was merely regretting having interrupted Mr. Zhou's conversation, but Mr. Zhou hadn't spoken, so it couldn't really be considered an interruption. After all, it was the topic of cooking that had sparked the conversation, not wishing to cause any discomfort. Lu Xiaoqiao smiled at Zhou Qijing. Mr. Zhou, since you enjoy shrimp, I shall prepare a variety for you to try. Zhou Qijing was momentarily taken aback by the girl suddenly addressing him with a smile. But soon a smile graced his lips in return. Alright, I look forward to tasting your culinary creations. The noticeable improvement in Zhou Qijing's demeanor did not go unnoticed by Secretary Ding, who understood that this was indeed a sign of happiness. Relieved, Secretary Ding shot Lu Xiaoqiao a grateful smile, realizing that he would need to hold on tightly to the future Mrs. Zhou, as she was truly instrumental in his boss's happiness. Lu Xiaoqiao, however, felt a pang of sympathy for Secretary Ding, recognizing how challenging his position was. Serving a boss was akin to walking a tightrope. If it were her, no salary would be sufficient to endure such pressure. Once the driver parked the car, the group disembarked, adhering to his principle of ingratiating himself with the future Mrs. Zhou. Secretary Ding prioritized taking care of her luggage over the boss's. Miss Lu, allow me to assist you with your luggage to your room. Which floor is your room on? I'll handle the check-in for you, thank you, but it's not necessary. We can manage it ourselves, Lu Xiaoqiao replied, feeling overwhelmed by Secretary Ding's sudden enthusiasm. Alright, if the suitcase breaks. Secretary Ding, you can come back. Let them handle it themselves. The rooms were pre-booked, so it should be straightforward. You take Mr. Zhou's luggage to his room, and we will wait for you here. Li Yuxuan interjected at just the right moment to halt Secretary Ding's eagerness. Chapter 10, the beloved Lu Xiaoqiao and the others proceeded to the front desk to check in, due to the proximity of the exhibition venue and the peak period of the event. There were no available rooms until the afternoon, so they could only leave their luggage at the front desk, where the staff would later assist in delivering it to their rooms, after completing the check-in process. They bid a brief farewell to Zhou Qijing and Li Yuxuan before heading to the venue. The business suite that Secretary Ding had booked happened to have a clean room available. So he went upstairs to drop off his boss's luggage while Zhou Qijing and Li Yuxuan settled on the sofas in the lobby, waiting for him. Li Yuxuan glanced at his friend, who was engrossed in his phone, and remarked, "Hey, I just had a delightful chat with Xiaoqiao throughout the journey. I must say, brother, your taste is commendable. She's quite lovely, with a personality that perfectly complements yours, vibrant, cheerful, and stunningly beautiful." Zhou Qijing lifted his gaze from the phone screen to meet Li Yuxuan's eyes, his expression tinged with displeasure. "You certainly observe closely. What the hell, old Zhou, are you alright? You're feeling jealous?" "I am merely trying to help you keep an eye on things," Li Yuxuan retorted, incredulous. "And did you see how you scared Secretary Ding just now? I almost thought you were about to replace him." Zhou Qijing chose to ignore Li Yuxuan's incessant chatter. When Secretary Ding returned after placing the luggage, he cautiously glanced at Zhou Qijing, and upon noticing his expression was relatively neutral, he dared to approach. "Mr. Zhou, I've placed your luggage in your room. The driver has parked outside. Shall we head out now?" Zhou Qijing stood up, casting a glance at him. "What else would we do?" With that, he strode toward the exit. Li Yuxuan patted the disheartened Secretary Ding on the shoulder. "Alright, if you want to make a good impression, just remember that besides work, everything should revolve around Miss Lu. You saw how you helped her with her luggage and neglected our bosses." He didn't even say anything. Secretary Ding mumbled, "Thank you, Mr. Li." Upon getting into the car, Secretary Ding resumed his usual position in the passenger seat, while Zhou Qijing and Li Yuxuan took the front seats. Occupying the space where Lu Xiaoqiao had sat earlier, Zhou Qijing placed his laptop on his lap, fingers flying over the keyboard. "Which departments remain at the technology building that have yet to relocate?" Seated in the passenger seat, Secretary Ding swiftly turned to respond. "The technical operations and administrative logistics departments. Mr. Shin mentioned that they should complete the relocation before the 11th. Let us head straight to the branch office." "There is no need to go to the technology building," Zhou Qijing instructed before turning to Li Yuxuan. "Call Shin and have him come directly to the branch office. I have a video conference shortly." "What day did you schedule with Mayor Lu?" Li Yuxuan inquired. "Tomorrow. Today is a bit tight." Upon reaching the branch office, Zhou Qijing went into his office to conduct the video conference, while Li Yuxuan, as the general manager of the headquarters, also had his share of responsibilities. Once Li Yuxuan finished his tasks, Shin arrived just in time. The two settled on the sofa in the reception area. "Where is old Zhou?" Li Yuxuan asked while unpacking the lunch Secretary Ding had bought. "Still in the video conference," Shin inquired, surprised. "Still not done? Is that lunch or dinner?" Li Yuxuan replied with a few mouthfuls of food. Feeling utterly famished after having barely eaten that morning and working tirelessly throughout the day, it's an international one. It should wrap up soon. I haven't even had lunch yet. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Qijing walked in. "It just arrived," he asked, taking a seat beside them. "How about we find a place for drinks tonight?" Zhou Qijing reclined against the sofa, appearing somewhat fatigued, closing his eyes and pinching the bridge of his nose. "No drinks. I have something tomorrow," Shin sighed. "You're aware, huh? You were supposed to stay out of it. I could handle this alone, given our familial ties." "How could he allow you to have it easy?" I haven't dared to return to the old house these days. If I do, my mother will nag me endlessly, urging me to reconsider. Honestly, I think you should just agree. Having a mayor as a father-in-law would facilitate matters. And Lu Tiana is quite attractive. Just then Li Yuxuan, who was sipping water, choked on his drink. If you don't want to get beaten up, don't encourage him. Old Zhou has a love interest. Shini shrugged nonchalantly. A love interest? Who is she? We knew when he initially rejected the marriage proposal, but to this day, I haven't seen him close to any woman. I have seen her. Today, old Zhou arrived solely for her sake, his appearance outshining Lu Tiana by a mile. Li Yuxuan, having never seen Lu Xiaoqiao before, shared the same sentiment as Shini. Upon seeing her, a singular thought crossed his mind: Zhou Qijing must also be a member of the Looks Brigade. Perhaps initially drawn to the young lady's beauty, is this person real? Are there any photographs? I would like to take a look. As Zhou Qijing, who had been resting with his eyes closed, interjected, "You two, be quiet for a moment. If you wish to converse, kindly do so outside." Look, there it is again, this tiresome behavior. Earlier, when I exchanged a few words with her, you got jealous. What now? Is it forbidden to even mention her? Li Yuxuan recognized that Zhou Qijing was embarrassed and deliberately provoking him with words. He found himself utterly enamored with Zhou Qijing, who had always maintained a serious demeanor and remained unflappable in any situation, now visibly unsettled due to a woman. Shani, overhearing their conversation, became even more curious. What kind of woman could provoke such jealousy from you? I have a fiancée, yet I can still look, can't I? Come on Yuxuan, let us step outside to talk. After saying this, he truly stood up, preparing to leave. Zhou Qijing, finally opening his eyes, tilted his head towards Li Yuxuan and remarked, "Regarding that project in the Middle East, I think it would be fitting to assign you to it." Li Yuxuan, who despises the heat, felt dread at the thought of being sent to a place even hotter than his hometown. It would undoubtedly make his life unbearable. You're settling a personal score here. Ultimately, under Zhou Qijing's veiled threat, Li Yuxuan refrained from divulging any information about Lu Xiaoqiao to Shani. That evening, the three dined together without touching any alcohol. Li Yuxuan, still not fully digested from earlier, merely watched as Zhou Qijing and Shani ate. Secretary Ding was left at the office to work overtime. A pitiful situation for him, who never imagined that a business trip to the branch would lead to extra hours. Fortunately, Zhou Qijing had left the driver to himself. After dinner, Shani drove the two back to the hotel. Teasing Zhou Qijing about deigning to stay in such a place for the sake of a woman, upon returning to his hotel room, Zhou Qijing retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Lin. "Are you back? Have you had dinner?" "Just finished. I'm on my way back now." "Uncle, have you returned to the hotel?" Lin Lin was taken aback by her uncle's call. She hadn't expected him to take the time out of his busy schedule to check on her dinner. "I just got back too. You all should rest early and avoid wandering around at night." Hearing her uncle's admonition, Lin Lin obediently replied, "Oh, I understand, uncle. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Not if there is nothing else." I'll hang up. Zhou Qijing couldn't think of much to say, merely responding softly, "Okay, hang up." After they ended the call, Zhou Qijing tossed his phone onto the bed and glanced at his suitcase. Realizing he had forgotten to bring cigarettes, although he didn't smoke frequently, the current agitation in his heart led him to seek solace in a cigarette. Chapter 11, the old ice cream bar on Lin Lin's end. After hanging up, she addressed her two companions. "I felt a bit nauseous after dinner. That beef was too fatty." Zhaojia rubbed her stomach. "I feel a bit queasy too. I usually find fatty meat unbearable." Lu Xiaoqiao observed the two. "I suppose everyone at the venue went to eat there," leading to the dishes being prepared in advance and served lukewarm. "There is a small supermarket next to the hotel. Let us see if they sell old ice cream bars. A popsicle would be refreshing." When the trio arrived at the supermarket, they indeed found old ice cream bars for sale. Each took one. And while paying, Lu Xiaoqiao eagerly scanned the QR code. Exiting the supermarket, Lu Xiaoqiao pointed to the flower bed beneath the trees at the hotel entrance, saying, "Let us eat these over there before going up. It is inconvenient to eat in the elevator." By the time we reached the room, they have melted. Arriving at the flower bed, Lu Xiaoqiao adjusted her skirt, checked her surroundings, and finding it satisfactory, squatted on the flower bed. Lin Lin, also in a skirt, mimicked Lu Xiaoqiao's actions. The three tore open their wrappers, squatting on the flower bed while enjoying the old ice cream bars and gazing at the distant scenery. Lin Lin had never tasted such a treat before. The moment she bit into it, she felt a refreshing chill and delightful flavor, exclaiming, "I've never had something like this. It's so delicious and truly alleviates the heaviness. And it's so cheap, only 2 yuan." She had seen Lu Xiaoqiao pay 6 yuan. Lu Xiaoqiao took a bite of her popsicle. "Isn't this better than the ones that cost over 100 yuan? This one was overpriced. Normally, it sells for just 1 yuan at the supermarket." "What, did we overpay?" Lin Lin exclaimed in frustration. "We could have bought 6 with that money, but now we only got 3. Zhaojia ignored their grumbling, her gaze fixed on a figure in the distance. "Hey, you two, look at that man standing under the big tree. Doesn't he resemble Zhou Zong?" Lu Xiaoqiao and Lin Lin simultaneously followed Zhaojia's. Not far under the tree stood a man with his back to them, the dim yellow light of the street lamp casting an outline of his tall, somewhat solitary figure. His left hand casually rested in his trouser pocket while his right hand held a cigarette. The glowing tip flickering in the shadows, the smoke curling and drifting away in the faint light, obscuring his features. "Uncle," Lin called out lightly towards Zhou Qijing. Though her voice was soft, he still heard her. Zhou Qijing turned around, momentarily stunned upon meeting Lin's gaze, but quickly regained his composure. He then strode over with long strides, asking, "What are you doing here?" Lin raised her half-eaten popsicle. "Dinner was a bit greasy, so we're having a popsicle to refresh ourselves." Jia, taken aback by the chance encounter with Zhou Zong, quickly stood to greet him. "Hello, Zhou Zong." Liu Xiaoqiao remained seated but greeted him softly. Zhou Qijing nodded in acknowledgement, then stood beside Lin, lowering his gaze to scrutinize Liu Xiaoqiao, who was still squatting. His attention was not on her failure to stand up and greet him but rather on how she devoured the popsicle without a hint of trepidation towards the cold. Each bite was savored with a carefree demeanor, and her soft lips became even more rosy and full from the icy treat. Zhou Qijing felt a sudden tightness in his throat. He considered taking another drag from his cigarette but abruptly realized that smoking in front of a lady was hardly the act of a gentleman. "Xiaoqiao, why are you eating so fast?" Lin glanced at her half-finished popsicle and then at Liu Xiaoqiao, who had already reduced hers to the stick. "Xiaoqiao doesn't mind the cold. She always eats like this." Jia admired Liu Xiaoqiao's resilience, noting that she could consume several popsicles in one go. Lin expressed her surprise. "Really, doesn't your mouth feel cold at all?" Zhou Qijing, hearing Jia mention Liu Xiaoqiao's penchant for consuming multiple popsicles, frowned slightly, his tone turning serious. "Girls should consume less ice." Due to the sequence of his words, Liu Xiaoqiao mistakenly believed he was criticizing her for bringing Lin to eat popsicles. As any elder would wish for their younger relatives to learn the good from their peers. However, feeling misunderstood, she felt the need to clarify, "We each only bought one. I didn't let Lin eat too much ice." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qijing raised an eyebrow in surprise. Her slightly irked expression led him to wonder if she thought he was singling her out. "I wasn't specifically referring to Lin. I meant all girls." Noticing her silence as she waited for her friends to finish, Zhou Qijing felt a pang of anxiety, worrying that he might have jeopardized this rare opportunity. "Let me have it." "What?" Liu Xiaoqiao looked bewildered at the sudden hand reaching towards her. "The stick. Didn't you finish it?" "I'll throw it away." Realizing what he meant, she felt both surprised and a bit embarrassed. "Oh, you don't have to." Before Liu Xiaoqiao could finish her sentence, Zhou Qijing had already snatched the stick from her hand. "I'll dispose of it." As Zhou Qijing lifted his hand towards the trash can, glancing at the stick he held, and then extinguished the barely smoked cigarette, tossing both into the bin. When he reached for the stick, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her soft hand, and in that fleeting moment, a subtle electric sensation coursed through him. He gently rubbed his fingers, feeling as if a lingering touch remained. Upon returning, after Lin and Jia finished their treats, the four of them took the elevator upstairs. Zhou Qijing accompanied the trio to their room door before ascending to his own room. The following morning, Liu Xiaoqiao awoke early, fretting over what to wear, despite not encountering any potential clients the previous day. She had received a lead towards the end of the day. Although the primary goal of such events was not immediate orders, she still hoped to secure one. The client had mentioned bringing colleagues to view the samples today. They had only exchanged WeChat information and departed, leaving her with high hopes for a deal. After a long day of busyness, although her clothes remained clean, wearing them again felt inappropriate. Thus, Liu Xiaoqiao opted for a French-style dress. Initially, she worried that changing her outfit might cause yesterday's client to forget her, but Lin and Jia assured her that dressing formally would convey her seriousness towards them, allowing her to relax. Upon arriving at the venue, they immediately got busy. The first day had been relatively quiet, allowing Lin and Jia time to explore other brands. However, today, with the sudden influx of attendees, the two joined Liu Xiaoqiao in her hectic schedule. As the hour of departure approached, yesterday's prospective client finally made a tardy entrance, and to Liu Xiaoqiao's astonishment, who had nearly lost all hope, she successfully secured a significant order. After bidding farewell to the client, Liu Xiaoqiao joyfully embraced her two friends who had been working diligently alongside her. The trio began to discuss going out for a sumptuous meal that evening to celebrate. Chapter 12, Stomachache. At this moment, within the private room of a high-end club, Li Yuxian leaned in and whispered to Shani beside him, "Hey, why is your father here too? It seems today he is intent on giving old Zhou a hard time." Shani glanced at Zhou Qijing, who was sandwiched between Shin's father and Lu Dongyi, and replied, "Not to that extent. My father is just a paper tiger. He can't hold his liquor for long. But my uncle, the mayor, can drink quite a lot." Li Yuxian grew more concerned. "What are we to do then? With old grievances and new resentments, you must save your brother. The old grievances are Zhou's own. But this new enmity stems from you. Fear not, he wouldn't dare to go too far. What benefit would it bring him to provoke Qi Zhang? If he truly angered him, wouldn't moving the Zhengheng branch lead to even lesser tax revenue?" "As for my father," Shani scoffed, continuing, "he is merely feeling unbalanced." Zhou Qijing had just downed a drink poured by Lu Dongyi when Shin's father interjected, "Qi Zhang, is there really no room for negotiation?" Having navigated the business world for over a decade, Zhou Qijing was adept at evading the cunning tactics of seasoned players. If a common individual had posed such a question regarding a matter already set in motion, He could have easily responded without any diplomatic niceties. However, this was the father of a friend, and he could not simply reveal that his son wished to distance himself from him, Uncle Shen. The decision to relocate was made after thorough research and consideration. It is imperative for the tech company to move this year in preparation for next year's public listing. Upon finishing his statement, Zhou Qizheng cast a glance at his friend across the table before quietly adding, moreover, when Jianghong constructed its new headquarters 2 years ago, not only was the building for the tech company erected, but a plot of land was also reserved for a future tech exhibition center. The preliminary project plans have already received approval from relevant government departments and will commence next spring. Staying in Haichang is also viable for the listing. I can invest more, yet I lament my old bones as my children drift further away from me. Shen's father understood the rationale behind the relocation. Yet the thought of his son's company being so unconcerned and moving so far away troubled him deeply. Although it was merely a 2 to 3 hour drive, it meant that finding any excuse to avoid returning home during holidays would become increasingly effortless, leaving him with an indescribable feeling of discontent. Zhou Qizhang and Shen Yi were college classmates, having founded a tech company together during their university years. At that time, Shen Yi faced familial conflicts and lacked sufficient startup capital, while Zhou Qizheng contended with issues stemming from his mother's circumstances. To secure funding, he even threatened his father, insisting that if he did not invest, he would sell his stocks. Zhou's father, infuriated and experiencing elevated blood pressure, ultimately relented and provided his son with 10 million in startup funds. Unexpectedly, within just a few years, their products diversified and rapidly expanded into multiple cutting-edge fields, capturing market share at an astonishing pace, akin to an unstoppable technological tempest. Zhou's father, witnessing his son's success, silently rejoiced in his initial investment in his son's entrepreneurial venture. Zhou Qizheng's achievements garnered him envy from peers across social circles, enabling him to confidently hand over the family business to his capable son. The joy Zhou's father felt was matched only by the profound regret Shen's father experienced, lamenting his lack of support for Shen Yi. Now, due to Jianghong Group's investment, the tech company was being forced to relocate to Jianghong's headquarters. Realizing this, Shen's father sighed deeply, understanding that further discussion would be futile. Alright, I see. Come, Uncle Shen. Allow me to toast you. Once you arrive in Hang City, it will be your domain, and I hope you will take good care of Shen Yi. With that, he poured a drink for Zhou Qizheng. Zhou Qizheng quickly stopped Shen's father, accepting the decanter and filling both their glasses. Uncle, you are too kind. It is I who should toast to you. He then slightly shifted his gaze towards Lu Dongyi and continued. And to Mayor Lu, this toast is for both of you. Thank you for your support of Shen Yi and me. Without the guidance of elders like you, we younger generations would not have achieved our current standing. Lu Dongyi, listening to Zhou Qizheng's eloquent words and observing the drink he offered, thought such a young man, yet so astute. Although he felt he hadn't truly supported him, he recognized that Zhou was graciously offering him an out. He refrained from saying more and drank the toast. Zhou, you are too polite. However, he could not shake the disappointment that such an outstanding young man could not become his son-in-law. The memory of his daughter weeping over Zhou Qizheng's disapproval of their marriage made him feel a pang of regret. Even more disheartening was the thought of Zhou Qizheng relocating the most promising company in Haichang, which had the potential to become the largest contributor to tax revenue. As the rounds of toasts continued, most of the drinks offered to Zhou Qizheng were consumed on his behalf by Secretary Ding. Nevertheless, Zhou managed to drink quite a bit, especially since he had hardly eaten anything at lunch. On the way back to the hotel, Zhou Qizheng leaned back in the car seat with his eyes closed, as the burning sensation in his stomach intensified. Upon arriving at the hotel, he appeared pale, afflicted by stomach pain, and lay languidly on the large bed. Liu Xian, worried for him, insisted on taking him to the hospital. Old Zhou, you should really see a doctor. I'm concerned about your condition. Liu Xian recalled how when Zhou Qizheng first took over Jianghong, the board members considered him inexperienced due to his youth. They believed the tech company's success was merely a stroke of luck, and several elderly figures attempted to undermine him. He worked tirelessly, often neglecting meals and consuming excessive amounts of alcohol, leading to 3 hospitalizations for stomach pain within a year. I'm fine, a painkiller will do the trick. Liu Xian turned to fetch him some water, and Zhou Qizheng opened his eyes weakly, saying, by the way, could you call Lin Lin and check if she's back? Has she eaten dinner? Liu Xian smirked mischievously. Oh, are you sure you want me to inquire about Lin Lin? Even in your current state, you're still concerned about whether she has had her meal. Zhou Qizheng ignored his teasing, closing his eyes again and raising his right arm to rest his forearm on his forehead. Stop the nonsense. Liu Xian poured a cup of warm water and placed it on the bedside table, ensuring Zhou was indeed alright before stepping out with his phone. In the hotel corridor, he dialed Lin Lin's number. Hello, Lin Lin, have you 3 returned to the hotel? We're on our way back. We went out to celebrate. We secured an order today, then hurry back. Your uncle's stomach issues are acting up, and he's in considerable pain. What? Where is my uncle now? I'm heading over immediately. Lin Lin, upon hearing this, burst into tears. She was aware of her uncle's stomach problems but hadn't anticipated this severity. Hearing the girl on the other end sobbing, Liu Xin hurriedly reassured her, "Don't cry, why are you crying? Your uncle is fine, didn't you say he was in bad shape? I meant he is in a lot of pain, isn't that's still bad." Lin Lin continued to see her Liu Xin. Exasperated blurted out, "Damn it, I was exaggerating for effect, he is not dying, his stomach hurts because he drank on an empty stomach. Do you understand? It just means he is in a lot of pain." Finally grasping the situation, Lin Lin ceased her sobbing. "What should we do? Should I go to the hospital? He says he doesn't need to, he just wants some porridge. The hotel's food isn't as good as homemade. I had the kitchen send some rice, but I can't cook, can you?" For the sake of his brother, Liu Xin felt he was offering every lie he had never told in his life to Lin Lin. "I can't either. What about Secretary Ding? He has drunk too. What now? Oh, I just remembered, Xiao Xiao can cook, she makes the best porridge." That was precisely the information Liu Xin needed. Hearing that, Lu Xiaoqiao agreed to come and help put his mind at ease. When he returned to the room, Zhou Qizhang had propped himself up, leaning against the headboard, sipping water. "Quick, finish that and lie down." Liu Xin snatched the water cup from Zhou Qizhang's hand and placed it back on the bedside table. Zhou Qizhang asked, "What?" "I called Lin Lin and told her you were having stomach pain and wanted some porridge. I had the hotel kitchen send rice, but we can't cook. So," Liu Xin replied with a grin. "So little Qiao is coming over to make you porridge, how about that? Am I a good brother or what? Once you two are married, I should get a seat at the main table, right?" Seeing Zhou Qizhang remain silent, Liu Xin grew anxious. "Wait, what do you mean? This is a great opportunity, don't tell me you think I'm meddling." "That is not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" Zhou Qizhang pondered for a moment before stating, "I feel that this might be a bit inappropriate." Liu Xin, hearing this, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh my dear brother, you are indeed excessively earnest. If you pursue women with such seriousness, you will find yourself forever chasing in vain." "Of course, I do not refer to a lack of decorum, rather I suggest employing a touch of cunning and subtlety. With your wealth and good looks, what is there to fear? Quickly lie down, it won't be long now." Just as Li Yuxuan finished speaking, a knock echoed from the door. "Hurry, lie down," he urged. As he made his way to open the door, upon opening it, he was relieved to see that Zhao Jia, his colleague, had not accompanied the two outside. "Come in quickly." Li Yuxuan gestured for them to enter. "Where is my uncle?" one of them inquired. "He is resting in the inner suite," replied Li Yuxuan. "I'll go check on him." After Lin Lin entered, Lu Xiaoqiao asked Li Yuxuan, "Li Gu, where is the porridge cooked? There is a kitchen inside. Allow me to show you." Li Yuxuan led her to the kitchen, pointing to the rice on the counter. "This is rice, along with some ingredients, but there are several types of pots. Choose whichever you deem suitable." Liu Xiaoqiao glanced at the ingredients and remarked, "Given that President Zhou is experiencing stomach pain, he should avoid rich clay pot porridge. Plain white porridge would be more appropriate for him at this time. You can prepare it as you see fit. He will enjoy whatever you make." Li Yuxuan added, then quickly amended, "What I mean is, he would be satisfied as long as someone prepares it for him. He isn't particularly picky. In truth, he is rather discerning." "Alright, I understand." Li Ji by the way, I need to buy him some stomach medicine, although I'm unsure of the brand. Lin Lin must accompany me. We'll return shortly. Please help keep an eye on him. He drank quite a bit, and I'm worried he might vomit. There is honey in the fridge outside. Could you help prepare some for him?" "Oh, certainly, Li Gu, you can count on me." Although Lu Xiaoqiao had never cared for someone who had been drinking, she felt it would be impolite to refuse given the circumstances. Once Li Yuxuan and Lin Lin left, Lu Xiaoqiao quickly rinsed the rice, spotting an enamel pot atop the kitchen cupboard. She decided it would be perfect for making porridge. After placing the rice in the pot and adding water, she brought it to a boil, stirred it briefly with a ladle, and then reduced the heat to a simmer. Emerging from the kitchen, she surveyed her surroundings. Having never stayed in such an executive suite, she found it quite luxurious. The decor and arrangement exuded a tidiness beyond that of an ordinary home. In the living room's fridge, she discovered the honey Li Yuxuan mentioned. To her surprise, the upscale hotel room was stocked with such amenities. When she opened the fridge, she noticed that even the bottled water was in glass rather than the plastic typically found in standard rooms. And the brands were distinctly different. The honey was packaged in small boxes resembling honeycombs rather than the ordinary liquid variety, perfectly fitting into a glass. While filling a glass with water, Lu Xiaoqiao hesitated for a moment. Confronted by a multitude of buttons indicating various temperatures and volumes, after much contemplation she remained perplexed about how to dispense the water. "You just need to press the green unlock button." The sudden sound startled Lu Xiaoqiao, causing her to jump. Crack! The glass slipped from her hand, shattering on the floor with a sharp, piercing sound. In her panic, Lu Xiaoqiao stumbled back, colliding with a tall figure. The force of the impact propelled her backwards. "Be careful." Zhou Qizhang had not anticipated that his voice would startle her. As he instinctively caught her, the scent of her hair enveloped him, and the softness of her body caused his heart to race uncontrollably. Lu Xiaoqiao clutched the front of Zhou Qizhang's shirt tightly, the pure black fabric wrinkling beneath her grip. At times seemed to freeze as a potent masculine aura engulfed her, momentarily halting her breath. When she raised her gaze, she found herself lost in the depths of his profound eyes, her cheeks flushed a bright crimson. She had never been this close to a man before. To complicate matters, the French-style dress she wore featured a cleverly placed opening at the lower back, exposing a portion of her skin, and at that very moment, his hand rested there. Sizzle. The sound from the kitchen abruptly pulled their attention back to reality. "Oh no, my porridge!" Without waiting for Zhou Qixing to speak, Lu Xiaoqiao pushed past him and dashed towards the kitchen. Once inside, she quickly cleaned up the overflowed water, only to realize that the enamel pot lacked a vent, which explained the spillage. To prevent another overflow, she placed chopsticks across the rim of the pot before daring to cover it again, ensuring the pot would not overflow again. She lingered in the kitchen for a moment. Despite her usual boldness, the earlier incident made her feel somewhat sheepish as a young woman. When she re-entered the living room, she found Zhou Qixing seated on the sofa, engaged in a phone call, prompting her to remain silent so as not to disturb him. Remembering the glass that had shattered on the floor, she searched for a broom but found none. Instead, she carefully picked up the larger shards and disposed of them in the trash. Chapter 14, A Haunting Dream. After Zhou Qixing ended his call, he glanced at Lu Xiaoqiao, who was still crouched down. Today, she had tied her hair into a low French ponytail with a black elastic, soft strands cascading gently from either side. Her dress was more formal than the one she had worn yesterday, yet still quite appealing. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the slender waist that was partially visible due to her crouching, and he instinctively recoiled as if touched by a scalding ember. After a moment, realizing she was picking up the glass shards, he quickly stood and softly said, "You needn't bother, don't cut your hands. Someone will come to clean up shortly. It's fine, I'll just throw the larger pieces in the trash. I couldn't find a broom, otherwise I wouldn't have troubled the housekeeping," she replied. As he began to approach, she quickly urged, "No, I've got it under control. President Zhou, please don't come over. I wouldn't want you to cut your foot." Once Lu Xiaoqiao had finished tidying up, she prepared a glass of honey water and placed it on the table in front of Zhou Qixing. "President Zhou, is your stomach still bothering you? Have some honey water to help settle your stomach." Zhou Qixing accepted the glass. "Thank you, I'm feeling much better. Please take a seat and rest." Oh, alright. The two sat on the sofa, with enough space between them for two more people. Nevertheless, Zhou Qixing could still catch a whiff of her delightful fragrance. Caught in the awkwardness of the previous moment, Lu Xiaoqiao was unsure of what to discuss and focused on her phone, texting Lin to ask how long she would be. Meanwhile, after much mental preparation, Zhou Qixing was about to say something when he saw Lu Xiaoqiao rise from the sofa. "Where are you going?" he asked hastily. Lu Xiaoqiao pointed towards the kitchen. "I am going to check on the porridge. It should be nearly done." Zhou Qixing said nothing but silently sighed, wondering how it could be ready so soon. Just as Lu Xiaoqiao was about to serve the porridge, Lin and Li Yuxuan returned. Ligu, the porridge is ready. If there is nothing else, I'll be heading back. Li Yuxuan found no reason to keep her there, so he replied, "Alright, thank you, Xiaoqiao. It is nothing, you're too politely go." After expressing her gratitude, Lu Xiaoqiao turned to Zhou Qixing. "President Zhou, please remember to rest and don't forget to take your medicine after finishing the porridge. Lin and I will be leaving now." "Yes, please take the fruit with you. It was delivered by the hotel." Zhou Qixing indicated the fruit platter that had just arrived. Lu Xiaoqiao accepted graciously, thanked him, and left with Lin carrying the fruit. Once they departed, Li Yuxuan turned to Zhou Qixing, wearing a teasing expression as he scrutinized the man sipping porridge. Is it good? Noticing Zhou Qixing's silence, he continued, "So did the porridge have a hint of love in it? More effective than your painkillers, I'd wager. By the way, what did you two discuss just now? Any progress?" Zhou Qixing shot him a glance. "You're quite chatty. Am I not allowed to ask?" Li Yuxuan brushed off Zhou Qixing's dismissal. "It's getting late. You should head back." Zhou Qixing urged him to leave, but Li Yuxuan remained unfazed, jokingly adding, "You're just tearing down the bridge after crossing it. Fine, I'll go, as if I would steal your porridge." As night fell, Zhou Qixing found himself in a dream, once again haunted by the image that captivated his thoughts, the delicate, porcelain-like waist, so impossibly slender. It seemed to ensnare his gaze, drawing him into a state of bliss from which he wished never to awaken. Yet, just as he reveled in this tender moment, she vanished without warning. "Don't go." Zhou Qixing awoke with a start, sitting upright, gasping for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes reflecting the remnants of fear and longing from his dream. After a few moments, his breathing gradually steadied. He slowly lifted the covers to glance down, a fleeting expression of helplessness and self-mockery crossing his face as he sighed deeply, realizing that after 32 years of life, he had never experienced such absurdity. Rising to head to the bathroom, he turned on the shower, letting warm water cascade over his sturdy frame, yet it offered little relief. After emerging from the bathroom, he completed 100 push-ups and took another cold shower to quell the lingering heat within him. The following day, morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Lin and Zhao Jia had already risen, while Lu Xiaoqiao remained lazily nestled in bed, showing no signs of getting up. "I can hardly open my eyes. You two wait for me, and I'll be up shortly." Lin was applying sunscreen to her face while urging, "Hurry up, Xiaoqiao. My uncle called and asked us to join him upstairs for breakfast." There's plenty of food you like, so get up quickly. Zhao Jia, who had opted not to wear makeup, was already seated on a stool, waiting for the two. What were you doing yesterday? We went to bed together, and you still haven't woken up. Lu Xiaoqiao sluggishly crawled out of bed, her hair tousled, and muttered, "Don't mention it, you two slept soundly while I had to make 7 trips to the bathroom last night." 7. It's all because I ate too much watermelon. I swear I won't touch watermelon again at night. Zhao Jia, engrossed in her phone, didn't even look up as she replied, with such a huge fruit platter. 10 varieties, yet you chose to eat only watermelon. You must be secretly pleased that your eyes aren't swollen. Dragging her still heavy feet to the bathroom, Lu Xiaoqiao gently turned on the faucet and splashed cold water onto her face until the icy sensation jolted her muddled brain awake. While lathering her face wash in her palms, she called out to Linlin outside, "Are we eating by ourselves, or with your uncle and the others?" Linlin, meticulously packing her makeup tools into her bag, answered without looking up, "I don't know, but he just called and said we should eat breakfast there after we get up." Fearing Lu Xiaoqiao would decline, she then raised her head and smiled towards the bathroom, saying, "Xiaoqiao, it's just breakfast, you don't need to be so polite. You even helped my uncle make porridge yesterday." Once Lu Xiaoqiao was ready, the three of them took the elevator to the restaurant on the mid-level of the hotel. Upon reaching the breakfast buffet area, although it was merely breakfast, the variety was abundant and rich, with bright and warm lights illuminating the neatly arranged food stations. Zhao Jia scanned the hall and remarked, "It seems there are no available seats. This time of day is the busiest. My uncle has saved us a spot at the table at the back. Let us hurry over. As the trio approached the table where Zhou Qijing was seated, they found him alone. "Good morning, Zhou. Why are you by yourself?" Did Li Gu and Secretary Ding finish their meal? Zhou Qijing glanced at Lu Xiaoqiao, his expression slightly unnatural due to the dream he had the night before. "Yes, they've finished." With Zhou Qijing occupying one seat at the four-person table, Linlin sat down next to him. Zhao Jia chose the seat opposite Linlin, and Lu Xiaoqiao had no choice but to sit directly across from Zhou Qijing. Silence enveloped the table as Lu Xiaoqiao quietly ate her tea egg. "Where are we going to play today?" Zhou Qijing glanced at Lu Xiaoqiao, who was drinking porridge, and continued, "I'm not busy today. I can arrange wherever you want to go." After he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoqiao and Linlin exchanged glances, and finally Linlin mustered the courage to say, "Uncle, you go ahead with your plans. We'll head to the food street. It's bustling there, and I'm afraid you won't be accustomed to it." Upon hearing Linlin's words, Zhou Qijing furrowed his brows. "Why go to such a chaotic place?" Lu Xiaoqiao quickly interjected. "It's not about safety. Linlin means there will be a lot of people, and she is worried you won't be comfortable. Don't worry, Zhou. Jia and I will take good care of Linlin. There won't be any accidents." Zhao Jia chimed in, "Yes, Zhou, you can rest assured." Seeing the three of them harmonizing like this, it was evident they really didn't want him to join, fearing it would dampen everyone's spirits. Ultimately, Zhou Qijing relented, agreeing to send them off with a driver, knowing he wouldn't be accompanying them. Linlin joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Uncle." Lu Xiaoqiao and Zhao Jia also expressed their gratitude to Zhou Qijing. Chapter 15, A Fight. Lu Xiaoqiao and her friends spent an entire day wandering the food street, continuously eating and never pausing to rest. Although they had transportation, the pedestrian street was inaccessible to vehicles, and by the time they returned to the hotel, it was already past 6 in the evening. The three of them were visibly exhausted, sprawled out on the bed, unwilling to move a muscle. Zhao Jia's phone rang several times, yet she remained unresponsive. "Jia, your phone has rung several times. Why aren't you answering?" Lu Xiaoqiao couldn't help but ask. "It's nothing, just telemarketing calls." Suddenly Linlin, who was lying next to Zhao Jia, spoke up. "I'm so sick of eating. I really want another old popsicle like the one we had the day before yesterday to refresh myself. I want one too. Who will go buy it?" Zhao Jia, lying on another bed, chimed in. "Today's purchase comes with an insulated bag. It won't melt inside. Let us play rock paper scissors. Loser goes." "Sounds good." Both Linlin and Zhao Jia agreed. In the end, Lu Xiaoqiao, who had proposed the idea, ended up losing. "Oh well, a bet is a bet. I'll go. You two wait here." As Lu Xiaoqiao took the insulated bag out of the hotel, the sky had not yet fully darkened. Upon reaching the supermarket, she grabbed 3 old popsicles from the freezer. When she went to check out, the shopkeeper, seeing her put the popsicles into the insulated bag, handed her an ice bag as well, saying it was leftover from mailing something to her son. Lu Xiaoqiao thanked her and, after paying, headed back. Just as she reached the hotel entrance, a tall man suddenly grabbed her. "Xiaoqiao." Startled, Lu Xiaoqiao instinctively looked up at the man holding her arm, her eyes widening in shock. "Zhao Zhiji, what are you doing here?" "I came to find Jia. She won't answer my calls. I'm truly wronged. I brought Li Di with me to prove my innocence." "Have you lost your mind? Jia misunderstood you because of Li Di, and you brought him along." "You may be wronged, but what about that little vixen Li Di?" The relationship between Zhao Jia and Zhao Zhiji was legendary. Zhao Jia had a carefree personality and often dressed androgynously, while Zhao Zhiji, a man, was just as carefree but dressed more exquisitely than many women, speaking in a gentle, soft voice. When they first got together, others mistakenly thought they were together to conceal their sexual orientation. Zhao Jia disregarded others' opinions and resolutely chose to be with Zhao Zhiji until Li Di's appearance changed everything. Zhao Zhiji was not genuine. But they met through a mutual friends gathering, and Li Di's infatuation with Zhao Zhizhi had reached a maddening level. Liu Xiaoqiao bore no prejudice against homosexuals, but being the third party in a relationship, especially knowing Zhao Zhizhi had a partner and frequently expressing affection while attempting to sabotage Zhao Jia, was indeed unwelcome. Liu Xiaoqiao, who do you call a vixen? In a relationship, only the one who is unloved is the third party. I am 100 times better than that lamppost Zhao Jia, she is the one shamelessly clinging on. Lu Xiaoqiao glared at Li Di, who had suddenly emerged from behind a tree, and his offensive words darkened her expression. Ha, who agreed to what? You're the only one without love in this triangle. You may like Zhao Zhizhi's height, but at 1T help you can't give birth to it. Li Di's height was a sore spot for him. At only 165 centimeters, he despised being called short, believing his looks and family background were enough to balance out his height issue. You're looking for death. I'm only holding back out of respect for Gigi. Don't think I 1T hit you just because you're a girl. Lu Xiaoqiao had a principle of never mentioning other shortcomings unless provoked. Ha, how ridiculous. Can you even reach me? She finished with a dismissive look up and down at him. You filthy bitch. Li Di, furious and flushed, lunged at Lu Xiaoqiao, intending to punch her. Zhao Zhizhi, standing by, was dumbfounded. He had come to explain, but how had the situation escalated to this? He could not let Li Di hit Lu Xiaoqiao. If Zhao Zhao found out, he would be in serious trouble. Zhao Zhizhi quickly wrapped his arms around Li Di, preventing him from charging forward. Lid, who had been seething with anger, suddenly softened, nestling against Zhao Zhai's high. Liu Xiaoqiao trembled with rage. This disgusting couple was behaving like this in front of her, who knew what they were doing behind her back? You two are truly revolting. Wanna hit me? Let us see who hits whom today. With that, she swung the bag containing the ice cream and ice bag at Li Di, striking either his head or face. Not caring if it hit Zhao Zhizhi or Li Di, she was determined to unleash her fury. You crazy woman, I'll kill you. Stop hitting. Lid, held tightly by Zhao Zhizhi, was rendered immobile and could only passively endure the blows. When Lu Xiaoqiao's anger seemed to subside, Zhao Zhizhi finally released his grip. Stop, Xiaoqiao, if this goes on, someone will truly get hurt. He attempted to grab Lu Xiaoqiao's wrist to halt her. But before he could touch her, he was forcefully pushed aside. Looking up at the man who shoved him, he saw Shani, who had just dropped Zhou Qizheng and Li Yuxuan back at the hotel. He had just parked the car when he witnessed Lu Xiaoqiao violently assaulting a man at the hotel entrance. Seeing this, Zhou Qizheng hurriedly opened the car door and strode towards the chaotic scene. Meanwhile, inside the car, Li Yuxuan stopped Shani, who was about to get out. Hey, don't move, let Lao Zhou handle it. He needs to show off. Didn't you see that neither I nor Secretary Ding moved? Is that okay? Of course, you know Lao Zhou's skills. Let us just watch the fun from the car. Shani's gaze once again fell upon a few individuals in the distance. The tall man appeared somewhat familiar, as if he had crossed paths with him before. And the girl who was hitting people is indeed Lao Zhou's beloved. She seems rather fierce. Whether she is truly fierce or not remains uncertain. But it is evident that Lao Zhou is infatuated. Just look at the way he glances in her direction. As he spoke, he subtly lifted his chin towards that direction. Shani observed Lu Xiaoqiao, who was pulled behind Zhou Qizheng, and raised an eyebrow. Is she destined to be spoiled like a daughter in the future? Of course, after all, there is a 10-year age gap. When Zhao Zhizhi was pushed aside, he staggered back a few steps. Lid, noticing this, hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Zhao Zhizhi quickly withdrew his arm. He did not wish to further complicate Lu Xiaoqiao's misunderstandings. If he were to whisper in Zhao Jia's ear later, he couldn't fathom when he would ever turn the tables. His gaze shifted to the man who had just shoved him. As a model, Zhao Zhizhi had encountered many distinguished men due to the nature of his work. Yet the man before him was entirely different. Not only did he possess striking good looks, but the aura of nobility emanating from him was clearly not something an ordinary person could possess. Merely standing there in silence, he exuded an unapproachable charisma. Zhou Qizheng turned to Lu Xiaoqiao. Are you hurt? Lu Xiaoqiao shook her head, too timid to meet his gaze. She felt as if she were a student caught fighting and subsequently scolded by her parents. Zhou Qizheng turned back to Zhao Zhizhi and Li Di, two men bullying a young lady. Oh, Zhao Zhizhi. Li Di, who was bullying whom? Clearly she has been the one hitting us. Li Di, intimidated by the sudden presence of such a commanding figure, could only mumble softly. Chapter 16, I will help you resolve this. After sizing up Zhou Qizheng, Zhao Zhizhi inquired. Xiaoqiao, is this gentleman your boyfriend? Lu Xiaoqiao quickly stepped out from behind Zhou Qizheng. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Zhizhi looked at the two with curiosity. Based on the man's demeanor and the way he regarded Lu Xiaoqiao as a man himself, he could ascertain that he certainly held affection for her. Alright, I misspoke. It's all a misunderstanding. This gentleman, I am Xiaoqiao's brother-in-law. I came to apologize to her sister due to a minor misunderstanding, but she has been ignoring me and not taking my calls, leading to Xiaoqiao's misinterpretation. Lu Xiaoqiao was almost laughing in anger. Spare me your nonsense. Who do you think you are to call yourself a brother-in-law? Does this thing come with a self-proclamation? Zhao Zhizhi, fully aware that he could not out-argue Lu Xiaoqiao, quickly donned a smiling face. I misspoke. It should be brother, is that acceptable? Lu Xiaoqiao scoffed. Don't flatter yourself, even if you gild it. It will still depreciate, save your tricks for someone else. I can tell who is close and who is distant to I. In any case, I do not recognize Zhao Zhizhi without Zhao Jia. Seeing him come to apologize today initially made her quite happy for Zhao Jia. But then he brought along Li Di, this fuse for trouble, which truly infuriated her. It was unclear whether his head was filled with water or if it had been caught in a door. Can you persuade her to come down and talk to me? I cannot. I can only convey that you are downstairs, but I want to help you persuade Zhao Jia. Moreover, I advise you to clean up your own backyard before seeking Zhao Jia's forgiveness. Don't let it be overrun with weeds and wildflowers. If all else fails, apply some glyphosate. That stuff works wonders. After Lu Xiaoqiao finished speaking, she tugged at Zhou Qizhang's sleeve. Let us go. Zhou Qizhang observed that the two truly knew each other and that she had not been bullied, so he refrained from pursuing matters with them. Lid, hearing Lu Xiaoqiao insinuate that he was a weed, wanted to confront her, but upon glancing at the tall man beside her, he felt paralyzed with fear, fully aware that he was no match for him. Watching the two depart, Li Di finally mustered the courage to speak. Ji. Do you see that Lu Xiaoqiao is a mad woman? Not only does she hit people, but her tongue is also quite sharp. What use is her beauty if no man dares to marry her? At that moment, Zhao Zhizhi, feeling exasperated, could not help but roar at him. Shut your mouth, my sister-in-law has plenty of suitors. Does she need your opinion? Hurry up and leave, never show your face in front of me again. You came here to explain, but failed, and now you've offended an ancestor. I've realized you just have it coming. If you continue to loom around me, I'll give you a beating. Feeling wronged by Zhao Zhizhi's words, Li Di ran off in tears. Meanwhile, Zhou Qizhang and Lu Xiaoqiao took the elevator upstairs, observing the girl before him, who kept her head down in silence. One would think she felt guilty for some wrongdoing. When Lu Xiaoqiao's floor arrived, she stepped out of the elevator, and before she could say goodbye, Zhou Qizhang followed suit, seeing her puzzled expression. Zhou Qizhang said, I'll escort you home. They walked along the carpeted corridor, their footsteps completely absorbed by the plush surface. As they neared the end of the corridor and were about to turn the corner, Lu Xiaoqiao suddenly halted, noticing her abrupt stop. Zhou Qizhang gently inquired, what is wrong? After much contemplation, Lu Xiaoqiao finally raised her head. Mr. Zhou, do you think I am not a good girl? And that is why you want to let Lin play with me in the future? Upon hearing her words, Zhou Qizhang frowned. Why would you think that? I got caught fighting twice by you. I swear I've only fought twice in my life, and it just so happens that both times you witnessed it. The last time was during the move, right? Lu Xiaoqiao nodded as Zhou Qizhang recalled the state of her arm at that time. Looking closely, he noticed faint marks still lingering. Lu Xiaoqiao felt embarrassed. She had previously lied, claiming she had accidentally hurt herself, and now, by admitting the truth, she knew that if her mother found out, she would think the child was beyond saving. The definition of fighting cannot be viewed in a one-sided manner. Objectively speaking, I would not impede your friendship with Lin solely based on this. But I do hope you consider your own safety in the future and refrain from acting impulsively. This time, it was Zhao Zhizhi who intervened on behalf of his friend. What if no one had been there to stop you? If no one was there, he still wouldn't be able to defeat me. Zhou Qizhang found her retort somewhat exasperating. What if the opponent had been a strong man? What would you do then? Furthermore, problems cannot be resolved merely through fighting. Lu Xiaoqiao gazed up at the man before her. Then how should it be resolved? You can come to me, I will help you resolve it. When Lu Xiaoqiao returned to her room, she felt a bit dazed, unsure how they had exchanged WeChat contacts. Oh right, he had mentioned that she could seek his assistance next time. As she retrieved her old popsicle, although it hadn't melted, it had shattered, and knowing she couldn't just gloss over it, she recounted the events that had transpired downstairs to her two friends. Upon hearing her story, both were filled with indignation. Zhao Jia, without even changing her shoes, rushed out. However, she returned to her room only half an hour later. When Lu Xiaoqiao inquired about their conversation, Zhao Jia simply told her not to worry and revealed nothing more. The following day, the trio visited only two scenic spots, meandering leisurely, accompanied by a driver. As they were to return to Hangzhou that evening, their luggage had already been placed in the car early in the morning. On the way back, noticing that Zhou Qizhang and the others were absent, the driver informed them that they had departed directly for another province on a business trip. Lu Xiaoqiao couldn't help but sigh. Reflecting that being wealthy was not as easy as it seemed, she felt that Zhou Qizhang, when busy, resembled a spinning top, never pausing for a moment. Upon arriving home in the evening, they encountered Qin Momo, who was taking her puppy out to play. The puppy was still small and didn't require daily walks yet, but once it grew bigger, she would need to take it out regularly. Lu Xiaoqiao had never owned a dog and was uncertain about such matters. Her current concern was obtaining a dog license. Unsure if it would be a hassle, this little creature was bound to keep her occupied in the future. After exchanging a few words, the three ascended the stairs together. As Lu Xiaoqiao lay in bed, preparing to sleep around 10 o'clock that night, her phone chimed. Unlocking it and opening WeChat, she noticed a message from a friend labeled as Z. Are you home yet? Lu Xiaoqiao couldn't recall having a friend by that name, so she replied, sorry, who are you? Didn't you note me yesterday? After pondering for a while, Lu Xiaoqiao suddenly realized, the letter Z was Zhou's abbreviation and she had completely forgotten about their exchange. Lu Xiaoqiao replied, "Sorry Mr. Zhou, I forgot to note it down. I added so many friends during the exhibition that I mistook you for a customer." Noticing that the other party was typing but not sending a reply, Lu Xiaoqiao took the initiative to send another message. "We arrived around 7 in the evening, the driver said you were on a business trip." Uncertain whether Zhou Qizhang typed slowly or for some other reason, the typing indicator lingered on the screen for quite a while before he finally sent, "Yes, I had some urgent matters to attend to. So I came over. I'll return tomorrow." Lu Xiaoqiao found Zhou Qizhang's message somewhat peculiar but didn't think much of it. "It's quite late, you should rest early." Lu Xiaoqiao replied, "Alright then Mr. Zhou, you should also rest early. Good night." At that moment, Zhou Qizhang leaned back on the sofa, contemplating the message Lu Xiaoqiao had sent, after replying with a simple, "Good night." The conversation came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 17. Manager Chen. The next day, as Lu Xiaoqiao arrived at the company, she received a message from General Manager Chen of Jianghang. Inquiring about her thoughts on the invoice, after replying that the leadership deemed the risk too high, he scheduled a meeting with her at a nearby CAF at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to discuss further. After finishing her lunch, Lu Xiaoqiao reported to Manager Kai about the meeting arranged by Qianzong. Manager Kai had initially intended to accompany her, but was delayed by unforeseen circumstances, leaving her to face the situation alone. He reminded her to remain calm. Arriving at the designated location 10 minutes early, Lu Xiaoqiao waited for over 40 minutes before Qianzong finally arrived. "Miss Lu, I apologize for my tardiness. I had some urgent matters to attend to. It's alright Manager Chen, would you like something to drink? Please get me a latte." Once the coffee was prepared, Lu Xiaoqiao took the initiative and asked, "Manager Chen, what are your thoughts on the matter? I don't know if you've heard, but due to power restrictions, many factories have halted their orders. If we don't make a decision soon, I fear it may be too late." Although anxious, Qianzong maintained a composed demeanor, replying, "I have indeed heard about it. However, there are still 2 or 3 companies that can take on orders. It now hinges on the invoice issue we discussed a few days ago. If we can resolve that, we could sign the contract tomorrow." Lu Xiaoqiao struggled to comprehend why, despite being in a company with such commendable benefits, he would risk legal trouble for personal gain. "Manager Chen, I'm afraid our company has strict regulations regarding invoices, and we may not be able to meet your requests." Qianzong had mentally prepared for this conversation, having already heard about the power restrictions affecting several brands he dealt with. With time running short, only Chen Xian and Fengshan could currently accept the orders. However, Fengshan's financial director was his ex-wife's brother, making any risk unthinkable. As he simmered with frustration, he reflected on his 5th year in this position. Aware that procurement managers had a 5-year term, he had hoped to make a substantial profit before his tenure ended, but now faced the unfortunate timing of power limitations. If he mishandled this situation, he could be dismissed without needing a transfer, yet he wanted to gain something from this opportunity. He had recently met Fengshan's sales representative, a woman exuding sensuality and femininity, but she paled in comparison to the striking Lu Xiaoqiao. As Qianzong's eyes roamed over Lu Xiaoqiao, he found her stunningly beautiful, her skin fair and delicate, and her figure appealing. Most importantly, she was young, and he couldn't help but think of feeling uncomfortable under his scrutinizing gaze. Lu Xiaoqiao felt a wave of disgust and fear wash over her. After a prolonged silence, Qianzong leaned back in his chair, smiling as he inquired, "Miss Lu, do you have a boyfriend?" "Manager Chen, that question seems unrelated to our discussion today." Lu Xiaoqiao replied, a hint of irritation creeping into her voice, though she remained composed. "How can it not be related, if you're single and I'm also unattached? I would be willing to make you my girlfriend, and I could ensure that all future group purchases at the company would be directed your way." Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback. Her anger barely contained, yet she clung to her last shred of patience as she responded to Manager Chen, "Please stop joking. If you're not interested in discussing this today, we can reconvene in a few days." "Miss Lu, why the pretense? Your sales team only hires attractive individuals for client entertainment." At his words, the color drained from Lu Xiaoqiao's face. "Manager Chen, we are a legitimate company, and you work for a reputable enterprise. I suggest you conduct yourself with decorum." Having said this, she grabbed her bag and turned to leave. Sensing her departure, Qianzong hastily seized her bag. "How about you spend the night with me? Just one night, and we can sign the contract tomorrow." Lu Xiaoqiao was astounded that he would persist even after her clear refusal. "I wouldn't sleep with you if my life depended on it," she retorted, yanking her bag away from him, feeling no need to maintain any semblance of politeness. Just as she was about to threaten him with her connections to the president, someone called out from behind, "Miss Lu." Lu Xiaoqiao turned to see who it was. Momentarily stunned, "Secretary Ding, I'm here to buy coffee for President Zhou. Are you here for business with our company?" Secretary Ding, usually preoccupied with work, had not noticed the procurement issues until now. Realizing that the company's upcoming team building event required a clothing order, it dawned on him that if the order went to Lu Xiaoqiao, It would surely please President Zhou. You must be discussing our company S Group purchase. Rest assured, Miss Liu, I will report back to President Zhou shortly. If the order hasn't been finalized, we will hand it over to your company. President Zhou is often too busy to focus on these matters. Xianzong was taken aback to encounter the chief secretary from the president's office, noticing the familiarity in their exchange, as well as Ding's evident respect for Lu Xiaoqiao. His heart sank, the implications of knowing the president sent chills down his spine, and he scrambled to salvage the situation, only to hear Lu Xiaoqiao utter a mortifying statement: "There is no need to report anything." Manager Chen stated that if anyone spends the night with him, the contract will be signed tomorrow. Secretary Ding's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Qianzong. Manager Chen, is what Miss Liu said true? Qianzong's face contorted into an awkward smile, his expression stiff and unnatural as he rubbed his hands together anxiously, regretting his words. No, that's not possible. Once Secretary Ding became aware, President Zhou would inevitably find out. The thought of President Zhou's reaction made Qianzong gulp nervously, desperately attempting to justify himself. Secretary Ding, Miss Liu misunderstood. I meant to say that after I wake up, we can sign the contract tomorrow. I was just saying it was too late to draft the agreement. I meant I would be the one to rest, which led Miss Liu to misinterpret. Naturally, Secretary Ding did not believe his explanation. Once he reported back to the boss, Qianzong's future consequences would be left to President Zhou's discretion. What was urgent now was to placate the future boss's wife. Liu Xiaoqiao, having heard Qianzong's justification, chose not to respond. She had already clarified the situation to Secretary Ding, and how they chose to investigate and handle it was an internal matter for their company. She had no desire to be embroiled in such affairs. Even if nothing had transpired, the mere suggestion would tarnish her reputation. Secretary Ding, if there is nothing further, I'll take my leave. With that, Lu Xiaoqiao turned and exited the CAF. Secretary Ding could not allow her to simply walk away. He hurried after her, positioning himself in her path. Miss Liu, please don't be upset. I will report this matter truthfully to President Zhou. He despises individuals driven by lust, even when surrounded by beautiful women. He pays them no mind. In fact, he doesn't allow other women to sit beside him. Liu Xiaoqiao observed his flustered speech with a sense of resignation. Secretary Ding, whether President Zhou allows women to sit beside him is of no concern to me. I merely hope that when you address this issue, you don't view it through a biased lens, thinking it needs addressing simply because it involves me. I trust that your company will assess the situation objectively. And how you choose to handle it is your internal matter. Also, I kindly request that when you report back, you refrain from mentioning my name if you would. Understood, Miss Liu. So, you're not upset then? Secretary Ding inquired, casting a glance at her expression. Liu Xiaoqiao was puzzled as to why he was so preoccupied with whether she was angry rather than considering the company's image. I am not upset, Secretary Ding. You may resume your work now. I'll be leaving. Watching her walk away, Secretary Ding refrained from pursuing her further and returned to the CAF. Upon seeing Secretary Ding re-enter, Xianzong rushed over. Secretary Ding, the situation has escalated. Can we keep this from President Zhou? Secretary Ding sighed. Do you know who she is? Xianzong shook his head, only aware that she was a sales representative from Chen Xin. Miss Lewis. Secretary Ding hesitated, not uttering the words President Zhou's associate. I advise you to come clean to President Zhou yourself, otherwise, when he finds out, you know what will happen. With that, Secretary Ding dismissed him and walked away with the coffee. Chapter 18, Job Transfer. Upon returning to her company, as Lu Xiaoqiao exited the elevator, she encountered Zhang Yan. Since their altercation, she hadn't seen her again, unsure if she was absent from work or deliberately avoiding her. The two didn't belong to the same department, and since they had already clashed, there was no need for pretense. As long as Zhang Yan didn't provoke her, she could act as if nothing had happened. If Zhang Yan saw trouble again, they could settle it with another fight. Seeing Lu Xiaoqiao walk past her as if she were invisible, Zhang Yan announced with the same haughty tone. Lu Xiaoqiao, Najia is back from her business trip. Mom wants both of you to come over for dinner tonight. Got it? Liu Xiaoqiao replied without turning back, inciting Zhang Yan's ire. She vowed to take revenge for the humiliation she had suffered. Once she married Lu Yi, she would be Lu Xiaoqiao's superior, and then she would ensure Lu Xiaoqiao received her due punishment. Returning to her workstation, Lu Xiaoqiao had just taken a seat when she received a WeChat message from Manager Chen, instructing her to meet him at Jianghong to sign the contract the next morning. Lu Xiaoqiao merely replied with a single word, good. At this stage, she could not allow her pride to prevent her from signing the contract. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, another WeChat message arrived. It was an apology letter extending over 200 words, each character imbued with remorse and regret, beseeching Lu Xiaoqiao for forgiveness and hoping for an opportunity to atone for his guilt towards her. The heartfelt apology was ultimately punctuated by a singular request, to keep this matter from Amr.Zhou. In response to this message, Lu Xiaoqiao chose not to reply, although she had no desire to escalate the situation to Zhou Qizheng. She also wished to instill a sense of fear and anxiety in him, ensuring he would lose sleep over it. As the workday drew to a close, Lu Xiaoqiao sent a message to Jia Jia. informing her that she would be taking Lu Yi's car to her aunt's house for dinner and that Zhao Jia should not wait for her to finish work. At 6 in the evening. After clocking out with Lina, Lu Xiaoxiao made her way to the underground parking lot, where they located Lu Yi's BMW X5 and climbed into the back seat. Zhang Yan was already seated in the front passenger seat before they entered the vehicle. During the journey, Zhang Yan and Lina engaged in lively conversation, seemingly in collusion to exclude Lu Xiaoxiao from their dialogue, relegating her to the periphery. When Lu Xiaoxiao first began working at Qianqin, her relationship with Lina was relatively amicable. They were cousins, with Lina's parents being civil servants, while Lu Xiaoxiao came from an ordinary family, although Lina occasionally looked down upon her due to familial differences. Their rapport had not deteriorated to the point of conspiring against her. The rift began when a friend of Lu Xiaoxiao's aunt introduced Lina to a suitor, also a civil servant. A local from Hangzhou whose family had purchased a wedding apartment outright. Lina was quite pleased with this match. The rendezvous for the blind date was set at Lu Xiaoxiao's aunt's house. And initially, Lu Xiaoxiao had planned to dine with Zhao Jia and the others. However, before arriving at the restaurant, Zhao Jia called to say there was an issue, and the dinner was subsequently cancelled. Unbeknownst to her, Lina and her suitor would meet at her aunt's house. Upon returning home, Lu Xiaoxiao found herself the object of her cousin's suitor's affections. From that moment on, Lina believed Lu Xiaoxiao had acted with malice, using her beauty to usurp another's romantic interest. As the group entered the house, the meal was already prepared and laid out on the dining table. Lina, Lu Xiaoxiao, you've arrived, quickly wash your hands and join us for dinner. One more dish will be ready shortly. Zhang Min greeted them warmly. Lu Xiaoxiao caught sight of a strange middle-aged woman cooking in the kitchen, likely a new housekeeper. After washing their hands, the group settled around the table. With Lu Xiaoxiao occupying the same seat she had when she lived here, the table was adorned with 4 dishes reminiscent of northeastern cuisine and 2 local Hangzhou dishes. The northeastern offerings included sauerkraut stew with ribs, guabao rou, and stir-fried meat pieces, alongside a cold dish of jelly made from pig's skin. The cold jelly and the 2 stir-fried green vegetable dishes from Hangzhou were positioned nearest to Lu Xiaoxiao, making it impossible for her to reach anything else. Lu Xiaoxiao, I heard you secured the Jiangheng order, inquired Lu Jingqiang, her uncle by marriage, who sat across from her. As soon as he posed the question, the others turned their attention toward Lu Xiaoxiao. You managed to finalize Jiangheng's order, Lina, seated beside her, exclaimed, her tone laced with disbelief or perhaps disdain. It's not confirmed yet. We need to sign the contract tomorrow for that to count, she replied. You're signing tomorrow, how could there be any doubt? It's bound to happen, Lu Xiaoxiao. If you ask me, you should continue in the sales department. By the end of the year, I'll ensure you receive a generous bonus, he suggested. Before Lu Xiaoxiao could respond, the housekeeper brought in a plate of freshly steamed hairy crabs. Lu Jingqiang eagerly handed one to Lu Xiaoxiao, saying, your uncle knows how much you love these. I held off eating them yesterday just for you. Lu Xiaoxiao accepted with a simple thank you, feeling a twinge of unease, fearing that her uncle might renege on his promise to transfer her to the design department. After the meal, her aunt and uncle retreated to their room as usual, and Lu Yu was called out by a friend to socialize, leaving the others in the living room watching television. Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at the few people seated on the sofa. The couch was already cramped, with 3 people occupying the long side facing the television. The only available space was on the side, which Zhang Yan deliberately occupied with the new housekeeper. Upon noticing Lu Xiaoxiao's approach, Lu Xiaoxiao dismissed her childish antics and ascended the stairs to find her aunt, bringing up Qin Momo's desire to work part-time at the physical store over the weekend. After her aunt agreed, she broached the subject that had remained unspoken during dinner, her wish to leave the sales department. Her aunt reassured her not to overthink it, promising that once she secured the Jiangheng order, her transfer would indeed be honored. Feeling relieved by her aunt's assurance, Lu Xiaoxiao prepared to leave. Just as she was about to descend, she paused to wash her hands in the restroom, unaware that Lu Jingqiang, believing she had already departed, spoke without restraint. You keep making wild promises. With Lu Xiaoxiao's looks, what else could she do besides sales? She is articulate and adept at handling matters. Besides, she is the only pretty face in our sales team. If you move her, where will you find another? Lu Xiaoxiao felt a sudden jolt within her, her body trembling involuntarily. She recalled manager Qian's words from earlier that afternoon, you salespeople only hire pretty girls to accompany clients. After hearing Lu Zhenqiang's remarks, Zhang Min's voice rose in pitch. What do you mean by that? What is wrong with being beautiful? She is my sister's daughter, Lu Jingqiang. I suggest you recalibrate your mindset. What you promised must be fulfilled. In any case, the contract must be signed tomorrow, and her transfer will proceed. What are you implying? Who said my thoughts are misplaced? Who doesn't enjoy looking at a beautiful girl? I refuse to believe that if a beautiful girl and an ugly one stood side by side, anyone would prefer to give the order to the latter. Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at her reflection in the washbasin mirror. Having been praised for her beauty since childhood, she wondered if being attractive was truly a fault. All she desired was to engage in straightforward work, doing what she loved with simplicity. The following morning, Lu Xiaoqiao was seated at her workstation, enjoying breakfast. As it was still early, many colleagues had yet to arrive, and Lin Lin from the adjacent desk was notorious for arriving at the last possible moment. Lu Xiaoqiao had come in early today to organize the materials for the contract she was to sign with Jiang Heng, taking the opportunity to prepare everything thoroughly, however, before she could approach Jiang Heng. Manager Chen appeared with the contract in hand, seeking her out. Lu Xiaoqiao rolled up the empty wrapper of her breakfast and set it aside, taking a sip of water while glancing at Manager Chen standing beside her. Manager Chen, what brings you here? Having had a restless night, Manager Chen was puzzled about the nature of Lu Xiaoqiao's relationship with the president, noting how even Secretary Ding treated her with utmost respect, clearly not an ordinary relationship. He worried that if Lu Xiaoqiao went to sign the contract and happened to encounter the president, this little darling might blurt out something indiscreet, leading to his utter ruin. "I'm here to have Miss Lu sign the contract," he said, smiling ingratiatingly. He even took it upon himself to dispose of the wrapper she had intended to throw away. Lu Xiaoqiao was thoroughly disgusted by his sycophantic behavior, which stemmed from his power-driven motives. Not wanting to waste further time with him, she led him to the conference room, where they finalized the contract, and she promptly saw him off. That same day, Lu Xiaoqiao completed all the necessary procedures for her transfer. Chapter 19, Mustard Shrimp. At 5:30 in the afternoon, in the reception area of Qinqin Design, it had been nearly a month since Lu Xiaoqiao transitioned from the sales department to the design department. Though the time was brief, it had been the happiest period of her professional life since graduation. The only inconvenience was the man seated before her, who seemed intent on creating trouble. "Mr. Tang, I have revised the design draft 8 times already. You keep saying the colors are wrong. Perhaps we should head to the sales department to review the finished design colors and see if any of them meet your expectations." Tang Qian lounged in the reception chair, crossing his legs and squinting as he scrutinized the woman before him. The investigators had reported that she was a village girl from the countryside, yet she appeared anything but. How could a village girl be so fair-skinned? Nevertheless, at present, aside from her striking beauty and fair complexion, he noticed nothing particularly remarkable. "I want a custom order, Miss Lu. Why do you keep trying to sell me finished products? Are you afraid I can't afford it? Jiang Heng's order can be customized. Why can't ours at Far East?" Lu Xiaoqiao felt exasperated, convinced that he was merely seeking to create trouble. Since his arrival, he had insisted on comparing everything to Jiang Heng's orders. Just a few days earlier, he had stated that his order was urgent, prompting her to pull an all-nighter to finalize the design drafts. After numerous revisions, she had finally settled on a design that satisfied her. Yet now, due to an issue with color, they had been at it since 2:30 that afternoon, and the matter remained unresolved as closing time approached. However, who could argue with a client who was treated like a deity? Especially one with striking silver hair and a black t-shirt adorned with skulls. Taking a deep breath, she responded, "Mr. Tang, you've misunderstood my intentions. How about this? I'll compile all the color options for you, and you can select whichever one you prefer." Tang Qian regarded her for a moment, chuckling softly. "Well, you do have a good temper, even after I've made it difficult for you." You haven't shown a hint of displeasure. "Let us call it a day for now. My eyes are starting to hurt. I'll think it over and get back to you." "Alright, Mr. Tang, please let me know once you've made your decision," Lu Xiaoqiao replied, standing to escort him to the door. On any other day, staying late wouldn't bother her, but tonight, she had other commitments. A few days ago, Lin Lin twisted her ankle and stayed at home to rest. She called Lu Xiaoqiao, playfully lamenting her desire for the mustard shrimp she made, which led to an arrangement for today when she would go to Lu Xiaoqiao's house to prepare it. Lu Xiaoqiao traveled to the Zhou family's ancestral home with Lin Ziyang, and due to the rush hour, they arrived at the old residence just before 7. Although it was not her first visit, each time she came, she was still awestruck by the ancient mansion nestled between mountains and rivers, boasting an exceptional geographical location, befitting the home of a tycoon. Lu Xiaoqiao pondered whether her entire lifetime's salary would be enough to afford the stone lions standing at the grand entrance. After parking the car in the garage, the two emerged to find a black Cullinan parked under the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. "My uncle is back. That is car." Lu Xiaoqiao glanced up. She wasn't well versed in automobiles, yet the car's exterior seemed perfectly suited to its owner. Ascending the steps, as they entered the inner door, they spotted Lin Lin balancing on one foot in the foyer, awaiting their arrival. "What are you doing standing there? Aren't you afraid of leaving yourself with lingering ailments?" Lu Xiaoqiao chided her, but hastily supported her to the sofa. "Xiaoqiao, you finally arrived. I've told her countless times to sit down, but she insisted on standing there waiting for you. If she doesn't get to eat this mustard shrimp today, she probably won't sleep well tonight," Zhao Yaqin said, emerging from the kitchen with a platter of fruit, her face adorned with a smile. Despite nearing 70, her well-maintained appearance made her look significantly younger than her peers. "Grandma, how could you do this?" "I just missed Xiaoqiao," Zhao Yaqin responded cheerfully. Alright, you missed Xiaoqiao, not the shrimp." "Grandma." Both Lu Xiaoqiao and Lin Lin referred to Zhao Yaqin as Grandma. "Xiaoqiao, are you tired? Hurry and sit down to rest. you rushed here right after work, didn't you? Jia Qin admired the vibrant young lady, whose beauty was matched by her kind heart. She had initially thought to match her with Lin Ziyang. But by the time the girl graduated, Lin Ziyang had already begun dating someone else, claiming he only saw her as a sister to it. Is fine, Grandma, I'm not tired. I'll head to the kitchen to take a look first. With that, she made her way to the kitchen. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoqiao enter, Aunt Zhang remarked, Xiaoqiao, I've placed the shrimp in the sink. I didn't process the live ones, fearing they wouldn't be fresh when cooked. Just tell me how to prepare them, you can handle the sauce, and I'll take care of the shrimp to speed things up. Lu Xiaoqiao nodded in agreement, glancing at the shrimp in the sink. Aunt Zhang, these shrimp are enormous. Please cut along the back and belly without severing them completely. This way, they'll absorb the flavor better and will be easier to peel when eating. The two busied themselves in the kitchen, while Jia Qin also lent a hand for a while. Once the dishes were ready, she brought them to the outdoor table and noticed Zhou Fu and Zhou Qizhang descending from the second floor. From the moment Jia Qin caught sight of Zhou Qizhang, she became fidgety, her tone tinged with caution and a desire to please. Qizhang, your Uncle Lu sent over a wild yellow croaker. I know you love steamed fish, stay here for dinner. Zhou Qizhang merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction, responding coldly, no need. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin emerged from the kitchen. Xiaoqiao, the mustard shrimp you've been craving is ready. The tall figure paused momentarily, surprised by Lu Xiaoqiao's sudden appearance, yet her words could not be retracted, observing Jia Qin's wounded expression. Zhou Fu let out a soft sigh, turning to Zhou Qizhang, you said you hadn't eaten, so stay for dinner, it's perfect. After we finish, I can give Xiaoqiao a ride home. Seeing that Zhou Qizhang said nothing further, it was clear he had consented. Jia Qin, delighted, busied herself ensuring everyone was seated at the table while she returned to the kitchen to prepare a couple more dishes. At the round dining table, Zhou Fu occupied the head position, with Jia Qin and Zhou Qizhang flanking him, followed closely by Lin Ziyang, Lin, and Lu Xiaoqiao. Lu Xiaoqiao had learned from Lin long ago that Jia Qin was not her biological grandmother, but rather the wife of her grandfather, who married later. However, from the way they had treated Zhou Qizhang earlier, it was evident that the family interacted like any ordinary kin, with the exception of his cold demeanor towards his stepmother. Lu Xiaoqiao assumed that within the dining halls of wealthy families, conversation was likely prohibited, especially since no one spoke at that moment, so she focused solely on her meal, unbeknownst to her. Across the table, a burning gaze occasionally fell upon her. The last time they had met was at the Haicheng exhibition. Since Zhou Qizhang returned from Haicheng, he had been preoccupied with acquisition deals and the grand opening of the commercial center. With several business trips in between, leaving no opportunity for encounters, who would have thought they would fortuitously cross paths today, Jia Qin's focus was solely on Zhou Qizhang, despite her previous attempts to persuade him. He had never stayed for dinner except during festive occasions, yet today he surprisingly agreed. Whether it was her imagination or not, she felt that his gaze frequently drifted toward Lu Xiaoqiao. Perhaps she was overthinking it. After all, the disparity between their identities and ages was considerable. Once suspicion took root in her heart, her observations became increasingly meticulous. She had some understanding of his temperament. Even if he concealed his feelings adeptly, his willingness to stay for dinner tonight gave her much to ponder. This realization stirred excitement within Jia Qin. If she could help him keep the girl he liked close, perhaps he wouldn't harbor such resentment toward her and might even call her auntie again as before. If he truly had feelings for this girl, she was determined to assist him in winning her over. After dinner, they chatted in the living room for a while, and by the time it was nearing 9 o'clock, Lu Xiaoqiao stood to take her leave. Chapter 20 Osmanthus Tree. Jia Qin urged Lu Xiaoqiao to wait. My memory is terrible. I completely forgot about the hairy crabs a friend sent me this morning, which I left in the refrigerator. Lin said you love them, so take some home. Tomorrow is Saturday, and you can enjoy them at your leisure. Lu Xiaoqiao genuinely adored hairy crabs, but she felt embarrassed to take an entire box. Grandma, that's too much. 3 will do. My roommate and I can each have one. Lin, seated on the sofa munching on grapes, chimed in. Xiaoqiao, just take them. Didn't you say you could eat 8 hairy crabs in one sitting? There are 10 in there. Lu Xiaoqiao, take them. We have another box at home. We're both too old to enjoy them much anyway, and they don't care for them much either. With everyone insisting, Lu Xiaoqiao could no longer decline. Alright, thank you, Grandma. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lu Xiaoqiao left with Zhou Qizhang. The car was parked beneath the osmanthus tree, and as they walked over, a gentle breeze swept by, carrying the fragrant scent of osmanthus blossoms. Lu Xiaoqiao inhaled deeply. It smells wonderful. Zhou Qizhang noticed the joyful sparkle in her bright eyes and couldn't help but smile. Do you like osmanthus? Lu Xiaoqiao grinned widely. Yes, I particularly love it. One of the main reasons I adore this city is because of it. Her favorite time in Hangzhou was October. Although it was still late September, the osmanthus trees had begun to bloom due to the weather. By early October, the entire city would be enveloped in the enchanting fragrance of osmanthus. There were a few osmanthus trees in her neighborhood, but they were merely ordinary yellow osmanthus. She had never encountered the golden osmanthus before. whose scent seemed even more intense. Approaching the car, Lu Xiaoqiao carefully swept the petals that had fallen onto the hood into her palm. Zhou Qizhang watched her delicately collect the petals in silence. Then walked over to the osmanthus tree, selecting the best blossoms from the century-old tree that Zhou Fu had just pruned. As she was focused on gathering petals, a long, elegant finger appeared. Holding a branch of osmanthus, the faint blue veins were subtly visible, and the juxtaposition of the flower with his hand created a perfect blend of strength and gentleness. Liu Xiaoqiao looked up in surprise. Speechless, you said you liked it, so take it. Liu Xiaoqiao murmured, I do like it, but you can't just pick it up. Understanding her sentiment, Zhou Qizhang simply replied, it won tea with her. On their way back, the car was filled with the fragrance of the osmanthus blossom in Lu Xiaoqiao's hand. Zhou Qizhang's deep gaze remained fixed on the road ahead, his left hand casually resting by the window while his right hand skillfully and steadily maneuvered the steering wheel. Are you going home for the National Day holiday? I can't. My roommate is working part-time at our company's physical store, and there's an urgent matter at home. It's difficult to take leave here during the busy season. So I'm covering for her for a few days. The main reason was that taking leave would cost her too much in wages, knowing how much Qin Imo needed money. Lu Xiaoqiao, didn't you want her to hide and cry over finances? Aren't you afraid being the only one left in the place since everyone else has gone home? Not at all. I have a dog to keep me company. Zhou Qizhang recalled the little dog that was about the size of his hand, and fell silent. The Zhou family's old residence. Zhao Yaqin lay in bed, struggling to sleep, still fixated on the expression Zhou Qizhang wore when looking at Lu Xiaoqiao. She recalled the sight of the two of them walking side by side after leaving. And the more she thought about it, the more they seemed like a perfect match. After all, they had known each other for 2 to 3 years. When had he developed feelings for her? There had been no previous signs, and Lu Xiaoqiao's demeanor suggested she was completely oblivious. What are you tossing and turning for? Can't sleep? Sigh. What do you think of Xiaoqiao? Zhou Fu, unsure of her meaning, replied, what do you mean? I mean, as in marrying her into our family. You mentioned this, and I find it quite appropriate. The appearances and ages of both individuals seem well matched. However, what good is it for us to feel this way when Ziyang already has a girlfriend? You also previously mentioned that Ziyang regards Xiaoqiao as a sister, so you might as well give up on that notion. Upon hearing Mr. Zhou's words, Zhao Yakan realized he had misunderstood and hastily sat up in bed, turning on the bedside lamp. Oh dear, what are you talking about? I was referring to Qizheng. How did we end up on Ziyang? Mr. Zhou also sat up, puzzled. What do you mean, Qizheng with Xiaoqiao? You must be confused. They are two people who have no connection whatsoever. It's utterly impossible. How could you even think of such a thing? Why is it impossible? I see them as quite compatible. Furthermore, as long as Qizheng is willing, that's all that matters. I must insist that you do not interfere. It's not easy to find someone I like. Mr. Zhou scoffed, unconvinced by her words. Did he tell you this? How could he possibly bring this up with me? However, I raised Qizheng, and I know him well. You have no idea, just by looking at the way he gazes at Xiaoqiao. I can tell. Moreover, have you considered why he agreed to stay for dinner tonight? He generally doesn't heed your words. The son indeed relishes opposing him. Mr. Zhou reflected on the situation and nodded in agreement. You might be onto something, but what does Xiaoqiao mean? The age gap seems a bit much, and she even called me grandpa today. What is going on? No, I must call and inquire. Zhao Yakan quickly stopped him. Don't call, he won't tell you anything, and we don't want him thinking that we meddle and then have another argument. Mr. Zhou hesitated. Should I let Qi Yue call instead? He listens to his sister more. As the car neared the community, Lu Xiaoqiao asked Zhou Qizheng to stop by the roadside, but he disregarded her request and drove right in. Once they parked, after bidding him farewell, she prepared to get out of the car. Having seen numerous news stories about car door attacks, she developed the habit of checking the rearview mirror before exiting to ensure there was no one behind her. Just as she glanced at the mirror and was about to open the door, she spotted two individuals at the corner of the hallway, more precisely, two people who were entangled in a scuffle, leaning closer to the car window. She, with her 1.5 vision and their unmistakable heights, quickly recognized Zhao Jia and Zhao Zhiji. What is going on? Zhou Qizheng inquired, noticing that her upper body was almost pressed against the glass. Liu Xiaoqiao whispered in a hushed tone. My roommate. Zhou Qizheng unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned towards Lu Xiaoqiao. Following her gaze to the two individuals who were passionately embracing, oblivious to the parked car and the headlights illuminating them, they continued their fervent display of affection for over 10 minutes until Zhao Jia reluctantly ascended the stairs. Zhou Qizheng returned to his driver's seat. Are they back together? I recall that during our time in Haicheng, Lu Xiaoqiao got involved because they were fighting, probably, considering they were kissing. Lu Xiaoqiao remarked with indignation. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't forgive him so easily. Zhou Qizheng couldn't help but smirk at her fuming expression. If it were you, what must your boyfriend do to earn your forgiveness? Lu Xiaoqiao mischievously replied, I'd make him call me Tuanzi. Zhou Qizheng. Chapter 21. I am serious. When Zhou Qizheng's phone rang, Lu Xiaoqiao was just about to exit the car. He reminded her, don't forget the hairy crabs. Alright, Mr. Zhou, I'll head in first. Thank you for bringing me back tonight. Yes, send me a WeChat once you're inside. Once Lu Xiaoqiao closed the car door and ascended the stairs, Zhou Qizheng answered the call. Hello, sister, why are you calling so late? Given the time difference of over 3 hours between her country and home, it was likely past midnight there. Why did it take you so long to answer? Did you get home safely? What do you mean? He activated the car's Bluetooth as he spoke, retrieving a cigarette from the glove compartment. Zhou Qizheng, you've become quite bold. Even the grass in your own yard is being consumed by you. You still refuse to admit it. Upon hearing this, his hand holding the cigarette momentarily froze before he casually placed it in his mouth, nonchalantly pulling out a lighter, shielding the flame with his hand to ignite it and inhaling deeply. Exhaling the smoke in rings, with the left car window wide open, he rested his left hand outside, flicking the ash with his index finger. I had no intention of hiding it. Did Dad call you? Since the moment he saw Lu Xiaoqiao emerge from the kitchen and decided to stay for dinner, he had no desire to conceal anything. Zhou Qiyue did not expect him to admit it so readily. Having prepared a myriad of words that she could not utter, otherwise who would discover it, I could never believe my uncle would ever act upon my best friend. What then, sisters turning into ants? Oh dear, how will you mend the emotional scars in my daughter's heart, Zhou Qizheng? By the way, when did you have this thought? Did you just decide on a whim because you found the girl attractive? Or Zhou Qizheng interrupted her before she could finish. I am serious. Hearing his response, Zhou Qiyue felt relieved, fearing that her brother had acted impulsively due to infatuation, especially since the individual in question was both a friend and classmate of his daughter. That is a relief. But what does Xiaoqiao think? Does she have any feelings for you? Let us not have one-sided affections here. Hearing Zhou Qiyue's words genuinely stung Zhou Qizheng. Thus far, it was indeed he who felt all the desire. You are a man, and you are much older than her. If you like her, be more proactive. You will be turning 33 next year. Dad may not pressure you, but he sees Uncle Lu's grandson already in kindergarten. Can you blame him for being anxious? Zhou Qizheng did not rush to respond. Instead, he picked up his phone to check the notification indicating a new message. He opened the WeChat interface, clicking on the contact labeled Xiaoqiao. Mr. Zhou, I'm home, please drive safely on your way back, kiss. Initially nonchalantly scrolling through his phone, he suddenly noticed a kiss emoji at the end of the message, and thinking it was a figment of his imagination. His body stiffened abruptly. He sat up straight, and when he attempted to verify it again, it showed that Xiaoqiao had retracted a message. Shortly thereafter, she sent 4 consecutive emojis: crumble, say, frown, crying. Mr. Zhou, did you see it? You didn't? Right, I clicked the wrong one, crying. Zhou Qizheng couldn't help but smile. Yes, I saw it. When the young lady took a while to respond, he hesitated to tease her too much and replied simply, "It's all right." What are you doing, Zhou Qizheng? Have you been listening to me for the past while? Dad and Auntie both want the best for you. After all these years, you should let go. Every time you return home, Auntie is happier than Dad. If Mom were still alive, she wouldn't want you like this. Zhou Qizheng fastened his seatbelt, released the handbrake, and started the car, responding coldly, if Mom were still alive. It wouldn't concern her. Zhou Qiyue did not wish for them to always be at odds over this matter, nor did she want it to be his everlasting psychological burden. Alright, I won't say anything more. Drive safely. Once you start a family and have children, you'll understand what I mean by those words. After they hung up, Zhou Qizheng contemplated Zhou Qiyue's earlier remarks. Starting a family, he indeed yearned for a home. A home with Lu Xiaoqiao. During the Golden Week, Lu Xiaoqiao substituted for Qin Momo for 5 days, reserving the remaining 2 to relax. Her aunt called several times, urging her to come over for dinner. But she declined, using various excuses, knowing she would be reprimanded for assisting Qin Momo. It was always the same admonition about helping others, leading to personal trouble. Around 9:30 a.m., when she finally had the chance to sleep in, her phone rang. She fished it out from beneath her pillow, seeing that the caller ID displayed Lin Lin. Sliding to answer, she said, "Hello, Lin Lin, why are you calling so early?" A lazy voice came through the receiver. Clearly just awakened. Xiaoqiao, you lazybones, still in bed. I was up reading novels until 2 in the morning, and since I don't have to work today, it's just me and Tuanzi at home, so of course I am sleeping. The weather is just perfect, not too hot or cold, and snuggling under the blanket feels delightful. After saying this, she stretched lazily. If you have time, could you come over and cook shrimp for me? Hup, didn't I just make you some a few days ago? Lu Xiaoqiao counted the days in her mind. It hadn't even been 10 days. Lin Lin pouted. You did make them, but I hardly got to eat any. Uncle devoured half of them. Who knew he could eat so much? Sitting beside Lin Lin, Jia Yakin interjected, this child is talking nonsense. Your uncle didn't eat half of them. It's just that Xiaoqiao's cooking is so delicious that he couldn't resist having a few extra bites. Lin Lin retorted playfully, I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, ask my brother. He only had 1, while I had 5. You and Grandpa each had 2, and the rest went into Uncle's stomach. I am counting. You dare say that in front of your uncle? Jia Yakin began to threaten Lin Lin, determined to protect Zhou Qizheng's image before the young lady. Lin Lin pouted and fell silent. Zhao Yakin took the phone from Lin Lin. Xiaoqiao, since you're not working today, come over. It's the perfect opportunity for you to teach me how to cook shrimp, as I see everyone loves it. Certainly, grandmother, please wait for me. I will tidy up and join you shortly. You need not take a vehicle yourself. I will have Qi Zhang come to pick you up. His father requires him for something and coincidentally needs to come over as well. The new elevated bridge is open now, making it convenient for him to drive from his location to yours. Xiao Xiao, be sure to bring Tuanzi alone, Lin Lin added from the side, after hanging up the phone. Lu Xiaoqiao hurriedly got out of bed to prepare herself. She brushed her teeth and washed her face. Considering that the weather had turned a bit cooler, she selected a pair of jeans from her wardrobe, paired with a short-sleeved white t-shirt, and topped it off with a light pink knitted jacket for warmth, easily removable if it became too warm. She styled her hair into a trendy half-up ponytail, allowing some bangs to fall gracefully on either side of her forehead, which made her appear 2 years younger. Just as she finished getting ready, Zhou Qizhang's call came through. Hello, President Zhou? Lin Lin asked me to bring Tuanzi over. Is there space for the dog in your car? Yes, I'm downstairs now, please come down. Liu Xiaoqiao grabbed a pet carrier bag and placed Tuanzi inside, leaving only its little head visible, primarily to avoid dirtying the expensive-looking car. As she descended, she spotted a black Bentley parked beside the flower bed. Their neighborhood rarely saw such luxury vehicles, and while she hesitated, unsure if it was Qi Zhang's, the driver's window lowered, revealing a handsome man inside. Upon entering the car, she noticed Zhou Qizhang was on the phone, conversing fluently in English. He seemed to receive an abundance of calls. Out of 10 times she saw him, 8 were spent on the phone. It appeared that being a boss was not an easy task. Once Lu Xiaoqiao fastened her seatbelt, he started the car. Given that it was a holiday and the time, the roads were not particularly congested. Chapter 22. What kind of person do you like? After a little over 10 minutes, as they waited at a red light, Zhou Qizhang concluded his call. Casting a glance at the passenger seat, where a person and a dog sat, he inquired, "Did you have breakfast?" "No, I haven't eaten, but I'm not hungry." She feared that if he arrived quickly, she would have to wait too long. She had been busy since she got up and had yet to feel any hunger. "Breakfast is essential. Drink a bit of milk," Zhou Qizhang said, handing her a carton of milk he had placed on the center console. Liu Xiaoqiao was somewhat taken aback, curious how he knew she hadn't eaten breakfast, yet she politely replied, "Thank you, President Zhou." Taking the milk, she forced herself to drink a sip, although she genuinely detested the taste of milk, feeling embarrassed to admit it, especially since he had kindly bought it. "How about putting it in the bag?" Zhou Qizhang gestured towards Tuanzi nestled in her arms. Just as he finished speaking, the light turned green, and he drove off. "I was worried about it shedding fur and making a mess in your car. Sometimes, in crowded places, I fear there might be people afraid of dogs, so I keep it in the bag. It has gotten used to it. See, it doesn't even bark." Zhou Qizhang glanced to the right. It does seem quite well behaved. He was unsure whether he was referring to her or the dog. The Zhou family's ancestral home was located near the scenic Yingwei Lake. The journey was smooth until they neared the old residence, where they encountered a 10-minute delay. As the car entered the courtyard, Zhou Qizhang parked it beneath the osmanthus tree. Perhaps due to the pleasant weather, several people were seated in the pavilion in the yard. Lu Xiaoqiao checked her phone. It was nearly 11 o'clock, just the right time to start preparing lunch. After greeting everyone, she headed to the kitchen. Jia Yakin observed her eagerness as if she had come specifically to cook shrimp today. That simply wouldn't do. She had gone to great lengths to encourage Lin Lin to eat shrimp and had asked Zhou's father to summon his son for a discussion, not to have her play the role of a chef. "Xiaoqiao, just guide me and An Zhang on how to prepare it, and you can go enjoy yourself in the yard with Qi Zhang and the others." Jia Yakin, unfamiliar with such tasks, stumbled over her words nervously. "It's alright, grandmother, I'll manage. You can just oversee me. I see there are some prawns. I'll prepare both mustard shrimp and salt and pepper shrimp. I heard President Zhou enjoys shrimp, so it's perfect to make 2 kinds today." Jia Yakin paused, having always known Qi Zhang loved fish. Since when did he also like shrimp? Yet she cheerfully agreed, yes, Qi Zhang loves them, initially hoping the two would interact more to develop their feelings. She found it difficult to devise a suitable excuse to push them together. It might be better to cultivate her relationship with Lu Xiaoqiao first. Perhaps that could serve as a breakthrough in her connection with Qi Zhang. With this thought, she became increasingly warm towards Lu Xiaoqiao. In the yard, Lin Lin played with Tuanzi in the pavilion for a while until she remembered the treats she had bought for Tuanzi earlier. Due to her foot injury, she hadn't been able to bring them down, and she had forgotten when Xiaoqiao visited a few days ago. Placing Tuanzi on the table, she decided to go upstairs to fetch the snacks. Lin Lin's foot had healed considerably, but Lin Xiang worried she might fall again, so he assisted her upstairs. Zhou Qizhang lifted Tuanzi from the table, placing it on his lap and playfully scratching its chin. Zhou's father took a sip of tea and then glanced at his son. "What is this? Are you fond of dogs now?" A few days ago, his eldest daughter had returned his call, confirming his son's intentions towards the young lady. She seemed concerned he might not approve due to their differing backgrounds. Had this been a few years ago, he indeed would have objected. However, after years of arguing over Zhou Qizhang's marriage prospects, he had initially thought his son merely rejected the idea of arranged marriages, only to later discover he had no intention of marriage at all. Reflecting on it was exhausting. Now he would be grateful if his son simply wished to marry. Noticing his son's silence, Zhou's father chuckled. "Did you hear that? She called me grandfather. Can you please pay attention? You can't even manage the small matter. Since he was young, Zhou Qizhang had never given him any cause for concern. Excelling in both studies and work, leaving no faults to indulge in scolding him. Today, however, was a rare opportunity. What use is it to hold a dog? It's your ability to bring me a grandchild that truly counts. He pointed out, look at your uncle's grandson. He can recite the entire disciples' regulations almost perfectly. At your age, it's just you, Shen, and Sheni left, right? I wonder what you all think about daily. Sheni at least has a fiancée. In his final remarks, Zhou's father muttered to himself, I wonder when you'll settle down. Settle down for what? Grandfather, what were you and uncle discussing? Zhou's father noticed the two who had gone upstairs for items returning and decided not to say more. Preserving his son's dignity in front of the younger generation, after the meal was prepared in the kitchen, Jia Yakin came out to call everyone for lunch. The seating arrangement remained unchanged from a few days prior. But the atmosphere was different today. Everyone seemed to be in high spirits, engaging in conversations like a typical family. Xiao Xiao prepared 2 types of shrimp, one with mustard and the other with salt and pepper. Xiao Xiao, how do you manage to cook so well at such a young age? Jia Yakin praised her. Hearing the compliment directed at her friend, Lin Lin quickly chimed in, of course, Xiao Xiao can cook many dishes. Her words brimmed with pride, and then, as if struck by a thought, she smiled brightly and continued, whoever marries Xiao Xiao will be truly fortunate. Jia Yakin glanced at Zhou Qizhang, who was currently fixated on Lu Xiao. Noticing Jia Yakin observing him, he quickly lowered his head to eat. Jia Yakin's lips curled into a smile, then she turned to Lu Xiao, casually asking, Xiao, you're not dating anyone? Are you? What kind of boyfriend do you like? I have some suitable candidates to introduce to you. Lu Xiao hadn't expected to be asked about her romantic life while dining at a friend's house. Before she could respond, Lin Lin jumped in. No way, a grandmother. Xiao Xiao is the same age as me, who was in a hurry to get married at 22. Zhou's father disagreed. Your mother had your brother by your age. Jia Yakin, what does Xiao Xiao like? If it were up to me, I'd say women should choose partners slightly older than themselves. They tend to be more caring. Also, a good family background and a solid career ensure that after marriage, material concerns won't be a worry. A man should be mature, stable, and somewhat strategic. What do you think, Xiao Xiao? Lin Ziyang couldn't help but laugh. Grandmother, what you're describing sounds more like finding a husband. It is as if you're looking for a father. My brother is right, this is clearly looking for a dad. She giggled. At our age, we prefer someone sunny, right? Xiao Xiao. Lu Xiao dreaded being caught in the middle of such questions. Unsure of how to respond, Jia Yakin chided, child, what do you understand? Let Xiao Xiao speak for herself. Xiao Xiao, what do you like? Without a clear answer, Lu Xiao felt compelled to respond. As for personality, it is fine as long as we get along. The most important thing is to have chemistry. That was her primary criterion. As for achieving career success or coming from a good family, she didn't dare to envision it. As for social status, she believed in the importance of compatibility. She didn't want to end up like her friend Qin Momo, who almost sacrificed her life over a bad relationship. According to Zhao Zhizhi, that scoundrel was looked down upon by his parents due to their wealth and social standing. Chapter 23, you really shouldn't speak so carelessly. The meal concluded amidst a seemingly peaceful atmosphere. From start to finish, no one noticed that Zhou Qizhang had remained silent throughout, not uttering a single word. Even Jia Yakin, who usually paid close attention to his emotional shifts, only glanced at him briefly at the beginning before gradually shifting her focus to the lively discussion among the younger crowd. After dinner, Lu Xiao and Lin Lin were frolicking in the courtyard with Tuanzi, while Jia Yaqin instructed the maid to cut some fruit for the 2 little girls. She herself brewed a pot of tea and took it to the study where 3 men were discussing matters. As soon as she entered, she overheard Zhou Qi reprimanding Lin Ziyang regarding work-related issues. After placing the tea down, she discreetly retreated to the courtyard to join the 2 little girls in their play with Tuanzi. As dinner time approached, Lu Xiao bid farewell to the group, but Jia Yaqin eagerly urged her to stay for dinner. Lu Xiao smiled as she explained, Grandma, I've made plans with a friend to visit the temple early tomorrow morning, so I need to pack my things before I head back. The men who had been discussing matters in the study came downstairs just then and heard Lu Xiao's words. Lin Ziyang remarked, Xiao, are you going to the temple tomorrow? Is it Yunling Temple? Coincidentally, my girlfriend and I are going too. I can drive you there. Just as Lin Ziyang finished speaking, Zhou Qi shot him a glance, saying, you're not going anywhere tomorrow. You're coming with me to Xinchang for a business trip. What? We're working before the holiday is over. Zhou Qi coldly responded. What, do you have a problem with that? Lin Ziyang was about to protest further when he caught Zhou Qi's sharp gaze and abruptly fell silent, unsure of how he had offended his uncle today. Earlier in the study, he had been scolded for bringing a merchant into the mall that was about to open, and now his hard-earned holiday was being taken away. It was truly a situation where he dared not voice his grievances. Zhou Qi approached Lu Xiao with a gentle demeanor. Let us go, huh? Lu Xiao was taken aback. Aren't we going home? I need to leave too. This works out perfectly to drop you off. Oh, alright. Lin Ziyang, watching the 2 drive out of the courtyard, finally dared to voice his complaints. What has gotten into my uncle today? He has really gotten grumpier with age. Zhou Fu snorted disdainfully. Next time, don't be so mouthy and verbose. The next day, just as dawn broke, Lu Xiaoqiao encountered an unexpected figure as she descended the stairs. A man clad in a well-tailored black suit leaned languidly against a Bentley. One hand casually tucked into his pants pocket while the other held a lit cigarette, the smoke curling around him. The soft morning light filtered through the haze, illuminating his stern features with a gentle halo. Lending a touch of warmth to his otherwise austere countenance, just one glance was enough to send her heart racing uncontrollably. As Lu Xiaoqiao reached the last step and approached him, she asked, "Mr. Zhou, what are you doing here?" Zhou Qi extinguished his cigarette upon seeing her. As he walked toward the garbage sorting area beside the building, he replied, "Didn't you say you were going to the temple? Zi Yang mentioned he'd pick you up, but he has to accompany me on a business trip today. I heard you mention the time in the car yesterday. It's too early to take a taxi. And it's unsafe for a girl to do so, since I have to head out for work as well. I can drop you off at the airport." Lu Xiaoqiao hadn't expected him to be so considerate. She realized that to be the first to offer incense, most devotees would arrive early to line up, which naturally meant more vehicles on the road, making taxis reluctant to head in that direction. "Will that delay you?" she inquired. "I'm not sure if there'll be traffic. It's fine. We have enough time. Get in," Zhou Qi said, opening the front passenger door for her, once they were in the car. Zhou Qi handed her a thermos. "Drink a bit. It'll warm your stomach." As he started the car and drove out of the community, Lu Xiaoqiao accepted the thermos. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Is this milk inside?" "It is not milk. You don't seem to like milk, do you? You didn't finish the last one. This time, it's milk oatmeal porridge. If you don't eat, you won't have the energy to hike later." In that moment, Lu Xiaoqiao understood why he was so successful. His powers of observation were remarkably keen. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she confessed, "I've never liked drinking milk since childhood, but I do enjoy powdered milk. It tastes delicious. My mom used to scold me, calling me a fake monk for it." Zhou Qi chuckled. "I think your mother is right. She is not wrong." Lu Xiaoqiao was genuinely taken aback by his laughter. Having never witnessed him smile since their acquaintance began, he usually wore a stern expression that made it hard for others to approach him. It seemed that even influential figures had their moments of lightheartedness. As she twisted open the thermos lid, the sweet aroma of milk mingled with the natural scent of oats wafted towards her. After taking a small sip, her eyes widened in delight, and she turned to Zhou Qi. "This is amazing. Is this milk oatmeal porridge? I've never had it before. Where did you get it, Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Qi glanced at her sparkling eyes, realizing that calling ahead to have the five-star hotel prepare it and then picking it up early in the morning had been worth it. "I bought it from a roadside stall I passed by. I'm glad you like it." As they drove, Lu Xiaoqiao chatted with Zhou Qi while admiring the scenery outside the window. Occasionally sipping the warm porridge and feeling cozy, the October morning was still a bit chilly. Had he not come to drop her off, she would have likely been standing on the roadside. Braving the cold wind while waiting for a taxi, people had various opinions about him. Some said he was ruthless and decisive in his work, while others claimed he was exceptionally capable but overly aloof. Initially, when she met him, she too found him excessively serious, making him seem unapproachable. However, as they spent more time together, she discovered that her friend's uncle was quite easy to get along with, kind-hearted and warm. Not at all like the rumors suggested. As they neared Yunling Temple, traffic noticeably thickened, and Lu Xiaoqiao worried about delaying Zhou Qi from reaching the airport. "Mr. Zhou, my friend's house is nearby. Since I arrived early with your ride, she probably hasn't arrived yet. You can just drop me off by the roadside. I can walk over. It'll definitely be congested if you drive in further." "It is fine. We have enough time. I'll drop you off at the parking lot. You can just walk through to the ticket booth from there." 5 minutes later, the car pulled into the parking lot. Stopping across from a red sports car, inside the sports car sat two young men. The one in the passenger seat, dressed in yellow, turned to the driver and said, "Hey, look ahead, stop making a fuss. Li Bing, not if you keep being so dramatic, I'll make you get out." Tang Xian had come to the temple today to pay respects to his late mother, as it was the anniversary of her passing. No one would care about a deceased person, except for him, the unworthy son who remembered her. His sister urged him to take his cousin along to keep him company, fearing he might be upset. "No, look at the car in front, isn't the Zhou Qi's." Tang Xian followed his gaze to the black Bentley parked across from them. "Ah, it really is, what a coincidence, right? That's not the main point. The main point is that there is a woman in the passenger seat, isn't that the girl I told you about that I saw with Zhou Qi and Hai Chang? You called me blind for it, but now you see for yourself." Previously, Li Bing had told him he saw Zhou Qi enter a hotel with a woman late at night, but he had dismissed it, believing that despite his dislike for Zhou Qi, he wouldn't be someone who indulged in disreputable behavior. After Li Bing provided convincing details, he had someone investigate the hotel check-in information, and as he suspected, they hadn't shared a room. Later, he approached the girl under the pretense of a group purchase and found nothing particularly remarkable about her. But now, what was going on with the busy CEO spending time with a young girl at a temple? If they had no relationship, he wouldn't believe it, even if he were dead. As Lu Xiaoqiao stepped out of the passenger seat, ready to walk away, Zhou Qi called her back, handing her a cup through the driver's side window. You haven't finished this. Take the thermos with you, you can drink water on the way. It's chilly, so don't have anything too cold for Lu Xiaoqiao. Zhou Qi's various acts of kindness today felt somewhat strange. But she attributed it to the favor of her friend. Alright, thank you, Mr. Zhou, please drive safely, I'll return the cup when I have time. She recognized the cup as one she had seen in a magazine. Made of pure titanium and worth thousands, she quickly tucked it deep into her backpack, fearing that losing it would cause her immense regret. Okay, I'll head back now, you take care too. Alright. Once Zhou Qi drove away, Lu Xiaoqiao called Jean Ling, who said she was almost there. They agreed she would buy the tickets first at the entrance, and they would meet at the ticket check later. Jean Ling was a young girl Lu Xiaoqiao had met while helping Qin Momo at the store. Although she was petite, her large eyes and pretty face made her stand out. Though a local, her family was of average means, and she had a younger brother in college. Recently, their mother had become disabled due to a car accident, and this trip to the temple was to pray for her mother's safety. Lu Xiaoqiao had heard of Yunling Temple's reputed efficacy but had never visited herself. When she learned Jean Ling was going, they decided to go together. At the ticket gate, Jean Ling arrived in less than 10 minutes. By that time, a considerable number of people had already formed a queue. The two of them proceeded to check their tickets and entered the temple. As a multitude of devotees stepped into the sacred space, they traversed a stretch of road paved with blue stones, leading them to the main hall. The majestic Desheng Baodian stood grandly, its golden altar resplendent, while the Buddha statues within exuded compassion and benevolence. Wisps of fragrant smoke curled from the incense burner, each strand carrying the heartfelt wishes of the faithful. After paying their respects to the statues and lighting incense, they made their way to the Dharma distribution area in the side hall, where Lu Xiaoqiao sought a peace talisman for Lin Lin, who was recuperating from an injury, and another for Qin Momo, who had been ill for many years. Upon exiting the Desheng Baodian, they prepared to visit the Kaishan temple atop the mountain. After ascending the winding mountain path for quite some time, they faced the daunting challenge of climbing 900 steps. By the time they reached the summit, their calves trembled with fatigue. Upon entering the Kaishan temple, the resonant sound of a bell echoed, its tone deep and far-reaching, each strike shattering the silence in the air, leaving a lingering reverberation. After paying homage to the god of wealth, Lu Xiaoqiao dropped 88 yuan into the merit box beneath the statue, symbolizing her desire for prosperity. She then requested 5 wealth talismans from the Dharma distribution area, intending to gift each of her friends one. As they prepared to descend, they gazed down from the mountain's height, recalling their trembling legs. They unanimously decided to take the cable car down. The cable car accommodated 4 people per group, and to Lu Xiaoqiao's surprise, she encountered a client and his friend. Mr. Tang, what a coincidence, you've come to the temple as well. Initially, she had not recognized who sat opposite her. Today, his attire and demeanor were far more composed than before, with his striking silver hair making it difficult to overlook him. Despite his somber black shirt, his flamboyant aura remained evident. Tang Xian chuckled nonchalantly. It is quite a coincidence. Miss Lu, are you here seeking wealth? Have you come all the way to the Kaishan temple for business? Lu Xiaoqiao did not feel embarrassed by his remark. Instead, she candidly acknowledged, indeed, however, I am only seeking minor gains, for substantial profits I must rely on your good offices. Mr. Tang, what have you decided regarding the previous design? Noticing her flushed cheeks from the hike, Tang Xian recalled his earlier wish made at the foot of the mountain, to take from what he desired and destroy what he loved. You've come all the way to seek blessings from the Bodhisattva, so I shall certainly support you. Let us proceed with your original design proposal. I will visit your company tomorrow morning to sign the contract. Lu Xiaoqiao was astounded by how swiftly the Kaishan temple had proven its efficacy. Even before they descended, blessings had already begun to manifest, validating her early morning trek up the mountain. On the bus ride home, she struggled to contain her excitement over the unexpected news. Although the order volume might not rival Jiang Heng's, the commission from custom designs far surpassed that from standard sales orders. She estimated her salary this month could exceed 30,000 yuan, which brought her immense joy. By the way, Jean Ling, you attend the advanced class on weekends, don't you? I will ask the sales team to place the order for this during the weekend so you and Momo can both receive commissions. The goods for such orders are easy to procure, as they are prepared according to size, and you just need to confirm the quantities. Jean Ling hadn't anticipated that merely listening in would yield such benefits. I'll suggest placing the order on the day I'm in class. Although I know I'm benefiting from Momo's situation, I can't help but feel touched that you considered me. Thank you, Xiaoqiao, you're so kind. When payday comes, I'll treat you to a meal. Lu Xiaoqiao turned to her with a smile. No need for such formality, you don't have to treat me. Just look after Momo a bit more. Upon arriving home, Lu Xiaoqiao discovered her roommates had also returned for the holiday, including Zhao Zhizhi, who, knowing the two had reconciled, showed no surprise. The lively child bounded around the living room, making it impossible to catch him, eliciting laughter from everyone and causing them to forget their fatigue from the journey and the impending end of the holiday. Seizing the moment, Lu Xiaoqiao remembered the wealth talisman she had obtained and quickly distributed them among her friends. Zhao Zhizhi received her talisman with a playful grin, exclaiming, "Ah, my little Xiaoqiao is the best." She not only sought wealth talismans at the temple but also remembered to get one for my husband. If you dare mistreat Jia, I will reclaim this, don't underestimate it, it's quite effective. Lu Xiaoqiao recounted her encounter with Tang Qian and the securing of the order, leaving everyone astonished. Is this truly possible? They all felt that this was indeed the manifestation of the god of wealth. Each carefully and reverently placing their talismans in their pockets. When Qin Momo realized she had received an additional health talisman, tears welled in her eyes. Thank you, Xiaoqiao, that you've worked so many days for me and haven't been able to return home. And now you even helped me obtain a peace talisman. Seeing her tears flow uncontrollably, Lu Xiaoqiao hurriedly wiped her cheeks and embraced her. Oh, Momo, why are you crying? Everyone has their own urgent matters. Right, besides, if I hadn't helped you with work, how would I have had the chance to arrange this trip to the temple? Without it, I wouldn't have landed such a significant order. So in fact, I should be thanking you. When payday comes, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhao Zhizhi and Zhao Jia urged her to stop crying. Typically she would hide her sadness, but today she could no longer contain herself. Not wanting to dampen everyone's spirits, Qin Momo finally managed to compose herself. The next morning, Tang Qian indeed kept his promise and came to the company to sign the contract. After leaving the conference room, he invited Lu Xiaoqiao to lunch, expressing gratitude for her exceptional design work that had pleased him so greatly. Observing Tang Qian in his vibrant red coat alongside his friend in green, Lu Xiaoqiao couldn't help but wonder if Liang Maoru had inspired him to dress so boldly. If not for their striking appearances, it would have been quite difficult to watch. Mr. Tang, you're too kind. There is no need for a meal. If you were satisfied with my design, referring your friends who need custom garments to me would be the greatest compliment. No problem. I actually have a friend whose company needs to order winter uniforms for employees. I will recommend you when the time comes. Lu Xiaoqiao dismissed his words as mere politeness, not taking them too seriously. Yet she felt grateful for his acknowledgement. Tang Qian and Li Bing took the elevator down. Once they settled into Tang Qian's red sports car, Li Bing hesitantly spoke. Bro, are you really going to go against Zhou Qizhang? I don't mind, but if that woman truly belongs to him, what will happen if he finds out? Tang Qian shot him a sideways glance. Am I afraid of him? He rejected Tian so decisively. I want to see what makes a woman so special that he holds her in high regard compared to Tian, but if it affects our sister and you, I'm not making you go against him. Why are you so frightened? I'm not scared. I just think it's not appropriate to involve a young lady in a dispute between men. Between men, so Tian isn't a woman. Li Bing felt his logic was flawed, yet he lowered his head, refraining from arguing. Noting his silence, Tang Qian continued, besides, I haven't done anything to her. I'm merely pursuing her normally. They aren't married. So what does it matter to him? Li Bing suddenly looked up at him. Bro, I thought you were going to play dirty. Turns out you're going for the pretty boy approach. But seeing him stutter, Tang Qian frowned. But what? Speak clearly. You have one chance. Li Bing, cradling his head, shifted towards the window, mumbling, Bro, although you're not as handsome or tall as him, and certainly not as wealthy, you are younger than him. Who doesn't prefer a young stud? Now that's more like it, although it's not entirely flattering, it will suffice, Tang Qian conceded, starting the car and driving out of the garage. Li Bing felt a mix of frustration and regret for having informed Tang Qian about seeing Zhou Qizhang with another woman. Now, he feared the family would learn this was his doing and worried about any potential retaliation from Zhou Qizhang against Tang Qian. He wondered if the three fathers in their family could stand up to someone with the surname Zhou. Upon returning home, Tang Qian encountered Tang Ci coming down the stairs. Sister, are you going out again? Yes, I still have some matters to attend to at the company. I just returned to fetch a document. Qian, I heard manager you say that you were responsible for procuring the team-building attire for the company. Qian has grown up and learned to care for his sister, finally realizing how busy I am. Would you come to the company tomorrow to help your sister? Tang Qian, distracted, replied nonchalantly, We'll see, I have things to do. I'm heading upstairs now. Watching her brother disappear up the stairs, Tang Ci sighed softly. Fully aware of the internal turmoil he struggled with, the Tang family had always treated him like their own son, and she regarded him as her true brother, yet, why couldn't he overcome the demons that tormented him? In the morning Xin fashion office, Lu Xiaoqiao had just transitioned to the design department and secured a significant custom design order. Most colleagues congratulated her, and she modestly attributed her success to mere luck. Even if one remains understated, there will inevitably be envious individuals who seek to find faults. Xiaoqiao, you are truly remarkable. You managed to secure contracts with such clients, first Jianhong and now Far East. However, do not be overly elated. Such clients are typically challenging to manage, so be prepared for the after-sales service that lies ahead. Upon hearing Li Na's sardonic remarks, Lu Xiaoqiao did not feel disheartened. Instead, she responded with a cheerful grin, Understood, Sister Na, you need not worry about this. After-sales service is quite customary in our line of work. Seeing Lu Xiaoqiao unfazed only intensified Li Na's discomfort. She had not anticipated that, nearly a month after her transfer, Lu Xiaoqiao would secure a contract, and now her colleagues were surrounding her with congratulations, particularly Sister Sunday. Previously, Sister Sun had hinted at wanting to introduce her brother. Sun Han to Lu Xiaoxiao. Having met him a few times, she found him to be charmingly handsome and exceptionally capable, serving as an assistant manager at Jiangheng with an impressive salary that would undoubtedly surpass that of most of his peers. Lu Xiaoxiao had feigned modesty, claiming she needed to think it over, but recently she had hinted that she was in agreement, yet there had been no further developments, leaving her puzzled. Sister Sun remarked. Xiaoxiao, I never imagined your sales skills were so strong. Your design abilities are equally impressive. This month's salary will likely place you at the top of our design team. But Lu Xiaoxiao withdrew her hand from where it had been held. Feeling that Sister Sun's compliment would only incite resentment in the office, forcing a smile, she replied, Sister Sun, it's not that remarkable. I cannot expect to be this fortunate every time, in terms of skill and experience. I am far from your league. I will undoubtedly rely on your guidance in the future. You were such a humble child. No need to be polite. If you ever require assistance or have questions, just let me know, Sister Sun encouraged. Now that Lu Xiaoxiao had joined the design team, it was evident that her prospects could potentially surpass even Li Na's, since her brother was so enthusiastic about it. She decided to honor his wishes. Thankfully, she hadn't confirmed anything with Li Na just yet, otherwise she would have been at a loss for excuses, knowing that their company's team-building event was scheduled at a hot spring self-service center at the end of the month. She quickly booked a ticket for Sun Han as well. With her busy work schedule, she seldom had the opportunity to orchestrate any chance encounters. She hoped that this time, the two could engage in conversation. And perhaps they might find mutual attraction. The Zhou family's old residents, Lin Lin, upon learning that the company's team-building event was at the hot spring, decided to request leave in advance to avoid any negative perceptions from her employer regarding her frequent absences. After all, it was a rare opportunity to spend time with friends without needing to return home at night. Grandma, my foot is truly fine now, she insisted. Zhao Yakin shook her head disapprovingly. What do you mean it's fine? Just the day before, you mentioned it still hurt a little. How is it that today, upon hearing about an outing, you're suddenly pain-free? You should rest for a few more days. Bones don't heal in an instant. You don't want to regret it later. Besides, don't you want to go out? We can buy our own tickets. Lin Lin pouted. But how could I do that? What would my colleagues think if they saw me? Oh, she claims to be in pain at work, yet she is fine when it's time to play. How would I face everyone in the office after that? Finally, after much persuasion, Zhao Yakin reluctantly agreed to let Lin Lin return to work 2 days early, but insisted that she must wear flat shoes. On her first day back, Lin Lin returned home carrying 2 bags of hazelnuts that Xiaoxiao had given her, which her roommate had brought back as a local specialty during the 11th festival. After dinner, Lin Lin and her grandparents sat in the living room, pondering how to enjoy the delicacy. Lin Lin produced a golden-hued nutcracker, explaining that Xiaoxiao had said a gentle squeeze would suffice. She noted that these hazelnuts were wild, hence their smaller size, but they were more aromatic and nutritious. As Zhao Yakin remarked, Xiaoxiao is quite thoughtful. She even brought us local treats. Casting a glance at Zhou Fu, she cautioned, you should eat less. How many have you consumed already? You've eaten plenty, and there is still a bag for Qi Zhang. After saying this, she snatched the hazelnuts from Zhou Fu's grasp. Zhou Fu. Lin Lin watched her grandparents chuckle with glee and said, let my grandpa have some. Xiaoxiao mentioned that she saved a bag for my uncle. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yakin perked up. What else did Xiaoxiao say? Did she already deliver the hazelnuts to your uncle? She didn't mention much. She said she could call Secretary Ding to come down and collect them since it's south so close. However, my uncle is currently on a business trip. That's true. Being away on a business trip, who knows when he will return? Zhao Yakin felt a pang of anxiety, despite her affection for him. The busy work schedules hindered any opportunity for them to cultivate their relationship. On the day of the team-building event, given the small size of the company and the fact that offline stores were not participating, the leadership unanimously decided that the employees would arrange their own itinerary. As the hot spring operated on a prepayment basis, they only needed to present the company's group purchase card upon departure. Tianshui Hot Spring was the pinnacle of bathing centers in Hangzhou, with an average ticket price exceeding 1,000 yuan, something they usually only glimpsed through short videos. Today, they would personally experience it. A true eye-opener, especially as the company had recently secured several major contracts. Even their typically frugal boss was feeling generous this time, inspired by the high standards set by a neighboring company. After taking a bath, Lu Xiaoxiao and her companions changed into the robes provided by the hot spring and headed to the makeup station to dry their hair. My hair is too thick. It takes forever to dry. You two go ahead, Lu Xiaoxiao insisted, offering the 2 available hairdryers to Lin Lin and Zhao Jiao while she opted for a simple skincare routine with toner and lotion. It is such a pity that Mo didn't come today. All the cosmetics here are high-end brands that I haven't used before. Zhao Jia, with her short hair, quickly finished drying hers and then went over to help Lu Xiaoxiao. Didn't they say they decompensate for the offline sales staff? This is fine. Being here is more enjoyable than just receiving money. Lin Lin, having finished her meal, also wanted to assist Lu Xiaoxiao but was stopped. Lin Lin, you should do your makeup first. We need to hurry. Breakfast will be cleared soon. Oh, alright. Considering they would soon be heading to the sauna, Lin Lin opted for a quick skincare routine rather than her usual makeup. By the time she was done, Lu Xiaoqiao's hair was still damp, and she couldn't help but envy the volume of her hair. Alright, no more drying. This will do for now. I'll probably wash it again later. By the way, Jia, is your husband coming over tonight? Jia handed the hairdryer to some other colleagues who had just arrived. Why wait until tonight? He is probably already in the relaxation area upstairs. As Jia had guessed, when the three of them took the elevator to the dining area and passed the relaxation zone, they spotted Zhao Zhizhi lounging on a beanbag, engrossed in a sports game on the screen. How much do you not trust Jia that you followed her here? Lu Xiaoqiao teased Zhao Zhizhi as they made their way to breakfast. During the meal, Lin received a phone call. After hanging up, she informed them, my uncle and Li Yuxuan are nearby, they're worried about me and insisted on coming over. What? They both came, are you still going to hang out with us? You can't stay here overnight, right? Lu Xiaoqiao was surprised to hear that Zhou Qizheng was coming, but then realized that given Lin's family dynamics, it was unlikely she would be at such a place. Especially not staying overnight. My grandparents approved it. My uncle usually doesn't mind too much. He just happened to be nearby and wanted to check in. Oh, alright. After finishing their meal, Lin mentioned that Zhou Qizheng and Li Yuxuan were in the VIP room of the relaxation area. Lu Xiaoqiao knew the place well. Although the self-service ticket included access, some services required additional payment. For instance, as Lin had mentioned, the VIP room was a coveted space, and with so many people, it was quite challenging to secure a spot. Xiaoqiao, come with me to greet my uncle. I don't want to go alone. Lin clung to Lu Xiaoqiao's arm, playfully. Lu Xiaoqiao sighed. What are you afraid of? Your uncle 1T bite you. Although she said this, she still accompanied Lin toward the VIP room. Upon reaching the door of the innermost room, she politely knocked. After a moment, the door opened from within. Oh, little Qiao has come too. Come in quickly. Li Yuxuan urged them inside. Hello, brotherly, I came with Lin. Lu Xiaoqiao greeted as she followed him into the room. The VIP room was far more spacious than she had anticipated, approximately 40 square meters, fully equipped with a projector, comfortable seating, and even a private restroom. To the left of the entrance, against the wall, was a row of sofas where Zhou Qizheng sat clad in a gray shirt, engrossed in work. His shirt was crisply tucked into black trousers, and even seated, his waist appeared smooth and trim, free of any excess. A tablet rested on his lap, his fingers deftly maneuvering across the keyboard. Upon hearing voices, he looked up, and upon seeing the two enter, he set down his computer and inquired, have you finished breakfast? Yes, just finished, uncle. Aren't you busy? How do you have time to come here? Before Zhou Qizheng could respond, Li Yuxuan, standing nearby, smirked and playfully teased, your uncle has been on a business trip for several days. It is only natural to miss him after such a long absence. I heard you're spending the day here and staying overnight as well. This isn't about worrying for you, is it? Coincidentally, we happened to be passing by and thought we'd drop in. He emphasized the word you with a hint of mockery. Nevertheless, while he genuinely expressed concern, the true reason for his longing remained a secret known only to him and his close friend. Lin furrowed her brow after hearing his words, questioning, so I can't stay here tonight, but all our colleagues are present, and Xiaoqiao is here too. Everyone knows each other, what could possibly happen? Zhou Qizheng turned his gaze towards Lu Xiaoqiao, who appeared to have just finished bathing, her fair cheeks flushed and her lake-like clear eyes gazing at him in inquiry. He cast her a brief glance before averting his gaze again. She too could not stay here tonight. In response to his answer, Lu Xiaoqiao expressed her surprise. I can't stay either. It's fine to play during the day, but girls should avoid staying out overnight. Though she internally grumbled that it wasn't an inappropriate place, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that they meant well. This is a team-building event for our company, and everyone is here. Right now we're all off doing our own things, but come nightfall, the girls will gather together. Nothing will happen. In the end, at Li Yuxuan's suggestion, he and Zhou Qizheng decided to work here today and not return in the evening. The most displeased among them was Lin, who had finally escaped the watchful eyes of her elders and could enjoy herself freely, as if living a dream, only to have that dream shattered by a sudden thunderclap. Fine, let them come, but why drag along the one person I fear the most? After hearing Li Yuxuan's words, Lin shot him a glare, frustrated at the idea of having her friend monitored as well. Li Yuxuan was at a loss. How did this child manage to throw a tantrum at him? Why are you glaring at me? If you have the guts, glare at him, he said, pointing at Zhou Qizheng. Humph, what? You're unwilling to take us both out for fun? Your uncle and I have cancelled our engagements to accompany you too. How ungrateful of you. This private room is delightful, and it's so noisy outside. There is delicious food out there, yet we have to bring it here. How inconvenient. Li Yuxuan picked up the tablet from the sofa and handed it to her. Just tell me what you want to eat. Order from here, and someone will bring it to you, whether it's complimentary or paid. Just order as much as you like. Today, it's all on your uncle. Why don't you say you're paying instead? Li Yuxuan laughed in frustration. This kid, I'm not as wealthy as your uncle. Jia and Zhao Zhizhi initially didn't want to come. Jia had always felt intimidated by Zhou Qizheng's aura, while Zhao Zhizhi flatly refused upon hearing they would be with the renowned President Jiang Heng. However, Lin's charming pouting and insistence that if the two didn't go, she and Xiaoqiao would have to face the big bad wolf alone. claiming that refusing would mean betraying their friendship, wore them down when Zhao Zhizhi first laid eyes on the so-called President Zhang Heng, who was the man helping Lu Xiaoqiao at the entrance of the Haicheng Hotel. She felt her world tilt. She suddenly realized the staggering secret she had uncovered. Comprehending why such a busy president would still have time to come here to watch over children, Zhou Qizhen was not surprised when he saw Zhao Zhizhi enter. The morning after their first meeting in Haicheng, all of Zhao Zhizhi's personal information had been laid out on his desk, and it was only after confirming the relationship was indeed as Zhao Zhizhi had described that he felt comfortable sending his secretary Ding, who had been waiting for instructions, out. Once everyone had arrived, Li Yuxuan suggested they play poker since there were many of them, after dividing into two groups based on a drawing lot system and explaining the rules. The teams were set: Lu Xiaoqiao Zhao Jia, and Li Yuxuan versus Zhou Qizhen Zhao Zhizhi and Lin Lin. The stakes were that the losing team would have to shell crabs for the winning team. While shuffling the cards, Lin Lin used the tablet to order some fruit for delivery. After placing her order, she regretted it, exclaiming, "Oh no, if I eat the fruit, I can't have any crabs afterward." She then reassured herself, "It's fine, I'll just eat a little." Li Yuxuan scoffed, "How do you know your team will win?" "I'm convinced our team is destined to win," Lin Lin proudly declared. "Our team has my uncle." This was not mere boasting. Her uncle had never lost a card game, his mind functioning like a sophisticated calculator, effortlessly tracking the whereabouts of every card. Li Yuxuan shook his head, feigning regret. "Unfortunately, our team has Lu Xiaoqiao." Lin Lin didn't comprehend the implication of his words and was about to inquire when the card game began, distracting her, though she was puzzled. Zhao Zhizhi gradually grasped the situation. During the game, the two teams were seated alternately, with Zhao Zhizhi sitting beside Lu Xiaoqiao and Zhou Qizhen seated above her. This President Zhou, who could have played a powerful hand to win, instead played the weakest cards to pave the way for his beloved, seemingly with eyes only for her. Whatever she desired, even if it meant breaking up his hand, he would offer it just to see her smile. Throughout the game, he remained silent, quietly consuming Zhou family dog food. Winning was winning. His girlfriend could enjoy the sweet meat of the crabs, and fortunately, the couples were divided into separate teams, sparing them a complete loss. Otherwise, it would have been a significant blow. By noon, the results of the game were clear. Liu Xiaoqiao appeared quite excited. "Who will shell the crabs for me?" Li Yuxuan replied. "I want Lin Lin to do it today." He earned a roll of Lin Lin's eyes for that remark. Zhao Zhizhi glanced at Zhou Qizhen and quickly added, "I will definitely serve my girlfriend." Liu Xiaoqiao turned to Zhou Qizhen, cheerfully saying, "Then, President Zhou, you'll have to serve me. I hope you're prepared. I can eat 8 crabs." After a morning of bonding, the once formidable generational gap had been bridged, and their conversations grew more casual. Zhou Qizhen raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement evident in his deep-set eyes, before tossing aside the cards he had been fiddling with and warmly stating, "To each their own. It is my honor to serve you." They each selected dishes from the menu on the tablet and ordered 20 crabs. The private room had only one restroom, and Lin Lin hadn't emerged yet, claiming she was washing her face to ward off bad luck. Zhao Jia also wanted to use the restroom, so Zhao Zhizhi accompanied her out. As they exited and passed through an empty area, Zhao Zhizhi glanced back to ensure no one was listening before lowering her voice to Zhao Jia. "Did you notice? Xiao Qiao is quite remarkable. She managed to win over such a big shot." Zhao Jia looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Zhao Zhizhi initially intended to be more subtle, but fearing Zhao Jia might not understand, bluntly stated, "It's clear that President Zhou has a liking for our Xiao Qiao." "That you're talking nonsense. What makes you think that?" Zhao Jia retorted. Feeling wronged, Zhao Zhizhi protested, "Don't dismiss it, let me tell you. The last time I visited Haicheng to see you, I noticed the way he looked at Xiao Qiao was different. I wanted to ask you about it, but I forgot." Zhao Jia remained skeptical, rolling her eyes at him. "Lin Lin and Xiao Qiao are classmates. She has helped a lot during school, and Zhou's family elders all like Xiao Qiao. We're all aware of that. Just ask Mo if you don't believe me." Seeing that she still doubted his words, Zhao Zhizhi sighed. "You and Mo together might make up 250, right? If President Zhou doesn't like Xiao Qiao, I'll take my head off and let you kick it around to get lost. What would I do with your head? Forget it. I won't say anything more. Just observe for yourself, and you'll see." When they returned, the staff had already brought out the dishes, and they settled into their seats. Liu Xiaoqiao smiled broadly. "You three who are shelling crabs, eat a little before working, otherwise I'm worried you'll tire out." After sharing laughter and finishing their meal, they began to shell crabs for each other. Liu Xiaoqiao was merely joking, but when it came to actually eating the crab meat Zhou Qizhen offered her, she felt a slight embarrassment. "Am I really eating this?" Zhou Qizhen looked down and smiled. "Is there any doubt? But I usually eat a maximum of 8. She then bit her lip, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. "President Zhou, are you trying to be lazy? You can owe me. When you want to eat, I'll shell it for you." Zhou Qizhen himself was unaware of how indulgent his words sounded. After they finished eating, Zhou Qizhen requested a pot of tea to be brought over. This action made Lu Xiaoqiao feel the distinction between him and her friends even more pronounced, as tea was something only her father's age seemed to appreciate. Lin Lin suggested watching a movie. Since they were using a projector, all the lights in the room were turned off. Fortunately, the sofa was spacious enough, although it felt slightly cramped when they all sat together. They managed to fit.as. Lu Xiaoqiao settled down. She realized that to her left, where Zhao Jia had been moments before, now sat Zhou Qijing. Chapter 28, Am I unworthy of being seen? Lu Xiaoqiao didn't think much of it and sat next to Zhou Qijing, watching the movie that had already begun playing. Lin Lin had chosen a disaster film, claiming she usually didn't dare to watch such movies. But today, with more people around, she could muster the courage. Of the film depicted a global catastrophe caused by climate change, and as it reached the point where everything began to turn into ice sculptures. Lu Xiaoqiao sat up straight, her hands clenched tightly on her lap. Later, when a pack of wolves emerged in search of food and nearly pounced on a person, she instinctively leaned back in her seat. She did not lean against the chair's backrest. Instead, she fell into a warm and solid embrace. In that instant, she realized that she had inadvertently rested against Zhou Qijing, who was seated beside her. The position they found themselves in made it seem as though she were nestled in his arms. Flustered, she quickly shifted away and sat upright. At that fleeting moment, her heart raced, a blend of nervousness and awkwardness tinged with a hint of shyness, causing a rosy hue to bloom on her cheeks. Just as she was contemplating how to navigate the situation, the ringtone of her phone pierced the air. Taking it out, she saw her aunt's name flashing on the screen and hurriedly made her way to the restroom within the private room. She swiped to answer, took a moment to compose herself, and spoke softly. Hello, Aunt. Zhang Mingji's voice emanated from the phone. Xiao, where are you? I haven't seen you at all. I didn't spot you during dinner either. Naji and Zhang Yan both mentioned they didn't see you. I'm in the restroom right now. Earlier, I was watching a movie with Lin Lin and Jiajie. Xiao replied. Did you need something? Nothing in particular. I was just checking. Sun Mei from your department was looking for you and asked if I had seen you. She mentioned you hadn't. Replied to her WeChat. What could Sun Jia want with me? It's probably just about matchmaking her brother with someone. Zhao Jia mentioned she saw Sun Jia's brother when she went out to the restroom, so I'm sure she won't be coming out now. Oh, I'll ask her later what it was about. Alright, I'll be back shortly. Just be careful if you decide to stay overnight. I've booked a room in the sleep area. Your Naji and Zhang Yan are together. Once everything is settled, I'll have Zhang Yan give you a call. Lu Xiaoqiao sighed in resignation. If she truly received a call from Zhang Yan, it would be a miracle. Nevertheless, she softly reassured. Got it, Aunt, you don't need to worry. Zhang Mingji said nothing further and ended the call. Glancing at herself in the mirror above the sink, she noticed her cheeks still bore a hint of warmth. She approached the sink and splashed some water on her face. Just as she turned the doorknob to exit, she was startled to find Zhou Qijing standing at the doorway, having arrived unnoticed. General Zhou, are you waiting for the restroom? I'm done, you can go in, she said. After she spoke, he remained motionless, and when she looked up at him, the height difference became starkly apparent as they stood close together. Did your aunt call you? It was not his intention to eavesdrop. It was merely the unexpected incident that had occurred earlier while watching the movie that had caused his heart to race. Before he could process it, she had turned and hurried away. The sense of loss was palpable. Despite knowing she had left to take the call, he found himself unable to resist following her. Yes, my aunt mentioned she hadn't seen me outside. Should I go and explain to your aunt? Upon hearing his willingness to meet her aunt, Lu Xiaoqiao quickly shook her head. Please don't. Zhou Qijing, a touch disheartened, replied, Am I that unpresentable? Not at all. It's just that if you go, Lin Lin's identity would be exposed. Realizing the issue wasn't that he couldn't be introduced to her family, Zhou Qijing felt relieved, yet he still gently remarked, You will have to meet them eventually. Lu Xiaoqiao assumed he was referring to Lin Lin's identity and chose not to respond. At that moment, the movie concluded. Lu you.1.3 suggested they go to the sauna. Everyone donned their spa attire, ready to head in, while Zhou Qijing remained impeccably dressed in his shirt and trousers. Lu Xiaoqiao curiously asked, General Zhou, aren't you coming? Earlier she had been puzzled as to how he could enter without changing clothes. Lu you.1 smirked. The only one allowed to see old Zhou's physique is his future wife. Ah, you don't need to change for the sauna, this attire is fine, Lu Xiaoqiao remarked, tugging at her own spa outfit. Of arms and legs shouldn't be exposed. Don't mind him, let us go. Lu Xiaoqiao said sheepishly. Is that so? Then, she suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but burst into laughter. What is so funny? Lu Xiaoqiao stifled her giggles, pretending to be serious. I'm not laughing, you must be mistaken. With that, she dashed away, thinking that if she didn't run, it would be disastrous for Zhou Qijing in their northeastern region. During winter, bathing at home was impossible, people had to go to public baths. If he were to come out after a wash, he would surely be left feeling despondent. The group ventured to the sauna, leaving Zhou Qijing alone in the private room to work. When they returned, they each took a quick shower, and dinner was pre-ordered via a tablet to be delivered to the room. Before bed, Zhou Qijing mentioned he had booked another room next door for sleeping, advising the three girls to rest there. Even as she settled onto the tatami, Lu Xiaoqiao found herself without a call from Zhang Wen or Lina, likely because they had reached a consensus without needing to discuss it. The following day, as Lu Xiaoqiao opened her eyes, she noticed it was nearly 10 o'clock. They had stayed up late watching movies and snacking, finally drifting off around 2 in the morning. Panicking, she sat up and called out to the two still blissfully asleep beside her. Jiajie, Lin Lin, wake up, this is bad, it's almost 10. Having entered around 9 the previous day, their group purchase voucher allowed for a 24-hour stay. Meaning they were supposed to check out before 9 today, and now that time had passed, they would certainly have to cover the extra fees. The two seemed reluctant to awaken, so she decided to check if Zhou Qijing was up and urged them to hurry. Lu Xiaoqiao went to the adjacent room and knocked twice on the door, which was opened by Zhou Qijing, who was on a call. He gestured for her to come in. Upon entering, she discovered he was alone in the room, with the others nowhere in sight. She settled on the sofa, waiting for him to finish his call. Resting here was certainly less comfortable than home. Yet despite this, the man before her exuded vitality, showing no signs of fatigue, and had changed into a different outfit. Though still dark, today's attire was pure black, contrasting with yesterday's grey. As Zhou Qijing ended his call and approached the sofa, looking down at Lu Xiaoqiao, who appeared slightly dazed from sleep, still not awake. "What time did you go to bed?" Lu Xiaoqiao rubbed her eyes and yawned. "Around 2 in the morning." "Where did Li Gu and Zhao Zhizhi go?" Observing her cheeks flushed from just waking up, her eyes sparkling with confusion and innocence, Zhou Qijing felt a surge of warmth and affection in that moment. He couldn't help but think how incredibly charming she looked in her sleepy state. His heart softened for her, and in a tone laced with tenderness, he said, "They're out having breakfast. If you're not awake yet, you can sleep a little longer. No, we've exceeded our time already. If we go out now, we'll have to pay extra," she replied as Zhou Qijing casually settled onto the sofa beside her. "I'll take care of it. Just wake up and return." No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, revealing Li Yuxuan, who exclaimed, "Oh, Xiaoqiao, you're awake." Chapter 29. He has good taste. The two seated on the sofa turned their heads simultaneously toward the entering Li Yuxuan, who made Lu Xiaoqiao feel a bit embarrassed by his earlier comment. She quickly stood up. Li Gu. After exchanging greetings, she noticed Zhao Zhizhi and Secretary Ding following behind. Upon seeing Secretary Ding, Lu Xiaoqiao realized where Zhou Qijing had procured his outfit. She couldn't help but wonder about his annual salary. Jia and Linlin had also just woken. "Let us freshen up and change clothes. We can meet everyone in the lobby afterward." As Zhou Qijing, still seated, furrowed his brow slightly but maintained a gentle tone. "Aren't you going to have breakfast?" He had intended to suggest she rest a bit longer but feared she might feel shy about it. Lu Xiaoqiao shook her head. "I'll pass. I just woke up and can't eat yet." Without waiting for Zhou Qijing to respond, she hurried off. After tidying themselves up, Lu Xiaoqiao and the others made their way to the lobby, where Zhou Qijing and the others were already waiting. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoqiao emerge, Secretary Ding quickly approached to collect the handcards and assist with the checkout, knowing she had exceeded her time and would need to pay extra. Lu Xiaoqiao was reluctant to let him help, but Secretary Ding insisted, stating the company had a partnership with the establishment. Once they exited the spa, Zhou Qijing offered to escort Lu Xiaoqiao, just as Zhao Zhizhi announced she wanted to explore with Zhao Jia, requesting Li Yuxuan to take Linlin along with them. After he complied, Lu Xiaoqiao and Secretary Ding took the car that had come to pick up Zhou Qijing. Due to Zhao Jia's relationship with Zhao Zhizhi, the latter had recently rented an apartment directly across the hall from her, allowing them to spend more time together. After their shopping trip, they would return home together. As they disembarked from Li Yuxuan's car, Zhao Jia and Zhao Zhizhi found a fast food restaurant to dine in. While waiting for their orders, Zhao Zhizhi remarked, "So have you figured it out yet? Tell me you still haven't realized." Zhou Qijing might as well have a sign hanging around his neck. Zhao Jia took a sip of the water the waitress had just brought over. "I see it now, but honestly, before you mentioned it, I never considered it at all. Had it not been for that incident last time, I would have never believed Zhou Qijing would fancy someone like Xiaoqiao." Zhao Jia, hearing this, turned to him with a scowl. "What do you mean by that? Xiaoqiao is young and beautiful. It's a sign of good taste on his part." Upon encountering a misunderstanding with Zhao Jia, Zhao Zhizhi hastily clarified, "It is not a matter of whether one is deserving or not. I simply believe that someone like Mr. Zhou, a mature and astute successful man, would hardly find interest in someone as innocent as Xiaoqiao." The main issue is that Xiaoqiao herself is oblivious to this situation. If Mr. Zhou truly harbors feelings for her, why does he not express them directly? Zhao Zhizhi cast her a bemused glance. "You are truly amusing. Do you expect someone to simply approach another and declare, 'I fancy you, let us be together'? That would be utterly absurd. Even if one has a favorable impression, such an approach might frighten the other away. There must be a certain degree of mutual attraction before such declarations can be made." Zhao Jia conceded that there was indeed some truth in his words, yet her thoughts swiftly turned to Mr. Zhou with concern. "Well, that is unfortunate. Xiaoqiao does have a fondness for Mr. Zhou, but it is not romantic. It is familial affection. Just yesterday, she mentioned to Linlin her desire for an uncle like Mr. Zhou. Alright, let us not worry about others. After we finish our meal, let us go for a stroll." Inside the luxurious Maybach gliding along the smooth asphalt road, Zhou Qijing and Lu Xiaoqiao occupied the back seat. Shortly after boarding, Zhou Qijing received a phone call from abroad, which lasted over 10 minutes. Once the call concluded, he turned to Lu Xiaoqiao and inquired, "Have you had breakfast? What would you like to eat?" Lu Xiaoqiao quickly shook her head, aware of how busy he was and feeling rather embarrassed to have troubled him with her return. "No need, Mr. Zhou, you focus on your work. My other roommate prepared porridge this morning and saved some for me." I will eat it when I return. After a moment, she recalled something and continued, oh, my roommate is going home for the holiday and brought back some local specialties, wild hazelnuts, which are quite fragrant. I am not sure if you enjoy them, but I saved a bag for you that I can bring it down for you when I go upstairs, saved for me specifically. Zhao Qijing's lips curled into a subtle smile. His voice deep and melodious. I do enjoy hazelnuts, but I have matters to attend to later, and it would be inconvenient to carry them with me. Perhaps you could bring them to the office tomorrow? Sure, I'll message you then. Seated in the front passenger seat, Secretary Ding secretly admired his boss, who had rightfully earned the nickname Fox among his business partners. Liu Xiaoqiao mentioned bringing him hazelnuts, and he suggested tomorrow. Which meant they would have another chance to see each other. After another 10 minutes, the car came to a smooth stop beneath Liu Xiaoqiao's apartment building. Once she alighted, Secretary Ding glanced back at his boss's reluctant expression, which vividly conveyed his unwillingness to part. After Liu Xiaoqiao had gone upstairs for a while, Zhao Qijing finally commanded, let us proceed. Once the vehicle was in motion, Secretary Ding began to report on work matters. Upon returning home, Liu Xiaoqiao savored a bowl of the porridge that Qin Momo had left for her, accompanied by some pickles, perhaps due to the greasy food consumed at the hot spring the previous day. The simple porridge and pickles tasted exceptionally refreshing. She resolved to have porridge again for dinner and messaged Zhao Jia to pick up a few bags of Wujiang preserved vegetables from the supermarket on her way back. As evening approached, she inquired about the return times of her housemates, timing her own porridge preparation accordingly. Qin Momo was working part-time at her aunt's place and, having completed her usual daytime shift post-holiday, returned home earlier than usual. Once Liu Xiaoqiao had prepared the porridge, her housemates arrived just in time for dinner. During the meal, it was apparent that Qin Momo was preoccupied with something, and when asked, she merely smiled and insisted she was fine. Liu Xiaoqiao recalled overhearing Qin Momo on the phone a few nights prior, discussing financial matters, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing, leading Liu Xiaoqiao to suspect it was once again a money-related issue. They had met through Zhao Zhiji, and since their acquaintance, aside from the 7 days off for the National Day holiday, Qin Momo had been juggling work and a part-time job. Liu Xiaoqiao was aware of her poor health and the ongoing medical treatment she was undergoing. A few years back, due to family matters involving house construction, her uncle had become permanently disabled, and her aunt had demanded 1 million in compensation. Lacking such funds, her mother had pressured her to marry the village chief's son in exchange for a promised 50,000 dowry, which was to be used for her uncle's needs, with the remainder to be paid back gradually. However, at that time, Qin Momo had a boyfriend who, despite being wealthy, had not offered any assistance and had accused her of being vain. This had led Qin Momo to a near-suicidal state. Eventually, relatives lent her some money, and Zhao Zhiji, having just started working, had opened numerous credit cards to help her out, which resulted in a severe reprimand from his mother upon discovery. Zhao Jia remarked that outsiders would think they were deeply in love, but only she understood the true nature of their friendship, with Zhao Zhiji being the one genuinely redeemed through it all. Later that evening, as everyone settled down for the night, Liu Xiaoqiao noticed Zhao Jia had turned off her light for some time. Stealthily, she made her way to Qin Momo's room, uncertain if she was asleep. Upon entering, she crouched low and spoke in a hushed tone. Momo, are you asleep? Qin Momo looked up in surprise. Not yet, Xiaoqiao. What's up? Why are you still awake? Relieved to find her awake, Liu Xiaoqiao stepped inside, closed the door behind her, and sat on the edge of her bed. She then took out her phone, opened the banking app, and began logging in while saying, Momo, give me your account number. I know you're in urgent need of funds. I received a substantial bonus this month, and with my previous savings, I have over 80,000. I can transfer you 80,000. I'll just keep 2,000 for myself. Qin Momo hastily snatched the phone from her. That's not possible, Xiaoqiao. I can't possibly take your money. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I've already contacted the bank and am in the process of applying for a credit loan. Liu Xiaoqiao disapproved. Why would you take out a loan when I have cash right here? The interest is exorbitant. Listen to me, just use my money, alright? This way, I won't spend it recklessly. Momo, you've already helped me so much, finding me a job with your aunt, covering for me at work, even leaving orders for me on the days I was working to ensure I got my commission. I don't know how I could ever repay you for all that. Why bring that up? We're sisters. We assist one another in times of need. By your logic, you often wake up early to prepare breakfast for me and Jia Jia. Seeing that she was about to argue further, Liu Xiaoqiao threatened, if you refuse again, I'll tell Zhao Zhiji and Jia Jia. Panic-stricken, Qin Momo exclaimed, no, please don't tell Zhao Zhiji. His mother just had surgery recently, and he and Zhao Jia are planning to buy a house. I can't trouble him any further. Chapter 30. Mr. Zhou, have you learned yet? Thus, you should accept my offer. Ultimately, unable to withstand Liu Xiaoqiao's insistence, Qin Momo finally relented. I estimate I won't be able to repay you until the end of the year, but if you need it for anything, just let me know. Today, Jin Ling introduced me to a job selling liquor, and I'll go for an interview tomorrow, but if it works out, I should be able to repay you within 2 months. Oh dear, I'm not in a rush. You don't need to worry about paying me back. What kind of liquor sales job is it? Where is it located? It's at a bar by the you.1.3 quite popular, and Jean Ling mentioned that one could earn several thousand in a single night. It is just a bit far from home, but she said her boyfriend would drive us both back. Upon hearing it was a bar, Lu Xiaoqiao felt a twinge of worry, having never been to such places. She associated the term bar with a lack of safety. I've already told you I'm not in a rush, you shouldn't go to such places, it's too dangerous. It's fine, Xiaoqiao. Bars are quite legitimate nowadays, they aren't like the violent scenes portrayed on television. They're just short-staffed because they recently opened, otherwise I wouldn't even have this chance. Alright, but do take care of yourself. If anything happens, just call me. Yes, rest assured. With that she hugged Lu Xiaoqiao tightly. Thank you, Xiaoqiao. At Lu Xiaoqiao returned the embrace and comforted her. No need for thanks, we are the best of friends. The following day, after finishing lunch, Lu Xiaoqiao took the bag of hazelnuts intended for Zhou Qijing and headed downstairs during her break. Upon reaching the Jiang Hung Group building, she intended to voice message him but reconsidered. Knowing how busy he usually was, instead, she sought out Secretary Ding's WeChat and called him. As Secretary Ding's phone rang, he was busy preparing materials for an afternoon meeting with the boss and hadn't yet had lunch. Upon seeing that the voice call was from Lu Xiaoqiao, he hastily set down his documents and answered, "Hello, Miss Lu, Secretary Ding, do you have a moment? Could you come down and collect the hazelnuts I have for Mr. Zhou? Are you not coming up to deliver them to Mr. Zhou? Should I come down to fetch you? No need, just take them up directly. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't go up." She felt it would be awkward to go upstairs, as if she were trying to bribe him. At home, the hazelnuts seemed inconsequential, but in the building, they felt rather meager. Perhaps he wouldn't even want them. Secretary Ding responded, "Alright, Miss Lu, please wait a moment, I'll be right down." After hanging up, Secretary Ding hurried to the president's office. As he passed by the secretary's office, colleagues returning from lunch noticed his hurried pace and speculated that an urgent matter had arisen. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Shani lounged on the sofa, casually pointing at the bright red wedding invitation on the coffee table. "Look, here lies my engagement invitation. Earlier, Yu Xian came to see me, and I told him to deliver it to you. But he insisted on bringing it himself to hasten your romantic pursuits, saying you're moving far too slowly." Seated beside him, Zhou Qijing cast a glance at the wedding invitation resting on the coffee table. "Have you made a decision?" Shani feigned indifference, responding, "What is there to decide? The families have long since arranged this. Besides, am I to hang myself on that same tree for the rest of my life?" He then scoffed derisively, adding, "And it's a crooked tree at that." As Zhou Qijing furrowed his brow slightly, "As long as you have no regrets." Just then, a knock echoed at the door, prompting the two to fall silent. In rushed Secretary Ding, appearing flustered. Upon spotting Shani, he hesitated, caught between words. Aware of the situation, Shani stood up, saying, "Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. You carry on. Mr. Shin, please take care," Secretary Ding replied as he escorted him out. Then turned to Zhou Qijing, almost presenting a treasure. "Mr. Zhou, Miss Lu has brought you hazelnuts. What are you so flustered about?" At the reprimand from his boss, Secretary Ding silently grumbled, "You can really pretend." Boss, clearly delighted, yet you maintain a stern facade. Zhou Qijing shot him a glance. "What are you so happy about?" He then inquired, "Where is she?" "She's waiting downstairs. She just called and asked me to go down and fetch her." Zhou Qijing rose, turning towards him with an imposing air. "Why did she call you? Are you two quite familiar with each other, or do you often keep in touch?" Secretary Ding felt cornered. Fearing a misunderstanding from his boss, he quickly shook his head. No, Miss Lu mentioned that you were very busy and didn't want to disturb your work, so she called me instead." Descending in the exclusive elevator, Zhou Qijing stepped out of the building to find Lu Xiaoqiao beside the flower bed, examining the greenery. "What are you doing here? Aren't you hot?" Hearing his voice, Lu Xiaoqiao turned, momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Zhou, I didn't expect you to come down. I was afraid you were busy, so I specifically called Secretary Ding." Zhou Qijing replied without a second thought, "He is a bit busy." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiao regretted her decision to bring him hazelnuts, realizing she had indeed interrupted him. "Did I disturb your work?" Zhou Qijing, unfazed, responded, "Secretary Ding is busy. I am not." "How could a secretary be busier than the boss?" The life of a secretary in a large corporation must be tough. Remembering the reason for her visit, she hurriedly handed him a plastic bag containing the hazelnuts. The bag seemed rather plain. She had intended to find a nicer one but couldn't locate it at the supermarket. The price of a decent bag was 2 yuan, which she couldn't bring herself to spend. A plastic bag would have to suffice. Thankfully, the original packaging inside was quite sturdy. "Mr. Zhou, you can take it up yourself. There's a little tool inside, just use that to open it when you eat." Noticing she had thoughtfully provided him with a tool, his mood lifted further. "How do I use this?" "It's quite simple. Let me demonstrate." Lu Xiaoqiao opened the bag, retrieving a few hazelnuts, explaining as she went, "Just place the hazelnut in this groove and gently squeeze. You must be gentle. If you apply too much force, the hazelnut will shatter. Do you understand?" Observing her earnest demeanor was quite endearing. Zhou Qijing couldn't suppress a smile. Noticing his silence, Lu Xiaoqiao looked up at him. "Mr. Zhou, what are you smiling about? Have you learned it? Her playful tone made Zhou Qijing's heart flutter, and his smile widened. Yes, I have learned. After saying this, he took the tool from her and attempted the method she had just taught him. Only to shatter the hazelnut. He hadn't anticipated the delicacy of the nut. He hadn't even felt he had applied much pressure. After a brief silence, he turned to Lu Xiaoqiao. It broke. Lu Xiaoqiao's brows knitted together. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she pouted. I saw that. You were too forceful. You have to be gentle, Zhou Qijing solemnly acknowledged. Yes, I will practice a few more times. Liu Xiaoqiao said nothing further. Given his status, he could have anything he desired without having to fuss over such trifles. Mr. Zhou, you were so busy, you should head back upstairs. I will return home now. Alright, Chapter 31, Trouble at the Bar, Part 1. After watching her until she was out of sight, Zhou Qijing reluctantly turned and re-entered the building. He returned to his office, neither resting nor rushing to work, but rather sitting on the sofa, reflecting on Lu Xiaoqiao's earlier expressions, though she had said nothing. Her facial expressions revealed her thoughts. She believed he could not even shell a hazelnut properly. Just after the lunch break, as Lu Xiaoqiao prepared to work on her computer, she received a photo sent by Zhou Qijing. Opening the image, she saw a neatly arranged row of a dozen shelled hazelnuts atop a brown desk. Unable to contain herself, she chuckled, thinking how competitive he was. Shortly after, another message arrived from him. Z, the hazelnuts are delicious, thank you. Liu Xiaoqiao replied, you're welcome, I'm glad you like them. Happy, it was a relief that he enjoyed them. She had worried he might find them unappealing. Z, they are so good that I hesitate to eat them. Lu Xiaoqiao responded, Mr. Zhou, please enjoy them. In a few days, I'll have my mom send more via express delivery. Z, is that too much trouble? Lu Xiaoqiao reassured him, not at all, express delivery is very convenient. As long as you like them, grin. She had mentioned to her mother several times how well the elders at her friend's home treated her, and knowing that the local specialty pleased him would likely bring her mother joy. Due to their exchange of messages, Zhou Qijing remained in high spirits throughout the afternoon. Although his demeanor appeared unchanged, during a meeting, he was noticeably more amiable than usual, which relaxed the executives in the conference room. As the workday concluded, the weather suddenly turned chilly. After a day of heat that had tempted her to wear short sleeves, she now felt the urge to don a jacket. When Lu Xiaoqiao and Zhao Zhao arrived home, just as Lu Xiaoqiao was about to open the door, she saw the door across the hall swing open, and Zhao Zhizhi emerged, pulling Zhao Jia into an embrace, weakly exclaiming, Baby, I've caught a cold. Hearing the endearing nickname, Lu Xiaoqiao felt goosebumps rise on her arms, rubbing them together. Ugh, enough already, I might as well skip dinner. Zhao Jia reached up to feel his forehead. Do you have a fever? Have you been to the hospital? Zhao Zhizhi continued to hold on. I went got some medicine, I just took it. Xiaoqiao, you go inside, I will stay with him for a while. Alright, Jia, will you be back tonight? She added playfully, winking. Zhao Jia laughed and playfully swatted her. What do you think? Although they had known each other for a long time and had been dating for 2 years, Zhao Zhizhi had insisted that as long as he was unable to provide a safe haven for the one he loved, he wouldn't take the final step. He feared that the person he loved might regret it. In his own words, if you can't afford it, then you can't have it, then I'll make some porridge. We can eat together later. After they finished dinner, Lu Xiaoqiao tidied up the kitchen, washed up, and lay in bed scrolling through her phone. Around 9 o'clock, recalling that Qin Momo had mentioned working part-time at a bar, she felt a twinge of worry and decided to send her a message. After waiting for 10 minutes with no reply, she thought perhaps Momo was busy and directly called her, but the ringtone echoed for quite some time with no answer, causing Lu Xiaoqiao to grow anxious. Suddenly, she remembered that Momo had said she was going with Jean Ling, so she quickly dialed Jean Ling's number, relieved that they had exchanged contact information during their trip to the temple. After about 10 rings, the call was answered, and she was immediately bombarded by deafening music and the uproar of the crowd. Before Jean Ling could speak, Lu Xiaoqiao urgently asked, Hello, Jean Ling, is Momo with you? I just sent her a message, but she hasn't replied, and I called but no one answered. You.2. Beep. The call was abruptly disconnected, unsure whether it had been intentional or accidental. Just as she was about to call again, she received a message from Jean Ling. You need to hurry over, Momo is in a bit of trouble. Seeing Jean Ling's message made Lu Xiaoqiao's heart race uncontrollably. She quickly replied, asking what had happened and if there was any danger, while rushing to the door of Zhao Zhizhi's room, regardless of whether the neighbors were asleep or if they would come out to scold her for making noise. She knocked loudly on the door. Zhao Zhizhi, you both need to come out right now. As Zhao Zhao was about to head back, she heard the door being knocked on violently. The half-dazed Zhao Zhizhi was also disturbed. Who is it? Zhao Zhao grabbed the clothes she had left by the bed. It sounds like Xiao, you should go back to sleep. I'll step out. Opening the door, she found Lu Xiaoqiao disheveled and frantic, as if she would break the door down if it didn't open soon. What happened? Xiaoqiao, Jia, Momo is in trouble. What's wrong with Momo? Hearing the commotion, Zhao Zhizhi stepped out of the room. Liu Xiaoqiao quickly recounted the situation, and the three hurriedly changed clothes and took a taxi to the bar where Momo was working. Upon arrival, Zhao Zhizhi paid for the ride and dashed inside the bar, with Zhao Jia and Lu Xiaoqiao closely following. Liu Xiaoqiao had never been to a bar before. After traversing a corridor, She stepped inside, only to be assaulted by the blaring music and a swirling mass of lights, with the cacophony of voices, clinking glasses, and cheers intertwining in a chaotic symphony. Jean Ling later sent a message stating that she and Momo were at the booth. And after considerable effort, the group managed to navigate through the cacophony of the crowd to reach a relatively quieter section of the seating area. Liu Xiaoqiao anxiously scanned the entire booth area and finally spotted Qin Momo near the bar. Relieved to see her standing there safely, Qin Momo stood with her head bowed, a tower of glasses before her filled with cash, each layer containing stacks of $100 bills, increasing in amount as one descended. This was the commission she had earned from selling such an impressive quantity of alcohol on her first day. However, having accidentally sullied the handbag of the other party's girlfriend, she was now obliged to finish all the drinks before her as a form of apology. She had been enduring this predicament for nearly half an hour, and despite the fact that it was the girlfriend who had collided with her, resulting in the spill, her earlier apology had been in vain. When the other party suggested forfeiting her commission instead, they had countered with a demand for compensation for the handbag, 30,000 yuan, a sum she could never afford. The doctor had explicitly warned her against consuming alcohol. Yet she pondered whether drinking and then rushing to the hospital for a stomach pump would be feasible. At that moment, a man in a wine-red shirt seated in the middle of the booth leisurely remarked, "If you don't drink soon, the terms of compensation will change, and you'll owe my girlfriend for her bag as well." Upon hearing this, Qin Momo reluctantly reached for the top glass of the tower. Just as Zhaoji's voice interrupted her, turning her head to look at him, she noticed the two roommates standing behind him, their eyes silently questioning how they had ended up there. Liu Xiaoqiao and Zhao Jia quickly approached her, grasping her hands and using their body language to convey their support, urging her not to be afraid. In that moment, Qin Momo was more terrified of dragging her friends into this mess. Her shattered life could bear further ruin, but they were good people, and there was no need for them to become entangled with a group of wealthy second-generation elites they could not contend with. Chapter 32, Resolving Issues at the Bar, Part 2. Zhaoji engaged in negotiations with the few wealthy second-generation individuals seated at the booth. Regardless of his arguments, his lowly status only served to provoke these spoiled youths, who took delight in toying with those they regarded as beneath them. Unable to fight back, given that half of their group was already incapacitated by illness, they faced the grim reality that even if they emerged victorious, escape would be impossible. Fine, can I drink on behalf of my friend? She truly cannot consume alcohol. You wouldn't want to cause a fatality, would you? Zhaoji implored. A blond man seated nearby sneered, "Who are you trying to scare? You think this is a life or death matter? My drink isn't lethal, is it?" His companions erupted in laughter. "You can drink, but as a man, you should take double the amount. Unless you claim to be a woman, you certainly look like one." They jeered, their laughter growing louder as Zhaoji bit his tongue, his body trembling with suppressed rage, fists clenched at his sides, yet the harsh reality compelled him to lower his head and concede. "Fine." Zhao Jia tugged at Zhaoji's sleeve. "You've just taken a cephalosporin. Are you insane for even considering drinking?" He sighed deeply, "But we have no other options." Zhao Jia approached, pointing a finger at Zhaoji, addressing the group. "He just had a cold and took medication. I have an alcohol allergy, my sister is sick and cannot drink, and my friend is too young to handle it. Could we kindly ask you to show some mercy? We won't take the money. Can you please let us go?" The man in the wine-red shirt scoffed. "Do you think we're fools? This isn't the year of the monkey. Why is it only your friend who's sick? What illness is it?" "Cancer, ha." He then gestured toward Lu Xiaoqiao. "Let your friend drink. It's nothing, as long as she's an adult. If she gets drunk and can't move, I'll take care of her tonight." His gaze roamed over Lu Xiaoqiao with lewd intent. Qin Momo could no longer bear the humiliation of her friend and opened her mouth to protest, but Lu Xiaoqiao grasped her arm, holding her back. Liu Xiaoqiao found the man's lecherous gaze repulsive but knew she was the only pillar of support left. Fortunately, it was only beer, which was low in alcohol content. She could treat it as if she were drinking kvass. After much deliberation, she stepped forward. "All right, I will drink, but I expect you to keep your word and not backtrack." "Xiao," Qin Momo exclaimed, gripping her tightly. Liu Xiaoqiao shook her head reassuringly, signaling that it was alright. Zhao Jia felt guilty for her, but her own severe allergy meant she would likely faint before finishing a drink. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaoqiao lifted a glass and took a cautious sip, relieved to find it was merely ordinary beer. She raised her glass high and downed its contents in one go, then reached for a second and third glass. Zhou Qijing, burdened by the complications arising from the hazelnut issue earlier that day, found his already substantial workload multiplying. His promise to return to his family's old residence that evening had to be postponed due to overtime. Exiting the office and taking the elevator down to the parking garage, he had just settled into the driver's seat when he received a call from Li Yuxuan. "What are you up to? Still working late? Your dedication puts me, a mere employee, to shame." Zhou Qijing fastened his seatbelt and started the engine. "You can join me for overtime every day from now on. Forget I said anything." Li Yuxuan teased, detecting the engine's roar. "Since you're out, come to the newly opened Mei Yi bar to find me. Xiang's friend owns it, and the bartender is said to have been painstakingly recruited from abroad. His skills are top-notch. Let's go and sample some drinks together. Not going. Zhou Qijing's immediate refusal surprised Li Yuxuan, who playfully remarked, seriously, just over 30 and living like you're in retirement, you work and socialize every day. What's the rush to go home? No one is waiting for you. As Zhou Qijing drove out of the parking lot, he paused at the evident mockery in Li Yuxuan's tone, shifting his gaze to the passenger seat where Lu Xiaoqiao had gifted him hazelnuts. He suddenly felt a desire to prove that he too was making progress. Send me the address. Taken aback by Zhou Qijing's request, Li Yuxuan chuckled, having just heard him decline to come before he changed his mind. What happened to the guy who never listened to advice? He mused but said nothing more, providing the location with a smile. Arriving at the entrance of the Mei Yi bar, Zhou Qijing parked his car. And a parking assistant swiftly approached. After handing over the keys, he strode toward the bar. Upon finding Li Yuxuan at the counter, he sat beside him, casually placing the hazelnuts and the accompanying tool in a conspicuous position between them. Why didn't you invite Chenyi? It would be nice for both of you to see each other, Zhou Qijing suggested. He's busy planning his engagement, and I didn't want to impose. Li Yuxuan replied, ordering 2 cocktails from the bartender. Zhou Qijing glanced at him, subtly nudging the bag of hazelnuts a bit closer. Li Yuxuan finally noticed, what's this? He reached out, eager to see the contents. Don't touch, Zhou Qijing warned, swatting his hand away. Curious, Li Yuxuan pressed, what is it? Something precious? Zhou Qijing opened the bag. Hazelnuts? Why are they so small? Where did you get them? What do you know? These are wild. The larger ones are grafted varieties, which lack flavor and nutrition. These are a specialty from northeast China. Initially confused by the sudden discussion about hazelnut nutrition, Li Yuxuan finally grasped the context. Did your crush give these to you? Afraid I'd have trouble eating them, so she brought me a pair of tongs. Zhou Qijing chuckled, demonstrating how to use the tongs to crack open a nut, revealing the whole kernel, something he had practiced for quite some time. You came here just to show off, huh? Old Zhou, how childish, Li Yuxuan said, amused. Once the cocktails were prepared, Li Yuxuan took one and pushed the other toward Zhou Qijing, who remained focused on shelling the hazelnuts. Aren't you drinking? Why are you even here then? I drove here, Zhou Qijing replied, popping another nut into his mouth. I said good, of course, share some with me. Why are you being so selfish? Li Yuxuan extended his palm expectantly. Don't be stingy, you've benefited from my advice on your matters, so if you don't share, I'll just call her tomorrow. I need to ask her why she forgot to save some for me and might even say something I shouldn't. Listening to Li Yuxuan's mock threat, Zhou Qijing initially intended to ignore him, but suddenly remembering something, he opened the bag and pulled out about 10 hazelnuts. I'll let you try a few for now. Her mother will send more in a few days, and I'll give you those then. Li Yuxuan, damn, you really know how to show off. I feel like I wasted decades knowing you. Li Yuxuan cracked open a hazelnut with his teeth, savoring the kernel as he spoke. This opens up easily. Are you sure those tongs aren't just a gift, or do you think you're getting old and your teeth are failing? Hearing the teasing lilt in his voice, Zhou Qijing replied sternly, if you don't want them, just give them back. Fearing Zhou Qijing might actually snatch them away, Li Yuxuan quickly stuffed the remaining hazelnuts into his pocket. Tisk, look at you, you can't sit still when someone mentions age. Upon noticing that Zhou Qijing had ceased to pay him any attention, he lifted his glass to take a sip, casually surveying his surroundings. As his gaze turned to the left rear, it fixed upon a group of individuals seated in a booth. Surrounding the booth, both seated and standing, were people gathered around a girl clad in a gray hooded sweatshirt, who was consuming alcohol with gusto. She appeared strikingly out of place compared to the others present, perhaps due to her haste in drinking. The girl suddenly coughed and turned away, covering her mouth, which startled Li Yuxuan considerably. Oh my, Laozhou, look quickly, is that not Xiao Qiao? Chapter 33, Eat Walnuts, Nourish the Brain. Liu Xiaoqiao finished her last drink, retrieving the money from the bottom of her pile and stowing it away. The yellow-haired man seated in the booth whistled, then turned to the man in the wine-red shirt at the head of the table, saying, Liang Gu, this girl is quite something. The man, referred to as Liang Gu, leisurely stood up with a cigarette dangling from his lips, blocking Lu Xiaoqiao as she attempted to leave. Why the rush, little beauty? Lu Xiaoqiao evaded his outstretched hand. What more do you want? I've fulfilled my obligation by finishing my drink. You big men wouldn't dare to default on your promise, would you? To his surprise, the girl, despite her youthful appearance, held her liquor well. Her beauty sparked a curiosity about what she might resemble if she lay intoxicated in bed. The thought alone stirred a sense of longing within him. Default, a beauty like you, never. As he spoke, disregarding Lu Xiaoqiao's protests, he placed his hand on her waist. However, you might want to inquire about my reputation. In Hang City, wherever I, Chen Liang, am present, no one dares to default. Bang! Before Chen Liang could finish his sentence, he was unexpectedly struck hard in the face, his body crashing heavily onto the table in front of the sofa. The bottles and glasses on the table shattered, scattering the snacks across the floor. Who the hell was that? Chen Liang, clutching his bleeding nose, staggered to his feet, looking towards his assailant. Upon seeing the tall, imposing figure exuding an air of cold determination, he hesitated to speak. The commotion drew the attention of the bar manager, who rushed over, while a crowd gathered around them. Zhou Qijing, unwilling for Lu Xiaoqiao to be the center of attention, grasped her hand and led her towards the bar's exit. As Chen Liang saw them attempting to leave, he opened his mouth to curse, but was hastily restrained by the yellow-haired man accompanying him. Having been sent abroad by his parents for causing trouble during his school years, Chen Liang returned as his family's business prospered. With the Chen family's current standing, his parents believed the past was behind them and welcomed him back. Though he had recently just returned to the country, he did not recognize Zhou Qijing, but those around him did. Just as in ordinary families, affluent families enjoyed comparing their offspring, and Zhou Qijing was viewed through the lens of their parents' aspirations. Embodying the epitome of what they desired in a child, even those significantly younger than him were often compared unfavorably, enduring incessant admonishments such as, "Look at how Zhou Qijing has accomplished so much at your age." The yellow-haired man, having endured the most severe beatings, edged closer to Chen Liang, whispering, "Liang Gu, that's Zhou Qijing. We can't afford to offend him." Zhou Qijing led Lu Xiaoqiao out of the bar. Stopping beneath a street lamp, Liu Xiaoqiao, still somewhat dazed, asked, "Mr. Zhou, what are you doing here?" The Zhou Qijing did not respond but instead lowered his head, gazing intently at her. "Why did you come to a bar?" "Ha, do you know how chaotic places like this can be? What were you thinking running here in the middle of the night, and drinking like the others, who permitted you to drink?" Seeing his apparent anger, Lu Xiaoqiao instinctively lowered her voice. "My colleague introduced me to Momo, who works here, and they work here. And you came for what reason?" "I was worried about my roommate, the phone was unreachable. So I called my colleague, she told me Momo was in trouble, so I came." Momo had urged her roommate to drink after soiling his girlfriend's belongings, and since she was unable to drink due to illness, they were held captive until she complied. "He compelled you to drink, and you did. He wouldn't let you leave. Who does he think he is?" Zhou Qijing's voice inadvertently rose in volume. Liu Xiaoqiao was startled by his sudden outburst. Noticing his furrowed brow and dark expression, his tone sending a chill down her spine. She had always known Zhou Qijing to be composed and polite, even in anger, but never had she seen him shout at anyone. Lin had mentioned he could intimidate without uttering a word, but she had never witnessed her uncle raise his voice. Liu Xiaoqiao, feeling increasingly small under his glare, whispered, "There were too many of them. They threatened to make Momo pay 30,000 yuan if she refused to drink. Did I ever tell you that you could call me if anything went awry? Why didn't you contact me? And in such a situation, if he demands money, just give it to him. Do you have any idea what could happen to a girl who gets drunk in a bar, if I hadn't been there? Do you think you would have been able to leave after drinking?" Lu Xiaoqiao fell silent, her head bowed. "If he is too ill to drink, does that give him the right to push you to drink in her stead? If she gets drunk and something happens, can she bear the responsibility? And what about that colleague of yours? She introduced your friend to work there, surely she knows the supervisor. Why didn't she step in to mediate? What motives does she have in this? Don't you think your colleague is problematic? Working in such a place, you should avoid associating with people like that." The mention of 30,000 yuan. Lu Xiaoqiao had fallen silent. To Zhou Qijing, that amount might merely equate to the cost of a meal, but for an ordinary person, even a single penny could prove burdensome. Initially perceiving his reprimand as a well-meaning scolding, her patience waned as his words grew increasingly cutting and merciless, each remark piercing her heart. How could he speak of her friends in such a manner? Did he regard them as beneath him? Akin to other privileged youths who look down upon those without connections. Unable to contain herself any longer, she raised her head, glaring at the man who continued to disparage her friends. She had always believed him to be different from other capitalists, special in his understanding of human suffering, yet, at this moment, as he coldly judged her friends, she had forgotten entirely who he was. "Enough, why are you shouting? What is wrong with me coming to a bar? If you can come, why can't I? What is so wrong with this place? Do you even understand the situation? You speak as if you know everything." With a mocking tone, she continued, "My colleague is no good? And what of yours? Instead of criticizing, perhaps you should return and scrutinize your own employees, who exploit their power in the most sordid ways." Zhou Qijing's expression darkened further. "What do you mean by that?" "The literal meaning, what? You can criticize my friends, but I can't mention your employees. Even capitalists should adhere to reason." Zhou Qijing was taken aback by her final words, his body swaying slightly. "Capitalist, huh?" To her, that term was clearly derogatory. All his efforts to be accommodating and caring had culminated in such a label. From a distance, several individuals stood at the bar entrance, unable to discern the specifics of the conversation. Yet sensing the tension between the two, they gathered that the exchange was far from amicable, perhaps even escalating into a quarrel. Liu Yuxuan, having just greeted the hotel manager, hurried outside, expecting to witness a dramatic scenario of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Instead, he found his friend reprimanding the young woman as if she were a child. What surprised him even more was that Lu Xiaoqiao, rather than cowering in fear, was boldly retorting to Zhou Qijing. At that moment, Li Yuxuan felt an inkling that Lao Zhou would face dire consequences. Observing from afar, it appeared that the man was rendered speechless with rage. No one dared to intervene, fearing that the argument might intensify. But after a moment's hesitation, Li Yuxuan strode forward. "Why are you two still arguing? Xiao, don't be upset. Lao Zhou is just concerned for you. Look, he is even carrying the hazelnuts you gave him. He forgot to take them when he saw you in danger. Worried that Lu Xiaoqiao might misinterpret Zhou Qijing's stern demeanor and tarnish his image in her eyes, he hurried to clarify. Though it was true that Zhou Qijing had indeed been rather fierce. Indeed, more controlling than my father, and his glare is sharper than my dad's. Stop eating hazelnuts, have walnuts instead, they're good for the brain. With that, she snatched the hazelnuts from Li Yuxuan's hand and turned to join her waiting friends. Zhou Qijing stood in disbelief as Lu Xiaoqiao took the hazelnuts, leaving him in silence. Once they had departed, Li Yuxuan glanced back at Zhou Qijing, who was now hunched over, bracing himself against a nearby street lamp. This Lu Xiaoqiao is quite formidable, he mused, patting Zhou Qijing's shoulder reassuringly. Are you alright? Don't take it too hard. Misunderstandings happen, just be gentler when speaking with young ladies next time. Zhou Qijing gazed up at the pitch-black sky, mirroring his current state of mind. Taking a deep breath, his smile tinged with bitterness. In her eyes, I doubt my worth compares to any of her colleagues or friends. Even the gifts I offered were reclaimed. Li Yuxuan refrained from responding. Fully aware that the items Zhou Qijing had flaunted for less than half an hour had been taken back, snatched back, from his grasp. However, out of goodwill, he comforted, how should I put it, after all? The relationship between you two is not quite what you envision. Once you both reconcile and are together, your significance in her heart will undoubtedly grow. Zhou Qijing shot him an irritated glance. You might as well remain silent. Li Yuxuan, expecting Zhou Qijing to say more, was taken aback as he turned and re-entered the bar, presumably to drown his sorrows in alcohol, prompting Li Yuxuan to hastily follow him. Upon entering, instead of heading towards the bar counter, he made a beeline for the booth where the earlier incident had occurred. Chen Liang felt unjustly wronged after receiving an undeserved punch, particularly as he had just returned to the country and lost face in front of his friends. Yet, given the status of his adversary, he felt he could not retaliate, forcing him to swallow his anger. Fortunately, once the troublesome group had left, the bar manager offered some words of consolation and mentioned that the drinks were on the house for the day. Allowing him to regain a bit of dignity. However, his brief moment of relief was shattered when Zhou Qijing returned, perhaps to apologize. After all, the Zhou family, no matter how powerful, surely wouldn't want to make enemies of the Chen family over a woman. Your right arm, correct? Zhou Qijing's expression was inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his intent. What? Zhou Qijing's gaze turned frigid. Just now, you wrapped your right hand around her waist. Chapter 34, the Zhou family profits from unethical means. Upon realizing the implication, Chen Liang felt a surge of indignation and retorted, is that really considered wrapping? She was dressed so warmly, it's hardly significant. Zhou Qijing sneered, his eyes darkening ominously. Oh, hardly significant? Today, you can consider your right arm forfeit. I too find that quite inconsequential. Before Chen Liang could process his words, Zhou Qijing lunged forward, seizing his right arm and twisting it violently. The sickening sound of dislocated bones accompanied by Chen Liang's blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the bar. In an instant, the noise was masked by the music and chatter, yet it drew the attention of those nearby. Li Yuxuan was utterly stunned by Zhou Qijing's sudden aggression. He never imagined that a man in his 30s would resort to such juvenile behavior. He recalled the last time Zhou Qijing had fought was over his father remarrying his aunt, during which he had hospitalized a rival who dared to mock him, feeling that the earlier punch had vented his frustrations. Li Yuxuan now believed that Zhou Qijing's act of breaking an arm was excessive, and he quickly grabbed Zhou Qijing, fearing that he might lose control again. That's enough, Lao Zhou, calm down. Zhou Qijing ignored him. Stepping over the moaning Chen Liang to sit on the sofa in the booth, propping his feet on the table in front of him, he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Squinting at the terrified companions of Chen Liang standing nearby, how many drinks did she have in total? The women among you drink the same amount, the men will drink double. He then turned to the manager, who was already sweating profusely. Please help me fetch some cash. The manager, having witnessed the altercation, approached cautiously. He understood that both parties were not to be trifled with, but he thought that once this gentleman had vented his frustrations, he would leave. But to his surprise, Zhou Qijing had returned, fully aware of the precarious line he was walking between the Zhou and Chen families. Hearing the command from the current head of the Zhou family, the manager hurriedly returned with cash. Mr. Zhou, I have 200,000 in cash. Will that suffice? If not, I can send someone to the ATM. Zhou Qijing glanced up at the group still standing there. How much did you all spend? When no one spoke, Zhou Qijing raised his voice. Speak up. Finally, a bold youth replied, 5,000. Zhou Qijing scoffed, you each owe me 10,000. Drink up. He gestured with a nod, indicating they could begin. The youth, gathering his courage, asked, what if we can't finish? He didn't dare voice the thought of not drinking at all. Zhou Qijing took a puff of his cigarette. Simple. You each compensate me 60,000. The youth was rendered speechless. He thought to himself that he would have to explain to his parents that the Zhou family had thrived not through legitimate business ventures but rather through ruthless means. His mother's warnings echoed in his mind. Never provoke Zhou Qijing. Reluctantly, they all forced themselves to finish their drinks, not because they could afford the 60,000, but out of sheer fear of not finishing. Ultimately, as they departed, they handed over the cash to the bar manager, including an extra amount as compensation for the damages. Initially, the manager hesitated to accept the additional sum, but with Li Yuxuan's encouragement. He agreed. As they left, Zhou Qizheng whispered a few words to the manager, who nodded repeatedly, assuring him, "Understood, Mr. Li, you can rest assured." Li Yuxuan was unconcerned about Chen Liang's fate. His primary worry was that any repercussions would affect Zhou Qizheng. On the way back, Zhou Qizheng drove at breakneck speed, causing Li Yuxuan to regret insisting on riding with him. "Lao Zhou, please slow down." Noticing Zhou Qizheng showed no intention of easing his speed, Li Yuxuan instinctively grasped the handle above the passenger seat. "No, I mean, Mr. Zhou, you've already vented your frustrations. There's no need to remain angry. If this is about Xiao Xiao and the hazelnuts, ugh, come on, brother, please slow down." Struggling, he retrieved the few hazelnuts Zhou Qizheng had given him earlier from his pocket and placed them in the storage compartment beside the gearshift. "Don't be agitated, I still have a few left. If you had just shared a few more with me earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation." Before he could finish, Zhou Qizheng slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a sudden halt by the roadside. "Get out!" Li Yuxuan was taken aback but quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. Although being kicked out by a friend was not an honorable circumstance, his safety took precedence. Liu Xiaoqiao and the others were silent during the ride home. The atmosphere heavy with tension. Zhao Zhizhi, feeling unwell after the day's events, was exhausted, yet she still followed the trio inside. As soon as Qin Momo entered, she could no longer contain her tears. "I'm so sorry. It is all because of me that I've brought trouble upon you all." Zhao Zhizhi, initially seething with anger, found it difficult to scold her upon seeing her cry. However, she still pointed at her. Exasperated, "I told you before that we shouldn't go to those kinds of places for any amount of money. How could you hide it from me and go there secretly? Can't you understand why I'm upset?" After Zhao Zhizhi's outburst, Zhao Jia kicked her. "Enough," she is crying. "Why are you still being harsh with her?" Zhao Zhizhi, having been kicked, retorted, "Stop crying. Who told you not to listen?" At that, Qin Momo bit her lip to suppress her sobs. Trembling slightly from her silent weeping, Liu Xiaoqiao, feeling sympathy for her, stepped forward to embrace her. "Momo, don't cry. We're all fine now. We got the money back, and please don't go back to that place again." "I agree it's not safe." Zhao Jia glanced at the two, settling onto the sofa. "Fortunately, we encountered Mr. Zhou today. Otherwise, this situation could have escalated." I sensed that man was about to backtrack. If he had, we wouldn't have been able to escape. Qin Momo pulled away from Lu Xiaoqiao's embrace, sniffing. "Yes, we really owe Mr. Zhou a debt of gratitude today." "Xiaoqiao, what happened after you went out with Mr. Zhou that led to a quarrel?" Zhao Zhizhi was equally curious. As all three turned their gazes towards her, Lu Xiaoqiao, having calmed down from her earlier excitement, reflected on her harsh words and glanced at the hazelnuts in her hand. Feeling a wave of regret wash over her, she had indeed been too harsh, provoking Zhou Qizheng's anger. With an awkward smile, she replied, "Oh, it was nothing much, just a small disagreement. In a few days, when he cools down, I'll apologize." Realizing it was getting late, they all hurriedly tidied up and went to bed. Liu Xiaoqiao, having had a few drinks, found herself waking several times in the middle of the night to use the restroom. Yet she slept soundly, blissfully unaware. In contrast to Zhou Qizheng, consumed by his anger, returned home, completed his evening routine, and lay in bed, his mind racing. The more he pondered, the more restless he became, ultimately deciding to rise and retrieve a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. Alone on the balcony, he gazed out at the river view, swirling the wine in his glass. Lost in memories. Chapter 35. Paramela. At the age of 22, Zhou Qizheng had a fierce argument with his father over funding for his entrepreneurial endeavors. The quarrel unearthed long-buried grievances regarding his aunt's miscarriage years prior, escalating their conflict. Everyone cast blame upon him, yet no one considered his feelings. The aunt he had once trusted and depended upon had suddenly usurped his mother's place, leaving him unable to let go, and he spiraled into a state of despair, plagued by insomnia. One day, while driving to the riverside, he parked the car and sat alone drinking. Nearby, children played soccer, their laughter brightening their faces, with one little girl's smile shining the brightest. When the ball accidentally rolled over to him, he felt an urge to tease the children, while others hesitated. Only that little girl approached him. "Big brother, that's our ball." "Big brother." Zhou Qizheng raised an eyebrow, correcting her. "You should call me uncle." The little girl, unfazed, replied, "I thought calling you brother would make you happier." "How do you know I'm not happy?" "You read drinking alone, just like my dad when he is sad." The little girl hesitated, pointing at the car parked by the roadside. "Is that your car? You shouldn't drive after drinking. It's dangerous." Zhou Qizheng found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden concern of a stranger, especially one so youthful. If it were his brother, their mother would have likely broken his legs for such audacity. Zhou Qizheng replied, "Little one, I appreciate your concern, but I no longer have a mother, and thus, there is no one to break my legs over such caring." The child, seemingly unfazed, responded, "I'm sorry to hear that. But your mother is surely watching over you from heaven. If you misbehave, she might just visit you in your dreams to set you straight." Zhou Qizheng mused, "I can only hope she comes to my dreams." Amused by the child's whimsical speech, he inquired, "How old are you, little one?" 12. "And you, big brother?" she asked. "I'm a decade your senior." "Oh, then why do you seem so unhappy? Look at you driving a phaeton." Zhou Qizheng was taken aback. You recognize cars? The little girl blushed slightly. Hee. I only know this one. I saw it on TV when I visited my aunt a few days ago, and my cousin said he wanted to drive it when he grows up. I said I could start working at 22, and if I could afford a Phaeton by my birthday, that would be splendid, but my mother warned me that if I don't study hard, I might be lucky to get a job that merely provides for my basic needs. Hearing such candid remarks for the first time, Zhou Qijing couldn't help but smile broadly, his shoulders shaking with laughter. He had long forgotten that he could still express joy in such a manner. You see, big brother, you're smiling now. You must smile more often, that way a good fortune will follow you. Zhou Qijing gazed at her with a smile. However, among those I know, none bring me joy as you do. What should I do if I cannot laugh? The little girl pondered for a moment before removing a purple bracelet from her wrist and offering it to him. This is for you. Purple is my favorite color. It brings me happiness. It's my lucky color, and whenever I face difficulties, I make a wish with it, and it works wonders. Zhou Qijing accepted the bracelet. Feeling his pockets were empty save for cigarettes and the leftover alcohol on the ground. I have nothing to give you in return. Wait for me. I will see if I have something in the car. No need. My mother says I shouldn't take things from others, but you gave me a bracelet. That's because you look sad, so I wanted to cheer you up. Very well. Thank you. You're welcome. The girl picked up a soccer ball and glanced back at Zhou Qijing with a hint of concern. Promise me you won't drink and drive once I leave. Zhou Qijing nodded in agreement and called out to the girl, who was already walking away. What is your name? Without turning back, she replied. Lu Xiaoqiao. As he reminisced, the wine on the table had nearly run dry, the empty bottle mirroring the hollowness in his heart, all of which he had given to a woman named Lu Xiaoqiao. He pondered when he had begun to harbor such feelings for her. Even he could not discern the moment. Perhaps it was when he first beheld her blossoming into a graceful young lady. Or maybe it was her endearing habit of calling him Zhou Zong whenever they met. Regardless of when it began, he firmly believed in the destined connection between them. She, with her self-deprecating humor, had endeavored to bring a smile to his darkest days, and the purple bracelet she gifted him added splashes of color to his abyss. Her sunny disposition had ensnared him, leaving him trapped and unable to escape. The following day, after finishing her lunch, Lu Xiaoqiao was informed by the front desk that someone was looking for her outside. She asked Lin Lin to head back first and descended alone. Upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted a slightly plump young man clad in sports attire, a crossbody bag slung over his shoulder, speaking on the phone with his back to her, sensing someone behind him. He hurriedly ended the call. Excuse me, are you Lu Xiaoqiao? Yes, and you are. I'm Lu Peng, Jin Ling's boyfriend. Lu Xiaoqiao recalled hearing from Jin Ling that she indeed had a boyfriend who worked nearby. Oh, what brings you here? Well, it's about Jin Ling. She accidentally fell last night while returning from a bar and injured her arm. Lu Xiaoqiao's previously carefree expression instantly stiffened, alarmed that Jin Ling, who had seemed fine just yesterday, had suffered a broken arm from a simple fall. Oh no, is it serious? She is not in critical condition, is she? Lu Peng hesitated, seemingly struggling to speak, but finally managed. It's not life-threatening, but her arm is in a cast. The surgery was costly, and considering Jin Ling's family situation, I believe you are aware that her salary goes towards supporting them. Together, we haven't managed to gather enough funds. Lu Xiaoqiao was momentarily taken aback. Did this mean he was asking her for money, or was she overthinking it? Their relationship hadn't quite reached a level where borrowing money was appropriate. However, realizing he must be in urgent need due to illness, she decided to help. How much do you need? Lu Peng replied. 8,000. Lu Xiaoqiao exclaimed, astonished at such a steep cost for surgery. It must be quite severe, yet she had just lent money to Mo, and her salary had barely come through this month. It seemed she would have to request an advance. Don't worry, I'll ask my aunt to advance my salary for next month. That would be a huge help. Not at all. Health comes first. Upon returning to the office, Lu Xiaoqiao approached her aunt about advancing her salary. Usually, this was handled by Zhang Wen, and she could have simply spoken to him. But she preferred to avoid him. After receiving the funds, she transferred the amount to Jin Ling via WeChat, reassuring her to take care and promising to visit her in a few days. 2 days later, Lu Xiaoqiao noticed Lin Lin seemed preoccupied. During their lunch break, she asked, Lin Lin, do you have something on your mind? You don't seem very happy today. Lin Lin sighed, don't get me started. My uncle and grandpa had another argument yesterday, and he smashed a teacup in the study. Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback. Your uncle did that? Lin Lin shook her head. No, it was my grandpa who smashed it. And it hit my uncle's hand. He didn't even flinch when I saw him leave. His hand was red. I don't know what is wrong with him. My grandpa would say one thing, and he would retort several times. My grandma was outside the study, unable to intervene, and she was crying in distress. Chapter 36. My uncle got into a fight seated across from them. Zhao Zhao glanced at Lu Xiaoqiao before shifting her gaze to Lin Lin. Do you know what it was about? Lin Lin felt there was no harm in sharing among friends, so she spoke candidly. It was because my uncle got into a fight. Lu Xiaoqiao and Zhao Zhao exclaimed in unison. Your uncle fights. To be precise, my uncle was the one who fought. The other party's grandfather came to cry to my grandpa about it. Lu Xiaoqiao frowned. How old is he? And he still can't handle it without telling the adults. Is that really why your grandpa smashed something at your uncle? Not exactly. It was because my grandpa wanted my uncle to visit the injured person at the hospital. My uncle dismissed it, saying it would be better for him to dream about it. Then my grandpa insisted on going, and my uncle retorted that if my grandpa went, he would ensure the injured party's family would go bankrupt and wouldn't have money for treatment. Lu Xiaoqiao. Jiao Jia. After hearing Lin Lin's account, Lu Xiaoqiao felt a chill run down her spine. She had originally intended to find a moment to apologize to Zhou Qijing in the coming days. Suspecting he was also in a foul mood, perhaps it was best she kept her distance to avoid further complications. As evening approached and work concluded, Zhao Jia suggested they enjoy hot pot. Noting the weather had turned a bit chilly, Liu Xiaoqiao was tempted, but as she thought about the mere 2,000 yuan left in her pocket and the fact that she had already advanced her salary to Jinling, she hesitated. She had no idea when she would be able to repay her. It seemed wiser to save her money. She didn't deserve hot pot right now. In the end, the two settled for a simplified version of hot pot, a spicy skewer dish that cost Lu Xiaoqiao 25 yuan, leaving her feeling somewhat distressed about overspending. Yet, when she lay in bed that night and saw the message from Jinling, her worries about the 25 yuan seemed trivial in comparison, as something even more infuriating unfolded. Jinling, Xiaoqiao, I broke my arm and am in a cast. The doctor said I can't work for a while. So could you please talk to your aunt for me? We salespeople aren't formal contract workers, so it's not that complicated. I just need my remaining 8,000 yuan in salary. You can tell your aunt directly, and it'll cover what I owe you. Lu Xiaoqiao was left utterly bewildered after reading the message. What did this mean? She wasn't foolish, yet she still wanted her to clarify in person. Lu Xiaoqiao, so did you get injured or not? When there was no response, Lu Xiaoqiao realized she had been naive here. She was genuinely concerned for her, only to find that Jinling had turned the tables and was counting on her to sort things out. Lu Xiaoqiao, your salary is yours. What you owe me is entirely separate. That's a different matter altogether. Jinling, I'm sorry, Xiaoqiao, but if I resign immediately, the manager won't agree and will dock my pay. Since your boss is your relative, could you please speak to Zhang Zong on my behalf? Lu Xiaoqiao, you've been doing well. Why the rush to resign? This is something you should discuss yourself. Besides, I also advanced my salary to lend you. Jinling, the one forcing you to drink is Chen's young master. He was beaten by President Zhou, the same Zhou who took you away. The beating was quite severe. He had to be carried away on a stretcher. I didn't expect you to know such a prominent figure as President Zhang. In any case, this incident has escalated significantly. My boyfriend fears that I might get embroiled in it, especially since I was the one who introduced Mo to the job. You are aware of my family situation. I can't afford to offend either side, and thus I have no choice but to resign. Liu Xiaoqiao felt a bit dazed. She recalled that Zhou Qizhang had indeed punched that person the other day, which she had witnessed, but it didn't seem as severe as Jinling described. Liu Xiaoqiao replied, he only threw one punch. It can't be as serious as you're saying, right? She assumed that Jinling would not respond again. But after a while, another message came through that left Lu Xiaoqiao utterly shocked. Jinling wrote, it wasn't just that punch. After you left, President Zhou returned and hit young Master Chen again. In short, it's quite serious. Liu Xiaoqiao was taken aback, realizing that the incident involving Zhou Qizhang had stemmed from her. This revelation left her in a state of turmoil, unsure of how to face him in the future. After all, she had been scolded by his father for her involvement in the fight, and she couldn't help but think of Lin mentioning his injured hand, as well as the few lectures he had given her, which she had countered with the hazelnut she had snatched back. Each of these events weighed heavily on her conscience. Consumed by guilt, Lu Xiaoqiao tossed and turned all night the following day at Zhongheng Group. The atmosphere throughout the building was overshadowed by the president's bad mood. An air of anger and repression permeated every corner, with employees diligently keeping their heads down at work. The once bustling breakroom had turned eerily quiet, and even the senior management had become taciturn, their usual confidence and composure entirely absent. The most arduous days fell upon Secretary Ding, who had been working under immense pressure. 2 days prior, he had been summoned to the office by the boss to discuss a few issues regarding the employees' conduct. He suspected that the boss had learned about Manager Chen from the procurement department harassing Miss Lu, so he shared what he had witnessed that day. Before he could finish, however, he noticed the severe intensity in the other man's gaze, as if he were ready to kill. Why didn't you inform me immediately? Upon learning this, Secretary Ding felt quite wrong but replied truthfully, I apologize, President Zhou. Miss Lu did not permit me to mention her involvement in this matter. I had told Manager Qian to come to you directly, but it seems he dared to conceal it. Regardless of who was involved, both for the company and for me, this matter is of utmost importance. Secretary Ding, you have been with the company for a considerable time. Surely you understand this. The reason she instructed you not to mention her involvement is to shift the focus onto the issue concerning women, rather than solely on Lu Xiaoqiao herself, is it not? Recalling how she had looked at him that night with what appeared to be anger but was in fact sarcasm, as she admonished him to properly investigate his employees. He felt utterly humiliated in front of the young lady. After gaining a full understanding of the situation, the entire staff received 2 notices, one announcing the dismissal of Manager Chen from the procurement department, and the other stating that any employee who disrespects women by misusing their power will face immediate termination. This action made the female employees feel respected, and they all praised President Zhou, admiring him not only for his looks but also for his admirable actions. Who wouldn't appreciate a boss who respects women? After addressing the company's issues, Zhou Qizhang sat at his desk, staring blankly at his phone. Liu Xin entered and knocked on the desk, snapping him back to reality. What are you daydreaming about? I've been knocking for ages, and you didn't even hear me. Regaining his composure, Zhou Qizhang adjusted his posture and leaned back in his chair. What do you need? Liu Xin sat down, crossed his legs, and boastfully pulled out his phone, swiping the screen while saying, Xiao Xiao just messaged me, asking how someone is doing and if they are still angry. Zhou Qizhang straightened up and inquired, why is she messaging you? After speaking, he snatched the phone from Liu Xin's desk and began browsing through it. There was only one message from that morning at 10 o'clock and a voice call that lasted 10 minutes. He tossed the phone back onto the table, feigning calmness. 10 minutes? What on earth did you talk about? Chapter 37, Happy birthday. Why does your tone sound suspicious, brother? Am I supposed to betray you? This time, I've spoken quite highly of you. By the way, it's your birthday in 2 days, and I've invited her to come. Zhou Qizhang had almost forgotten about his birthday. Did she agree to come? Liu Xin nudged him playfully with his shoulder. If you let this opportunity slip away, you owe me for all the help I've given you. Also, sometimes men need to put on an act. You can't lecture a girl like a father. You have to appear vulnerable, making her feel pity for you, as if she owes you something. Your father has provided you with such a wonderful reason, you should take advantage of it. With that, he lifted Zhou Qizhang's slightly swollen right hand. Let her know your injury was because of her. Meanwhile, after chatting with Liu Xian, Lu Xiaoqiao began to fret. She couldn't possibly show up empty-handed for someone's birthday, but her finances were so strained that her pockets felt as empty as her face. Later that afternoon, while idly chatting, she overheard Lin Lin mention her uncle's upcoming birthday. Xiao, are you free tomorrow to accompany me shopping? I want to buy a birthday gift for my uncle. Sure, a few days ago, your uncle did me a tremendous favor, so I plan to visit him for his birthday too. Lin Lin, usually carefree, had focused on the fact that her friend was also going, completely overlooking the favor her uncle had done for her. Really, that's fantastic. You have no idea how boring it is to celebrate my uncle's birthday every year. They play games without including me. They are all older and we have nothing in common. This year, having you there would make me so happy. Lu Xiaoqiao smiled, then casually asked, what do you usually gift your uncle for his birthday? Lin Lin pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. Usually, I give him ties or tie clips, those small items men used. A few years back, I could still gift him a wallet. But now with mobile payments, no one uses wallets anymore, so the options are quite limited. My uncle smokes, so this year I thought about buying him a lighter. I saw a model online, but it's only available in physical stores. Lu Xiaoqiao's eyes instantly lit up. A lighter, how much does it cost? It seemed like a reasonable price, and perhaps she could ask Lin Lin to buy something else while she purchased the lighter. About 10,000 or so. 10,000, that's quite expensive, isn't it? My uncle has a lighter that costs over 200,000. Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback, astonished that a lighter could be so costly. She had always associated lighters with the yuan ones her father used. Even if it were a nicer design or brand, she thought a few hundred should suffice. Never did she imagine that it would be such a price. She felt a desire to compete with the wealthy, questioning why they would use such expensive items. With only 2,000 left in her pocket, and considering meals and transportation, she now had to buy him a gift as well. After some thought, she realized that there was no need to keep up appearances. What mattered was the sentiment behind the gift. As for luxury items, if she couldn't afford them, then she simply couldn't. Even if she hadn't lent Momo any money, the extravagant lifestyle of such affluent families was beyond her means. Coming to this conclusion, she stopped fretting and devoted herself to her work for the rest of the afternoon, hoping to secure a custom order soon to earn a bit more. That evening, after returning home from work and preparing noodles, she received a call from Secretary Ding, having just washed her hands. They were still a bit wet, so she switched to speakerphone. Miss Lu, you must be home now. President Zhou has sent over some flour crab for you to try. It's been left at your doorstep. Please go out and retrieve it. The phone was on speaker, so Zhao Jia, sitting nearby, naturally heard. After Lu Xiaoqiao expressed her gratitude and hung up, Zhao Jia opened the door to find a thermal box with a carrying bag at the entrance. Xiao, President Zhou is truly remarkable. He always thinks of you, knowing you love flour crabs, and often sends them your way. In contrast, you have only given him hazelnuts once, which you even took back. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqiao felt an overwhelming sense of shame. I know I haven't acted appropriately. I'm just trying to make amends now. Zhao Jia teased. How do you plan to make amends? At this point, you might as well offer yourself a hearing. That Lu Xiaoqiao's cheeks flushed, and she playfully retorted, Sister Jia, don't say such things. That's not a joke to make. Seeing her face turn red, Zhao Jia merely smiled. Choosing not to comment further. As bedtime approached, Lu Xiaoqiao sent a WeChat message to Zhou Qizhang. Thank you, President Zhou, the flower crab was delicious. It was my first time trying it. She assumed he wouldn't reply promptly. But to her surprise, as soon as she sent the message, his response appeared, the other party is typing. Soon after, she received a message. Z, I'm glad you liked it, but don't overindulge, crabs are cold in nature. Lu Xiaoqiao replied with a cute emoji. Z, on my birthday, I'll be out with friends. What time are you free the day after tomorrow? I'll pick you up. Lu Xiaoqiao responded. Just send me the location, I'll go on my own. It's not right for the birthday person to be a driver on their own birthday. Sneaky smile. Z, I'll have time the day after tomorrow. And it'll be convenient for me to pick you up. I only wish for my birthday wish to come true, and I'm more than happy to be your driver. Lu Xiaoqiao replied. Then I wish for your birthday wish to come true in advance, grinning. Z, that all depends on you. Lu Xiaoqiao. Zhou Qizhang had not replied to the messages, and earlier neither of them had mentioned the unpleasant incident that had transpired that day. In the preceding days, she often feared that he might be upset about it and would no longer speak to her, but now she had finally set her mind at ease. On the afternoon of Zhou Qizhang's birthday, around 4 o'clock, Lu Xiaoqiao received a call from him, and she was surprised that he had arrived so early. Mr. Zhou, please hold on a moment, I thought you wouldn't come this early. No need to rush. Take your time, as the others haven't arrived yet. Lu Xiaoqiao retrieved the outfit she planned to wear from the wardrobe, feeling fortunate that she had purchased a stunning autumn ensemble earlier. It had caught her eye immediately, and her roommates had all praised its beauty, otherwise she would have had to attend the birthday party in a hoodie. When Zhou Qizhang saw Lu Xiaoqiao descending the stairs, his gaze was immediately captivated. Today, her long hair cascaded down gracefully, and she wore a light purple, lace-knit sweater that accentuated her porcelain skin. Her slim-fit jeans hugged her perfectly shaped legs, and she completed her look with a pair of black Martin boots. It was a vibrant outfit, yet not overly casual, clearly indicating that she had made a special effort to dress up. As Lu Xiaoqiao sprang down from the last step, she exclaimed, "Happy birthday, Zhou Qizhang." Concerned she might stumble, instinctively raised his hands to steady her until she landed safely, then relaxed. Thank you. The venue was a private members-only club, and by the time they arrived, everyone else was already there. As the staff opened the door to the private room, the previously bustling atmosphere fell silent, and all eyes turned toward the entrance. Li Yuxuan glanced at the two standing in the doorway and remarked, Xiaoqiao has arrived. Coming quickly inside the room, there were quite a few guests, all of whom were family friends and acquaintances. However, only Li Yuxuan and Shen Yi were aware of Zhou Qizhang's true feelings. Zhou Qizhang formally introduced Lu Xiaoqiao to Shen Yi and his fiancée Yi, while the rest were introduced rather casually, yet, even the brief introductions revealed much to those attentive. Anyone who could earn Zhou Qizhang's personal attention must hold a significant place in his heart. Shen Yi was accompanied by his beautiful fiancée Yi, Lin, who had confided in Lu Xiaoqiao that their union was a family arrangement. Everyone warmly greeted Lu Xiaoqiao, showing no signs of condescension due to differences in status or background. Once all were gathered, Li Yuxuan announced, "Let's begin the meal." He stepped out to summon the staff to serve the dishes. A large round table was perfectly filled with guests, and Lu Xiaoqiao was strategically seated beside Zhou Qizhang. With Shen Yi on his other side, upon sitting down, she felt somewhat awkward. With so many people dining, it seemed inappropriate for her to occupy the seat next to Zhou Qizhang, so she attempted to stand and swap places with Li Yuxuan. Li Yuxuan gestured for her to remain seated. "Xiaoqiao, please sit down. We're all friends here. There's no need for formality. I have a matter to discuss with Ziyang. We'll switch back later." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiao decided not to insist further. After taking her seat, she was drawn into a conversation with Lin about which dishes were the most delectable. Surveying the array of delicacies on the table, she found herself particularly yearning for the succulent hairy crabs. However, regardless of her fondness for them, she refrained from reaching for the more complex dish, given her position as a guest and as Lin's friend. Instead, she took whatever dish was presented to her on the Lazy Susan. Zhou Qizhang observed the entire scene without comment, turning to a nearby staff member to request a clean bowl and began to dismantle the hairy crabs himself, although the establishment provided staff for such tasks. He inexplicably chose to do it himself just as Lu Xiaoqiao was about to take a dish from the spinning platter. A large, deft hand extended towards her, offering a plate of meticulously shelled crab meat. The glistening white crab meat was arranged elegantly on the plate, with the vibrant yellow roe nestled within the shell. In that moment, Lu Xiaoqiao felt an indescribable mix of emotions, both flattered and guilty. Despite her earlier actions, he not only bore no grudge but seemed to treat her with even greater kindness than before. The back of the hand that had just extended towards her still bore visible redness and bruising. A stark reminder of the pain he must have endured. After offering her the crab meat, he resumed his conversation with those seated across from him, seemingly unperturbed. Lu Xiaoqiao stole a glance at him. The warmth of the room had prompted him to remove his jacket, revealing a well-fitted dark shirt paired with a matching vest. The overhead lights illuminated his chiseled profile, highlighting his high nose and emotionless gaze. which exuded an air of aloofness and authority. Noticing that she had not touched the plate of crab meat, Zhou Qijing leaned in slightly closer and softly inquired, "Why aren't you eating? No one will mind." "Please go ahead, if you want anything else, just let me know, and I'll serve it for you." Feeling somewhat shy, Lu Xiaoqiao initially hesitated, but with his encouragement, she conceded and picked up her chopsticks. "Would you like crab vinegar?" Zhou Qijing asked. "Yes, please." He signaled to the staff for some to be placed in front of her. After they had finished their meal and taken a brief respite, Li Yuxuan brought over a birthday cake. "Old Zhou, come over to blow out the candles. This year is special. There are more ladies present, and they all came to celebrate your birthday. You can't possibly have a birthday cake and not share it." Lu Xiaoqiao had heard from Lin Lin that her uncle never prepared a cake for his birthday. He merely dined with friends and played cards. Curious, she had asked Lin Lin why, and Lin Lin had explained that he felt like a monkey performing when surrounded by a crowd singing and blowing out candles. The thought of Zhou Qijing, usually so serious and composed, adorned with a birthday hat, hands clasped in prayer, seemed utterly incongruous as Zhou Qijing skipped all the formalities and merely blew out the candles, slicing the cake into numerous small pieces before handing the largest slice to Lu Xiaoqiao, who stood nearby. "Your brother Zhou, you're being particularly thoughtful today, peeling crabs earlier and now handing out cake. Could you save me a slice too?" Someone in the crowd called out. Lu Xiaoqiao's hand, which had been reaching for the cake, froze midair. Given the disparities in their identities and social standings, it felt inappropriate for her to partake in such banter. Due to her connection with Lin Lin, she was still required to address him as uncle, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. However, with so many eyes upon her, Zhou Qijing remained unfazed by the jest, and Lu Xiaoqiao mustered the courage to accept the cake, cheerfully saying, "Thank you, uncle." Upon hearing her address him as uncle, Zhou Qijing paused momentarily, but then resumed distributing cake to others as if nothing had happened. Initially he had frowned at the teasing remark, intending to reprimand the speaker, but he then reconsidered. He was curious to see how she would react to such playful banter, typically reserved for romantic partners. Instead of blushing or displaying any shyness, she had opted to clarify their relationship. Had he not made his feelings sufficiently clear? Did she truly perceive his concern for her as merely that of a senior to a junior? By the time they finished the cake, it was nearing 9 o'clock. Both Lu Xiaoqiao and Lin Lin had work the next day, so they conferred about leaving shortly. "Brother Lin Xiao and I will head back now. We both have work tomorrow. After you see us off, you can return since you'll be out late anyway." "Brother, are you listening?" Lin Xiang, still processing the recent revelations, was momentarily lost in thought when Lin Lin called out to him. He had never considered such possibilities before, but today, Zhou Qijing's intentions had been glaringly obvious. After using the restroom with Li Yuxuan, he had cautiously probed for insights. Li Yuxuan had remarked that your uncle has clearly fallen for Lu Xiaoqiao. This revelation had left him astounded. Who would have thought that Zhou Qijing harbored such feelings for her? Moreover, Li Yuxuan's concluding words, "As a junior, you should support your uncle more in the future," made him reflect on his past foolishness. Just days earlier, their grandmother had suggested Lu Xiaoqiao seek someone mature, well-established, and slightly older, a clear endorsement of Zhou Qijing. He had scoffed at the idea, mockingly suggesting she was looking for a father figure. Little did he know how right he was. Li Yuxuan, overhearing Lin Lin, quickly intervened. "Your brother has been drinking, only your uncle and I haven't had any since we need to depart early tomorrow. I'll take care of Xiaoqiao. You can leave shortly, and I'll give you a ride later." Lin Lin replied, "Then I'll just ride with my uncle." Li Yuxuan lightly patted her head. "Your uncle still needs to return after dropping off Xiaoqiao. Why are you in such a hurry? I'll take you. What is wrong? Don't you want to ride with me?" Lin Lin huffed. "I never said that. You assumed it." Ultimately, Zhou Qijing escorted Lu Xiaoqiao home. As they stepped outside the club, they were halted by a voice calling, "Miss Lu." Lu Xiaoqiao turned around and saw the man with his silver hair, which had been dyed, standing tall as before. He was dressed in a black leather jacket over a white hooded sweatshirt, and his ripped jeans hung loosely on him, while his skateboard shoes appeared to have splashed in paint. "Mr. Tang, what a coincidence. Are you dining here as well?" Tang Qian approached the two. "Yes, I'm here with a friend. What about you? Are you negotiating business with a client?" He glanced at Zhou Qijing. Lu Xiaoqiao, unaware of their enmity, replied honestly, "I'm here to celebrate a friend's birthday." Tang Qian exaggeratedly clapped his hands, speaking in a mocking tone. "Whose birthday? Is it Mr. Zhou's today?" "Oh, Mr. Zhou, happy birthday. After today, you'll be a year older. Tomorrow you'll be 33, still looking so youthful." Even Lu Xiaoqiao, in her innocence, could detect the animosity in Tang Qian's words. It seemed they were acquainted, and their relationship was not amicable. No wonder Tang Qian had insisted on comparing everything to Jiang Han when they were customizing team-building attire. She glanced at Zhou Qijing, who appeared indifferent, his eyes betraying no emotion. It was hard to tell if he was angry or simply unconcerned. Lu Xiaoqiao felt Tang Qian's remarks were rather excessive. His demeanor and attire were unrefined, and his words were equally so, yet, since the man in question remained silent, she felt she had no right to defend herself. "Mr. Tang, you may carry on with your business. We will take our leave." Tang Qian shrugged and nodded. "All right, let us reschedule. The friend I mentioned has just returned to the country, and I'll introduce her to you in the coming days." Initially, Lu Xiaoxiao thought he was merely being polite about introducing a friend, but it seemed he genuinely intended to do so. Thank you in advance, then. We shall meet again soon. After saying this, she turned to leave. But Zhou Qijing showed no inclination to follow. Mr. Zhou, shall we go? Lu Xiaoxiao called out to him. Zhou Qijing remained silent as he methodically unbuttoned his suit jacket and slowly removed it. Lu Xiaoxiao was startled by his action. Did he intend to fight? Was it merely because he was teased about his age? She had previously thought of herself as the combative type, yet it seemed he was not much better. Tang Qian, standing opposite, assumed his words had provoked Zhou Qijing into a confrontation. If it came to blows, so be it. He wasn't afraid even if he ended up on the receiving end of a beating. He couldn't lose face that he had heard that Zhou Qijing had recently broken the arm of a young man from the Chen family who had just returned, and with that thought, he too shed his leather jacket, tossing it to the ground. Just as he prepared himself for a fight, he witnessed Zhou Qijing draping his removed jacket over Lu Xiaoxiao. You wait outside for me. It is cold. Where this? Tang Qian was taken aback, wondering if Zhou Qijing had been proclaiming his affections all this time. Lu Xiaoxiao, initially anticipating a brawl, now contemplated whether to intervene or run back to the private room for help. To her surprise, his action was simply to offer her warmth. Her initial assumptions had been too narrow-minded. Standing at 166 cm, Lu Xiaoxiao was not short among her peers, but before the towering Zhou Qijing, she appeared delicate and petite. The jacket, which had fit Zhou Qijing snugly, enveloped her from the thighs up, accentuating her diminutive stature. Although she wore a sweater, its lace-knit design left her vulnerable to the chilly winds outside. She tightened her grip on the jacket to prevent it from slipping to the ground. Oh, Mr. Zhou, I'll wait for you outside. After Lu Xiaoxiao left, Tang Qian let out a derisive laugh. I didn't expect Mr. Zhou to succumb to the charms of a beautiful woman. Once Lu Xiaoxiao was gone, Zhou Qijing turned to Tang Qian, his previously gentle gaze now turned icy. I will warn you only once, keep your distance from her. Tang Qian appeared unfazed. And what if I refuse? Zhou Qijing stepped closer, his expression impassive. You have done what your father dared not do. Do you not care for the Lu family nor the Tang family? He shot Tang Qian a scornful glance, his face darkening further. If you insist on this course of action, I shall ensure the Tang family no longer exists in Hang City. Tang Qian felt as though someone had gripped his throat, his face flushing with rage. You.1.3 dare? Zhou Qijing let out a scoff, his voice low and menacing. If I wish it, there is nothing Zhou Qijing would shy away from. With that, he turned to leave. From a distance, Li Bing dared to approach only after Zhou Qijing had departed, picking up the jacket Tang Qian had discarded. Brother, you should avoid that woman. We cannot afford to provoke Zhou Qijing. Tang Qian, filled with frustration, turned to Li Bing and scolded. Why didn't you intervene earlier? Li Bing remained silent, aware of the rumors circulating about Zhou Qijing's prowess in combat. Tang Qian, with a sneer, retorted, oh, he seems to fancy her. I shall take her from him. After all, as you said, I am younger. Let us see whom Lu Xiaoxiao chooses. Does she even know about Zhou Qijing's past? Li Bing sighed internally, recognizing that youth meant little when faced with a man capable of effortlessly overpowering them. When Zhou Qijing emerged, Lu Xiaoxiao was by the flower bed, engrossed in her phone. Is it cold? Zhou Qijing inquired. Hearing his voice, she hastily pocketed her phone and approached him. Mr. Zhou, you're out. Is everything alright? Zhou Qijing studied her face, noting her slight anxiety, which unexpectedly lifted his spirits. He replied, a teasing lilt in his tone. What is this? Are you afraid I might get into a fight? Lu Xiaoxiao, with utmost seriousness, responded, of course. How could I not worry? Your injury hasn't healed yet. What if you get hurt again? Zhou Qijing recalled Li Yuxuan's advice. You must act vulnerable. Let women feel pity for you, care for you, and feel sorry for you. He raised his right hand, displaying the injured back of his hand to Lu Xiaoxiao, feeling somewhat awkward as his gaze wandered, his usual composure faltering. It did hurt. Typing on a keyboard was painful. Seeing his large hand so openly displayed, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but wonder how he could inflict such harm. It looks rather serious. Have you seen a doctor? No need. It's not that severe. Have you applied any ointment? I don't know which one to be. It is fine. It will heal in a few days. Chapter 40. What do you think of me? Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with concern. That one do. What if it worsens? After glancing around, she noticed no pharmacy signs. There is a pharmacy outside my community. I can buy some for you. Zhou Qijing gazed at her. The jacket seemed oversized on her, making her appear even more petite and endearing. The evening air had turned chilly, causing her nose to redden despite the jacket. Zhou Qijing replied softly. After instructing someone to bring the car around, they both got in and headed towards Lu Xiaoxiao's home. Upon nearing her neighborhood, she asked him to stop by the pharmacy. Mr. Zhou, please park in front of that pharmacy. Once the car was stopped, she hopped out and rushed inside. The pharmacy staff recommended several options, the most effective and most expensive, one costing 125 yuan, while another was priced at 45 yuan, considering her financial situation. Lu Xiaoxiao hesitated. This glass bottle option is also good. It's just a bit stronger than the one you're holding. Seeing her indecision, the staff suggested. Lu Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of self-disapproval. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been injured, yet here she was hesitating over a few dozen yuan, appearing rather stingy. I'll take the expensive one. After paying, she exited with the medicine. Walking to the driver's side, Zhou Qijing had already rolled down the window. Mr. Zhou, please take this medicine back and apply it. I've arrived at my stop, so you don't need to turn the car around. I can walk in from here. Zhou Qijing cast a downward glance, briefly glancing at the medicine she offered, his emotions concealed. After a long pause, he finally spoke softly, I can't apply it myself. Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback, then replied, it's alright, there's an instruction manual inside. Zhou Qijing paused for a few seconds before saying, I can't apply it alone. Understanding his sentiment, Lu Xiaoqiao proposed. Then I'll help you apply it today, and tomorrow you can bring the medicine to the office for Secretary Ding to assist you. Zhou Qijing nodded in agreement. Alright, once back in the car, they drove into the neighborhood, where parking spaces were scarce. Lu Xiaoqiao instructed him to park beside a ginkgo tree in the greenery. After unwrapping the packaging and taking out the medicine, she said, let us do this outside. It's a spray, and we don't want to get it on the car. Zhou Qijing shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine, not if it gets on, it won't come off. And the smell is strong. Are you sure you like this scent? Lu Xiaoqiao believed that based on what she had heard from Lin Lin, he would certainly be unable to tolerate even the slightest hint of peculiarity. Zhou Qijing hesitated for a moment before reaching for the coat that was placed behind the car seat, which Lu Xiaoqiao had taken off after getting into the car. Then you should put on my coat. It is too cold outside. Lu Xiaoqiao glanced at his attire, a shirt paired with a suit vest, which was considerably thinner than what she was wearing. No need, the sleeves are too long for me. And it would be inconvenient to spray the medicine on you later. Besides, I'm not cold right now. Seeing her insistence, Zhou Qijing relented. As he opened the car door to step out, he remembered that the birthday gift he had prepared for her was still in his bag. Aside from her father and brother, she had never given gifts to any male. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she said, Mr. Zhou, this is a birthday gift for you. It's a wool felt keychain that I made myself. I hope you like it. She had spent nearly 500 yuan on this gift, which further strained her already tight finances. Earlier, buying the medicine had cost over 100 yuan. It seemed that ever since the unpleasant incident at the bar, all the money in her wallet had been spent on him. Now, after some sorting, she found only 1,300 remaining. The wool felt itself wasn't expensive, but the keychain on it was a bit pricey. She had opted not to buy the cheaper one as it lacked a metallic texture and she feared it would fade. Zhou Qijing was taken aback by the thoughtful gift and couldn't hide his joy. Thank you. May I open it now? Of course, it's already yours. He carefully tore open the outer wrapping and opened the box inside, revealing a three-dimensional dog-shaped keychain. Is this a tuanzi? Lu Xiaoqiao was astonished. You recognized it? Yes, it looks very much like it, thank you. I really like it. Zhou Qijing was genuinely pleased, especially since it was made by her own hands. I'm glad you like it. Lu Xiaoqiao hadn't expected him to truly appreciate it. After all, for someone who could afford a 20-some thousand yuan lighter, it was enough that he didn't despise it. Once the gift was given, Lu Xiaoqiao felt relieved and opened the car door to step out. Zhou Qijing followed her. She glanced at the cuffs of his shirt and remarked, Mr. Zhou, could you roll up your shirt sleeves? Zhou Qijing obediently complied. His shirt cuffs had cufflinks that could only be removed by taking the cufflinks off. Lu Xiaoqiao had only heard of cufflinks but had never seen them. She was curious about how he managed to remove them with a gentle flick of his left hand, although she was intrigued. She felt too shy to ask. Lu Xiaoqiao shook the medicine bottle and opened the cap, instructing him, extend your hand. Zhou Qijing complied, and she sprayed the medicine twice on the back of his hand. Unsure if the coolness of the liquid made him shiver slightly. Is it cold or painful? Zhou Qijing replied awkwardly. No, it's fine now. His heart raced uncontrollably. Lu Xiaoqiao handed him the medicine bottle. Oh, you can hold on to this. I need to massage it for you to help the medicine absorb faster. It will aid in your recovery. Once he took the bottle, Lu Xiaoqiao gently placed her hands on the back of his hand and began to massage it. Her gaze was solely focused on his injured hand, completely oblivious to his unusual reaction. Zhou Qijing's heart was pounding. He fixated on Lu Xiaoqiao's cheeks, and every movement of her delicate fingers on his hand sent electric shivers throughout his body. Rendering him breathless, after a while Lu Xiaoqiao released his hand. Alright, the medicine has been absorbed. After you shower, spray it again before bed. It will heal faster even without the massage. Zhou Qijing moved his wrist and replied, okay. Thank you, you're being too polite, Mr. Zhou. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten hurt. There were wet wipes in the car for him to clean his hands. Lu Xiaoqiao replied courteously, no need. I can wash up after I go upstairs. Mr. Zhou, drive safely. I'll head up now. Xiaoqiao, wait a moment. Zhou Qijing spoke somewhat awkwardly. I have something I want to discuss with you. Let us talk in the car. After saying this, he opened the passenger door for her, assuming it was about Lin Lin. Lu Xiaoqiao thought little of it and sat inside as Zhou Qijing handed her a wet wipe for her to clean her hands. Yet after a long while, she had finished wiping but he remained silent. Lu Xiaoqiao, puzzled, asked, Mr. Zhou, didn't you say you had something to say? What is it? Zhou Qijing tightened his grip on the steering wheel, carefully choosing his words. Xiaoqiao, what do you think of me? Chapter 41. So you dislike me? What do you think of me? Lu Xiaoqiao was unsure of the specific aspect he was inquiring about. But since he had asked, she felt compelled to give the most flattering response. I think you are a wonderful person, Mr. Zhou. You are gentle, polite, and warm-hearted, and you are always willing to help others. Zhou Qijing was momentarily taken aback by her words, unsure whether she was complimenting or criticizing him. Warm-hearted, those who knew him in the business world would likely think the person saying this was out of their mind. Although he couldn't be labeled a bad person, he certainly could not be described as gentle, polite, and warm-hearted. As for being very helpful, aside from her, no one else had ever driven him to irrationally extend his assistance so many times. What about other aspects? What aspects do you mean? Are you referring to my appearance or something else? If it's about that, then there's more to say. Mr. Zhou, you are handsome, capable, come from a good family, and you treat your juniors well. Lin often praises you in front of me, saying how lucky she is to have an uncle like you. I even told her I envied her for having such an uncle. Of course, Lin had also complained to her about how serious and fastidious her uncle was, but that was not something she could voice. Zhou Qijing unconsciously rubbed the steering wheel with his fingers, finding her initial words quite pleasant, but the latter part. He chuckled softly, realizing that despite his efforts, the young girl still regarded him as an elder. This simply wouldn't do. He was unwilling to accept it. Clenching his teeth, he said softly, I don't want to be your uncle, huh? Observing her innocent and bewildered expression, Zhou Qijing sighed softly, meeting her gaze earnestly. Did you not notice? I have feelings for you. When he saw her about to speak, he interrupted. It's not the affection of an elder for a junior, it's the affection between lovers. Liu Xiaoqiao was taken aback, her expression a mix of disbelief and shock. Her hands instinctively tightened around the wet wipe, stammering, Why, you're joking? I'm not joking, I'm serious. I know this may come as a surprise to you, but I still wanted to express it. Liu Xiaoqiao felt somewhat flustered. I think we are not suited for each other. He pressed further. In what way are we not suited? I believe we are quite compatible. Is your perception of incompatibility due to my age? Not really. Then do you dislike me? I don't dislike you. Liu Xiaoqiao shook her head, but aside from that, we truly are not compatible. Our family backgrounds and social standings are disparate. Hearing that she did not dislike him and that it was not due to age, Zhou Qijing felt relieved, and now that his feelings were out in the open, he no longer had to conceal them. His eyes were filled with sincerity and warmth as he gazed at her. You haven't given me a chance. How do you know we are not suited? What I mean is, let us try it out. If you truly feel you can't develop feelings for me, you can tell me later. What do you think? Liu Xiaoqiao's mind was in a whirlwind, and she didn't dare to meet his gaze. She didn't dislike him and internally admitted that he was a wonderful and exceptional person, but it was precisely because he was so exceptional that it created a sense of pressure for her, making her feel like they were worlds apart. Zhou Qijing, noticing her silence, continued, My father and sister are aware of my feelings, and they both agreed, I assure you, whether now or in the future. I will never let you suffer any grievances in this regard. Finally, he cautiously asked, Is that okay? The more sincere Zhou Qijing became, the more pressure Liu Xiaoqiao felt, as if refusing him would mean she was ungrateful. However, she had never considered their relationship in that light. She wanted to express that she had always viewed him as an elder, but having just said it wasn't about age, she was now at a loss for how to respond. She could only vaguely reply, I'll think about it and let you know via WeChat. This way, when she eventually informed him it wasn't suitable, neither would feel awkward. After speaking, she attempted to open the car door to exit, but it wouldn't budge. Turning to Zhou Qijing in the driver's seat, she said, The car door won't open, think it over. I'll give you 5 minutes. Liu Xiaoqiao, what can I think in 5 minutes? You're making me angry. Hearing her say that, Zhou Qijing reluctantly unlocked the car. Once the door was unlocked, Liu Xiaoqiao hurriedly opened it and stepped out, with Zhou Qijing following suit. You give me a deadline. How long do you need to consider? As she reached the staircase, Liu Xiaoqiao paused, turned around, and lowered her eyelashes. I'll let you know on WeChat when I've made up my mind. Zhou Qijing took a few steps forward. I'm going on a business trip tomorrow and will return in 3 days. Can we meet then? Let us talk later. Without looking back, she dashed up the stairs. Liu Xiaoqiao rushed to the 4th floor, and upon opening the door to her apartment, she found both of her roommates in the living room watching TV. You guys are still awake? She asked while changing her shoes. Both of them looked over, and Jia replied, We were waiting for you. Oh, Jia, have you and Momo finished washing up? Having completed our showers, Jia and I are left to wonder, Xiao, why is your face so flushed? Have you dressed too lightly for the day's chill? Just a moment ago, I drew the curtains and caught sight of you standing downstairs. I thought to myself, why haven't you come up yet? It's not that cold really, but she isn't feeling cold at all. She is merely taken aback by Zhou Qijing's sudden confession, with a touch of shyness to boot. Yet, upon hearing Qin Momo's words, her already rosy cheeks became even more vibrant. To mask her embarrassment, Liu Xiaoqiao grasped her cup and took a sip of water. But Zhao Jia's next remark caused her to spray it everywhere. Zhou Zong confessed to you. Zhao Jia gazed at her crimson face, as if she had been caught in an illicit affair with Zhou Qijing. Really, I just made a bet with Zhao Zhiji, who claimed that Zhou Zong would most likely confess on his own birthday, and indeed, men understand men better. After saying this, she nodded knowingly. Liu Xiaoqiao Perplexed, asked, "What do you mean, silly? Birthday confessions have a high success rate. On their birthday, one must at least offer a chance, right? No, I meant how do you know he?" Lu Xiaoqiao felt a wave of shyness wash over her and faltered. Zhao Jia shot her a glance. "Only you, my little fool, are oblivious to the truth. A CEO of a publicly listed company wouldn't waste his time driving you around unless he was genuinely interested in you." Lu Xiaoqiao sat dazed on the sofa. "I thought he was just being nice because of my relationship with Lin Lin. If that were the case, he could easily have a driver take you. There is no need for him to run back and forth himself. Speaking of which, from now on the sisters will be clinging to your coattails." Lu Xiaoqiao pouted. "You should find someone else to cling to." "I am afraid I'll disappoint you," Zhao Jia exclaimed in disbelief. "No way, you don't have feelings for Zhou Qijing?" Qin Momo chimed in. "Yes, Xiaoqiao, how can you not be drawn to someone as remarkable as Zhou Zong?" Lu Xiaoqiao sighed. "Alas, we inhabit different worlds, and honestly, I've never considered him in that light. Even if I don't regard him as a senior, I've never thought of him in that way." "Well, there is no need to ponder. If you don't see such an exceptional man, there will be plenty of others who will," Lu Xiaoqiao replied. "Indeed, why would someone so outstanding even take notice of me? It is quite perplexing. Apart from being passably attractive, what do I have to offer? Those of his stature are never short of women, especially beautiful ones." Leaning back, Lu Xiaoqiao sprawled on the sofa. "I can't even join him for a meal. He enjoys a medium steak with a thin crust pizza paired with fine wine, while I'm fretting over whether to add an egg to my pancake tomorrow morning. Do you both understand? His lighter alone costs over 20,000, and a pair of cufflinks could buy my life several times over." Zhao Jia was left speechless by Lu Xiaoqiao's brief yet striking observations, exclaiming that her clarity on such matters was unlike what one would expect for her age. Chapter 42. I am not in a rush to date. The following day, Lu Xiaoqiao, still reeling from Zhou Qijing's confession, found herself plagued by dreams throughout the night, resulting in a restless sleep. The alarm rang, yet she remained unresponsive until Zhao Jia knocked on her door to rouse her. "Xiaoqiao, hurry up, if you don't get up now, you'll be late." In a flurry of activity, the two managed to finish their morning routines, yet they still missed the subway train, with time slipping away. They had no choice but to endure the expense of a taxi. Although it was merely a ride to the subway station, it still cost nearly 20. Fortunately, they arrived at the office just in time for the final clock-in. Lin Lin, noticing Lu Xiaoqiao rushing in, breathless and cutting it close, remarked on how rare it was for her to arrive later than Lu Xiaoqiao. "Xiaoqiao, I can't believe I arrived at the office before you today." Lu Xiaoqiao placed her bag down and weakly replied, "I woke up late and didn't even have breakfast. But you returned home earlier than I did yesterday. What time did your uncle drop you off?" Previously, whenever the conversation drifted to Zhou Qijing, Lu Xiaoqiao would respond casually. However, after last night's events, the mere mention of his name made her heart race, and her breath felt constricted. She found herself at a loss on how to face her friend. "Well, he just dropped me off at home afterward. I might have overindulged in beverages yesterday, which led to several trips to the restroom, disrupting my sleep." Lu Xiaoqiao offered a vague response, hoping Lin Lin wouldn't mention her uncle again. Just past 9 in the morning, Zhang Yan walked past Lu Xiaoqiao's workstation holding a stack of reports. After moving a few meters away, she suddenly turned back with her arms crossed. She cast a glance at Lu Xiaoqiao, a smirk lingering on her lips, and said with a tone of schadenfreude, "Jean Ling resigned. She told the store manager yesterday that she owes you 8,000. Intending to use her salary to settle the debt. How could she not inform you and just decide not to come? Salaries don't work that way. Money always comes with records, right, Lu Xiaoqiao? If she doesn't come to the office to complete her resignation process, she won't receive her salary. Your 8,000 might just vanish." Lu Xiaoqiao listened to her tirade, realizing it was merely an attempt to avoid paying the 8,000. However, she had willingly lent the money, and the company had its policies. In this situation, she could only blame Jean Ling herself. Seeing Lu Xiaoqiao's silence, Zhang Yan grew bored, huffed, and left. Lin Lin, puzzled by the conversation, inquired about what had transpired once Zhang Yan departed, and she became furious at Jean Ling. "How could she be so wicked? You helped her, and she repays you like this. Xiaoqiao, you can't let this slide." Observing Lin Lin's agitated demeanor, Lu Xiaoqiao comforted her. "It's alright, don't be so upset. I was angry at first, but then I realized that Jean Ling isn't a bad person. She is just afraid of not getting her salary and acted this way because of my familial ties with my aunt." While Lu Xiaoqiao defended Jean Ling, she refrained from revealing that Jean Ling had resigned due to the bar incident, fearing it would lead Lin Lin to learn the reason behind Zhou Qijing's fight, further complicating matters. Lin Lin, hearing Lu Xiaoqiao's words, fell silent but still felt indignant for her friend. "So your aunt really isn't planning to give you that 8,000? Lu Xiaoqiao shook her head. "I don't know, but if she doesn't, it's understandable, just as Zhang Yan mentioned. The company has its regulations, and the money was lent voluntarily, so it has nothing to do with the company. Logically, that is true, but emotionally, I believe your aunt would give it to you. I'm not planning to approach my aunt. I think it's better to have Jean Ling come back to complete the formal resignation process and repay me directly." After their conversation, Lu Xiaoqiao picked up her phone to message Jean Ling, Sending several texts without receiving a response, feeling disheartened, she set her phone down, resigned to the possibility that the money might indeed be lost. As it was Monday, when evening came, Lu Xiaoqiao and Li now resumed their usual routine of riding Lu Yi's car back to her aunt's house for dinner. The atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat tense. Before the meal, Zhang Mingji and Lu Jingxiang had a heated argument in the room. The issue at hand was the rent notification that had arrived, which had doubled compared to previous years and required payment for 3 consecutive years. Zhang Mingji set down her barely touched bowl of rice and asked Lu Yi, "Did you hear what the other companies upstairs had to say?" "Did they agree?" Lu Yi replied. "Everyone seemed to have accepted the rent increase, knowing it would go up once Jiang Hong moved in, but opinions vary on the 3-year payment condition." Zhang Mingji sighed. "Exactly. I am not complaining about the rent doubling, but having to pay for 3 years straight is unreasonable. Your father insists on buying the operating rights, claiming it would cut the rent in half. But with so much money for the rights, what if it doesn't hold up later?" Lu Jingqiang slammed his chopsticks on the table, frowning, and snapped, "What do you know? Being a woman, I heard that the land behind has also been purchased by Jiang Hong Group, and they plan to start a technology exhibition center next year. Now that Jiang Hong has moved in, when it comes time to pay rent again, the operating rights won't be so easily attainable. Buy it. You make it sound so simple. The factory has already spent a fortune on new equipment this year. Even if we wanted to buy it, what could we use to pay? There will always be a way. If worst comes to worst, we can mortgage the house." Lu Jingxiang, "You're quite something. Mortgaging? Why not suggest selling the house and using the money to buy some unlicensed operating rights?" No one enjoyed their meal that night, and no one had the appetite to eat. Even Zhang Yan, who usually thrived on showing off at the table, quietly nibbled at her food. After dinner, Lu Xiaoqiao suggested that since it was getting dark early, she would leave first, and surprisingly Lina agreed with her. Just as she reached the door to change her shoes, Zhang Mingji called out to Lu Xiaoqiao, who was about to leave. They sat together at a table by the balcony adjacent to the living room. Zhang Mingji observed Lu Xiaoqiao, noting that among all the children, this niece was the most striking. Since her elder brother fell ill, she had come to Hangzhou to look after him when she was merely a teenager. "Your aunt's friend has a son around your age, aunt. Please stop. I really don't want to go on any more blind dates." Upon hearing the beginning of her aunt's words, Lu Xiaoqiao already anticipated what was to come. She thought her aunt might have learned about Jean Ling's situation and would scold her, which she would accept, at least as it would mean a chance of recovering her money. But it seemed her aunt was only set on arranging yet another blind date for her. "You child," I had not finished speaking, "that boy you encountered the other day when you helped guide Lu Yi to the company. I find him quite decent, although his appearance is rather ordinary. He comes from a well-off family. A woman must not solely consider looks when choosing a partner. You will understand this once you marry." Lu Xiaoqiao lowered her head, her voice muffled. "Aunt, I truly have no feelings for him. Who would have thought that merely guiding someone could lead to being chosen?" Zhang Mingji chuckled. "Well, since you have feelings now, why not explore it further? If it doesn't work out, then you can say it doesn't." This sounded oddly familiar. Oh, someone had said the same to her before, but how could one develop feelings when there were none to begin with? "Feelings are cultivated gradually. What do you, a child, understand?" Lu Xiaoqiao grinned playfully. "Hee, aunt, you just said I am still a child, so I am in no rush to date." Knowing her resolute nature since childhood, one could not sway her easily regarding matters of the heart. Her youth indeed allowed her to take her time. "I wonder what sort of person you like, after several blind dates without success. You must tell your aunt when you find someone special, understood?" MMHM, Chapter 43. Indeed, there is someone who knows. After their conversation, Zhang Mingji ascended the stairs. Li9 and Zhang Yan were whispering to each other about something. Lu Xiaoqiao asked Lina if she was leaving, and the two reluctantly parted ways. Lina whispered something to her, causing Zhang Yan to giggle uncontrollably, her expression so exaggerated that her foundation seemed on the verge of cracking. It was evident from the back of her head that the two had not held their gas well. Wearing Martin boots, Lu Xiaoqiao knelt to tie her shoelaces when the elderly lady, who had been unusually quiet all evening, suddenly spoke up. "Ambitions may soar high, but life can be fragile. One ought to consider their own circumstances. Do you really believe that those who are both good-looking and wealthy would choose you?" Lu Xiaoqiao had long since grown accustomed to the elderly lady's veiled jibes, especially after the last blind date she had arranged ended in disappointment. The old lady had since been incessantly nagging her with the same few lines. Upon coming down from upstairs, the two parted ways without uttering a word. While waiting for the bus, Lu Xiaoqiao observed Lina getting into a taxi parked by the roadside, after a wait of over 10 minutes. Her bus finally arrived at the station. The evening bus was less crowded, and the driver was driving faster than usual. Upon alighting, she encountered a vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes, the rich, sweet aroma mingling with a hint of char, which nearly intoxicated her, especially in her state of hunger that night. She grappled with the desire to buy one against the balance in her wallet, ultimately convincing herself with the excuse of needing to watch her weight. With her hands stuffed in her pockets and her head lowered to feign indifference, she walked past the vendor's persistent shouts. Upon returning home dejectedly, she discovered that, besides Zhao Jia and Momo, Zhao Zhizhi was also present. The three were seated on the couch, cuddling the little dumpling while watching television. The dumpling spotted Lu Xiaoqiao and jumped from Momo's arms, barking twice as it tugged at her pants. "Did you buy barbecue?" Lu Xiaoqiao noticed a food packaging bag on the coffee table. While it was not transparent, the aroma was unmistakable. "Xiaoqiao, look at your dumpling, you truly deserve to be its owner. It wanted to eat earlier, so I gave it a little, fearing it might have an upset stomach. Now it has come to complain to you." Mo chuckled while petting the dumpling. Zhao Jiao opened the food bag on the table and looked up at Lu Xiaoqiao. "Would you like to eat a bit more? Zhao Zhizhi and I went out to eat and brought some back for you." And Mo, the moment Lu Xiaoqiao heard it was brought back specifically for her, her eyes lit up and she eagerly nodded. Yes, I haven't had enough to eat tonight." Saying this, she grabbed a small stool and sat next to the coffee table as Zhao Zhizhi pushed the barbecue towards her. "Hurry and eat, didn't you go to your aunt's for dinner? Why are you coming back hungry?" Lu Xiaoqiao swallowed a bite of roasted sausage and sighed. "It's because of the company's rent situation. My uncle wants to buy the operating rights, and they can't reach an agreement." Zhao Zhizhi exclaimed in surprise. "By the operating rights? Xiaoqiao, you should advise your aunt against it." Lu Xiaoqiao was momentarily taken aback. "Why?" "My aunt said they wouldn't buy it because they have no money, but my uncle insists on purchasing it, even if it means taking out a loan, fearing that next year it might not be available. Our boss knows the owner of your office building. I heard he lost quite a bit in mining ventures. A few days ago, he told our boss he wanted to sell the office building. Why is he now insisting on collecting 3 years' rent and selling the operating rights? Is he planning to abscond with the money?" Zhao Jiao shot Zhao Zhizhi a disapproving glance. "Where did you hear such rumors? Spreading baseless claims here is irresponsible. If one day the situation turns out differently from what you said, what will Xiaoqiao do?" Zhao Zhizhi replied innocently. "I was just trying to be helpful." Being helpful requires some thought beforehand. Sensing the tension rising between the two, Lu Xiaoqiao quickly interjected. "Sister Jia, please don't argue over this. Even if I overheard something, my aunt and uncle would never heed the advice of a recent graduate like me." After a while, Zhao Zhizhi mysteriously remarked, "Actually, there is someone who definitely knows the truth." "Who?" asked the remaining three in unison. Zhao Zhizhi fixed his gaze on Lu Xiaoqiao and smiled. "Zhou." Lu Xiaoqiao felt that Zhao Zhizhi was being deliberately provocative. How would he know the truth? After all, it wasn't his building. It may not be his building now, but that could change. "I heard Jiang Heng is interested in buying it." Lu Xiaoqiao, feeling somewhat disheartened, replied, "Then it's over. If Jiang Heng buys it, 1T we all have to move. Didn't I tell you to ask Zhou?" Even without considering the embarrassment from the previous incident, she couldn't afford to brazenly inquire about matters relating to the company's future plans. "Let us wait and see. There is still some time. Perhaps my uncle will come to his senses and decide not to buy it, in which case I 1T need to ask." A couple of days later, while Lu Xiaoqiao was preparing to have lunch with Lin Lin, she received a WeChat message from Tang Qian. "Tang Qian, my friend has time this afternoon. I'll bring her over to discuss the design. Please prepare on your side." Upon reading the message, Lu Xiaoqiao felt as though she could run to a temple and light incense for the deities. This year truly seemed to be her lucky year. She had previously heard Tang Qian mention that the scale of this company was substantial. Securing this contract would yield a commendable commission for her. In high spirits, she responded to the message, and they confirmed the time. The friend Tang Qian brought was an intellectually appealing beauty, possessing an inner grace and eloquence that made her appear quite charming. Their interaction suggested a familiarity between them. It was hard to envision how someone with Tang Qian's personality could have such a serious-looking friend. It felt rather peculiar. After a brief introduction, Tang Qian transitioned into the main topic, and everything proceeded smoothly. Although they did not finalize a custom order, she opted for a new type of fabric that was quite pricey. Once the images were confirmed, trouble arose when it was time to view the samples. A client of Lina's had also shown interest in this new fabric, and the staff in the sample room suggested she consult with Liana. Lina was already irked that Lu Xiaoqiao had secured an order, and she was unwilling to cooperate at this moment. "Even if you tell me, I can't help you. My client is on a business trip and hasn't seen it yet. If you want me to retrieve it now, what will I tell my client if they return?" Ultimately, there was no other option, and she had to call the manufacturer to request another sample to be mailed. They informed her it would take several days to arrive. But fortunately, Tang Qian's friend agreed to wait a few days, allowing Lu Xiaoqiao to breathe a sigh of relief. After finalizing the details, Tang Qian insisted on treating Lu Xiaoqiao to a meal, but she politely declined once more, stating that she would take him out once the order was completed. Tang Qian looked at Lu Xiaoqiao, who seemed a bit mischievous, feeling as though he was punching a pillow. Despite his repeated attempts to invite her out, he found it impossible to pin her down, and he could hardly find fault with her. On the way back, Tang Qian's intellectual friend teased him with a smile. "What is this? Are you smitten with the young lady? She is quite beautiful, but it's clear she doesn't harbor any romantic feelings for you." Tang Qian shrugged, grinning. "Just because she doesn't like me now doesn't mean she 1T in the future." Sister May, what kind of man do you think she likes? Xu Mei glanced at his casual attire, noting that he was dressed in a sky blue work outfit that day, having grown up with Tang Ci. Xu Mei considered Tang Qian as a younger brother. Seizing the opportunity, she advised, a young lady would surely prefer a well-mannered and ambitious man. If you donned a suit, you'd undoubtedly look handsome. And if you excelled at work, that would be even more charming. Sister May, why do I feel like you were sent by my sister to give me advice? Aren't we doing this for your own good? Chapter 44. I can't wait until tomorrow to see you. After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Xiaoqiao returned to her workstation, feeling quite pleased. These past few days, she had been feeling quite dejected due to Jean Ling's situation. She had sent several messages to Jean Ling yesterday but received no replies, and her calls went unanswered. If Jean Ling insisted on not coming to handle her resignation, she was certain she would never see that money again. At present, I merely hope that this contract can be signed smoothly. If she receives a slightly higher commission, she need not fret over that 8,000 yuan any longer. Lin Lin nudged her chair closer to Lina, gesturing subtly in her direction, and whispered, someone is about to be driven to exasperation. She is simply envious, jealous, and resentful. How can she act this way when you two are clearly relatives? She even wants to monopolize the sample fabric. Lu Xiaoqiao glanced toward Lian. It doesn't matter. The manufacturer said they would mail it to me in the next few days, so we should have enough time. As the evening workday came to a close, it unexpectedly began to rain outside. The rain was not heavy but rather fine, resembling countless silver threads drifting down from the sky. Instantly, it reverted the weather back to its previous chill after a few days of warmth. Lu Xiaoqiao and Zhao Jia, having forgotten their umbrellas, dashed through the drizzle towards home, finally able to catch their breath once they reached the ground floor. Lu Xiaoqiao, clad in a hooded windbreaker, had remarkably remained mostly dry during their sprint, while Zhao Jia, in her cotton jacket, was already soaked to an unbearable extent. It's infuriating. I haven't had a drop of rain while wearing this windbreaker for a week. And the moment I wash it, it starts pouring. Not to mention, we both forgot our umbrellas. Observing Zhao Jia's jacket, now a patchwork of varying shades due to the rain, Lu Xiaoqiao expressed her concern. Zhao Jia, once we get upstairs, make sure to take a shower. I'll prepare some ginger soup for you. Oh, it's nothing. I'm not that delicate, Zhao Jia replied. The two ascended the stairs, with Lu Xiaoqiao pondering what to have for dinner. Mo recently acquired a part-time job at a bakery, leaving just the two of them. Perhaps they could simply boil some instant noodles. Though she despised noodles, they were the most affordable option. Zhao Jia, how about we boil some noodles for dinner? I wonder if there are any tomatoes left in the fridge. If not, we can make egg noodles instead. Suddenly, Zhao Jia halted in her tracks. Lu Xiaoqiao, puzzled by her sudden stop, followed Zhao Jia's gaze towards the entrance, where a man stood on the half-flight of stairs. Instantly, her breath caught in her throat. A figure clad in a black suit stood quietly, his tall stature appearing somewhat ethereal in the dim light. Had it not been for Zhao Jia's abrupt pause, Lu Xiaoqiao might have doubted her youthfulness, feeling as if her eyesight was failing her. The past few days had been tumultuous for Lu Xiaoqiao, allowing her to completely forget the matter that Zhou Qijing had asked her to contemplate. She still thought he was joking. Even if it were true, she had rejected him. A man of his stature would not easily accept rejection, and his suggestion for her to think it over was likely just a courtesy. But what did his presence signify now? Was he earnestly seeking an answer? With this thought, Lu Xiaoqiao's heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from her chest. The situation was clearly beyond her emotional experience. Zhao Jia stood in the middle, stunned for a moment before regaining her composure. What an astonishing scene had unfolded before her. My goodness, what had Zhao Zhiji said earlier? Oh, she mentioned that a man like Zhou Qijing would never block the entrance like a lovesick fool. Yet here he was standing at her door, completely dry despite the rain that had been falling for some time. After a prolonged silence, neither party seemed inclined to speak, but Zhao Jia could no longer wait. Feeling thoroughly drenched, she coughed, attempting to break the tense silence. Mr. Zhou, you're off work now. Zhou Qijing glanced at Lu Xiaoqiao, who was hiding behind Zhao Jia, and replied softly, yes, I just returned from a business trip. No wonder he looked so fatigued. Even Zhao Jia, as an onlooker, felt moved, yet the person in question remained concealed behind her. I see, Mr. Zhou, why don't you come inside for a bit? It's raining outside. Zhao Jia suggested, but Zhou Qijing remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoqiao as if seeking her approval. Observing the formidable president of Jianghong, she thought it rather pitiable that he had to consider her feelings even for a brief visit indoors. Taking advantage of Lu Xiaoqiao's momentary distraction, Zhao Jia sidled up to the staircase railing, fully revealing Lu Xiaoqiao. With Zhao Jia's cover gone, Lu Xiaoqiao could no longer evade the situation. Pretending to pat non-existent water off her clothes, she looked up at Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia, you should go inside. I'll have a word with Mr. Zhou downstairs and join you shortly. Zhao Jia felt a twinge of sympathy for Mr. Zhou, realizing he was being denied even the privilege of sitting indoors, but it was raining outside. She wanted to speak on his behalf. Lu Xiaoqiao peered outside from the staircase landing. It's fine. I'll grab an umbrella in a moment, and besides, it seems like the rain is easing. Zhao Jia saw that her words were falling on deaf ears and chose not to press further. Understanding that matters of the heart must be resolved by those directly involved, feeling helpless, she glanced at Zhou Qijing before heading upstairs to retrieve a folding umbrella for the two. She specifically chose a small one. Thinking it was all she could do to assist him, after closing the door behind her, she left the two outside, not waiting for Zhou Qijing to say anything. Lu Xiaoqiao turned and headed downstairs. As she reached the first floor, the rain fell lightly, creating a hazy atmosphere. Scanning the area, she noticed Zhou Qijing's car was nowhere in sight. Mr. Zhou, where is your car? The driver dropped me off. I had him take the car away. In truth, the driver had gone to the airport to pick up him. Li Yuxuan and Secretary Ding. As soon as he exited the airport, he hastily instructed the driver to bring him to find Lu Xiaoqiao, leaving the driver to take the other two after dropping him off. Li Yuxuan had teased him about it all the way. Lu Xiaoqiao was astonished. Then how will you get back later? The driver will return to pick me up shortly. Then why didn't you have him wait here for you? Zhou Qijing stared at her for a while in silence. Fine, she admitted that she was struggling to find something to say. Zhou Qijing did not grant her the chance to evade. The driver went to take Yuxuan and Secretary Ding. I rushed here as soon as I got off the plane. I couldn't wait until tomorrow to find you. Lu Xiaoqiao found it difficult to endure his straightforward manner of speaking. It was so blunt and direct. The rain had lessened. Let us discuss this outside the community. At this moment, it was the time when everyone was returning home from work. If they stood there talking, it would be uncomfortable, not to mention that Zhou Qijing's distinctive aura and unusual attire would surely attract attention. Alright, Zhou Qijing opened the umbrella that Zhao Jia had handed him earlier. Lu Xiaoqiao observed that the umbrella seemed too small to accommodate both of them comfortably and fell silent. The umbrella is too small. My windbreaker is fine against the rain, and it isn't pouring that hard. Zhou Qijing did not respond, insisting on holding the umbrella over her head. As they walked along the outer wall of the community, it didn't take long before Lu Xiaoqiao noticed that the shoulder of Zhou Qijing's suit jacket was already soaked through. She urged him to tilt the umbrella towards himself, but he refused, yet she couldn't simply watch him get drenched. Chapter 45, Probation Period. Searching for a sheltered spot from the rain, she spotted a large tree at the end of the community wall. Its dense foliage had prevented the light rain from soaking the ground beneath it. Let us go under that tree. Note: this is written for plot purposes. It is not advisable to seek shelter under a tree during rain. Zhou Qijing observed the spot she indicated for shelter, hesitating for a few seconds before ultimately following her to the tree. Standing on the dry ground beneath the tree, Zhou Qijing put away the umbrella and gazed intently at Lu Xiaoqiao, who was looking down at the ground. He felt as if he were a lovesick youth. Ever since they had laid their feelings bare, he had been caught in an endless cycle of waiting. With each day lacking flavor, and sleepless nights plagued by thoughts, once sharp and focused in his work, he now felt dull and unfocused due to his preoccupations. He feared Lu Xiaoqiao's rejection. If she truly disagreed, what would he do next? Would he genuinely let go, or would he persist until she relented? After a lengthy internal struggle, Zhou Qijing finally gathered his emotions, his tone cautious as he spoke softly. I didn't want to put any pressure on you, but I can't wait any longer. During these business trips, I've been terrified you might suddenly message me to say we're not compatible. I don't know what you're afraid of. If anyone should be scared, it should be me. After all, I'm much older than you, and I worry you'll suddenly find my age unappealing. Furthermore, your concerns about social status are unnecessary. You are already exceptional. Had you been born into a family like mine, you would likely surpass me in every way. Therefore, if a relationship requires both parties to come from equally prestigious backgrounds, then I feel I am unworthy of you. Since meeting Zhou Qijing, Lu Xiaoqiao had never heard him speak so much in one breath, especially to express his feelings for her. Listening to his heartfelt words, it was impossible not to feel touched. How could someone so accomplished lower himself for her sake, diminishing his own worth to elevate hers, and not stir her heart? She was particularly eager to know one thing. May I ask you a question? Go ahead. Lu Xiaoqiao casually tucked her hands into the pockets of her jacket, nervously tugging at the fabric within, seeking to alleviate the tension of the moment. When did you start having these feelings for me? Zhou Qijing was momentarily taken aback by her question but quickly regained his composure. I'm not entirely sure, but it was certainly earlier than you might think. At present, it is not yet appropriate to disclose to her the intricate connection that existed between the two of them during her early years, although he developed romantic feelings for her only after she reached adulthood. He fears she might doubt him, possibly perceiving him as an old pervert. He struggles to convey just how early their acquaintance began. Could it be described as love at first sight? Yet, at that time, he had maintained an expression as cold as ice, leaving no hint of any abnormal affection. Lu Xiaoqiao then inquired, what is it about me that you find appealing? After all, she herself could not fathom why someone of his stature would take an interest in her. If beauty were the measure, there were countless women more attractive than she. It is everything about you, Zhou Qijing stated with utmost sincerity. Lu Xiaoqiao, rendered speechless, caused Zhou Qijing's heart to tighten unexpectedly. He hurriedly clarified, I speak only the truth, otherwise I would not have dared to accompany you beneath this tree to escape the rain. Lu Xiaoqiao appeared somewhat bewildered. Observing her adorably dazed expression, Zhou Qijing's lips curled into a smile. You might attract lightning. Upon grasping his implication, Lu Xiaoqiao's cheeks flushed crimson, her embarrassment igniting a feeling of warmth that threatened to engulf her whole. Fidgeting with her hands in her pockets, she stammered. I am sorry, I had forgotten about that. It was just that with the rain being so unpredictable and without thunder, I neglected the notion of safety. It's alright, the rain has ceased, and that is no longer of consequence. You need only contemplate my words. Will you grant me a chance? Meeting his earnest and expectant gaze, her face flushed anew, and she hurriedly averted her eyes. What if we start as friends? Zhou Qijing appeared surprised by her response. Are we not friends already? Besides, I have no desire to remain merely friends. I aspire to be your boyfriend. Or perhaps you could allow me a probationary period. Lu Xiaoqiao lifted her gaze to him, her bright eyes fluttering beneath her long lashes. What do you mean by a probationary period? A 3-month trial period, with the decision to continue resting entirely with you. If you truly find no affection for me, I shall withdraw, but you are denying me even the chance to try, and that leaves me feeling quite unsatisfied. Were it not for Zhou Qijing's wealth, she might have readily agreed. She had never envisioned herself ascending to such heights. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, yet, faced with his persistent inquiries, her previously tranquil heart began to ripple with uncertainty. What if she agreed to give it a try, only to find herself ensnared in a situation that would ultimately lead to heartache? He was indeed cunning to dangle the bait of a trial period before her. What if, within 3 months, I feel we are incompatible? For instance, if I decide to break up after just a week. Would that be acceptable? Zhou Qijing responded. Surely, I cannot be so intolerable that you would wish to part ways within a week. Lu Xiaoqiao chuckled awkwardly. I didn't imply you were intolerable, I merely posed a hypothetical. So, are you willing to offer me a chance? Lu Xiaoqiao raised her head slightly. The anticipation and affection shimmering in the man's eyes resembled a blazing campfire, impossible to conceal. She, too, was but a mortal, yearning for beauty and connection. Even if one day he became a fleeting memory, having experienced such warmth would still be a treasure. Resolving her inner conflict, the last vestige of hesitation in her gaze transformed into determination. After a lengthy pause, Lu Xiaoqiao gently nodded, her voice tinged with shyness as she whispered, then, let us see how it goes. At last Zhou Qijing heard the affirmation he had longed for. The weight that had burdened his heart for days lifted. Akin to a frozen mountain finally kissed by the sun, and his lips could not suppress their upward curve, and the cool, stern features of his face softened. Xiaoqiao, thank you for granting me this opportunity. Lu Xiaoqiao, feeling a touch bashful, pretended to look elsewhere. There's a probationary period. Your performance will dictate the outcome. Zhou Qijing chuckled. Very well, I shall heed your wishes moving forward. He summoned the driver to bring the car around, proposing, let us go for dinner. Do you have anything in mind that you wish to eat? As he spoke, he pulled out his phone to call the driver. Lu Xiaoqiao initially considered stopping him, but upon reflection realized that after just establishing their relationship, it would be perfectly normal to share a meal. If she were to refuse now, it might lead to unnecessary speculation. I'm fine with anything. Are you hungry? Perhaps we could dine near my home? Zhou Qijing glanced around, searching for a suitable place to eat. You are familiar with this area. Please make a recommendation. After contemplating, Lu Xiaoqiao replied, if we go a bit further, there's a night market with plenty of delicious options. But she hesitated, sensing that he might not be accustomed to street food and regretting her suggestion to eat nearby. Xiaoqiao, I can manage. In the future, I will do my utmost to accommodate your preferences. Do not feel compelled to alter your habits for my sake. Your happiness is what matters most. Surprisingly, the usually aloof Zhou Qijing displayed a thoughtful consideration for her feelings. Lu Xiaoqiao felt a surge of joy, her lips curving into a faint smile as she softly acknowledged MHM. As the rain subsided and the streets began to fill with people, the two walked side by side toward the night market. Upon noticing the oncoming traffic, Zhou Qijing instinctively pulled Lu Xiaoqiao closer to the inner side of the sidewalk. This seemingly insignificant gesture warmed her heart, making her feel as if she had fallen into a cloud. Within minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the night market, marked by 2 towering pillars adorned with a prominent sign reading Yungtong Night Market. Typically, the pedestrian street would be lined with various stalls selling crafts, snacks, and small services. However, given the recent rain, many vendors remained absent, leading to a bustling crowd around the sheltered storefronts. Instead, what would you like to eat? Lu Xiaoqiao inquired. Zhou Qijing glanced down at her, then pointed to a barbecue stall ahead. Let us have this. Are you sure? Her tone conveyed doubt, yet her eyes sparkled with delight, brightening at the prospect. The moment they entered the pedestrian street, her gaze lingered only on the barbecue stall. Yes, I'm sure. We shall eat this. Upon entering, the staff greeted them warmly. Given the crowd, every table was occupied, leaving only the central area and a corner table available, though the central table was larger. They chose the quieter corner. As they settled into the remaining seats, the atmosphere remained pleasantly tranquil. Zhou, what would you like to eat? Lu Xiaoqiao offered him the menu, oblivious to the awkwardness of her addressing him by his surname. Zhou Qijing sighed inwardly, conceding that the young lady needed time to adjust to this new dynamic. Instead of responding dismissively, he engaged earnestly with her, discussing the menu items. What is this chiba tofu? Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback by his inquiry, having only ever focused on eating without considering the ingredients. Itself the small square pieces, white like tofu but with a much firmer texture. It is quite delicious, then we shall have some of that. Alright. Lu Xiaoqiao marked the chiba tofu on the order. Do you eat beef or lamb? Beef is fine and excellent, this grilled squid is also tasty. Let us each have one. Oh, I almost forgot to order the shrimp you love, she continued to rattle off suggestions, engrossed in marking her selections, entirely unaware of how closely they were seated. Zhou Qijing's gaze lingered affectionately on her face, filled with warmth and adoration. In that moment, the surrounding commotion faded into the background. Within his world, there existed only this earnest girl before him, and he felt fortunate that her future belonged solely to him. A smile crept onto his face as he contemplated this. After placing their order with the staff, Lu Xiaoqiao reminded, "Please inform the chef not to include any chili." She was aware that Zhou Qijing could not tolerate spicy food. With the restaurant bustling, the dishes arrived promptly just as they expected. A long wait. A table nearby finished their meal and departed, allowing their order of tofu to be prepared first. The freshly grilled chiba tofu, with its enticing golden surface and fragrant cumin aroma, was presented to their table. Lu Xiaoqiao offered Zhou Qijing a skewer, urging, "You must try this, it's really good." He accepted the skewer, examined it briefly, and then took a small bite, savoring it slowly. "So, how does it taste? Is it good?" Lu Xiaoqiao asked impatiently. "Yes, it's quite delicious." Hearing his approval, Lu Xiaoqiao felt relieved and eagerly took a skewer for herself. Initially concerned about his comfort in this environment, she observed him sitting upright in his tailored suit, seemingly unfazed by the curious glances from others. This realization affirmed her belief in Zhou Qijing's remarkable inner strength. Their meal stretched over an hour, and as they finished, Lu Xiaoqiao glanced at the remaining skewers, feeling it would be a shame to waste them. Sensing her thoughts, Zhou Qijing casually remarked, "While you were in the restroom, I ordered a few more to take back for your friends. It wouldn't be right to give them leftovers." Surprised by his thoughtfulness, Lu Xiaoqiao replied, "Then let us take these as well. It would be a pity to discard them. No one would complain about leftovers as long as they are skewered." Zhou Qijing responded with a smile. "Alright." After settling the bill, the two of them stepped out of the barbecue shop. By this time, the vendors in the middle of the pedestrian street had also emerged, for a day's delay in business could mean a significant loss for ordinary folks, not to mention the unwavering burden of rent that had to be accounted for. The pair strolled leisurely back side by side as Zhou Qijing glanced at his girlfriend and thought, how can one ever be satisfied with just a glance? Simply looking at her made his heart melt into a puddle. "Do you usually finish work at a normal time?" he inquired. "Shall I pick you up after work tomorrow?" Hearing his intention to fetch her, Lu Xiaoqiao hesitated before speaking. Could we perhaps keep our relationship under wraps for now?" Zhou Qijing halted in his tracks, turned to her, and asked with curiosity, "Why, we've just begun, and I don't want too many people to know. I'm worried that someone might spread rumors about me." Lu Xiaoqiao trailed off. However, Zhou Qijing understood. "Alright, I see, but what about after the probation period? Can we then go public? I would like to meet your family. After all, in matters of romance, the approval of family could solidify the bond." Lu Xiaoqiao paused for a moment before playfully retorting, "Let us talk about it after your probation." Zhou Qijing chuckled and refrained from further comments. As for him, aside from Lin Lin, it seemed that everyone who needed to know was already aware. The distance felt fleeting, and soon they arrived at the foot of Lu Xiaoqiao's building, where Zhou Qijing's car awaited him. "I'll head upstairs now. You should hurry back." Zhou Qijing felt a pang of reluctance to let her go just like that. "How about we take a stroll?" Lu Xiaoqiao responded, confused. Didn't we just walk back?" Primarily she feared that the barbecued food she had packed for her friends would cool down. Zhou Qijing gazed at her flawless cheeks and rosy lips for a moment, contemplating his next move. He felt a tad hesitant. Chapter 47. "Have you two shared a kiss?" Zhou Qijing sighed and smiled. "Alright, go on up, and let me know when you're inside." "Okay, you should head back too and get some rest." He watched her ascend with lingering reluctance, only turning to leave when he received her WeChat message informing him that she had entered her home. As soon as Lu Xiaoqiao stepped inside, she was greeted by Zhao Jia, who had been waiting eagerly. "Oh, you're back. Spill the beans on how it feels to be in love." How did you guess, Zhao Jia?" Zhao Jia rolled her eyes. "You were gone for several hours, and Zhou Zong's car has been waiting downstairs for quite some time. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Quick, tell me what Zhou Zong said that made you change your mind and agree." Lu Xiaoqiao felt a wave of shyness wash over her and hesitated to share Zhou Qijing's cheesy lines, opting instead to keep it brief. Zhao Jia scrutinized her and remarked, "He is being so sincere. If you don't dislike him, you should give him a chance." Lu Xiaoqiao smiled and set the barbecue she had brought back on the coffee table for Zhao Jia to enjoy. Zhao Jia flipped through the food containers. "What is this? Did you two not finish your meal and bring back leftovers?" Lu Xiaoqiao shook her head. "No, he specifically ordered this for you guys. He is definitely trying to bribe us." Zhao Jia exclaimed dramatically. "Xiao, from now on, I shall be Zhou Zong's loyal follower. You'll have to bear with me, especially since he truly knows how to get things done." Zhao Jia picked up a skewer of squid, took a bite, and asked, "So how did you two decide to go for barbecue? Can he handle it?" "He likes it. I think he enjoys it, especially the dado. He loves tofu." By the way, when Zhou Zong dropped you off, Did you two share a kiss? Lu Xiaoqiao was puzzled by Zhao Jia's implication. What do you mean? Zhao Jia raised her eyebrows and winked. I mean a kiss, now that you've confessed and established your relationship. Shouldn't you be enjoying some benefits? I'm so curious whether the seemingly aloof CEO kisses with his eyes open or closed when he is with the girl he likes. Just as Lu Xiaoqiao's face flushed crimson at Zhao Jia's teasing and she pondered how to respond, her phone rang, revealing Zhou Qixing's name on the screen. After their brief separation, he called again. With her cheeks still rosy, Lu Xiaoqiao ignored Zhao Jia's playful jibes and dashed into her room. She swiped to answer. Hello, are you home? Yes, I just forgot to ask, what time do you usually start work in the morning? I'll come to pick you up. This marked their first phone conversation, with Zhou Qixing's deep, magnetic voice resonating from the other end. Recalling what Zhao Jia had just asked, her cheeks betrayed her once more. Turning a deeper shade of red, you don't have to come back, you've just returned from a business trip. You should rest well. I'm not just referring to tomorrow, as long as I'm not on a business trip. I'll come to pick you up every day, but that's too much trouble. Your home is close to the office. Why would you drive all the way back and forth? Traffic can be a hassle. I can take the subway. It's quite convenient and often faster than driving during peak hours. Lu Xiaoqiao's point was valid, and Zhou Qixing ceased to insist. They eventually agreed to go out for dinner after work the following day. The next day at noon, in the staff cafeteria, Zhao Jia stared at Lu Xiaoqiao's plate of food in surprise. Xiaoqiao, are you on a diet? Why are you only eating this little? All vegetarian, Lu Xiaoqiao chuckled. Not at all, just because I'm eating light today. In truth, she longed for meat, but with her limited funds until payday and the dinner she planned to treat Zhou Qixing to that evening. She had to economize. You startled me. I thought you were dating and suddenly developed an idol persona. Who was dating? Lin, carrying her tray, plopped down beside Lu Xiaoqiao. Xiaoqiao, Zhao Jia began, but was swiftly silenced by Lu Xiaoqiao's foot nudging her under the table, signaling her to stay quiet. Only then did she realize that Lin seemed to want to keep her relationship with her boyfriend a secret as well. I mean, Xiaoqiao should be dating. Just as the three of them picked up their chopsticks, Lu Xiaoqiao's phone rang. She had saved Zhou Qixing's number as Mr. Z. Glancing at Lin, who was busy devouring chicken wings, Lu Xiaoqiao felt a twinge of guilt as she answered the call. Whispering into the receiver, hello, have you had lunch yet? I'm eating now. I'm about to eat too. Do you want to join me? I'll send Secretary Ding to pick you up. At that moment, Lin shot a glance her way. Lu Xiaoqiao quickly stood up, suggesting they continue eating while pretending the call was with a client, and moved to a quieter area to speak. Once Lu Xiaoqiao had left, Lin whispered to Zhao Jia, do you think Xiaoqiao is really dating someone? It doesn't sound like she is on a call with a client. Zhao Jia laughed. What if she is dating? Lin replied, unimpressed. If someone wants to date Xiaoqiao, they'll have to get past me first. Not just any young lad can win her over, if they don't inform me or pass my test. I'll break their legs. Zhao Jia struggled to contain her laughter. Alright, just remember your words today. As long as you dare, we won't stop you. Lu Xiaoqiao considered that she had plans for dinner with Zhou Qixing that evening, so she declined his invitation for lunch. However, as the end of the workday approached, she was informed that she needed to work overtime unexpectedly. With a heavy heart, Lu Xiaoqiao messaged Zhou Qixing, apologizing and letting him know she couldn't join him for dinner. Lu Xiaoqiao, I have to work overtime today and won't be able to have dinner with you. Z, no worries, what time do you think you'll be done? I'll come to pick you up. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqiao felt the advantages of having a boyfriend. Regardless of how late it was, there was someone responsible for ensuring she got home safely. The design department had 4 teams, and only she and Sister Sun's team were working late, so Zhao Jia left early. If she stayed too late, she might have to take a taxi home. With Zhou Qixing's assurance, Lu Xiaoqiao felt at ease as she continued working. As she neared completion around 9 o'clock, Zhao Jia called to check how much longer she would be, offering to pick her up. Lu Xiaoqiao replied that Zhou Qixing would be taking her home. And amidst Zhao Jia's teasing, they ended the call. Putting down her phone and raising her gaze, she noticed a young man approaching her. It was Sun Jia's younger brother, Sun Han. Xiaoqiao, you're working overtime too? Lu Xiaoqiao noticed he seemed quite familiar with her, so she politely managed to smile and replied softly, Despite her cool demeanor, Sun Han didn't leave. Instead, he pulled a chair from a nearby workstation and sat beside her. Lu Xiaoqiao frowned slightly at his intrusion, but since he hadn't said anything inappropriate, she hesitated to ask him to leave. Within 2 minutes, he began to chatter incessantly, boasting and probing. I came specifically to pick my sister up from work. Our company is close by. I heard your rent doubled since Zhonghong moved here. I'm being promoted at Zhonghong, and I'll be entitled to housing subsidies when I buy a house in the future. Xiaoqiao, you aren't from Hangzhou, right? I heard from my sister that your family is from the northeast. Isn't it particularly cold in winter? Why did you come to Hangzhou when you were just a teenager? Xiaoqiao, when you get married, will your aunt help you buy a house in Hangzhou? Lu Xiaoqiao. At that moment, she finally understood why the two sisters were so eager to meddle in her affairs. Having turned down their advances several times, they still weren't giving up, continuously probing her. She even suspected that today's overtime was orchestrated by Sister Sun to create opportunities for Sun Han. How ridiculous, was he hoping to be a Phoenix man using her, Lu Xiaoqiao, as a stepping stone? Chapter 48. Next time, I will definitely embrace you. It is truly perplexing whether the two sisters look down upon her or hold her in too high regard. With a cold laugh, she turned away, feigning sorrow as she said, buy a house. How could my aunt possibly buy me a house? I still owe her tuition fees. My family is experiencing some financial difficulties. I have an older brother as well, and quite a bit of money was spent on his wedding, all borrowed from my parents. My salary goes straight to them to repay debts. And I have a little nephew too. My brother has been ill since childhood, and his son will also rely on me in the future. After finishing her lament, Lu Xiaoqiao sighed deeply. She was not convinced that such words would not scare him away. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, Sun Han awkwardly stood up. Well, you seem to have quite a bit of pressure. Lu Xiaoqiao replied with a heart-wrenching tone. Yes, it's incredibly overwhelming. After Sun Han left, Lu Xiaoqiao felt as though she had won a battle. Joyfully spinning in her chair, believing that after tonight, he would no longer bother her, completing her last bit of work, she took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhou Qijing. Perhaps caught in an excited mood, her words were sweeter than usual. Ciao ciao, Mr. Zhou, I'm off work now, you can head over. I'll be waiting for you at the bus stop in front of our company. Alright, as Zhou Qijing read Lu Xiaoqiao's message, his previously calm and serious expression softened in an instant, warmth hidden in his brows and eyes. It's cold outside, just come down to the parking garage of your company. I'll drive over. Ciao ciao. After 9 o'clock in the evening, we can't access the parking garage of our office building. I'll just wait at the bus stop. Then I'll message you when I arrive. And you can come out. Ciao ciao. Okay. When Zhou Qijing arrived at the bus stop, Lu Xiaoqiao was already waiting there. He hurriedly unlocked the car for her. Didn't I tell you to come down when I messaged you? Aren't you cold dressed like that? I'm fine, not cold. Zhou Qijing took hold of Lu Xiaoqiao's hand. Your hands are so cold. How can you say you're not cold? As he spoke, both of them froze. At that moment, Zhou Qijing's warm hand clasped Lu Xiaoqiao's icy little hand, fragile and delicate, as if holding a soft cloud, with a texture akin to fine silk. Zhou Qijing could find no words to adequately describe it. In short, it made him reluctant to let go. Lu Xiaoqiao, caught off guard by Zhou Qijing's grasp, felt her heart race. Stammering, she said, I'm afraid your license plate will be photographed, leading to deductions and fines. Lu Xiaoqiao's earnestness made Zhou Qijing find her irresistibly adorable. Releasing her slender hand, he affectionately ruffled her hair, murmuring softly, silly girl. As Lu Xiaoqiao fastened her seatbelt, she retorted, I'm not silly, indeed, not silly. Zhou Qijing replied with a smile in his tone. As they approached an intersection, noticing Zhou Qijing did not turn but continued straight, Lu Xiaoqiao quickly reminded, hey, you missed the turn back there. I'll take you for a meal first, then drop you off. No need, it's late, and many places are closed. Zhou Qijing, steering with one hand, replied, we'll go somewhere that is still open. To Lu Xiaoqiao's surprise, he brought her to an outdoor barbecue restaurant, an unexpected choice. Was this to cater to her preferences? This gesture touched her. Zhou Qijing was aware of her fondness for barbecued food, and earlier, while she was still at work, he had collaborated with Secretary Ding to prepare a comprehensive guide to the city's barbecue spots. Ultimately, considering both distance and taste, he selected this particular one. This was the first time Secretary Ding had worked overtime to choose a dining location for his boss and future boss's wife. Appearing as excited as if he were the one going on a date, the barbecue restaurant's owner, a northeasterner, spoke in a hearty manner, showcasing exceptional skills in preparing the barbecue condiments. As he served their dishes, he remarked, this young lady is quite fortunate. Your boyfriend called me early to reserve this spot. I told him I don't take reservations, only walk-ins, but he sent someone to occupy a table here until you arrived. Lu Xiaoqiao gazed at Zhou Qijing in astonishment. At that moment, she felt that the man before her was utterly charming, igniting a warmth in her heart that surpassed even the flames of the grill. After finishing their barbecue, they arrived at the base of Lu Xiaoqiao's apartment building, and it was nearly midnight. Zhao Jia had messaged her twice, inquiring if she would return that night, with the last message even carrying a tone reminiscent of a guardian, cautioning against rushing into a relationship so soon after they had just started dating. Lu Xiaoqiao chuckled at the absurdity, replying on WeChat that she was downstairs, urging her to relax. As Lu Xiaoqiao exited the car, Zhou Qijing followed suit. Why did you come down? Hurry back. You have a business trip tomorrow, and you need to drive carefully. Call me when you get home. Hearing her concerned words only made him feel more reluctant to part. He was now so greedy that mere verbal expressions of care were not enough. He longed for an embrace and a kiss, yet he despised the thought of scaring her away so early in their budding romance. I'll just come down for a smoke and then leave. You should hurry upstairs. Okay, make it quick. Watching her turn and walk away without a hint of reluctance, Zhou Qijing felt a pang of disappointment. He retrieved a cigarette from the car, shielding himself from the wind, struck a lighter, and lit it. Just as he took a puff, Zhou Qijing turned abruptly. The moment he spun around, the soft girl rushed into his embrace. Wrapping her arms around his waist, burying her face in his chest, her voice muffled, echoing slightly, said, Mr. Zhou, drive slowly on your way back. Before Zhou Qijing could react, she darted away like an by the time she reached the second floor. She leaned over the stair railing, softly calling down to him, "Hurry back." After calling out, she dashed home in one breath. Hearing the door open, Zhao Zhao peeked out from behind the curtains on the balcony. Lu Xiaoqiao was momentarily speechless. "Zhao Jie, do you not trust me at all?" Zhao Zhao displayed no embarrassment for eavesdropping on others' romantic encounters. Instead, she retorted indignantly, "Is this not a matter of trust? You only hugged our General Zhou once. And you think that is sufficient? You were the one who urged me to return home early, and now you're the one complaining that I only hugged him once." Zhao Jia, seated on the sofa, wore the expression of a concerned mother fretting over her children's love lives. "Both of you are dear to me. If either of you gets hurt, I will be distressed." Liu Xiaoqiao's sudden embrace left Zhou Qizhen quite taken aback. That night, he was so dazed that he hardly remembered how he drove home. Lost in thought, he washed up and lay in bed, and after quite some time, he still hadn't fallen asleep. Only low chuckles escaping him, she had dashed away before he could fully process the moment. Next time, he vowed to himself, he would definitely hold her close. Chapter 49, Love struck just 2 days into their relationship. Zhou Qizhen had to leave for a business trip. During the weekend, he spent one day shopping with Lin Lin, while the remaining time was spent at home. On Monday morning at 10 o'clock. In the Qianxin design office, "Excuse me, is Li Na here?" A delivery boy stood at the entrance of the office, cradling a bouquet of flowers and calling out. Hearing the voice, everyone turned their attention toward him. Li Na joyfully approached the delivery boy. "Hello, I'm Li Na. Oh, please sign here. These flowers are from Amr.Sun." Li Na smiled as she accepted the flowers, saying, "Thank you." After signing for the flowers, she walked back to her office. Casting a sidelong glance at Lu Xiaoqiao, satisfied that Lu Xiaoqiao was also staring at the flowers, she returned to her desk. Her colleagues quickly surrounded Li Na, asking Li Na, "Are you in a relationship? Or do you have a suitor?" "Yes, tell us when this started." Sister Sun stood up, beaming with joy, her face radiant with smiles. "All right, let me tell you, Li Na will soon be calling me sister, and you all better not bully her." After saying this, she walked over to Li Na, wrapping her arm around her shoulder to express her fondness and satisfaction with the future sister-in-law. "Oh, so Li Na is with Sister Sun's brother? They truly are a perfect match, a match made in heaven." Her colleagues all offered their congratulations, and Li Na beamed as she thanked everyone. As the excitement settled, before they could disperse, Lin Lin couldn't help but tag Lu Xiaoqiao in their group chat. In the Gorgeous Beauties group, Lin Lin, "Lu Xiaoqiao, what is going on? Isn't Sun Han pursuing you?" "Zhao Jia, exactly, I want to know too." After Zhao Jia's message, she privately messaged Lu Xiaoqiao, asking if Sun Han had found out about her relationship with Zhou Qizhen. Liu Xiaoqiao replied that only they knew and she hadn't mentioned it to anyone else. Zhao Jia then returned to the group chat. "Lu Xiaoqiao, I haven't even dated him. How can I stop him from pursuing others? That would be too domineering." "Lin Lin, you're lucky you didn't date him. Last week he was pursuing you. And this week he is with your sister. What kind of situation is that?" Smile Zhao Jia, "He is definitely still pursuing you while flirting with Li Na. Otherwise, how could it happen so quickly? Such a man is simply beneath contempt. You're fortunate you didn't get involved." Liu Xiaoqiao was well aware that while Sun Han was pursuing her, he was also flirting with Li Na. In the past, she would have surely informed Li Na about this. However, after the previous blind date incident, coupled with the way Li Na had glanced at her earlier full of smugness, she could guarantee that if she spoke up, Li Na would assume she was merely envious and attempting to sow discord between them. Thus, she chose to remain silent and mind her own business. That evening, Li Na had a date with Sun Han and did not go to her aunt's house for dinner. Lu Xiaoqiao, still sensitive about the previous dinner's atmosphere, also found an excuse to stay away as Zhao Zhao was taken out for a meal by Zhao Zhizhi, leaving her to ride home alone. Upon arriving home, she received a call from Zhou Qizhang. "Hello." Lu Xiaoqiao swiped her phone to answer. "What are you up to?" Having just climbed 4 flights of stairs, her breath was slightly hurried, her voice tinged with a faint panting. "I just finished climbing the stairs. It almost exhausted me." Zhou Qizhang chuckled softly, breathing so heavily after just 4 flights. "Do you not exercise regularly?" Lu Xiaoqiao slumped onto the sofa, waiting for her breath to steady before speaking. "I wore too many layers today. It felt strenuous to go upstairs." Making excuses for herself, she avoided mentioning exercise altogether. "Has it been very cold in Hangzhou these past few days?" "Yes, the temperature has dropped, but the weather forecast says it will warm up on Friday." "When are you coming back?" Zhou Qizhang felt a twinge of joy at Lu Xiaoqiao's inquiry about his schedule. Considering his upcoming work arrangements, he realized he would not be able to return until next week at the earliest. However, having just established their relationship, the enforced separation felt particularly burdensome, and he was not pleased with the extended time apart. "I will try to return this Friday. Is there anywhere you wish to go over the weekend?" "That sounds good, but your work is important. It's fine if you arrive a little later. If you make it back in time, let us go see a movie. A really popular one has just been released." Zhou Qizhang felt a pang of sadness at her words, wishing even more to conclude this trip swiftly. He feared that if the separation lasted too long, the young lady might forget what he looked like and grow indifferent towards him. After chatting for a little longer, they ended the call. As soon as he set his phone down, Zhou Qizhang summoned Li Yuxian and Secretary Ding, who had accompanied him on this trip. Li Yuxian was taken aback by Zhou Qizhang's announcement. What, you're returning to the country on Friday? Why, there are still several clients you have in team at. Zhou Qizhang glanced at the incredulous Li Yuxian. Aren't you here? Seeing Secretary Ding remain silent. Li Yuxian, though puzzled, was not surprised by his boss's erratic behavior. Is there an urgent matter back home? Zhou Qizhang thought for a moment before replying. It's a personal affair. Li Yuxian exclaimed incredulously. Come on, don't tell me you're rushing back just to pursue a romance. Zhou Qizhang maintained his composure. In any case, I must return on Friday. All the important clients are scheduled for the next 3 days. You can stay an extra day, and Secretary Ding will wrap up everything before heading back. Noticing the seriousness in Zhou Qizhang's demeanor, Li Yuxian could tell he was not joking and couldn't help but tease him. TSK, what should I say about you, old Zhou? You seem a bit love-struck. Zhou Qizhang ignored his mockery, focusing instead on the documents before him, looking as if he intended to work through the night to ensure he could return by Thursday. After 3 busy days, Zhou Qizhang finally boarded the flight back to the country on Friday. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, the plane landed at 9 in the evening. The driver sent to pick him up had reluctantly finished his shift at the airport. Zhou Qizhang drove to Lu Xiaoqiao's building alone. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 10:30. Unsure if she had gone to bed, he sent her a WeChat message. Are you asleep? Xiao Chao, not yet. Fearing Zhou Qizhang would scold her for staying up too late, she quickly added, I'm about to sleep. I got into bed early today, but even though they said it would warm up, I still feel quite cold. Zhou Qizhang felt a slight sense of disappointment upon reading her reply. It seemed they wouldn't see each other today. She was afraid of the chill, and he couldn't bear the thought of making her come down now. However, hearing her voice would suffice. He called her, and after one ring, Lu Xiaoqiao answered. Hello, why did you call? Are you alone in the office? Her voice held a soft, gentle tone, possibly due to her lying down. Zhou Qizhang leaned against the car, gazing up at the 4th-floor window as he spoke softly. I'm back in the country. I just got off the plane. Chapter 50, Blind Date. Upon hearing his words, Lu Xiaoqiao sat up abruptly in bed. You're back, so soon? Have you finished everything? Zhou Qizhang felt a tinge of annoyance. What, you don't want me back? Of course I do. I'm just worried that your quick return might disrupt your work. Hearing her use the word hope, a satisfied smile flickered in Zhou Qizhang's eyes. Don't worry, everything is taken care of. That is good. Are you home now? Zhou Qizhang's gaze remained fixed on the window, as if by staring, he could will the person he longed to see into existence. Sort of, he replied. Lu Xiaoqiao assumed he meant he was on his way and did not pursue the matter further. Then you should get some rest. You need to adjust to the time difference. I am fine, I'm used to it. How about I come to pick you up tomorrow? Sure, let us say 10 in the morning. Alright. The following day at 9:30 in the morning, Lu Xiaoqiao had just finished getting ready when Zhou Qizhang called. Have you arrived? I'll come down right away. Xiaoqiao, I have some matters that will take a little longer. Should I have the driver pick you up? That is fine, you go ahead and handle what you need to. Zhou Qizhang was uncertain whether to feel pleased or troubled by her easygoing response. Alright, I'm near Yingyue Lake. I'll have the driver come to get you. Okay. After they hung up. 10 minutes later, the driver Zhou Qizhang had arranged arrived to pick up Lu Xiaoqiao. Miss Lu, please wait here. Mr. Zhou will come to take you for a meal after he finishes his work. If you're hungry, feel free to order something. Thank you. You go ahead. I'm not hungry yet. I'll wait for him to arrive. Once the driver left, Lu Xiaoqiao, feeling a bit bored, wandered around the back of the hotel. There was a small path that led directly to the lakeside, offering a splendid view. Though the dining prices were undoubtedly high, when she had visited with Zhao Jia before, they had mused about how one meal here would cost several months' salary. Arriving at an arched bridge by the lake, she peered down to see numerous koi swimming about, along with some small fish whose names she could not recall. Regrettably, she had not brought any fish food and was sorry she had thrown away the last piece of bread she had in her bag that morning. Lu Xiaoqiao watched enviously as the fish swam towards someone with food. Glancing up, she was surprised to see Tang Qian. Mr. Tang. Tang Qian raised an eyebrow. You saw me? I thought Miss Lu could only see the fish. How could you not notice such a large person standing here? Lu Xiaoqiao smiled. How could that be? I was so focused on the fish. It's only now that I noticed you. Are you here for a meal? Today, Tang Qian was dressed quite normally, lacking his usual flamboyance. He scattered the last of the fish food into the lake and dusted off his hands. What is this? Are you inviting me, Mr. Tang? You're quite the jokester. I can't afford to treat you here. Once I land a big deal and earn a fortune, I'll certainly treat you to a meal. Lu Xiaoqiao said this with an easy demeanor, showing no sign of embarrassment over her financial limitations. Since you can't afford to treat me, why are you here then? Don't tell me you came just for fun. This path, as far as I know, is not open to the public. Lu Xiaoqiao replied earnestly. I'm just tagging along. A friend invited me. Oh, a boyfriend or just a regular friend? What is the difference? There is definitely a difference. If it's a regular friend, it means I still have a chance. Lu Xiaoqiao did not grasp the underlying meaning in his words, thinking he merely wanted to invite her out for a meal as he had before. Once your friend's contract is signed, I'll treat you then. Today I have plans with my boyfriend. It was unclear whether she was being deliberately naive or if it was just her innocent charm. But her earnest gaze made it hard not to believe her. You mean Zhou Qizhang? TCH, he is quick to act. I've only just made my move, and he is already in a relationship. How do you know? Tang Qian replied cryptically. I just saw him a moment ago. Would you like me to take you to find him? Lu Xiaoqiao responded. I know he is nearby, but he is discussing something with a friend. He'll come find me later, discussing something with a friend. Tang Qian laughed knowingly. Miss Lu, I advise you to look into a few things yourself. Seeing is believing. What do you mean? Lu Xiaoqiao was puzzled by his insinuation. Tang Qian continued, you should check it out for yourself. I'm only telling you this because I think you're too naive and don't want to see you misled, although Lu Xiaoqiao sensed his insincerity. Curiosity got the better of her, and she followed him. Tang Qian led her through a row of bamboo trees, and they stood on a high stone step, where they could see into the tea room on the second floor through a large window. At a tea table close to the window sat about 5 or 6 people, both men and women, among them a man in a dark shirt and black trousers who stood out the most. The intrinsic beauty and grace of the individual, along with the remarkable achievements earned through personal endeavor, garnered the admiration and respect of all present. Particularly noteworthy was the woman seated beside him, whose gaze had not strayed from him since their arrival. Her mere elegant posture radiated an enchanting charm. Cascading waves of luscious hair flowed gracefully down her back, while her fitted dress accentuated the alluring curves of her waist, leaving no doubt that she was an exquisite beauty. In that moment, she tilted her head to whisper something to the man beside her, her every glance and smile imbued with tenderness. Observing them, one could not help but conclude that they were a perfect match. Do you see that? While you wait for him to dine, he is here with a stunning beauty, remarked Tang Qian. To be frank, Lu Xiaoqiao felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight, yet she would not allow the opinions of outsiders to sway her faith in Zhou Qizhang's character. It was merely tea. After all, Tang Qian scoffed. Tea, you actually believe that? To speak frankly, the woman seated next to him is the daughter of the second branch of the Tang family, and they are currently on a blind date. A blind date? Lu Xiaoqiao's incredulous tone revealed her disbelief. You saw it with your own eyes and still doubt. As she retrieved her phone and unlocked the screen, she replied, sometimes seeing is not believing. Only what one hears firsthand counts. Tang Qian had anticipated that the young lady would be heartbroken and flee, promptly blocking Zhou Qizhang's number, ultimately leading to a misunderstanding and a breakup. However, this was not at all how he envisioned the situation unfolding. Chapter 51, Watching the Drama. No, this isn't mere observation. You intend to call him for an explanation, don't you? Mr. Tang, this is not an explanation but rather a clarification. I prefer to address matters face to face and settle grievances directly. Concealment is not in my nature. As Lu Xiaoqiao, with an expression of surprise on his face, Tang Qian watched as Lu Xiaoqiao dialed Zhou Qizhang's number. He thought to himself, very well, go ahead. She doesn't seem like someone who would easily be taken advantage of. I'll just observe as a bystander to see how Zhou Qizhang explains himself. From the large window, Lu Xiaoqiao and Tang Qian watched as Zhou Qizhang stood up and stepped into the corridor to answer the phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, hello, did the driver drop you off? Came the deep, magnetic voice from the receiver. Yes, I've arrived. What are you up to? On a date with someone else? Lu Xiaoqiao boldly inquired, causing Tang Qian, standing beside her, to gasp in astonishment at her straightforwardness. Zhou Qizhang, sensing the unusual tone in her voice, quickly asked, who told you that? Where are you now? Just behind the glass window where you were seated. Now I am right in front of it. Zhou Qizhang lifted his gaze to the window. There stood the girl he had longed for, alongside the adopted son of the Tang family's main branch. He pondered how they had crossed paths, realizing that his previous warning had clearly not been heeded. With that thought, his gaze turned frosty. Stay right there. I'll come down to get you. After they hung up, it was not long before Zhou Qizhang descended. Perhaps in haste, he wore only a thin shirt, having neglected to don a jacket. A smile played on his lips, his dark eyes filled with deep affection as he strode toward Lu Xiaoqiao. Taking her hand and asking, are you cold? Lu Xiaoqiao shook her head. I'll explain later. First, let us go upstairs to greet them before we leave. Alright, it wouldn't be proper to leave without acknowledging the elders. Is it convenient? Zhou Qizhang chuckled. What is inconvenient about it? Lu Xiaoqiao nodded. As long as you find it convenient. Seeing her agreement, Zhou Qizhang affectionately ruffled her hair, then, lifting his gaze to Tang Qian, his expression turned cold and his tone indifferent. Mr. Tang, would you like to join us upstairs? Your second uncle is also present. Tang Qian understood that Zhou Qizhang was subtly warning him about the second branch of the Tang family. Watching the apparent intimacy between the two, he realized that today's opportunity to stir trouble for Zhou Qizhang had slipped away. However, he felt it was worth it to have caused Zhou Qizhang some discomfort, especially noting how hastily he had come down without a jacket. You two take your time chatting. I want tea. Intrude, Tang Qian stated before leaving. Zhou Qizhang then led Lu Xiaoqiao to the second floor. As they ascended the stairs, he casually inquired, how did you both meet? We were both by the lake watching the fish and happened to run into each other. Zhou Qizhang concealed the coldness in his gaze. Saying nothing further as he wrapped his arm around her and continued upstairs. Years ago, the patriarch of the Tang family, originally a carpenter, had established the Far East Group through his astute intellect. Focusing on various decoration projects. He had 2 sons, and before his passing, he entrusted the company entirely to his eldest son, Tang Jiangwo, which left his younger brother, Tang Jianhua, feeling quite dissatisfied. However, the matter was settled, and he had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet 2 years ago, when Tang Jiangwo succumbed to cancer, it was thought that circumstances would shift once more. Tang Jiangwo left behind a daughter and an adopted son. But to his chagrin, his elder brother chose to hand over the company to the adopted son rather than his own blood brother, especially considering that the adopted son was wholly unfit for business. Now, the vast company was under the control of his niece, who after all would eventually marry, which he truly changed the company's name to her husband's. Tang Jianhua sought to seize the opportunity to expand the company's overseas market and reclaim management rights. This required an opportunity and a supporter, and among all of Hangzhou, only the Zhou family possessed such power. Tang Jianhua contemplated a marriage alliance, repeatedly approaching the Sun family, hoping that the elder son would act as a matchmaker to connect his daughter with the current head of the Zhou family. Zhou Qijing. Initially, the elder son refused, arguing that Zhou Qijing's father could not even manage him, let alone an outsider. In desperation, Tang Jianhua invoked the elder son's first love, who happened to be his deceased mother. Compelling the elder son to reluctantly agree to give it a try today, he finally managed to orchestrate such a meeting, leveraging the elder son's influence to persuade Zhou Qijing under the pretense of seeking assistance from the Zhou family in introducing the Tang family to local government officials for their overseas expansion. The conversation began pleasantly, but Tang Jianhua's wife eagerly desired Zhou Qijing as a son-in-law. After a brief discussion, she feigned a reason to call Tang Jianhua, who had been seated beside Zhou Qijing. Out of the room, upon returning, she positioned her daughter, Tang Yao, next to Zhou Qijing, confident in her daughter's beauty, wondering if this young man might take a liking to her. She imagined that if this succeeded, all the ladies in Hangzhou would be envious of her. The elder son frowned at Tang Madame's actions, glancing at Zhou Qijing's expression, which was inscrutable. This young man had always been remarkably mature for his age. In certain matters, he displayed a composure that left his elders in awe. Barely a moment had passed after Tang Yao sat down when Zhou Qijing's phone rang. After exchanging pleasantries with those at the table, he stepped outside to take the call. When he returned, he was accompanied by a young woman, who was strikingly beautiful, with bright, expressive eyes and flawless, fair skin. The people in the private room were momentarily dumbfounded. Curiously, the elder son inquired, Qijing, who is this young lady? Zhou Qijing wrapped his arm around Lu Xiaoqiao's waist, guiding her to stand before the elder son. Uncle son, this is my girlfriend, Lu Xiaoqiao. As the words fell, he leaned closer to Lu Xiaoqiao and whispered, call him Uncle Sunday. Uncle son, Lu Xiaoqiao managed to say, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, interpreting the elder son's expression as recognition of her. The elder son stared at Lu Xiaoqiao in disbelief, then turned to Zhou Qijing, questioning when this young man had begun a relationship. Surely he hadn't hastily brought her in to placate the elder son during today's blind date? Observing the two, it was evident that they were not merely putting on an act, but if it were genuine, why hadn't Zhou Qijing's father boasted about it? The elder son scrutinized Lu Xiaoqiao more closely. Noting her undeniable beauty, why does this young lady seem somewhat familiar, just like the girl I met last time at the Zhou residence? Lu Xiaoqiao chuckled inwardly. How could she not be familiar? Last time she had addressed him as Grandpa Sunday. Today, she was basking in Zhou Qijing's glow, having aged a year in the process. I'm getting old, I can't seem to recall. The elder son dismissed his thoughts. Let us not dwell on it. Come, sit down and have a cup of tea before you leave. Waitstaff, please bring in an extra chair. Zhou Qijing instructed the staff to place a chair at his previous spot, where Tang Yao had been seated. As they settled in, Zhou Qijing paid no heed to the other guests, deftly pouring tea with one hand and reaching for snacks with the other, his gestures meticulous and thoughtful. He even lowered his head to softly inquire if Lu Xiaoqiao was accustomed to the tea, suggesting a switch if she preferred something different. Observing this, everyone around was taken aback, as Zhou Qijing, who typically exhibited indifference towards others, was now so attentive to this young woman. Tang Yao, seated to Lu Xiaoqiao's left, gritted her teeth in frustration, her clenched fists nearly digging into her flesh. Why was it that this opportunity had been so brazenly disrupted? Today, she felt like the subject of a grand jest. Tang Jianhua and his wife were equally incensed. Not only did Zhou Qijing have a girlfriend, but he had introduced her exclusively to the elder son, completely ignoring Tang Jianhua and his wife, leaving them feeling slighted. However, regardless of their anger, they dared not express it in front of Zhou Qijing. Tang Madam tried to console her precious daughter, recognizing that this situation was difficult for any unmarried woman to endure. Chapter 52. With abs, the elder son's son, Sunzai, was also present, watching Zhou Qijing with a tinge of envy. The two were of the same age and had been compared against one another since childhood. Except for marrying young and having children, there was not a single aspect where he could match Zhou Qijing. Now, as he gazed upon the enchanting lady seated beside him, youthful, strikingly beautiful, with bright eyes that sparkled with kindness and a smile that bloomed like a flower, he couldn't help but feel that even his perennial ice-cold demeanor had been melted by the warmth of this radiant girl. Indeed, how blissful it must be to be with someone one adores, within their social circle. It seemed that only Zhou Qijing would dare to oppose familial pressures regarding marriage. At this moment, the only aspect of strength that felt as fragile as soap bubbles had been shattered by the presence of these two. Zhou Qijing and Lu Xiaoqiao had only been seated for a little over 10 minutes before they emerged, strolling along the banks of the reflective moon lake. Lu Xiaoqiao remarked, "All right, we can talk now." Zhou Qijing recounted the events that had transpired. Lu Xiaoqiao listened attentively, her gaze lowered. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "I see. I just wanted to understand the truth. However, I must say, you may indulge in infidelity, but you cannot do so behind my back." Zhou Qijing replied earnestly, "I did not go on a blind date with her." He reiterated with utmost seriousness, "I know, you mentioned it just now, and I trust you. Let us put this matter to rest." Lu Xiaoqiao's trust brought Zhou Qijing joy and a sense of relief. "Are you hungry? Shall we go for a meal?" "All right." They proceeded to the hotel where the driver had previously dropped off Lu Xiaoqiao. The waiter guided them to a private room, ideally situated for a splendid view of the reflective moon lake. "Just the two of us. We can sit in the main hall, can't we?" Zhou Qijing chuckled as he pulled out a chair for her. "This private room has been reserved by Jiang Heng for years. It's quieter here. Do you have anything in particular you wish to eat? I've never dined at such a place before." "You order something." "Very well." When the dishes arrived, Zhou Qijing served Lu Xiaoqiao a piece of lobster meat. "Knowing your fondness for seafood, do try this. It's their signature dish." Lu Xiaoqiao teased, "I thought their specialty was vinegar fish." Zhou Qijing paused, realizing the implication of her words, and smiled as he asked, "So do you prefer lobster or vinegar fish?" After swallowing a mouthful of lobster, Lu Xiaoqiao replied, "Well, this lobster is indeed delicious. The meat is so tender. I've only ever had crayfish before, never something this large." Zhou Qijing felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing she had never had a large lobster. "If you like it, I shall bring you here again next time." He continued to serve her more. After finishing their meal, Lu Xiaoqiao checked for movie tickets on her phone. "Oh no, we should have bought the movie tickets before dining. Now all the good seats are gone." Zhou Qijing, after hearing her lament, suggested, "Why not come to my place to watch a movie? I have a home theater." Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback. "Which home, Yujing? No. One, I usually live there alone, and it's south quite close to my office." Seeing Lu Xiaoqiao hesitate, he continued, "After the movie, I'll take you home." After a moment's contemplation, she reasoned that since they were now in a relationship, there was nothing amiss about watching a movie at his place, and replied, "All right, I've never seen what a home theater is like." They drove back to Yujing number 1. Zhou Qijing's residence was a sprawling flat of nearly 800 square meters. Upon entering, the spacious living room opened up to a magnificent view through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, presenting a picturesque riverscape. "Your home is so vast," Lu Xiaoqiao exclaimed. "It's all right. I only return in the evenings and seldom pay attention to its size during the day." Zhou Qijing showed her around every corner of the house. As Lu Xiaoqiao admired the luxurious decor, she could discern the owner's exquisite taste and relentless pursuit of quality. However, what captivated her most was the kitchen. Fully equipped with high-end international brand appliances, Zhou Qijing even confessed that he had never cooked in it due to his infrequent presence at home. After touring the house, they arrived at the home theater room, which featured a gigantic high-definition screen at the front and a plush leather sofa in the center. Zhou Qijing sat down and beckoned Lu Xiaoqiao, who was still standing in the doorway. Having refrained from looking at this room during the tour, she now noticed the dim lighting, accentuated by atmospheric lights on the walls, creating a somewhat intimate ambience, which made her hesitate. "Come over. What are you doing standing there? What movie do you want to watch?" Zhou Qijing called out again. Lu Xiaoqiao gazed at his serious expression, which almost bore the inscription of restraint, and silently reproached herself for overthinking. Since they had defined their relationship, their most significant physical contact had been merely an embrace, one she had initiated. Thus she held Zhou Qijing's gentlemanly demeanor in high regard. Releasing her mental burden, Lu Xiaoqiao cheerfully settled beside him. Zhou Qijing subtly lowered his gaze, attempting to conceal the subtle shift in his expression. Lu Xiaoqiao selected an international film, a love story between a human and a dragon, for such cinematic equipment demanded something spectacular. "Is the Russian version alright?" Zhou Qijing inquired. "Let us watch this, I'll follow the subtitles." Jia mentioned that the male lead has a particularly good physique. Zhou Qijing raised an eyebrow. "Oh, how good?" Lu Xiaoqiao, oblivious to the implications, innocently replied, "He has abs." Zhou Qijing smirked. "Is that so?" Jia said so. "You'll see for yourself shortly." As the film played, accompanied by the surround sound system, Lu Xiaoqiao gradually became engrossed in the storyline. Entirely unaware that the man beside her had not glanced at the screen even once, his gaze solely fixated on her face, Zhou Qijing subtly inched closer to her, reducing the distance between them. When the scene depicted a young girl nearly captured by a vicious dragon, Lu Xiaoqiao's heart tightened, and her legs instinctively curled together. Noticing her genuine fear, Zhou Qijing sighed, regretting his choice of film. If you're scared, why continue watching? Lu Xiaoqiao leaned back slightly. It's thrilling this way. Zhou Qijing took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her shoulders, pulling her closer into his embrace. His chin rested on her shoulder, and his arm encircled her slender waist with just the right amount of pressure, a blend of possessiveness and tenderness. Being held in his arms made Lu Xiaoqiao's heart skip a beat. Her body stiffening slightly, her hands nervously unsure of where to place themselves, fingers unconsciously twisting at the hem of her clothing, she could hear his steady heartbeat merging with her own frantic rhythm. Each breath trembling slightly. Moments later, his deep resonant voice broke the silence near her ear. Still scared. Chapter 53. I want to kiss you. Lu Xiaoqiao's cheeks flushed crimson, she murmured softly, not scared anymore. It felt as if his breath was drawing nearer. Xiaoqiao, Zhou Qijing unconsciously uttered the nickname he affectionately used for her, may I kiss you, while Lu Xiaoqiao was still contemplating his previous statement. He interjected again, not if you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. With that, he leaned down and kissed her. Lu Xiaoqiao tilted her head back, half reclining in his arms, the gentle sensation of his lips sent a shiver down her spine. Her curled lashes trembling slightly. Initially Zhou Qijing's kiss was as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, delicate and restrained, but soon Lu Xiaoqiao found herself pushing him away, having to exert effort several times before he finally relented. Zhou Qijing's heart raced, feeling a twinge of regret. He worried he might have startled her. He pulled her back into his embrace, burying his face in her neck to steady his breath, finally murmuring, Xiaoqiao, I'm sorry. Lu Xiaoqiao was indeed a bit taken aback by him. He seemed so aloof and composed, yet his kisses were overwhelming, and she still felt the tingling sensation on her tongue. After a considerable time, Zhou Qijing reluctantly released her. The movie had ended without either of them realizing, and the screen had begun to loop the second showing. Lu Xiaoqiao kept her head down. Silent, feeling that her face could only cool down with a dose of ibuprofen. Shall we continue watching? Zhou Qijing asked softly. Lu Xiaoqiao shook her head, not daring to meet his gaze, her hands clasped together. Unsure of where to place them, nervously fidgeting with her fingers, then let us chat. Lu Xiaoqiao relaxed from her earlier tension and responded softly, about what? Zhou Qijing pulled her closer again, nestling her against him. Let us talk about your childhood. Lu Xiaoqiao mumbled, what is there to discuss about my childhood? I was naughty and got scolded every day. Zhou Qijing tightened his embrace, kissing her cheek. You look so well behaved. How could you have been mischievous? It's all a facade. I was as unruly as the boys. You'd regret it if you knew. Regret? That's impossible in this lifetime. Don't even think about it. Zhou Qijing declared, staring into Lu Xiaoqiao's eyes with a possessive intensity. As he gazed deeper, this time, no matter how much Lu Xiaoqiao pushed him away, it was in vain. Moments later, Zhou Qijing was the first to release her. And he hurriedly exited the room, leaving her in a state of confusion. He returned after a while, carrying a chill and the scent of tobacco, his expression restored to its usual seriousness, as though the earlier flustered version of himself had never existed. Are you hungry? Shall we eat at home or go out? Zhou Qijing asked. Lu Xiaoqiao, unlike him, did not possess such a strong psychological fortitude. Her cheeks still flushed, she nestled into the sofa, feeling as if she were about to burst with embarrassment. Zhou Qijing's gaze suddenly ignited with intensity, leaving him parched, as if something had lodged in his throat. Let us eat out. She feared that if they remained in the house any longer, Zhou Qijing might lose control and kiss her again. Her lips were already tingling. All right, Zhou Qijing replied in a hushed tone. The two descended to the underground parking garage and drove to their dining destination. The restaurant was situated some distance from the city center, nestled quietly on the fringes of urban life, far from the clamor and hustle of the city. Upon stepping out of the car, Zhou Qijing informed Lu Xiaoqiao that it was a private dining establishment, renowned for its exclusive dishes crafted solely by the owner, which could not be found elsewhere. He reserved a private room towards the back. Just as they were about to enter, a voice called out to them. Oh, who are these two? They turned simultaneously to see Li Yuxuan, and upon noticing the man standing beside him, Lu Xiaoqiao's demeanor instantly shifted. Releasing Zhou Qijing's hand, she stepped forward and greeted Li Gu, then turned her gaze to the man beside Li Yuxuan, whispering Xianggu. Zhou Qijing made no comment on Lu Xiaoqiao's attempt to distance herself. Merely casting a cold glance at the two who had startled his young girlfriend, Lin Xiang did not respond to Lu Xiaoqiao's address. He awkwardly regarded the couple before him, feeling more bashful than Lu Xiaoqiao herself. Uncle, he greeted Zhou Qijing, stealing a glance at Lu Xiaoqiao. After a moment of hesitation, he was at a loss for how to address her. Li Yuxuan chuckled beside him, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Before he could finish, Zhou Qijing began to usher them away. We've exchanged pleasantries, let's hurry along, we need to eat. Why not join us? I just got off the plane and haven't eaten yet, Li Yuxuan suggested with a grin. Zhou Qijing coldly declined. No need. With that, he took Lu Xiaoqiao's hand again and entered the private room, watching the door close behind them. Li Yuxuan scoffed, what a character, now I'm in the way. He patted Lin Xiang on the shoulder. Come on, let's eat, and ignore them. Inside the room, Lu Xiaoqiao looked at Zhou Qijing with a hint of reproach. Does Xianggu know about us? He didn't seem surprised to see us together. Yes, he probably does. I didn't mention it, so he must have heard it from you.1.3. Zhou Qijing replied, squeezing her hand gently out. He then inquired, are you upset? Not at all, I'm just a bit. Zhou Qijing recognized her shyness but refrained from reminding her not to call them gu in their presence. Not wanting to exacerbate her embarrassment. I understand, alright, let's not dwell on that. Weren't you just saying you were hungry? Let us order. Meanwhile, Zhou's father was watering the flowers in the yard when he received a call from Old Master Sunday. Upon hearing his congratulations, he was momentarily confused. Congratulations for what? What is there for me to be congratulated about? Old Master Sun laughed heartily. So you weren't aware, it's about Qijing having a girlfriend. A girlfriend? Yes, guess who it is? Before Zhou's father could hazard a guess, Old Master Sun eagerly continued, it's that lovely girl Xiaoqiao I saw at your house last time. How about that? Surprised, the watering can clattered to the ground in Zhou's father's hand. Really, are you certain? Old Master Sun boasted. How could I be mistaken? We were drinking tea together, and I saw them holding hands. At first, I thought she looked familiar but only remembered when I got home, she's Lin's little friend. Hearing that his son had finally won the heart of the girl he admired filled Zhou's father with joy, and he spun around in place, exhilarated to the point of raising his blood pressure. Yet, he felt a twinge of disappointment that even Old Sun knew before he did. With some irritation, he pressed, how did you end up having tea together? Old Master Sun hesitated, feeling a bit guilty. But knowing this was not something that could be concealed, he recounted the story in a roundabout way. Honestly, I had no idea Qijing had a girlfriend. If I had known, I wouldn't have acted so clueless. Zhou's father listened to his explanation, his voice tinged with annoyance. You old fool, if my daughter-in-law leaves because of this, I won't let you off the hook. It's all my fault, my fault. Don't worry, Xiaoqiao isn't someone who can't see clearly. They looked happy together, no signs of a dispute. Humph, well, that's good. After hanging up, Zhou's father contemplated calling Zhou Qijing to confirm, but worried that it might interrupt his dinner date. Perhaps it would be better to wait a while longer before calling. Back in the living room, he paced anxiously, his heart racing as he wished for time to pass swiftly the next morning. Zhou Qijing waited downstairs at Lu Xiaoqiao's apartment. They had agreed to go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients and cook together, also to fire up the high-end kitchen at Zhou's home. After purchasing the ingredients, once they arrived back, Lu Xiaoqiao headed straight for the kitchen while Zhou Qijing assisted her. They worked together to wash and chop the vegetables, and while she prepared the sauce, Zhou Qijing embraced her from behind, causing her to lose track of how much salt she had added. After their meal, Zhou Qijing suggested finishing the movie they had started the previous day. They sat upright on the sofa, watching the remaining scenes. As the credits rolled, just as Lu Xiaoqiao was about to rise, Zhou Qijing pulled her back into his arms, pinning her against the sofa. He turned off the large screen, leaving the room dimly lit by a soft ambient light on the wall. The man gazed intently at her face, leaning in close to whisper in her ear. Between me and him, who was more handsome? Lu Xiaoqiao instantly grasped the underlying meaning of his question. He had remembered her offhand comment from yesterday. What a jealous soul. Suppressing her laughter, she replied, you're handsome. You're more handsome than him, you're the most handsome. Seeing Zhou Qijing finally display a satisfied expression, she felt emboldened to continue. We never said he was handsome, we were just complimenting his physique. The moment she finished speaking, Zhou Qijing's expression darkened again. Physique? Humph, does he have abs? Without waiting for her reply, he seized Lu Xiaoqiao's hand and pressed it against his abdomen. Though separated by his shirt, the sensation of his solid abs startled her, and her cheeks flushed once more. Lu Xiaoqiao felt it prudent to carry a box of ibuprofen since being with Zhou Qijing, lest she fall ill unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Zhou Qijing gently pulled Lu Xiaoqiao's scattered thoughts back to focus. Placing her hand once more on his muscular chest, did you feel it? Lu Xiaoqiao unconsciously bit her lower lip, her gaze flitting about, and murmured softly, I felt it, I really did. Zhou Qijing smirked, how many are there? 2, Lu Xiaoqiao replied. I was referring to my abs, Zhou Qijing said, his tone somewhat exasperated. Noticing the displeasure in his voice, she glanced up at him, having never seen such a wistful expression on his face before. Her previously tense emotions were suddenly alleviated, and she felt a laugh bubbling within, deliberately concealing her amusement. Lu Xiaoqiao replied, for Zhou Qijing huffed in annoyance and, with a playful gesture, pulled his shirt out from his trousers, suggesting, why not take a closer look? Chapter 55, the butterfly bracelet. Zhou Qijing's eyes were fixed on her as he leisurely began to unbutton his shirt. Realizing he was serious, Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback and retreated hastily, covering her eyes with her hands. No need to undress, 8 packs, there are 8, too late, Zhou Qijing teased, pausing for 2 seconds before adding slowly, you must see today. He gently removed her hands from her face, and before she could utter a sound of protest, he sealed her lips with his own, drowning all her panic and surprise in a passionate yet domineering kiss, only releasing her when she could hardly breathe. He pecked her lips a few more times before drawing her into his embrace. Are we still watching the movie? Lu Xiaoqiao shook her head. No more movies, I won't come to your house to watch films anymore. This isn't just watching a movie, at this rate, we might as well be filming a short film. Rubbing her sore yet tingling lips, she complained softly, my lips hurt terribly. Seeing her obviously swollen lips, Zhou Qijing held her in his arms, resting his chin atop her head and softly soothing her. I'm sorry, I'll be gentler next time, alright? No more kissing today, or else others will notice, hearing her insistence against further kisses today. Zhou Qijing felt a twinge of disappointment and replied with a dry that evening. They reheated the leftovers from lunch, and after finishing their meal, Lu Xiaoqiao asked Zhou Qijing to escort her home. Tomorrow is Monday, and it's getting late. I'm afraid I won't wake up in time. Alright, wait for me a moment, Zhou Qijing said before turning to enter the cloakroom. When he emerged, he held a small jewelry box. I saw this while on a business trip a few days ago and thought it would suit you, so I bought it. Take a look and see if you like it. Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback by his thoughtful gift upon returning from his trip. She glanced at the logo on the box and hesitated, recalling Lin Lin's earlier comments about its likely high price. I'm thrilled you brought me a gift, but if it's too expensive, I might feel pressured. Zhou Qijing opened the box while glancing at her. I understand. Don't worry, I specifically chose a lower-priced item. It's just a bracelet. He revealed the bracelet, which was a stunning platinum piece adorned with sparkling diamonds in the shape of butterflies. Lu Xiaoqiao gasped, Are you sure it's not expensive? It looks like it's covered in diamonds. Zhou Qijing chuckled, I assure you it's not expensive. These are merely small diamonds, not worth much. Extend your hand, and I'll put it on for you. Though hesitant, Lu Xiaoqiao extended her hand as Zhou Qijing fastened the clasp and admired her hand, saying, It looks beautiful, very fitting for you. Lu Xiaoqiao raised her hand to admire it, finding it indeed lovely. Thank you. I really like it. Zhou Qijing gently patted her head. As long as you like it. The following day, after the morning meeting, everyone exited the conference room. Zhang Yan did not return to the office as usual but instead engaged in conversation with colleagues in the design department. The colleagues playfully asked Li Na when she might celebrate her wedding with Sun Han. Ever since she started dating, Li Na had been wearing a perpetual smile. Yesterday, my brother Zhang Yan and I went shopping and had dinner together. A female colleague remarked, So you're already meeting the family. It seems the wedding is imminent. Li Na chuckled. This new year, Sun Han will accompany me home to celebrate and meet my parents. Everyone knew that Sun Han had lost his parents at a young age and had grown up alongside his sister, Sun Jie, so there were no objections to him visiting Li Na's family for the new year. After meeting the parents, they'll likely discuss marriage, right? Worried about others thinking their relationship was progressing too quickly. Sun Jie quickly interjected, Of course, if you calculate the time they've known each other, it hasn't been short. We'll invite you all to the wedding, not to boast about my brother, but due to year-end responsibilities at his company. He's quite busy. Yesterday, he took Li Na out shopping and spent over 30,000 on a bracelet. Goodness, that's quite expensive. What kind is it? Let us see. Li Na extended her hand for everyone to admire her bracelet. Oh, it's from that brand. No wonder it's so pricey. Sun Jie's brother must be earning well. The company's benefits are great. Li Na took satisfaction in her colleagues' astonished expressions and glanced to see Lu Xiaoqiao's reaction. Just then, she spotted Lu Xiaoqiao walking past the front desk with a package. From a distance, Lu Xiaoqiao could hear them discussing Li Na's bracelet. As she walked by, she casually glanced over and was instantly stunned. The bracelet she wore was identical in style to the one Zhou Qijing had given her, except hers was entirely encrusted with diamonds, while Li Na's was a standard version. Lu Xiaoqiao wished to avoid any controversy, so she suddenly pulled her bracelet-clad hand back into her sleeve, but it was too late. The keen-eyed Zhang Yan had already noticed. Wait a moment, Lu Xiaoqiao, why do you have a butterfly bracelet too? Show it to everyone. With that, she forcibly pulled Lu Xiaoqiao's hand forward for all to see. A female colleague exclaimed, Wow, it's encrusted with diamonds. Where did you get this? Zhang Yan scoffed. Li Na's basic model costs over 30,000. Do you have any idea how much this diamond-encrusted one is worth? Pfft, buying a fake without even trying to make it look real, the female colleague awkwardly said. Wah, it's fake. Zhang Yan laughed sarcastically. Of course it's fake. The real one would cost over 700,000. How could she afford that? Besides, when I accompanied Li Na to shop, we only saw the full diamond version in the catalog, and the sales associate said there was none available domestically. Li Na shot a disdainful glance at Lu Xiaoqiao's bracelet. What bad luck, she insists on flaunting a fake bracelet just to annoy others. Lu Xiaoqiao ignored the varied looks directed her way, some mocking, some derisive, and others sympathetic. After withdrawing her hand, she settled into her workspace, feeling somewhat dazed. She had clearly asked Zhou Qijing if it was expensive, and he assured her it wasn't, over 700,000 not being considered expensive. In reality, given their differing attitudes towards spending, what Zhou Qijing deemed not expensive and what she considered not expensive were worlds apart. Lin Lin noticed Lu Xiaoqiao's silence and assumed the comments from earlier had upset her. She moved closer and quietly consoled her. Xiaoqiao, don't pay attention to their nonsense. So what if it's fake? As long as it looks good. Where did you buy it? Can you get me one tomorrow? We can wear them together and infuriate them. Lu Xiaoqiao replied, I bought it at the night market. It was the only one left when I got it. Oh, what a pity. I really liked it. As her friend continued to speak, Lu Xiaoqiao grew increasingly uneasy, ultimately bowing her head to feign busyness. Earlier, she had signed for the fabric samples that were sent from the supplier. After such a long delay, she felt anxious until she finally contacted Xu Mei, whom Tang Xian had introduced. Only then did she feel relieved. After finishing her tasks, she hurried to deliver the fabric samples to the other company. Once they expressed satisfaction, Lu Xiaoqiao quickly returned to her own company to organize the contract. Xu Mei promised to inform her of the signing time and location the following day. Chapter 56. My boyfriend at her aunt's restaurant. Zhang Mingji inquired about Li Na and Sun Han. Is this boy your colleague Sun Mei's brother? I heard he grew up without parents, alongside his sister. If you two get together, will you be able to settle in Hangzhou? Zhang Mingji's question was somewhat veiled, avoiding a direct inquiry about their financial capability to purchase a home. Zhang Yan, sitting nearby, interjected, Auntie, you may not know, but Li Na's boyfriend works at Jiangheng and is a deputy manager in the same department. His salary is quite good. Yesterday he even spent over 30,000 on a bracelet for her. Zhang Mingji dismissed this notion. In marriage, one can't judge solely by the price of a bracelet. The most important factor is character. Ideally, a good family background is best, but if the family is average, then the boy must have ambition. Otherwise, once you're married, it would be too late for regrets. Lu Jingqiang shot her a glance. You really worry too much that young man works at Jiangheng. He can't be lacking in any respect. Especially as a department leader. Zhang Mingji realized she might be overthinking, acknowledging that Jiangheng Group was indeed a highly sought-after company in Hangzhou, difficult to enter. Understanding this, she turned to Li Na. Indeed, if he has good character, you two should pursue your relationship earnestly. Li Na nodded in response. Auntie, rest assured, I am aware. By the way, in a few days it's New Year's Day, and Sun Han mentioned wanting to visit you and uncle. Sure, just let me know in advance when you both plan to come so I can inform the cook to prepare. Li Na replied with a smile. After a moment, Lu Jingqiang seemed to have a thought, his eyes darting towards Li Na as he spoke. Li Na, do you know which department Sun Han is the deputy manager of at Jiangheng? He must be quite familiar with the senior leaders there. Right, he belongs to the Business Development Investment Department and should definitely know the upper management well. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingqiang's eyes lit up and his tone grew more enthusiastic. That's wonderful. Recently, there have been rumors that Jiangheng intends to purchase our current office building. I'm still contemplating the acquisition of the operating rights. Could you ask Sun Han to see if he can find out whether Jiangheng is genuinely interested in buying this office? Li Na considered this merely a matter of gathering information and readily agreed. Sure, uncle, don't worry. He'll be picking me up shortly, and I'll ask him. Excellent, if you manage to facilitate this, you will have truly helped your uncle. It was as if Li Na had already alleviated his worries, and he enthusiastically piled some delicious dishes into her bowl. Liu Xiaoqiao observed the scene with a sense of detachment. Today, her uncle's demeanor towards her and Li Na was strikingly different. Just a few days prior, she had been scolded for rejecting the advances of a friend's son, accused of having high standards, particularly by the elder lady, who brought up past grievances. Zhang Min, too, expressed her disappointment, saying she was far too picky. Xiao, your sister Na is already in a relationship, preparing to introduce her partner to her family during the new year. How much longer do you intend to hold out? Lu Xiaoqiao found herself momentarily at a loss for words, forced to smile helplessly, unsure how to respond. Ding, a notification from WeChat indicated a new message from Zhou Qijing. Within a short span, several messages arrived, leaving her puzzled about the man's intentions, especially after she had previously told him not to call during her visit to her aunt's home instead of calling. He opted to send messages. Eat a little less, I'll take you off for barbecue later. Upon reading this message, Lu Xiaoqiao's eyes brightened, and just as she was about to respond, she was interrupted by Zhang Min, who tapped her bowl with her chopsticks, expressing her displeasure. Why do you keep your phone in hand all evening? Who are you chatting with? Lu Xiaoqiao remained silent. Seeing her quietness, Zhang Yan couldn't help but gloat. Indeed, Xiaoqiao, you've been glued to your phone all evening. Who are you conversing with? Have you also found a boyfriend? Zhang Min, upon hearing Zhang Yan's comment, frowned at Lu Xiaoqiao, waiting for an explanation. Lu Xiaoqiao was genuinely baffled by Zhang Yan's behavior. She had never wronged her, yet she seemed to have a vendetta against her faced with her mocking expression. Lu Xiaoqiao felt speechless. Was her relationship something to be ashamed of? Yes, he is indeed my boyfriend, Lu Xiaoqiao declared boldly. When did you start dating? How did you meet? Zhang Min inquired. The others at the table were equally surprised by Lu Xiaoqiao's revelation, their attention now fully on her, particularly Zhang Yan, who was taken aback that her offhand comment turned out to be true. Lu Xiaoqiao locked her phone screen and turned it face down on the table, glancing at the others, but focusing her gaze on Zhang Min as she said, we just started dating, introduced by a friend. As Zhang Min pressed further, where is he from? What does he do? He is from Hangzhou. Has no fixed job. His father runs a small business, which he is currently managing. Zhou Qijing indeed had no stable occupation. He dabbled in various ventures, and it was true that Zhang Heng had once belonged to his father. As for his work at the technology company, her aunt hadn't inquired about the specifics. Upon learning that Lu Xiaoqiao's boyfriend was from Hangzhou, Li Na shot her a surprised glance, and when she heard that he lacked a stable job, her mood shifted from bright to gloomy, pursing her lips at the realization that he was reliant on family support, a stark contrast to Sun Han. Zhang Min, somewhat apprehensive, suggested, you should bring him over sometime for me to meet. Lu Xiaoqiao agreed, relieved that her aunt hadn't inquired about his age. Sure, since we just started dating, I'll definitely bring him over to meet you when the opportunity arises. It wasn't that she intended to hide him. The disparity in their social standings made her reluctant to expose their relationship too soon. Regardless of whether they ended up together, their relationship would always be subject to scrutiny and disdain. And she knew she would forever be the underdog. After dinner, Lu Xiaoqiao and Lina didn't linger as they usually did, as Zhang Yan mentioned feeling stuffed and suggested they take the trash out to digest. Prompting the three of them to head downstairs together, Zhang Yan linked arms with Lina, walking ahead of Lu Xiaoqiao. Sister Na, is your boyfriend coming to pick you up later? Yes, he is waiting outside the community. Zhang Yan then turned back to Lu Xiaoqiao and asked, isn't your boyfriend picking you up? Does he have a car? Seeing that Lu Xiaoqiao remained silent, she continued to mock her. Oh, Lu Xiaoqiao, is that fake bracelet you wear from your boyfriend? Could you stop trying to emulate Sister Na? You always have to compare yourself to her, and it's quite irritating. Unable to endure Zhang Yan's incessant chatter since they left the house, Lu Xiaoqiao finally halted her steps, looking down at her from the staircase. Zhang Yan, are you feeling a bit too frisky? Chapter 57, Meeting the parents. After Lu Xiaoqiao's remark, Zhang Yan fell silent. Lina let out a scoff. What, are you afraid of being hit? Lu Xiaoqiao shot Zhang Yan a sidelong glance. Why don't you ask her if I dare? With that, she brushed past the two and descended the stairs first. During her previous move, Zhou Qijing had accompanied Li Yuxuan to her new address, so he was familiar with it. However, his girlfriend had advised him against arriving too early, so he parked his car discreetly at a distant corner of the street, waiting for her call before daring to pull it out. With the New Year approaching and Christmas just around the corner, the street lamps were adorned with vibrant red Chinese knots, and the trees along the sidewalks sparkled with various starry lights. As Lu Xiaoqiao admired the twinkling lights resembling flowing constellations, a sleek black Bentley pulled up beside her. Lu Xiaoqiao blinked in surprise. So soon? Have you been waiting around here? Yes, hop in quickly. After Lu Xiaoqiao settled into the car and fastened her seatbelt, he restarted the engine and drove away. Didn't I say to wait for my call before coming? Zhou Qijing raised an eyebrow, countering, if I had waited for your call before driving over, would you still be standing out here freezing? Lu Xiaoqiao hadn't anticipated his thoughtfulness. I was worried you might be busy with work and didn't want you to waste time coming to get me. At a red light, Zhou Qijing took her hand in his. Work is an endless task, and besides, how could picking you up be a waste of time? I don't want you to suffer standing out here in the cold. So he could just abandon his work to wait for her. Sometimes, Lu Xiaoqiao truly struggled to comprehend what Zhou Qijing saw in her. He was so exceptional and treated her so well. Yet she hesitated to let him see the light due to her own concerns. Suddenly feeling guilty, she steadied her racing heart and decisively stated, after the new year, I will introduce you to my aunt. Zhou Qijing's eyes sparkled with delight as he continued driving. That gives us half a month. I'll prepare for it. I'll ask Secretary Ding tomorrow to find out what gifts are appropriate for meeting the family for the first time. Lu Xiaoqiao felt somewhat speechless, realizing he had misunderstood. She steeled herself and clarified, I meant during the New Year's Eve celebration. Zhou Qijing was silent for a long moment, leading her to believe he was upset. She scrutinized his expression but discerned no emotion. His strong hands firmly gripped the steering wheel, and after tapping his fingers twice, he finally spoke, I thought you meant for me to be formally introduced. What a misunderstanding. Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback. New Year's Eve isn't far off. This year's celebrations are early. You'll be going home for the new year, right? How about this? I'll pick you up, and then we can go directly to your place to meet your family. Isn't that a bit too fast? You just mentioned meeting my aunt, and now you want to meet my parents? Not too fast. We've known each other for quite some time. Zhou Qijing thought to himself, it has indeed been 10 years. Lu Xiaoqiao caught a glimpse of the hopeful expression in his eyes and felt compelled not to reject him outright. Nodding and responding, all right, her agreement filled Zhou Qijing with joy, and his voice carried a hint of delight. I've never been to Northeast China. How long do you plan to stay home for the new year? I want to make arrangements in advance. Lu Xiaoqiao pondered for a moment and replied, my grandmother is celebrating her birthday this year, that is, my maternal grandmother. To clarify any confusion, she explained who she was referring to. Then continued, I heard from my mom that it's scheduled for the third day of the new year. I expect to head back around the 6th or 7th, depending on whether I can secure a high-speed train ticket. Zhou Qijing expressed surprise, you're taking a high-speed train home for such a long distance, why not fly? Lu Xiaoqiao shot him a sidelong glance. Their differences were clear, he was only considering convenience, completely neglecting the financial aspect. During the new year, airplane tickets are several times more expensive than train tickets, yet the high-speed rail is quite convenient. It only takes a little over 8 hours to reach the destination. Zhou Qijing wished to make a good impression. Let me help you arrange your journey home. Lu Xiaoqiao tilted her head to glance at him. No, I have made plans to return with my roommates and friends. Please do not treat me differently. Zhou Qijing remained silent, unsure if he had absorbed her words. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, one of them took charge of grilling while the other focused on eating. Zhou Qijing placed a piece of grilled beef brisket onto Lu Xiaoqiao's plate. We won't be able to enjoy barbecue often anymore. Lu Xiaoqiao was momentarily taken aback and asked. Why? Zhou Qijing recalled a previous encounter in the office when Li Yuxuan was present. He had asked someone to reserve a table at the barbecue restaurant, and Li Yuxuan had teased him about it. You take your girlfriend out for barbecue every day, aren't you worried about her getting heaty? If one didn't know better, they might think you're on the verge of bankruptcy, only able to afford barbecue for your woman. After reflecting on Li Yuxuan's words, Zhou Qijing felt they held some truth. He had focused solely on making her happy without considering her health. I fear you may consume too much and become heaty. Lu Xiaoqiao dipped the beef in sauce, wrapped it in lettuce, and popped it into her mouth, mumbling, I'm not afraid of getting heaty. Zhou Qijing gently patted her head. Be good, I will take you here once a month from now on. With regard to her boyfriend's fatherly educational approach, Lu Xiaoqiao stifled a laugh and playfully replied, Understood. Uncle. Zhou Qijing was momentarily stunned, then helplessly indulged her with a smile. You little rascal, after finishing their meal. As they drove downstairs, they spotted Zhao Zhizhi animatedly arguing with a short, slightly plump man, while Zhao Jia attempted to mediate. Lu Xiaoqiao hurriedly got out of the car and asked Zhao Jia what had happened. Before Zhao Jia could respond, Zhao Zhizhi, agitated, pointed at the short man and exclaimed, This is my landlord. I just moved in a few days ago, and he wants me to vacate, saying he is no longer renting the place. He came here late at night insisting I move out by tomorrow. This not bullying. The short man, displeased by Zhao Zhizhi's outburst, retorted, How am I bullying you? I sold the house, and now you think I should be held responsible. Besides, I offered you compensation. What more do you want? Is it about money? I never said you had to move out immediately, but there should be a deadline, right? You can't just demand I leave right before the end of the year. After the new year, it would be too late. Why did you rent it out in the first place if you intended to sell? You're just trying to take advantage of me. The short man waved his hand dismissively, signaling the end of the conversation. In any case, I will come by tomorrow afternoon to collect the house. You have one day to move out. If not, I will call the police. After he left, Zhao Zhizhi trembled with anger, her voice shaking as she shouted, What a jerk, thinking he's so important just because he has some money. Just as she finished, she noticed Zhou Qijing standing beside Lu Xiaoqiao and felt a bit embarrassed. Remembering her earlier outburst against the landlord, especially since Zhou was indeed wealthy. Mr. Zhou, both Zhao Zhizhi and Zhao Jia greeted him simultaneously. Zhou Qijing nodded in acknowledgement, then asked, Do you need any help, Zhao Zhizhi? Not daring to involve someone of his stature in her petty troubles, quickly waved her hand in refusal. No need, Mr. Zhou, thank you. I'll tidy up my things today and see the agency tomorrow. Zhou Qijing nodded. Alright, if you need any assistance, just let me know. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I'll go upstairs to gather my things. You and Xiao take your time, Zhao Zhizhi said, unsure of how to navigate the situation. It was clear to her that a couple in the throes of romance would not part ways without a goodnight kiss, a notion she understood. After bidding farewell to Zhou Qijing, she pulled Zhao Jiao upstairs. Zhou Qijing was quite pleased with Zhao Zhizhi's perceptiveness. Chapter 58. Is Mr. Zhou willing? Once they ascended the stairs, Zhou Qijing caught hold of Lu Xiaoqiao, who was also trying to leave. Where do you think you're going? Lu Xiaoqiao replied earnestly, I need to help them tidy up, otherwise they won't finish. Zhou Qijing wrapped his arms around her waist, gently lowering his head to rest his forehead against hers. Have you forgotten something? Lu Xiaoqiao pretended not to understand. What? Zhou Qijing tightened his embrace, drawing them closer, and lightly brushed his nose against hers. What do you think? Lu Xiaoqiao felt her cheeks warm at his teasing. You always kiss me so much it hurts. I'm afraid they'll notice if I go up after this. Zhou Qijing, seeming impatient, pressed his lips to hers, kissing her softly several times. This time, Lu Xiaoqiao finally experienced a tender kiss, after she went upstairs. Zhou Qijing reluctantly drove away. Once Lu Xiaoqiao reached the upper floor, she proactively went across the hall to help Zhao Zhizhi clean up alongside Zhao Jia. Oh, back from your romantic rendezvous? That was quick. Is Mr. Zhou willing? Lu Xiaoqiao ignored Zhao Zhizhi's playful jibe and directly complained to Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia, look at him. Aren't you going to intervene? Zhao Jia kicked Zhao Zhizhi lightly. Hurry up and tidy up. Stop fooling around. Do you want to sleep on the street tomorrow? Zhao Zhizhi, instead of being upset by the kick, grinned and continued to tease Lu Xiaoqiao. Xiaoqiao, will you dare to kick Mr. Zhou like that in the future? Lu Xiaoqiao, organizing the data cable in her hands, looked up at him, confused. Why say in the future? If he deserves it, I would dare right now. Zhao Jia shot Zhao Zhizhi a sarcastic glance. Did you hear that? Only those who deserve a kick will get kicked. How many people like you are there? After they finished tidying up, Lu Xiaoqiao checked the time on her phone. It was nearly midnight. Why is Momo coming back so late? Can her body handle such late hours every day? Mentioning Qin Momo caused Zhao Zhizhi to lose her previous playful demeanor, and she sighed. No matter how I advise her, she won't listen. She's taking medicine here while working overtime there, day in and day out, making me worry and fret. Zhao Jia shot her a sideways glance. Clarify who is causing you trouble? And who is the second person? I'm not talking about you, Zhao Zhizhi replied. I'm referring to that person who bought the house, who knows what kind of idiot buys at such a high price. Otherwise, the landlord wouldn't be so eager for me to vacate. Enough, the house is sold. What can you do about it? Just move your luggage a bit to our place for now. After they moved Zhao Ziji's belongings, Qin Momo finally returned. Liu Xiaoqiao asked her, Momo, why are you back so late? Qin Momo's gaze flickered, and she replied awkwardly, I just finished work. A customer came in and bought a lot of cookies and chocolates, which helped me meet this month's Christmas activity target ahead of schedule. Liu Xiaoqiao was astonished. How many cookies did they buy to complete your Christmas target? Zhao Ziji scoffed. I bet that customer is just like the one who bought the house, rich and foolish. Qin Momo was taken aback. What do you mean? Zhao Jiao recounted the situation, and after a while of persuading Zhao Ziji, she finally let the matter go. The next morning, Lu Xiaoqiao received a call from Xu Mei, and they arranged to meet in the afternoon to sign the contract at each other's company. To her surprise, Tang Qian was also present during the signing. Afterward, he insisted that Lu Xiaoqiao honor her promise to treat him to a meal. Considering her financial situation, Lu Xiaoqiao tactfully suggested waiting until after the new year to know, you promised to treat me after signing the contract. Finally, with no other option, Lu Xiaoqiao confessed, Mr. Tang, to be honest, I lent my money to a friend, so I can't afford to treat you to anything extravagant right now. Tang Qian looked at her incredulously, believing she was merely making excuses to avoid treating him. Who would be so broke they can't even afford a meal? He was so annoyed he dropped the formal address, calling her by her first name, Lu Xiaoqiao. You should change your name to Lu Xiao Stingy. What, since you're with Zhou Qijing, has he stopped giving you pocket money? Just break up. Good men are plentiful. Faced with Tang Qian's provocations, Lu Xiaoqiao chose silence. How about treating me to a cup of coffee then? Lu Xiaoqiao's eyes lit up. Coffee, that I can manage, then let's go. Wait a moment, Lu Xiaoqiao called out to Tang Qian, hesitating for a moment before saying, why don't we invite Miss Xu as well? Upon hearing her insistence to include Xu Mei, Tang Qian was momentarily taken aback and asked, why, didn't you say you were short on cash? Let me save you the cost of one cup. Lu Xiaoqiao insisted, no need to save, let us invite her. Tang Qian smirked. What, are you afraid Zhou Qijing will be upset? Lu Xiaoqiao inwardly scoffed. If there were any issues between her boyfriend and a client, she would undoubtedly side with her boyfriend. While it was acceptable to have professional exchanges in his absence, going out for tea and chat alone would only give the impression of creating distance between them. She wasn't foolish. When they went to invite Xu Mei downstairs for coffee, she was on a call, instructing them to head down first. Liu Xiaoqiao could only wait with Tang Qian at the coffee shop below. While waiting, Tang Qian rambled on about Zhou Qijing's faults, and Lu Xiaoqiao automatically tuned him out, absorbing none of it. Noticing her indifference, Tang Qian realized he needed to change tactics. How do you think I compare with Zhou Qijing? He bragged, adjusting his wine-red suit that he had specifically chosen for the day. Liu Xiaoqiao glanced at his tailored trousers paired with loafers, silently taking note without responding. Did you see Zhou Qijing last week? He could easily be your uncle by age. This man has always been ruthless. You must be regretting following him. Liu Xiaoqiao contemplated asking Zhou Qijing today about the grudge he holds against the person before her, as he seizes every opportunity to speak ill of him. Tang Qian casually crossed his legs, idly shaking them. I say, do you not like hearing me speak of him? Of course, she did not appreciate it. Just as Tang Qian was about to say more, he noticed a change in his gaze directed behind Lu Xiaoqiao. She turned curiously to see two elegantly dressed young women seated at a table behind them. Clearly from affluent families. One of them, facing their table, was adorned in a flowing dress from Chanel, her wavy hair cascading down. It was none other than Tang Yao, the daughter of the Tang family's second branch, whom she had encountered a few days prior. At the same time, Tang Yao had evidently spotted the two of them. Before Lu Xiaoqiao could turn back, Tang Yao rose, her 7-centimeter heels clicking against the floor as she approached their table. Are you two secretly dating behind Zhou Qijing's back? Lu Xiaoqiao had not anticipated that her simple outing for coffee would lead to such misunderstandings. It seemed her earlier concerns were indeed warranted. Before Tang Qian could respond, Lu Xiaoqiao stood up first, ready to clarify. Miss Tang, you have misunderstood. Mr. Tang is my client. Though she was indifferent to others' opinions, she refused to allow such misconceptions to fester. Tang Yao lifted her chin slightly, her gaze filled with disdain as she scrutinized Lu Xiaoqiao. That day, after returning from the tea house at Yingyue Lake, she had cried all night, all because of this woman. Later, upon investigating this girl named Lu Xiaoqiao, she discovered that she was merely a country bumpkin, devoid of any qualifications to contend with her. It was only her good looks that attracted men. It was only natural for them to be drawn to something novel. She could not believe Zhou Qijing would marry a girl with no background. With this thought, her fear of offending anyone dissipated, and she spoke with abandon. A client? What kind of client? Not one of those illicit relationships, I hope. Before Lu Xiaoqiao could react, Tang Qian stood up in a fit of rage, his chair scraping back with a harsh sound. Tang Yao, dare you say that again? He intended to pursue Zhou Qijing openly, but what did she mean by illicit relationship? Every time he encountered Tang Yao, she would deride his origins, but today, her comments were particularly excessive. In the face of Tang Qian's fury, Tang Yao showed no fear. Instead, she escalated her mockery. Ha, you, a love child raised by the Tang family, dare speak to me like that? It makes sense. A country girl fits perfectly with a love child. Under the guise of work, you're here on a date, Miss Luda. I wonder how many such clients you have. Did you and Mr. Zhou also develop a romance during your work? Tang Yao, do not go too far. Tang Chen warned her coldly. Tang Yao smirked. Too far? Am I wrong? Aren't you a love child? Isn't she promiscuous? She follows Mr. Zhou yet is here dating you, a Miss Tang. Are you blind? Lu Xiaoqiao suddenly interjected. After Tang Yao's misinterpretation of their relationship, Lu Xiaoqiao had explained herself, yet Tang Yao showed no remorse and instead uttered such insulting words. Such a person, Lu Xiaoqiao would not tolerate. What did you say? Tang Yao was taken aback. I said, are you blind? Which eye of yours sees us on a date? If you are indeed blind, then turn left and walk 20 meters. There is eye clinic. Lu Xiaoqiao continued, if you still don't understand, then perhaps you should visit an ENT specialist. They can examine all your faculties. Having been spoiled throughout her life, Tang Yao was unaccustomed to being spoken to in such a manner. Her face flushed with anger as she pointed at Lu Xiaoqiao. You've taken quite a while to say nothing. Lu Xiaoqiao seized the moment. What about you? You consider yourself a distinguished young lady of a wealthy family. Yet you do not realize pointing at others is incredibly uncouth. Tang Yao, usually surrounded by admirers, found herself at a loss for words, stammering, are you crazy? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiao thought to herself. You brought this upon yourself, she then declared. Yes, I am crazy. Do you have a cure? Do not prescribe remedies when you yourself are ill. I may come from the countryside, but that does not mean I lack manners. In contrast, you, relying on your privileged background, are arrogant and rude, spewing words that even flies would avoid. Do you know what flies like? Oh right, you wouldn't know since you're not from the countryside. Let me enlighten you. Flies are fond of eggs with cracks, and they also enjoy. Do not say such things about me. Before Lu Xiaoqiao could finish, Tang Yao shrieked, covering her ears. At that moment, the other girl who had accompanied Tang Yao rushed over, comforting her as if she had been traumatized, and shot a reproachful glance at Lu Xiaoqiao. You should apologize to Yao Yao immediately. Lu Xiaoqiao chuckled in disbelief. Apologize to her? Are you alright, sister? If you cannot see clearly, just make a left turn when you exit. The girl, taken aback by Lu Xiaoqiao's sharp tongue, became irate. She is in this state, can't you just let her be? Lu Xiaoqiao glanced at the visibly distressed Tang Yao, who had instigated the insults, and now turned the tables to portray herself as the victim. Let her be, I simply wish for her to leave, Lu Xiaoqiao thought, though she refrained from voicing it, fearing that the confrontation might escalate further, yet she was unwilling to concede. She started the bullying. Now you expect me to accommodate her? What should I do? Acquiesce to her beauty or her sharp-tongued, unreasonable nature? The girl recognized that continuing the argument would likely backfire, and she would end up embroiled in the conflict. She could not fathom how Tang Yao had provoked such a sharp-tongued girl. Fortunately, at that moment, the CAF had only a few patrons. If word of a wealthy young lady losing her composure spread, it would spell trouble. Without further ado, she hastily pulled Tang Yao away. Once the two departed, Tang Qian's gaze remained fixed on Lu Xiaoqiao, filled with admiration. Due to his background, he often faced derision from Tang Yao. Yet he was not a love child. He was merely abandoned by his father after his remarriage and treated as a burden. He was naturally tongue-tied and could only shake with rage at Tang Yao's verbal assaults. In stark contrast, Lu Xiaoqiao had effortlessly silenced Tang Yao with just a few words, leaving her speechless and distressed. This spectacle was nothing short of astounding, igniting within him an inexplicable reverence. Tang Qian courteously pulled out a chair for Lu Xiaoqiao, gesturing for her to sit, but she declined without hesitation. It was ludicrous. Merely sitting for coffee had already led to misunderstandings, let alone such an act of chivalry. Tang Chen did not press the matter, returning to his seat while glancing at Lu Xiaoqiao, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Finally, in a hushed tone, he said, I am not a love child. I was simply abandoned by my father. My adoptive father is Tang Yao's uncle, and she believes he raised me solely for financial gain, fearing Lu Xiaoqiao might look down on him since being abandoned by one's biological father hardly sounded better than being a love child. In fact, it sounded even more pitiful. Lu Xiaoqiao was genuinely surprised that he would share such personal details with her. It was beyond her expectations to learn that his circumstances were not as glamorous or carefree as they appeared. Noticing her silence, Tang Qian's demeanor shifted from his previous nonchalance to one of gloom, his voice tinged with insecurity. Do you look down on me like they do, or do you feel sorry for me because my own father does not want me? Lu Xiaoqiao understood that individuals with backgrounds like his were particularly sensitive to the terms look down upon and feel sorry for. After pondering for a moment, she feigned self-deprecation. What do I have to look down on? You are not wanting for food or shelter, while I, on the other hand, can hardly afford a meal for my client. If anyone should be considered pitiable, it would be me. Tang Qian couldn't suppress a laugh. Lu Xiaoqiao's self-mockery gradually rekindled the light in his otherwise dim eyes, illuminating the shadows of his heart with a flicker of sunshine. How could such a remarkable girl exist, kind-hearted, comforting, and unpretentious? She was fierce in arguments. Zhou Qijing was indeed fortunate, and he felt a tinge of envy. Upon returning to the office, Lu Xiaoqiao sat at her desk organizing her design drafts, contemplating how much commission she might earn from this order. Lin Lin slid her chair closer and whispered, "Join me for dinner after work." Liu Xiaoqiao placed the folder containing her drawings aside and looked up at her, puzzled. "Dinner? Where? My brother's girlfriend is back. They are going to a newly opened restaurant tonight, just near our company, and she asked us to join. Is it appropriate for me to go?" Lin Lin pouted, wrapping her arms around Liu Xiaoqiao's. "What is inappropriate? It's not like we haven't met before. She knows we work together. She specifically asked me to invite you." "Come on, please." Lin Xiang's girlfriend Ouyang Ye was a dancer who had been studying out of province and had only recently returned. At the beginning of this year, Lin Xiang, in an effort to garner attention for his girlfriend's dance performance, purchased a plethora of tickets, urging Liu Xiaoxiao and Lin Lin to invite others to attend. After the show concluded, Lin Lin eagerly pulled Liu Xiaoqiao backstage to present flowers to Ouyang Ye. It was there that Liu Xiaoqiao first encountered Ouyang Ye, instantly captivated by her beauty. It was a charm that was alluring yet not overly seductive. She stood tall, adorned in a light green dress, resembling a slender bamboo swing in the breeze. Though her face bore an air of cool elegance, her demeanor was exceptionally warm upon realizing that the two were there to support her. She joyfully invited them out for dinner that very evening. Liu Xiaoqiao pondered for a moment. Fortuitously, Zhou Qizhen was away on a business trip, and her roommates were preoccupied, one with a part-time job and the other assisting her boyfriend with a move. She would be returning home alone, so since they had extended such a warm invitation, she decided to join them. "All right, shall we go directly, or wait for them?" Upon hearing Liu Xiaoqiao's agreement, Lin Lin exclaimed with delight. "Wonderful, we can head straight there. They've already given me the private room number." Liu Xiaoqiao nodded in affirmation. The two walked to the restaurant, where they were ushered to the door of their private room. As they entered, Ouyang Ye greeted them with enthusiasm. "Lin Lin and Xiaoqiao, please take a seat and enjoy some hot tea. The weather is quite chilly." After exchanging pleasantries, Liu Xiaoqiao shyly greeted Lin Xiang. However, Lin Xiang cast a complex glance at Liu Xiaoqiao, refraining from acknowledging her address. If someone were to find out, it would lead to inexplicable overtime and business trips. Even though Zhou Qizhen was not present at that moment, he simply dared not. After their meal, as they exited the restaurant, Lin Xiang received a phone call from a friend who invited him to bring his girlfriend along for a gathering. Lin Lin insisted on bringing Liu Xiaoqiao with them. And although Lin Xiang was initially reluctant, he finally relented upon seeing the hopeful look in Lin Lin's eyes. Once they arrived at the club, regret swiftly followed. Most of Lin Xiang's friends were around his age, mid-20s, and many were still single. When they noticed that, aside from his girlfriend, he had brought along two strikingly beautiful young women, their eyes sparkled with interest, just as Lin Xiang had finished warning a seasoned friend about his intentions. He caught sight of another acquaintance sitting next to Liu Xiaoqiao, attempting to obtain her contact information, which sent Lin Xiang's mind into a frenzy. If his uncle were to discover this, who knows what repercussions might ensue? "Get away from her!" Lin Xiang quickly pulled his friend away from Liu Xiaoqiao. The friend, taken aback, could only manage a bemused expression, replying earnestly, "Xiang, why are you so worked up? I'm not just looking to toy around. I am serious about getting to know her." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiang's agitation escalated. "Then that makes it even less acceptable." He chastised himself for agreeing to bring Liu Xiaoqiao along without sufficient consideration and hurriedly drove her home. While driving, he attempted to reason with her. Please don't let my uncle know that I brought you out today." Liu Xiaoqiao glanced at the tense Lin Xiang and softly replied, "Is it really that serious?" "Quite so," Lin Xiang insisted. "You have no idea how cunning my uncle can be." He was relieved that he refrained from uttering the last two words. Who knew how far those two had progressed? If one day a whisper in the night occurred, he might as well give up on living. After dropping Liu Xiaoqiao off at her home, he received a call from Lin Lin informing him that she had arranged for a driver to take her back. When he returned to the club, he found Ouyang Ye waiting for him at the entrance, her expression icy. Once outside the club, she confronted him. "Lin Xiang, aren't you going to explain yourself?" Confused, he replied. "Explain what? Explain what?" Ouyang Ye gazed at him with an expression of grievance, her voice trembling. "I rushed back to see you, not taking a single day off after graduation, and what do? You spend the entire evening preoccupied with Xiaoqiao. When you saw another man asking for her contact information, you looked as if your soul had left your body. Who was really your girlfriend?" Faced with his girlfriend's accusations and tears, Lin Xiang stepped forward to comfort her, but she pushed him away. "Please don't cry, this is all a misunderstanding. You are undoubtedly my girlfriend, and what about her? Why are you afraid of other men getting close to her?" Ouyang Ye continued to sob and accuse him. Realizing that the situation had escalated beyond control, Lin Xiang decided there was no longer anything to conceal. He had no interest in the dynamics between his uncle and Xiaoqiao. His own affairs were ablaze and deserved his attention. He closed his eyes, sighed softly. She is my aunt, Ouyang Ye." Ouyang Ye's sob ceased abruptly. "What did you say?" Lin Xiang awkwardly repeated, "I said she is my aunt. Even if she isn't now, she will be for certain." He understood his uncle all too well. Once he set his mind on something, he would not waver. Ouyang Yaya, still bewildered, asked, "Which uncle are you referring to?" "I have several uncles." Her astonished expression was accentuated by her hand instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes wide from the recent tears. "You mean Zhou Qijing and Xiao Xiao?" Lin Ziang couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable reaction. "You've grown quite bold, daring to speak my uncle's name." Ignoring his playful teasing, Ouyang Yaya remained incredulous, muttering to herself, "How many years apart are they?" "Your uncle that he really dares to pursue her." Lin Ziang. Chapter 61. No hardship without reward. After Lin Ziang returned Lu Xiaoxiao home, she sat on the sofa, reflecting on the fact that she had only enjoyed a brief outing before being sent back. Zhao Jia and Qin Momo had yet to return, and feeling a chill in the air, she hurriedly wrapped herself in her blankets. Around 9 o'clock, Zhou Qijin called. As soon as the phone rang, Lu Xiaoxiao answered. "Hello, have you finished your work?" At that moment, Zhou Qijin was reclining on the sofa in his hotel suite, eyes closed, his long fingers pinching the bridge of his nose to alleviate the fatigue from a demanding day. "Yes, I just got back to the hotel." Lu Xiaoxiao replied with an "oh," and then turned over, adjusting her blanket for warmth. Hearing the rustling sound, Zhou Qijing raised an eyebrow. "What's that noise? What are you doing?" "I'm just lying in bed. I turned over a moment ago." Zhou Qijing was somewhat surprised. "Why are you so good tonight, going to bed so early?" "I'm not sleeping. I'm a bit cold." "Why not turn on the air conditioning? I have an electric blanket. It's warm under the covers." After a casual chat, Lu Xiaoxiao recalled the events of the day and tentatively asked Zhou Qijing, "Do you have some sort of conflict with that Mr. Tang?" Zhou Qijing pondered for a moment before responding. "Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Did you run into him again?" Though his tone was calm, Lu Xiaoxiao sensed a subtle shift. She briefly recounted the day's occurrences without mentioning Tang Yao, as doing so would inevitably expose her earlier quarrel. "I feel like he harbors some animosity towards you. Is there something between you two?" Hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's slightly gossipy tone, Zhou Qijing chuckled helplessly. "What animosity could there be? I'll tell you about it when we have the chance." Lu Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling as if he regarded her as a mere child. "You think we have time for that? Anyone with a kindergarten diploma wouldn't believe such nonsense." Noticing Zhou Qijing's reluctance to elaborate, she wisely dropped the subject. "Just make sure to keep your distance next time you see him." Zhou Qijing immediately reiterated his warning. "Be careful." Lu Xiaoxiao thought his concern was a bit overbearing and softly retorted, "Why should I keep my distance? Every time we meet, it's due to work. What about you? I don't believe you don't interact with women during work. You're always surrounded by beautiful companions at meals and drinks." Hearing her gentle rebuttal on the other end of the line, Zhou Qijing felt no annoyance. Instead, a flicker of joy welled up within him, for this was the first time she expressed a hint of jealousy. The calm waters of his heart rippled with excitement, and he suddenly longed to embrace her, to kiss her soft lips as she playfully argued back until she could barely breathe. In mere moments, his yearning blossomed like wild vines. "Xiao Xiao," he suddenly called out to her in a husky voice, causing Lu Xiaoxiao to startle. Whenever Zhou Qijing kissed her or wished to kiss her, he would call her by that nickname. "Did you miss me?" Zhou Qijing added with a low, languid tone. His soft voice resonated clearly in the tranquil night, like a gentle feather brushing against her heart. Feeling a rush of embarrassment, Lu Xiaoxiao buried herself in her blankets, attempting to conceal her shyness, her body rigid as she struggled to find the right words to respond. "Why so quiet?" Zhou Qijing prodded. Lu Xiaoxiao thought Zhou Qijing was being rather mischievous, trying to draw her in. She timidly murmured an affirmative sound. "What does that mean? Do you want me or not?" he coaxed playfully. Ultimately, defeated by his persistent teasing, Lu Xiaoxiao blushed and softly confessed, "I do." As soon as Lu Xiaoxiao's words fell, she heard Zhou Qijing on the other end of the phone letting out a low, throaty chuckle, a sound that seemed to resonate from his solid chest, the deep, magnetic timbre reverberating through the phone and landing on her eardrums. Lu Xiaoxiao felt her ears flush with heat. She had never imagined that the typically serious Zhou Qijing could possess such a mischievous side. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment as she hastily ended the call. The abrupt disconnect leaving a beeping echo in her ears as Zhou Qijing, after being abruptly hung up on by the teasing young lady, felt a twinge of regret over his earlier playful jest. And now, here he was, facing a long, lonely night without even the comforting sound of his girlfriend's voice. The following day, Zhou Qijing returned from his business trip a day earlier than expected. Lu Xiaoxiao, still at work, received a WeChat message from him inviting her to dinner after her shift. Exiting the WeChat interface, she opened a food recommendation app to search for a suitable restaurant to treat Zhou Qijing. Previously, for various reasons, he had always picked up the tab, and she felt it was only fair to treat him this time. From Lin Lin, she had learned that he preferred lighter flavors and adored Cantonese cuisine. It had been quite a challenge for him to indulge her in those greasy, unhealthy meals just to cater to her tastes. After perusing the app for quite some time, she finally settled on the highest-rated restaurant. Checking the address, she noted it was a 25-minute drive, thankfully not too far. However, her heart sank when she saw the average cost, 1,800 yuan. Surely she must have misread, but no, upon a second glance, it was indeed 1,800 yuan, a legendary four-digit figure. Was Cantonese cuisine truly this exorbitant? Perhaps the restaurant was of an exceptionally high standard. Fortunately, after Qin Momo returned from her part-time job last night, she had repaid Lu Xiaoxiao 10 000 yuan, providing her with some much-needed reassurance. That evening, as Lu Xiaoqiao stealthily climbed into Zhou Qixing's car in the underground parking lot, he immediately enveloped her in his arms, and then pressed his lips against hers. Pouring forth all the yearning and affection he had felt over the past 2 days. Liu Xiaoqiao was taken aback by his boldness. After all, they were in a public parking garage during rush hour. And with his conspicuous car, they could easily attract unwanted attention. She half wondered if they might even trend on social media the next day. She initially intended to push him away, but to her surprise, he released her first. Just when she thought that was the end of it, she realized the car was not heading to the restaurant she had mentioned, but instead was driving towards his home. Unable to contain herself any longer, she exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice, "I made a reservation at the restaurant. If we don't hurry, we'll miss it." Zhou Qixing glanced at her, and their eyes met. His seemingly expressionless yet handsome face betrayed a smoldering intensity in his gaze that made her quickly avert her eyes. "It's your favorite Cantonese cuisine." Lu Xiaoqiao attempted one last time to dissuade him. Zhou Qixing drove straight to the underground parking lot of Yujing No. 1, holding her hand all the way, as if afraid she might escape her. Upon entering his home, he released her hand, tossed his coat onto the sofa, and swiftly loosened his tie with a decisive motion. Chapter 62. Future boss lady. Only then did Lu Xiaoqiao notice that he was wearing a tie today, something he rarely did. As he approached her, she felt a bit daft for having the leisure to observe such trivial details. Zhou Qixing wrapped his arms around her, burying his head in her shoulder. Liu Xiaoqiao murmured, "I don't want to watch a movie." Her previous experiences had taught her that movies were often best left unwatched. Zhou Qixing paused, understanding her implication, and chuckled softly, tightening his embrace as he confessed, "I know, but I just want to hold you. I've missed you." His words, laced with vulnerability, left Lu Xiaoqiao in a daze. This very sentiment reaffirmed a classic adage: when a man speaks, he ought to mean it. Even a sow could climb a tree. Ultimately, the good news was that they saved 3,600 yuan, but the bad news was her lips were swollen again. Lu Xiaoqiao lamented Zhou Qixing's lack of tenderness in this regard, though he repeatedly assured her that he would never lose control like that again. Before she knew it, it was Christmas Eve. Liu Xiaoqiao celebrated her lunar birthday each year, and this year, her birthday coincided with Christmas Day. Tomorrow, Zhou Qixing, who had been on a business trip a few days prior, had promised to return today to celebrate Christmas Eve and her birthday with her. However, as the clock ticked closer to the end of her workday, she learned that his flight had been delayed due to inclement weather. Colleagues with boyfriends basked in bliss, their faces illuminated with sweet smiles as they looked forward to their evening dates. Liu Xiaoqiao felt a sense of loss wash over her, but quickly pulled herself back to reality. Reminding herself that his absence was due to work commitments and the weather, and that her disappointment seemed somewhat petulant, coming to this realization, she composed herself, tidied her desk, and prepared to leave. Lin, still at the office, noticed Lu Xiaoqiao's intention to depart and hurriedly shut down her computer, suggesting, "Xiaoqiao, why don't you come to my place for Christmas Eve? Everyone else is out with their boyfriends, and we single girls can keep each other company." Liu Xiaoqiao felt a wave of relief. Lin usually did not engage much with Li Na and Zhang Yan, otherwise, it would have been impossible to keep her relationship under wraps. "No, thank you. Jie and the others might not be back until late, and if I don't return, Tuanzi won't have dinner. How about I pick Tuanzi up and bring him to my house? That's too much trouble. And the back and forth will waste time in traffic. You should head home too. The roads will be packed." Having found a reason to decline Lin's invitation, Lu Xiaoqiao made her way home alone. On her way back, she received a call from Zhou Qixing. Learning that he was already on the plane, she glanced at the clock, realizing he would undoubtedly not make it back that night. As night fell, around 9 o'clock, her phone rang, displaying Secretary Ding. She was taken aback. At this hour, he should be on a flight like Zhou Qixing, so why was he calling her? "Hello, Miss Lu, are you home?" Despite being on the phone, Lu Xiaoqiao sensed a hint of excitement in his voice. "Yes, what's up? Please hurry downstairs. Mr. Zhou asked me to take you somewhere." "Are you really Secretary Ding? You aren't a scammer, are you?" After several reassurances from Secretary Ding, Lu Xiaoqiao reluctantly believed him. When she descended, spotting Zhou Qixing's usual car, her worries dissipated. During the drive, she again inquired about their destination, but Secretary Ding merely smiled and replied, "We're almost there." Upon arriving at the underground parking lot of Yujing No. 1, Lu Xiaoqiao froze, glancing at Secretary Ding and asking, "What are we doing at his house? Has Mr. Zhou returned?" Secretary Ding's face registered surprise initially, then his eyes gleamed with curiosity. Clearly, Lu Xiaoqiao's familiarity with the parking lot hinted at prior visits. "Miss Lu, Mr. Zhou said he would be back shortly. He left your birthday gift at his home. Before his trip, he mentioned that the journey was long and he was concerned about unexpected delays, which is why he sent me back a day early to prepare everything." The fact that the boss entrusted such an important task to him signified trust, which thrilled Secretary Ding far more than any employee award. Lu Xiaoqiao felt touched by Zhou Qixing's thoughtfulness and meticulous planning for her birthday. "I see. Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Ding." "Not at all, Miss Lu, it's my pleasure," he replied, eager to please. As they stepped into the elevator, Secretary Ding gestured for Lu Xiaoqiao to sit on the living room sofa. He quickly returned with a platter of fruits and snacks he had prepared. Miss Lu, just sit here and wait for Mr. Zhou. He's on his way back. Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhou has a home theater. If you find it boring waiting for him, you can watch a movie in there. Upon hearing home theater, Lu Xiaoqiao shook her head vigorously. Declining his kind offer, she couldn't discern if his suggestion was genuine goodwill or merely a means to benefit their boss. Oh, Miss Lu doesn't enjoy movies, huh? That's alright, you can stay here, feel free to scroll through short videos. If your phone runs out of battery, I even have a charger prepared for you. Since Lu Xiaoqiao entered, Secretary Ding had been relentlessly attentive, considering her every need. Thank you, Secretary Ding, I appreciate you sacrificing your Christmas Eve for me. Miss Lu, you really don't need to be so polite, he insisted, though inwardly he hoped she would give him a 5-star review to Mr. Lu Xiaoqiao, being an employee herself, understood his unspoken thoughts and suppressed a smile. Saying, when Mr. Zhou returns, I'll definitely say some kind words on your behalf. Thank you, Miss Lu. Secretary Ding grinned broadly, practically bowing in gratitude. It is truly unexpected that the soon-to-be Madam Boss exhibits such compassion towards her employees. Surpassing even the boss himself, after Secretary Ding departed, Lu Xiaoqiao found herself alone on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. As fatigue began to envelop her, she vaguely heard the sound of the password lock beeping outside, followed by the creak of the door opening. Lu Xiaoqiao raised her misty, watery eyes towards the entrance. Chapter 63, 2 gifts. During the time Lu Xiaoqiao had been waiting, she had more than once harbored grievances against Zhou Qijing for returning so late, and for insisting that his secretary fetch her in the dead of night. Yet, upon catching sight of his resolute and handsome visage, which bore traces of fatigue under the glow of the lights, her heart inexplicably ached for him. Zhou Qijing's gaze fell upon the girl patiently awaiting him, and in that moment, all weariness vanished. He hastily set down his suitcase, which thudded to the ground, disregarding the sound as he rushed toward Lu Xiaoqiao. But he enveloped her in a tight embrace, leaning down to whisper tenderly in her ear. Are you feeling sleepy? Have you been waiting for long? His voice was laden with concern and guilt. Lu Xiaoqiao returned the embrace, burying her face in his chest, and gently shook her head. We can celebrate after my birthday, since tomorrow is actually my birthday. Upon hearing the word birthday, Zhou Qijing glanced at his wristwatch. It was 23:55, just in time. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted her off the ground. And as she gasped in surprise, her arms instinctively encircled his neck. He securely placed her on the large sofa in front of the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, adjusting their positions so that she sat comfortably on his lap. Lu Xiaoqiao had never been held this way before, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Since becoming involved with him, apart from the intensity of their kisses, he had always treated her with gentleness. What are we looking at through the glass? We can't see the river view at night, she mused, only to notice their reflections intertwined in an affectionate embrace. Zhou Qijing wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and checked the time again, whispering softly in her ear, I have a gift for you outside. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, happy birthday. As his words faded, thousands of drones suddenly ascended into the night sky beyond the window, resembling a constellation of shimmering stars. They arranged themselves meticulously, gradually forming a colossal red heart, surrounded by drones emitting white light akin to brilliant stars encircling the heart. This mesmerizing drone display lasted for 22 minutes, each moment utterly enchanting. As they shifted formations, ultimately freezing into the 3 letters LSXQ. As the performance concluded, Zhou Qijing anticipated a jubilant embrace or kiss from Lu Xiaoqiao, but upon lowering his gaze, he was taken aback. At that moment, her clear eyes brimmed with tears, her long lashes fluttering as she fought to hold back her emotions. As Zhou Qijing's heart quivered, he turned her to face him. Why are you still crying? Lu Xiaoqiao pressed her lips together, and the tears she had managed to contain spilled forth at his inquiry. She suddenly realized how fragile she had become since being with Zhou Qijing. Perhaps it was his affection and care that had granted her this newfound reliance, alleviating her need to face everything alone. Despite her outgoing nature, her childhood had harbored moments of bitterness and helplessness. After her brother fell ill, the adults in her family had directed all their attention towards him, leaving her feelings entirely overlooked. Simultaneously, she was perplexed as to why, amidst such turmoil, she had to endure the cruel taunts of classmates. I heard your brother's illness might turn him into a fool. Desperate to silence them, she acted impulsively, resulting in her expulsion from that school, ultimately leading her aunt to bring her to Hangzhou for her studies. Unsure if she belonged there, she learned early on to read the room, fearing that her presence might burden her aunt. During her boarding school days, she made a point to minimize her visits home, anxious not to add to her aunt's troubles. After graduation, while living with her aunt, she never once voiced her grievances, believing it was her obligation to repay the support she received, even if it meant sacrificing 2,000 less in monthly salary compared to others. Her birthdays had always been a mere formality, marked by her parents' simple wishes and a bowl of longevity noodles, no grand celebrations or exquisite gifts. She had never tasted a birthday cake meant solely for her. Until she met Zhou Qijing, no one had ever demonstrated such thoughtfulness, meticulousness, and patience, willing to set aside their own stature to cater to her every whim. Panic surged within her. She feared that Zhou Qijing might view this relationship as a mere pastime. and she felt her desires growing insatiable, unwilling to let go of what she had gained. As these thoughts flooded her mind, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Don't cry, Zhou Qijing murmured, tenderly kissing away the tears on her face. Observing the furrowed brow of concern etched on his features, Lu Xiaoqiao felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. She sniffled lightly and quickly rubbed her eyes, her voice laced with a hint of defiance. Who is crying? I'm not crying. I just have something in my eye. Zhou Qijing's eyes glimmered with understanding as he quietly observed her still reddened eyes, the tears lingering there as she struggled to maintain her composure. In that moment, his heart swelled with tenderness and affection, unwilling to expose her pretense. Did something get in your eyelashes? Let me take a look. He cupped her face, earnestly gazing into her eyes, and after a moment, he gently leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her eyelids, holding her close. Zhou Qijing allowed some time to pass until her emotions settled. Then, in a hushed tone, he said, I have another birthday present for you. Would you like to see it? At that moment, nestled in his embrace, Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback. She lifted her gaze to him, puzzled. Didn't we just see one? Zhou Qijing affectionately nuzzled her cheek and replied softly. That was a Christmas gift. This next one is your birthday gift. Lu Xiaoqiao's eyes widened in surprise. 2 gifts, indeed. This one I have been preparing for quite some time, he replied upon hearing that he had prepared it for a while. Lu Xiaoqiao felt a surge of curiosity about what this gift could possibly be. They made their way to the underground parking lot, where Zhou Qijing approached a car draped in a cover. As he unveiled it, a stunning ice-plum purple Panamera emerged, gleaming under the lights with an enchanting luster. Lu Xiaoqiao's eyes widened, her lips parted in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at the car before her. After a moment of silence, she finally found her voice, pointing at the vehicle. This is for me. Zhou Qijing smiled indulgently. Yes, do you like it? Lu Xiaoqiao's mind was a whirl. But why would you give me something so extravagant? This is far too much. Did Lin tell you I like this model? Zhou Qijing, a bit awkwardly, turned his gaze elsewhere, avoiding her question as he took her hand and opened the driver's side door for her to sit inside. Feel it out. It's specially customized for you, complete with your name inside. Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback to discover that cars could be customized. She traced her fingers over the steering wheel, where the letters LXQ were engraved, contemplating how to handle this rather hot birthday gift. I intended to present it to you yesterday, but time slipped away. It was delayed by 40 minutes. I have remembered your dream of owning a Panamera by the time you turn 22. He explained. Lu Xiaoqiao froze at his words, realizing that today was indeed her birthday. Why was he so intent on giving it to her the day before? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she burst into laughter. Zhou Qijing, relieved to see her joyous demeanor return, couldn't help but inquire, what is so funny? With a beaming smile, Lu Xiaoqiao replied, I once mentioned to Lin that I remembered meeting an uncle who drove a car from this series. He looked rather unhappy, and I told him, you drive a Panamera, how could you not be happy? If only I could have one when I turned 22. Zhou Qijing's expression shifted. An uncle? Lu Xiaoqiao nodded vigorously. Yes, how old was I then? He was already driving. Zhou Qijing lowered his gaze slightly as if lost in thought, before slowly saying, I recall that at that time that you called me brother. Lu Xiaoqiao was momentarily speechless. The events of the evening had overwhelmed her senses, the breathtaking drone show, the astonishing Panamera, and this revelation. It was all a bit too much. To think that the strange uncle she had seen by the river, who appeared to be contemplating despair, was none other than Zhou Qijing. Zhou Qijing rested his hand on the car window, tapping his fingers rhythmically. So, you have no recollection of me at all? Lu Xiaoqiao shook her head. Zhou Qijing, feeling a twinge of disappointment, pressed on. And now that you know, do you still have no recollection? Lu Xiaoqiao remained silent. Then how do you remember an uncle? Zhou Qijing asked, somewhat disgruntled. She remembered the incident, even the car, yet not him. Lu Xiaoqiao felt a bit awkward. All she could recall was that it was her mother's first time bringing her to her aunt's house in Hangzhou, and everything else was rather hazy. The reason remains vividly etched in her memory. Upon returning, she was reported by Lu Yi, who claimed she was conversing with a stranger by the riverbank. As a consequence, she endured a considerable thrashing, leaving her so incensed that she did not speak to Lu Yi until the day she returned to her hometown. Thus she only recalls the catalyst for her beating. Lacking the leisure to retain any memory of his appearance, Lu Xiaoqiao sighed, pondering how life mirrors the theatrical realm. If two souls meet, it is indeed fate. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to him with a start. You couldn't have taken an interest in me back then, could you? Zhou Qijing replied with a sidelong glance. I assure you, I am not a pervert. Lu Xiaoqiao patted her chest in relief, exclaiming, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Thank goodness. As they busied themselves with the car and their reunion, the clock approached 1 in the morning. Zhou Qijing suggested, perhaps it would be best not to return tonight. Lu Xiaoqiao retorted with a mix of embarrassment and anger. You must be dreaming. Zhou Qijing, with a resigned smile, reassured her, rest easy. Without your consent, I would never impose. You can occupy the master bedroom, while I shall take the guest room. Not if I were to escort you home now. Would you even manage to rise in the morning? Spending the night here, you could enjoy an extra hour of slumber. Even if he had ulterior motives, he would dare not act upon them. Given how pitiful she had appeared while crying earlier, any inappropriate advances would only heighten her sense of insecurity. After a moment of contemplation, she recognized the wisdom in his words. Furthermore, he had endured a lengthy flight. Making him travel back and forth would only delay him further. Ultimately, they ascended the building via the elevator. Liu Xiaoxiao had completed her evening routine at home before receiving a call from Secretary Ding. So she did not take another shower. Instead, she donned one of Zhou Qixing's shirts as her nightwear. Although Zhou Qixing intended for her to sleep in the master bedroom, she insisted on the guest room. Before drifting off, Zhou Qixing, slightly anxious, inquired, "Are you truly all right alone? Are you not frightened?" A mischievous glint flickered in Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes as she grinned playfully. "Actually, I am far more afraid of you." With that, she swiftly shut the door before he could respond. Zhou Qixing shook his head in exasperation and returned to the master bedroom. Liu Xiaoxiao lay upon the spacious bed in the guest room. Surveying her surroundings, even as a guest room, it surpassed the entirety of her current rented accommodation. The bed linens were soft and inviting. Despite the absence of permanent residents, it was apparent that someone had tended to it regularly. She inhaled gently, catching the scent of sunlight in the air. Expecting to have difficulty falling asleep in a new environment, she was surprised to find herself swiftly enveloped in slumber, whether due to exhaustion or the bed's unparalleled comfort. The following morning, as she opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, she found herself in a daze. Taking a moment to recall her location, grabbing her phone from the bedside, she glanced at the time, 8:10. Instantly, clarity returned. She quickly removed Zhou Qixing's borrowed shirt and hurriedly changed into her own clothes. Upon entering the living room, she spotted Zhou Qixing seated on the sofa, back-turned, sipping coffee. "Zhou Qixing, I'm going to be late for work," she exclaimed, feigning annoyance. "You're so leisurely sipping coffee, and you didn't even think to wake me." Hearing her voice, Zhou Qixing turned to face her, and it was then that Lu Xiaoxiao noticed he was on a call. The voice on the other end, Zhou's father, was utterly stunned. Is this cohabitation? Zhou's father felt as if his grandson was waving at him. Just as he was about to inquire further, he heard, "I'll hang up for now." And the call was abruptly disconnected. Zhou Qixing rose from the sofa, a smile playing on his lips as he approached Lu Xiaoxiao, softly asking, "Awake now? How did you sleep?" Lu Xiaoxiao shot him a glare. "Why didn't you wake me? I thought you might appreciate a little extra sleep. My place is quite close to your office. You won't be late. I had breakfast delivered." When Lu Xiaoxiao finally arrived at her office, only 5 minutes remained before she would be late. Her colleagues, already gathered, were animatedly discussing the breathtaking drone show from the previous night by the riverside. "I saw it too. My boyfriend and I caught it while driving home on the elevated highway. It was astonishing. My boyfriend mentioned it might be because Mr. Zhou's tech company is about to go public, which is why they organized such a spectacular drone display." As the clock struck 9 and Lin Lin was still absent. Lu Xiaoxiao was about to call her when she spotted Lin Lin rushing in, having just clocked in. Before Lu Xiaoxiao could inquire about her tardiness, Lin Lin leaned in, breathless with excitement, her eyes sparkling with gossip. "Xiaoxiao, my uncle has a woman." Chapter 65. The art of pursuing a partner. Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback by Lin Lin's words. However, seeing her so animatedly sharing the gossip, it was clear she only knew of the existence of this woman and not her identity. Observing Lu Xiaoxiao's reaction, Lin Lin became even more exhilarated. "Isn't it surprising? When I first heard the news, I was just as shocked as you." After a while, Lu Xiaoxiao finally found her voice. Curiosity piqued. "Who did you hear this from?" Lin Lin, wearing a smug expression, replied with a hint of pride, "Humph, I overheard it myself. I was late because of this. As I was leaving, I heard my grandfather on the phone. And when he hung up, he rushed to find my grandmother, saying they were living together. They even planned to arrange a meeting between both families to discuss marriage." Living together, marriage, how could such rumors arise? Lin Lin failed to notice Lu Xiaoxiao's silence and continued enthusiastically, "You know about that drone show last night, right? My uncle arranged it specifically for my future aunt." Lu Xiaoxiao felt her expression falter. Unease creeping in as she asked anxiously, "Do you know who it is? You seem rather at ease calling her your aunt." Lin Lin shook her head, then suddenly looked up, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. "I don't know who it is yet, but I do know the last 3 letters of the drone show must be connected to my future aunt." After saying that, she furrowed her brow, lightly scratching her chin with her left index finger, deep in thought as she murmured, "What could LXQ possibly stand for? A person's name, or does it signify something else?" Upon hearing name, Lu Xiaoxiao's heart tightened, anxiety and guilt enveloping her. "Why bother researching this? When your uncle wishes for you to know, he will tell you in due time." With a cheerful grin, Lin Lin remarked, "I'm just curious about what kind of person could capture my uncle's heart. Oh, by the way, I haven't wished you a happy birthday yet. The usual tradition, let us go out for a nice meal tonight after work." They had a little rule among themselves: no gifts for birthdays. Just a gathering where the birthday person was treated to a delightful meal. Lu Xiaoxiao's gaze became evasive. It seemed unlikely she could join them for dinner today, as there was a boyfriend to consider. Zhou Qixing had already made plans with her that morning to pick her up after work and celebrate her birthday together. It appeared she would need to find an excuse later. At the Jiangheng Group's office building, as the end of the day approached, Zhou Qijing received another call from his father. The old man stuttered for some time without getting to the point. Cautious not to ask too bluntly, Zhou Qijing understood well what his father wanted to discuss. Before his father could speak again, he coldly interjected, "It's not what you think," hearing the dispassionate tone. Zhou's father sensed his son's irritation and refrained from pressing further, anxious that a misstep might result in Zhou Qijing not bringing home a future daughter-in-law. "That's not what I meant. With the new year approaching, why not bring her home? It would be a proper introduction, don't you think?" Zhou Qijing paused, contemplating before responding. "I'll ask her later." "Very well, just let me know about if Xiao Qiao agrees. I'll have the chef prepare the meal for that day." Zhou's father was oblivious to the notion of his son possibly becoming a henpecked husband in the future, as long as he could bring home a prospective daughter-in-law. He would be thoroughly satisfied. After hanging up, Zhou Qijing glanced at his friends Li Yuxuan and Shani, who had been waiting for him on the sofa, and said, "I have plans tonight, you two should head out first." Li Yuxuan mused to himself, "Did you really think we asked you out for dinner? We just came to witness the spectacle." He inquired with a serious tone, "Was that your father on the phone?" Before Zhou Qijing could respond, Shani chimed in a teasing lilt in his voice, "He wants you to bring your girlfriend home right up, old Zhou. Can you manage that?" Li Yuxuan added, "Tisk, seems a bit precarious. Didn't you just say you'd ask her?" His tone suggested a lack of confidence. Zhou Qijing remained silent, focusing intently on the documents on his desk, unfazed by their banter. After a lengthy exchange of playful jibes with no reaction from him, the two friends exchanged glances, feeling disheartened, and decided to leave. As they exited, Li Yuxuan muttered with a hint of dissatisfaction, "All day long, he wears that sour expression. I wonder for whom." Shani, possessing a sense of self-awareness, replied, "Who else could it be but us? How dare he?" Li Yuxuan exclaimed, a hint of resentment in his tone. "It's as if he thinks he possesses the same abilities as us. If he truly did, he would show some respect to Lu Xiaoqiao and let us witness it." Shani responded, "He may look respectable, but his actions are rather subdued. Just last night, he put in extra hours designing that challenging drone showcase all on his own. I offered to help, but he refused." Li Yuxuan scoffed, "I wonder how many courting secrets old Zhou has secretly learned behind our backs. Just look at how grandly he celebrated that little birthday, not to mention the high-end custom car he has. With this combination of gifts, I am genuinely impressed." Shani paused, his eyes darting around before he casually inquired, "Did he really watch it? Where did he purchase it?" Li Yuxuan shrugged and shot him a glance. "Who knows? What, are you considering learning a thing or two to win back your little ex?" Shani's face turned slightly pale. "I was just curious." Li Yuxuan patted his shoulder, once again playing the role of the caring friend. "Stop overthinking. You and old Zhou are entirely different. He at least has his first love, while you, not only did you break up with your girlfriend, but you've also been engaged to another woman. Old Zhou is merely pretending, but you are in genuine trouble." Shani quickly countered, "But I have already called off the engagement, and besides, my previous engagement was never serious." Li Yuxuan spread his hands. "It doesn't matter if you explain it to me, what matters is whether she believes you." Shani pondered for a moment, "What if I also emulate old Zhou and organize a drone showcase?" Li Yuxuan rolled his eyes. "If I were that girl, I would shoot you down immediately. Honestly, you should trace back to the root of the problem and figure things out first." Shani fell silent. Feeling a bit disheartened, he had originally come to enjoy Zhou Qijing's lively celebration, but now it seemed he had only managed to involve himself in an unfortunate situation. Meanwhile, Zhou Qijing glanced up as his two troublesome friends exited the office. Confirming they would not be returning, with a snap, he tossed his signature pen onto the desk and leaned back heavily in his chair, eyes closed, allowing his emotions to gradually stabilize. One day, he would marry Lu Xiaoqiao. Unlike those two, who didn't even have a girlfriend yet still sought to revel in his excitement. What a dream! After some self-comforting, he finally came to terms with it. Chapter 66, Mrs. Zhou, as the workday neared its end. Lu Xiaoqiao received a package sent from her hometown in northeast China. Upon opening it, she discovered it was filled with her favorite local delicacies. She divided the treats into 4 portions, murmuring to herself about who would receive each. "And this portion is for whom?" Lin Lin inquired, pointing to one of the packages. "Of course, it's for your dear uncle," Lu Xiaoqiao thought, but refrained from saying it aloud. At a loss for words, she casually replied, "It's for a client." Lin Lin nodded, accepting her explanation without suspicion. During lunch, Zhao Zhao feigned obligations, claiming she and Qin Momo would be unable to celebrate Lu Xiaoqiao's birthday that evening. After much deliberation, Lin Lin reluctantly agreed to postpone the celebration to the following night, and Lu Xiaoqiao expressed her gratitude to Zhao Zhao with a warm smile. After work, Zhou Qijing picked up Lu Xiaoqiao, and they headed to the Cantonese restaurant she had previously chosen. Having dined there once before, she fell in love with the flavors, having once mistakenly believed Cantonese cuisine was merely boiled dishes. No one had informed her that the essence of Cantonese cuisine lies in the extreme freshness of the ingredients, which is what makes the flavors exceptional. Upon their arrival at the restaurant, Zhou Qijing, having just returned from a business trip with an uncertain schedule, hadn't reserved a private room, so they were seated in the main dining area. They ordered white-cut chicken, honey-glazed char siu, roasted pigeon, a vegetable dish, and a serving of specialty foie gras. When the dishes arrived, Zhou Qijing placed a piece of foie gras on Lu Xiaoqiao's plate, saying, "This foie gras isn't authentic. But give it a try out if you enjoy it. I'll take you to a French restaurant next time." Lu Xiaoqiao sampled it and remarked, "This is already delicious. I've never had foie gras before. And I had no idea it was so rich and creamy. This white-cut chicken is delightful as well. You really know how to eat. I never realized Cantonese cuisine could be this good." Zhou Qijing looked at her tenderly, his usually stern demeanor softening as he smiled at her enjoyment. Entirely unaware of his usual serious and authoritative self in the office, Zhou Qijing focused on serving her. Neglecting to eat much himself, Lu Xiaoqiao took the initiative to place a piece of white-cut chicken on his plate, urging, "You should eat too. From now on, I'll just follow your lead. Whatever you eat, I'll eat too. I find your recommendations quite tasty." Zhou Qijing chuckled, mimicking her tone. "Just go with your preferences. Whatever you want to eat, we shall eat. Actually, I could also follow your lead." Lu Xiaoqiao waved her finger dismissively. No. In terms of dining, you must not follow my tastes with your stomach. If you follow me, you'd starve 3 times in 3 days. Zhou Qijing couldn't suppress his laughter. It was a rare occurrence that only happened when he was with this girl. Filling his heart with pure joy, devoid of the cunning and deceit of business battles, replaced by the simple happiness she brought him. As they chatted and laughed over their meal, several men in black suits hurriedly entered the restaurant. It was clear that the man at the front, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was their superior. Upon entering, he scanned the dining room, and when his gaze landed on Lu Xiaoqiao's table, his eyes lit up as he quickly led his group to their table. Slightly bending at the waist with a courteous demeanor, softly calling out, "Director Zhou," the sweet moment between the two was abruptly interrupted as Zhou Qijing frowned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the man standing by their table. Noticing Zhou Qijing's silence, the man introduced himself, "Director Zhou, I am Wang Tao, the general manager of Hongfa Mall." Zhou Qijing's displeasure was evident, and Wang Tao smiled ingratiatingly and continued, "I heard you were dining here, so I rushed over. I know you are quite busy, but I truly hope you can grant us at Hongfa an opportunity. I've brought my team." Manager Wang. Zhou Qijing interrupted coldly, his expression impassive. After a moment, he added, "I do not discuss work during my personal time. If you have a matter, please follow the proper appointment procedures." Wang Tao awkwardly smiled, wishing to follow the proper channels, but the problem was that he couldn't even get through the door of Jianghang. Today was a rare opportunity. His sister's husband happened to be dining here, and he knew Zhou Qijing had been longing to meet him but could only admire from afar. Seizing this chance, he hastily contacted Zhou Qijing. "Director Zhou, you." Zhou Qijing raised his hand, signaling him to say no more. Wang Tao, feeling disheartened, realized that if this collaboration with Jiang Hong fell through, he would have to relinquish the company he had built over the years. Could he really let such a golden opportunity slip away? Yet, the man before him had made his intentions clear, leaving him with no choice. Understanding the futility of the situation, he felt as if he had aged a few years. His once straight back now hunched under the weight of reality. As he prepared to leave, he felt a gaze fixed upon him. He looked up to see a pair of compassionate, clear eyes observing him. Wang Tao also took note of Lu Xiaoqiao, stealing a glance at Zhou Qijing opposite her. He knew Zhou Qijing had never been married and had not heard of any engagement, but who was this girl? Upon entering, he had witnessed the attentive way Zhou Qijing treated her, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor focused solely on business. The fact that the imperious Zhou Qijing would lower himself to dine with her indicated she was no ordinary girl. Wang Tao's previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled, as if he had glimpsed a brilliant star amidst the vast darkness. His tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and a sincere smile emerged as he addressed Lu Xiaoqiao. "This must be Director Zhou's wife." Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback, quickly lifting her gaze to Zhou Qijing across from her. Not only was Lu Xiaoqiao surprised, but even Zhou Qijing, hearing the remark, was momentarily taken aback. Raising an eyebrow without uttering a word, Wang Tao, sensing he had struck lucky, displayed a relieved smile and continued, "Mrs. Zhou, you are truly youthful and beautiful, with a grace that complements Director Zhou perfectly. You truly are a match made in heaven." Lu Xiaoqiao felt awkward, unsure of how to respond. With Zhou Qijing remaining silent, she found herself at a loss for words. What was wrong with this man? Just moments ago, he appeared aged, humble, and pitiable, yet now he had transformed into a sycophant. Zhou Qijing observed Lu Xiaoqiao, noting her cheeks had flushed a deep red from Wang Tao's remarks. Realizing this was the limit of her tolerance. Chapter 67. The interest of a hazelnut. All right. Zhou Qijing interjected, cutting off Wang Tao again. However, this time anyone with keen eyesight could tell that he was not displeased. Unlike before, Zhou Qijing wiped his hands with a wet napkin from the table, scrutinizing Wang Tao up and down, internally concluding that he was a cunning old fox who could discern what Zhou Qijing enjoyed hearing. "Please bring the business plan tomorrow and meet my chief secretary at Jiangheng." "Is it settled?" "Indeed, it is. The hero struggles to pass the beauty's threshold. The ancients do not deceive me." Thank you, General Zhou." Wang Tao nodded enthusiastically, expressing his gratitude to Zhou Qijing. "I merely provided you with an opportunity to enter." The final outcome still depends on the assessment. Zhou Qijing reminded him. Wang Tao grinned. Understood, I completely understand, General Zhou, rest assured. I am truly grateful. Even if the collaboration ultimately falls through, I have gained initial experience in being selected. And with Jiang Heng's endorsement, it will sustain Hongfa for some time. General Zhou, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and not intrude upon you and your wife's dinner. President Wang misunderstood. This is my girlfriend. We are not yet married, Zhou Qijing clarified, extending a hand to introduce, although he yearned to bestow the title of Mrs. Zhou upon Lu Xiaoqiao as soon as possible. He could not make any presumptuous claims. He would not allow others to misunderstand. When he marries Lu Xiaoqiao, it will be a grand and legitimate affair, leaving no room for anyone to tarnish the reputation of the girl in his heart. Wang Tao feigned realization. Oh, I see, on the day you marry your girlfriend, I must certainly come to toast to your happiness. After Wang Tao and the others departed, Lu Xiaoqiao fixed her gaze on Zhou Qijing. Remaining silent, why do you look at me like that? Zhou Qijing inquired. Lu Xiaoqiao wrinkled her delicate nose. Do you often act so sternly at the office? Zhou Qijing was momentarily taken aback and softly replied, You think I was being stern just now? He resolved to give her as few chances as possible to witness his typical work demeanor. Lu Xiaoqiao nodded as Zhou Qijing raised the corners of his mouth and said to her, Rest assured. I will not be like that with you. Lu Xiaoqiao responded with a cheerful smile. I'm not afraid, I just noticed that you were clearly opposed earlier, yet after a few words from him that you liked. You changed your mind, General Zhou. You.1.3 happened to be a tyrant, would you? Zhou Qijing gazed at her with a sly smile, watching her adorable and mischievous demeanor. His heart utterly softened. It seemed he had completely succumbed to her charm in this lifetime. Leaning slightly forward, a smile gracing his lips, he gently brushed his long fingers against her nose. You little rascal. After finishing their meal, they returned to the underground parking lot. Once in the car, Zhou Qijing fastened his seatbelt and glanced at Lu Xiaoqiao, who was in the passenger seat. It's still early. Do you have anywhere in mind to go, or would you like to catch a movie? Lu Xiaoqiao shook her head. It's already past 8, not early at all. After staying up so late last night, I didn't wake up properly this morning. I need to get to bed early tonight. You've been on a long flight, and after spending the day with me for my birthday, you should also head back to rest. Zhou Qijing took her hand and kissed it gently, saying, I'm not tired, I just want to spend a little more time with you. If you feel tired, we can head back early and arrange to meet again tomorrow night. Lu Xiaoqiao hesitated. I've already made plans with Lin for tomorrow night. Seeing Zhou Qijing remain silent, fearing he might be upset, she shook his arm. Are you angry? Don't be mad. I'll accompany you the day after tomorrow, alright? By the way, look at what delicious treats I brought you. I brought you the most, and theirs are far less than yours. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoqiao retrieved a bag she had placed under the passenger seat. Zhou Qijing's mood lifted slightly upon hearing this. He glanced at the bag and asked, What delicious treats? Lu Xiaoqiao beamed as she handed him the bag. Dried squid strips and your favorite hazelnuts. Hazelnuts? He raised an eyebrow, barely suppressing a laugh. You dare mention hazelnuts? I had almost forgotten until you reminded me. After he spoke, Lu Xiaoqiao froze for a moment, then recalled their previous discussions about hazelnuts, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as her gaze wandered. Seeking justification. I wasn't thinking too much at the time. I brought you some today because I know you like them. When I return for the new year, I'll bring you more. Zhou Qijing didn't let the matter rest. He continued to inquire, What happened to the hazelnuts you snatched from me last time? How did you end up dealing with them? What else could I do? I certainly consumed them, Lu Xiaoqiao replied with a giggle in a soft voice. Zhou Qijing tapped the steering wheel thoughtfully and said, I see, then I suppose I must reclaim something. Noticing his clear intent to settle the score, Lu Xiaoqiao asked nervously, What do you wish to reclaim? Zhou Qijing didn't answer but unbuckled his seatbelt, exited the car, walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, and took her hand to help her out. They then moved to the back seat of the car, and as they settled in, Zhou Qijing said with a teasing tone, I need to taste the lips that have savored my hazelnuts. Before leaning down to kiss her, only after a significant moment did he slightly lessen his embrace, resting his forehead against hers in a possessive manner and stating, This is just the interest on a single hazelnut. Lu Xiaoqiao, she pouted and murmured, You're charging high interest, how long do I have to repay this? Zhou Qijing kissed her cheek a few more times, then take your time repaying. Until the end of time. Lu Xiaoqiao laughed lightly. If I had said earlier that I was giving it to Zhao Zhizhi, would you have gone to kiss him too, quickly covering her lips with the back of her hand? She feared Zhou Qijing might retaliate as he had just done. Zhou Qijing narrowed his eyes. Lu Xiaoqiao, you truly are asking for trouble. Seeing her luscious lips covered, Zhou Qijing's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Then he bent down and gently kissed her palm before teasingly nibbling on her finger. Lu Xiaoqiao was startled by this sudden action, swiftly withdrawing her hand and pouting, Why are you biting people? Zhou Qijing held her tighter. I simply adore you. This was Zhou Qijing's first verbal expression of affection towards her. There were no declarations of love or vows of eternity, yet Lu Xiaoqiao felt the sincerity in his words. Suddenly Zhou Qijing lifted her so that she sat facing him on his lap, contemplating for a moment before speaking slowly in a negotiating tone, how about coming back to the old house with me on New Year's Day? Ziyang will also bring his girlfriend back that day. As the uncle, I ought to set an example. A hint of unease flickered in Lu Xiaoqiao's eyes as she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, focusing instead on the collar of his shirt. You don't want to come back with me, Yao Qijing prompted again. Lu Xiaoqiao shook her head, responding softly, no. I am just worried it might be awkward to meet them. As Zhou Qijing adjusted his posture, holding her chin with his hand, and kissed her gently while saying, don't overthink it, if anyone feels awkward. It will be me, after all, I am significantly older than you, just leave everything to me. Alright, chapter 68, not serious. Lu Xiaoqiao finally nodded in agreement. Then not. What does Lin Lin say about this? Normally, they do not see each other as families every day, so the situation is naturally different, but Lin Lin is different. They spend half their time together, inseparable. Zhou Qijing replied calmly, what's the big deal? Just tell her directly. Are you afraid of her, or should I go talk to her? Lu Xiaoqiao quickly interjected. You absolutely cannot go. Zhou Qijing, enjoying her flustered expression, chuckled deeply. Alright, I1T go. Since Qiao Qiao says I shouldn't T, I1T. At hearing him call her Qiao Qiao again, Lu Xiaoqiao shot him a sideways glance. Don't be so frivolous. Zhou Qijing raised an eyebrow in surprise. Denying, how am I being frivolous? Lu Xiaoqiao knew she couldn't win an argument with Zhou Qijing on this matter. I1T discuss it with you anymore, just drive me home quickly. I'll take you home later, Zhou Qijing said softly. Why wait, hurry up, I want to get home to rest early. After saying this, she attempted to get off Zhou Qijing's lap. Don't move, Zhou Qijing's voice was husky. Lu Xiaoqiao froze, realizing something. She dared not move again, her cheeks instantly flushed. She called out, Zhou Qijing, you shameless. Zhou Qijing did not deny it. Whether I am shameless or not is now irrelevant. After saying this, Lu Xiaoqiao's face flushed even more. The sensation was undeniable. She stammered, her voice trembling. Calm down. As Zhou Qijing closed his eyes. I am doing my utmost to remain calm. Once Zhou Qijing regained his composure, Lu Xiaoqiao refused to move to the passenger seat, insisting on sitting in the back. Zhou Qijing was left with no recourse. He could only remain silent about Lu Xiaoqiao's choice. During the drive, he occasionally glanced at the shy girl, who continued to lower her head through the rearview mirror. He smiled slightly, his demeanor calm yet serious. I am a normal man. If I didn't feel that way, it would be abnormal. Lu Xiaoqiao suddenly lifted her head, glaring at him with a mix of irritation and dissatisfaction. Zhou Qijing, be quiet. Zhou Qijing nodded with a smile. Alright, since Qiao Qiao told me to be quiet, I shall. Lu Xiaoqiao wanted nothing more to say, turning her gaze to the window and ignoring him. Soon, the car stopped downstairs, and Lu Xiaoqiao broke from her usual routine, hastily exiting the car without saying a word. Zhou Qijing hurriedly followed, but he could only watch her ascending the stairs with a reluctant gaze. As Lu Xiaoqiao inserted the key into the lock, she noticed that the door of the house across the street stood ajar. With lights glowing invitingly within, intrigued, she cast a curious glance inside, just as a man dressed in formal business attire emerged. He was of modest height, with a refined appearance and an aura reminiscent of Secretary Ding. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoqiao, he offered her a polite smile and said, Good day, Mississippi. You must be the neighbor from across the street. Lu Xiaoqiao nodded in affirmation, choosing not to engage further as she pushed the door open and stepped inside. To her surprise, Jia Jia was already at home. Sister Jia, you're back so early today, she exclaimed. Jia Jia, seated on the sofa, glanced up and smiled. Aren't you also quite early? Feeling a slight flush of embarrassment, Lu Xiaoqiao redirected the conversation. I just saw the person who bought the house next door. He looks like a career elite, so why would he choose such an old and rundown place? Zhao Jia shook her head. I have no idea. Perhaps he bought it as a school district house for his child. When I returned, I saw him moving things out, so I assume he's planning to renovate. Lu Xiaoqiao sighed. It must be wonderful to have money, just buying a house and still having funds left for renovations. When will we ever be able to afford a home, even if it's old and shabby? It would suffice, Zhao Jia chuckled. Do you really need to worry about that right now? You switch residences every week, and your husband Zhou can certainly afford it. Lu Xiaoqiao disagreed, but that belongs to him. Not to me. What I mean is, it would be great if I could buy one myself, Zhao Jia reassured her. Once you're married, his possessions will become yours. Don't let economic disparities pressure you. You're not lacking. My friend, after all, you're much younger than him. He should be the one feeling fortunate. At times, Zhao Jia felt that Lu Xiaoqiao was overly concerned. So, how was your little birthday celebration? The drone show yesterday had everyone envious. Yet here you are fretting over an old rundown place. The cost of that show could easily cover half of one. Lu Xiaoqiao was not being overly concerned. Rather, she felt a sudden wave of insecurity when she became serious about the relationship. He said he would take me back to the old house for New Year's. Zhao Jia gasped. Really? That's wonderful. Why do you seem somewhat unhappy? Taking you to meet his parents indicates he's serious about marriage. What are your feelings about it? Are you shy, or perhaps worried about his father's disapproval? Lu Xiaoqiao sighed. It's neither. I just don't know how to be honest with Lin Lin. Zhao Jia clicked her tongue. Don't overthink it, just let things unfold naturally. When the time comes, make a grand entrance. I assure you she will remember it for a lifetime. On New Year's Day, Lu Xiaoqiao rose early, bustling about to prepare herself. Knowing her friend was headed to Zhou's family home, Zhao Jia decided to forego her morning sleep and assisted Lu Xiaoqiao in her preparations. The outfit had been chosen in advance, a light pink sweater paired with cream-colored trousers. Creating a fresh and sweet appearance, her hair cascaded down naturally, silky and smooth, adding a touch of grace. After applying a bit of sunscreen post-skincare, her makeup was complete with a dab of lip gloss. Upon receiving a call from Zhou Qizhang, Lu Xiaoqiao hurriedly placed her pet, Tuanzi, into a carrier. Zhao Jiao remarked, "Xiaoqiao, are you really taking Tuanzi along? I can carry him for you, no worries." Zhou Qizhang specifically asked me to bring him. His family loves Tuanzi, Lu Xiaoqiao replied. After finalizing her preparations, she bid Zhao Jia farewell and descended the stairs. Zhou Qizhang awaited her at the entrance. And as she descended, he felt his heart skip a beat at her beauty. Leaning down, he placed a gentle kiss on her lips. Lu Xiaoqiao pushed him away playfully. "Don't kiss me, I have lip gloss on today." Zhou Qizhang, with a serious expression, inquired, "Is it peach-flavored?" Lu Xiaoqiao teased him. "Wrong, it's clearly strawberry-flavored." Zhou Qizhang joked. "Then let me have another taste." He leaned in as if to kiss her again. "Zhou Qizhang," Lu Xiaoqiao exclaimed, pushing his face away, "if you keep this up, I'll really get angry." Once in the car, Zhou Qizhang reversed out of the driveway, and Lu Xiaoqiao said, "Please stop at the supermarket outside. I want to buy some fruit." Though the items were not expensive, it was her way of expressing her affection, especially since this was her first visit to his family as his girlfriend. She couldn't go empty-handed, or Zhou Qizhang had not anticipated her thoughtfulness. He had already prepared a gift for her, resting in the trunk, but now realized it might not be necessary. Her own gesture was the purest and most sincere, bringing him joy as he responded, "Of course." As Zhou Qizhang's car approached the old house, Lu Xiaoqiao noticed a message from Lin Lin in their group chat, "Beauty Amidst Clouds group." Lin Lin, Lu Xiaoqiao. Zhao Jia, Lin Lin, I'm dying of laughter, sisters. Guess how old the girlfriend my uncle found is? Zhao Jia, question mark. Lin Lin, just turned 22. The same age as Xiaoqiao, laughing, crying with laughter. I can't stop laughing. As Jia said, I'm about to split from laughing, crying with laughter. Chapter 69, where is the ant? Zhao Jia, oh. Lin Lin, Jia, why such a reaction? I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Zhao Jia, then take advantage of this time to laugh a bit more, don't wait until later when you can't laugh anymore. Smiling, Lin Lin, laughing when they arrive, what should I call that girl? She's a few months younger than me, my uncle is really bold. Zhao Jia, Lin Lin, heed my advice, you should retract your last message while you still can. Lin Lin, I'll chat later, my uncle and them should be arriving soon, my grandma is calling me. Lin Lin, I'll share the juicy details with you later. At Zhou's old residence, Zhou Qizhang expertly drove into the courtyard, parking beneath the osmanthus tree. He unbuckled his seatbelt, grasped Lu Xiaoqiao's hand gently, and reassured her, "Don't be nervous, I've got everything under control." Feigning relaxation, Lu Xiaoqiao smiled back, "I'm not nervous." As they stepped out of the car, they spotted Zhou's father and Jia Yakan, both of whom wore broad smiles. As they approached, Zhou Qizhang noticed that Lu Xiaoqiao's body was slightly tense with nerves. He instinctively placed an arm around her waist, guiding her closer to him, and looked towards his expectant parents, saying, "Dad." He then softly encouraged Lu Xiaoqiao, "You know them, this time, it's just a change in how you address them. Xiaoqiao, go ahead and greet them." Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaoqiao stepped forward, recalling Zhou Qizhang's earlier instruction, and said, "Uncle, Aunt, Happy New Year." "Oh, wonderful, Happy New Year." I'm delighted," Zhou's father responded, his words tumbling over each other in excitement. Jia Yakan was equally pleased, though her joy was laced with a sense of contentment upon hearing Lu Xiaoqiao address her as aunt rather than auntie, which surely was something Zhou Qizhang had informed her about beforehand. "Xiaoqiao, it's cold outside, come in quickly. Here, let me hold Tuanzi for you." "Have you eaten breakfast yet?" Jia Yakan asked as she took Tuanzi from Lu Xiaoqiao. Seeing that Lu Xiaoqiao remained as lively as ever without a hint of shyness eased everyone's nerves. They all entered the living room, only to see Lin Lin bounding down the stairs. After surveying the group, she exclaimed, "Xiaoqiao, when did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me?" Noticing Lu Xiaoqiao's silence, Lin Lin continued excitedly, "I just messaged you, and you didn't reply. I have something to tell you." She reached out to grab Lu Xiaoqiao's hand, but before she could touch her, Zhou Qizhang stepped in front of her. Lin Lin paused, her eyes widening in surprise as she finally noticed the presence beside her friend. "Uncle, you're here. Has my future aunt arrived? Where is she?" Zhou Qizhang did not answer her question. Instead, he turned to Lu Xiaoqiao, placing a hand on her shoulder and, amidst Lin Lin's astonished gaze, said slowly, "Isn't she right here?" As Zhou Qizhang finished speaking, Lin Lin's eyes widened, filled with disbelief as her gaze darted between her friend and her uncle. Noticing Lin Lin's reaction, Jia Yakan hurried over, laughing. This child just realized that Xiaoqiao will be her future aunt. She's so delighted she's gone silly. Not only are they friends now, but they'll also share a familial bond. Lin Lin thought to herself, which I of grandma saw that I was simply delighted. I'm clearly frightened silly. As Jia Yakan led Lin Lin away, she glanced back at Lu Xiaoqiao several times. Hoping to glean some indication from her friend's expression, for instance, if she were being coerced by her uncle, a blink would suffice, and she would rise up in righteous defiance. Or something similar, although she couldn't put that into action. She could still express her protest through a hunger strike. As everyone settled onto the living room sofa, Lu Xiaoqiao suddenly recalled the fruit she had left in Zhou Qizhang's car. Just as she made to stand and retrieve them, Zhou Qizhang stopped her, handing the keys to the still-dazed Lin Lin. "The fruits are in the back seat, go grab them." Lin Lin took the keys. Finally snapping back to reality. A moment later, she shot a glance at Lu Xiaoqiao, silently signaling her to step outside for a moment. Years of camaraderie had forged an unspoken understanding between them. Just as Lu Xiaoqiao prepared to rise, Zhou Qizhang intercepted her, turning to Lin Lin and calmly asking, "You don't know your way around?" At this moment, Lin Lin felt a surge of anger within her. Yet she dared not express it outwardly, she could only sulk as she walked straight outside. Once outside, she hurriedly took out her phone, found the contact saved as mom, and dialed the number. As soon as the call connected, without waiting for her mother to speak, she impatiently blurted out, "Hello, Mom, do you know who my uncle's girlfriend is?" On the other side of the ocean, Zhou Qiyue was momentarily taken aback by her precious daughter's words. Unsure of the purpose behind the call, "What is it, darling?" asked her mother. Lin Lin stomped her foot in frustration and pouted, "Why does everyone know but me? Xiao is clearly my best friend." Zhou Qiyue recognized that her daughter felt a sense of imbalance and quickly attempted to soothe her. "But now you know, right? Do people need to inform you in advance when they start dating? Your uncle and Xiao are quite well matched." My uncle is so old," Lin Lin interrupted Zhou Qiyue. Zhou Qiyue chided Lin Lin, "How can you speak like that? Mind your words, do you understand?" Then she consoled her further. "Your uncle has finally found a girl he likes. You should be happy. If he marries her, you'll be able to spend time with Xiao every day out if you keep talking like that. Your uncle might not be able to find a wife, and it's not just your uncle, even your grandfather wouldn't spare you." Moreover, Zhou Qiyue continued, "with Xiao around, it's as if you have a golden ticket with your uncle. He likes your best friend, so you should be happy, you understand, sweetheart." After hearing her mother's words, Lin Lin felt a little better and responded with a soft "oh," then she mumbled softly, "They really should have at least told me they were dating." Zhou Qiyue, noticing her daughter's tone had softened, quickly chimed in, "Exactly. If he wants to marry my daughter's best friend, he shouldn't be hiding it from my darling. I'll call your uncle tomorrow and ask him to give you some extra pocket money." If he doesn't I'll tell Xiao." Lin Lin huffed. Zhou Qiyue laughed and replied, "Yes, if he doesn't give it to you, then tell Xiao." Finally coming to an understanding, Lin Lin ended the call with Zhou Qiyue, opened the car door, and retrieved the fruit from the back seat. As she turned around, she was startled by a figure standing behind her. A man in a dark shirt and black trousers stood there, silently watching her. Chapter 70. What's wrong with your mouth? Lin Lin's fear of Zhou Qizhang stemmed from his perpetually cold demeanor and his decisive, ruthless nature. Even his usual plain clothing lacked any hint of color. With his hands in his pockets, Zhou Qizhang gazed at her with his deep-set eyes, betraying no emotion. The more impassive he appeared, the more frightened Lin Lin became. She suddenly wished to employ her golden ticket. However, the thought of her dear friend being treated like a prized cabbage by her uncle made her heart ache. "Uncle," Lin Lin murmured weakly as Zhou Qizhang shot her a glance and replied in an indifferent tone, "What, do you have an issue with me dating Xiao?" Lin Lin, startled, quickly shook her head. No objections." Zhou Qizhang chuckled softly. "Weren't you just complaining about my age? How do I respond to that?" Lin Lin thought to herself. Realizing that her uncle was indeed much older than Xiao, noticing Lin Lin's silence, Zhou Qizhang continued, "Don't speak recklessly in front of Xiao, understand?" After a pause, he added with a hint of amusement in his voice, "The consequence of speaking carelessly is that you won't have any pocket money in the future. Got it?" Lin Lin hurriedly nodded, Yes, I understand, uncle. I won't say anything. Good, now go inside." After lunch, Zhou Qizhang and Lu Xiao were playing with Tuanzi in the yard when Lin Lin, wanting to join them, was abruptly pulled back by Jia Yak and Lin Lin. "Don't disturb your uncle while he is dating." Fuming, Lin Lin dashed upstairs, entered her room, and peeked out the window. At that moment, Lu Xiao was squatting down, happily teasing Tuanzi with a blade of grass, while Zhou Qizhang watched her with a smile, saying, "See, you won't be nervous anymore, right?" Lu Xiao glanced up at him, responding, "Yes, but your father has gone overboard today with the preparations." Upon seeing the exquisitely arranged and lavish spread of dishes, she was momentarily stunned, recalling Lin Lin's mention that even the delicate plates were acquired at a high price from an auction, making her hesitant to touch them for fear of breaking one. Zhou Qizhang chuckled at her reaction, then elegantly adjusted his black trousers before squatting down in front of Lu Xiao. Leaning slightly toward her, he whispered, "Actually, my dad is even more nervous than you." Lu Xiao glanced at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. "You must be joking. What great storms has he not weathered? Why would he be nervous?" The Zhou Qizhang smirked playfully and slowly leaned closer to her, saying, "He fears that if you run away, I won't be able to find a wife." Lu Xiao, flustered, didn't know how to react. Her hands instinctively pushed him away, and before he could respond, she turned and ran off. Zhou Qizhang, finding himself suddenly seated on the ground, was taken aback, and before he could react further, A dog jumped into his arms. Play with the dog, Lu Xiaoqiao exclaimed in embarrassment as she hurriedly left. Zhou Qijing watched her retreating figure, laughing to himself, his shoulders shaking in mirth. I in the evening. Just before dinner, Lin Ziang and Ouyang Ye arrived, with Ouyang Ye apologizing to the elders. When she reached Lu Xiaoqiao, she awkwardly smiled and glanced at Lin Ziang, silently seeking his approval, before Lin Ziang could respond. Zhou Qijing interjected, "From now on, just call each other by your names." As the authoritative figure had spoken, the others readily accepted, and they enjoyed a lively dinner. During the meal, Zhou's father insisted on treating Zhou Qijing and Lin Ziang to a few drinks. Seeing the old man so pleased and given the special occasion, the two complied and drank a few glasses without interrupting his merriment. After dinner, since both Zhou Qijing and Lin Ziang had consumed alcohol and the family driver was absent due to personal matters, Zhou Qijing called his driver to come to the old residence to pick everyone up. While awaiting the driver, snow unexpectedly began to fall. Hangzhou's weather rarely retained snow, and the flurries melted almost instantly upon touching the ground. The icy surface caused the car transporting them to be rear-ended midway, and when the driver called to apologize, Zhou Qijing only inquired about their well-being, satisfied to learn the driver was uninjured. He hung up the phone. The guests in the living room exchanged glances, clearly realizing that none of them would be leaving tonight. Zhou's father declared that everyone would stay at the old residence for the night, stating there were plenty of rooms available. After speaking, he glanced at Zhou Qijing, concerned his son might object, since Zhou Qijing had moved out and had not stayed over since. He doubted anyone could persuade him otherwise. Even if it snowed or rained, seeing that his son remained silent, Zhou's father felt relieved. He understood that if he was pleased with Lu Xiaoqiao as a potential daughter-in-law, even breaking his son's long-standing habits was sufficient to elevate her in his esteem. Confirming that everyone would stay at the old residence, Lin was the most delighted. "Wonderful, Xiaoqiao will stay with me tonight." Upon hearing Lin's exclamation, everyone else turned their gaze toward Zhou Qijing. He calmly lifted his teacup and took a sip, surveying the eager faces around him, and without giving them a chance to gossip, he merely stated, "Then let us all get some rest early." Zhou's father cast a disappointed glance at his son, thinking that perhaps he had overreacted that day. Nevertheless, he consoled himself by thinking that good things often come after trials. Since everyone was at the house today, he would bring up a meeting between both families after the new year. After all, how far could this grandson be from him? Feeling satisfied, he instructed the maid to prepare a room for Ouyang Ye to stay in, while Zhou Qijing's own room, though he hadn't stayed there for years, was still regularly cleaned. After everyone returned to their respective rooms, Zhou Qijing texted Lu Xiaoqiao, who had already gone to Lin's room. At that moment, Lin was pressing Lu Xiaoqiao for information, nearly at her wit's end. "Xiaoqiao, you need to come clean with me." Lu Xiaoqiao smiled ruefully and asked her to wait a moment. "Let me check your uncle's message." She glanced at the message from Zhou Qijing. "Come to my room." What is wrong with this old man? Though she mentally grumbled, she omitted the words old man from her reply. "Lu Xiaoqiao, are you crazy? Come here, I just want to talk to you about a few things." Believing he truly had something important to discuss, Lu Xiaoqiao showed the message to Lin. Confirming that it was indeed from her uncle, who simply wanted her to come over for a chat, Lin moved aside, allowing Lu Xiaoqiao to open the door, reminding her, "Hurry up, I'm waiting for you." "Okay, I got it." Zhou Qijing's room was on the same floor, and as soon as Lu Xiaoqiao pushed the door open, she was immediately embraced, the door shutting behind them, before she could react. His lips covered hers, and he only released her when she could barely breathe. "What are you doing?" Lu Xiaoqiao pushed him away as Zhou Qijing whispered a single word in her ear, and it took her a moment to grasp his meaning, causing her to angrily kick him and then turn to flee. When she returned to Lin's room, she pondered whether her kick had been a bit too forceful. Before she could finalize her thoughts, she noticed Lin looking at her with a puzzled expression, then curiously asked, "Xiaoqiao, what happened to your mouth?" Chapter 71. Have you ever shared a kiss? Lu Xiaoqiao was momentarily taken aback by the question posed by Lin, but soon realized what she was inquiring about and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Feeling that this action might draw even more attention to her flustered state, she slowly lowered her hand, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her downcast eyes, and bashfully replied, "Oh, not really, let us hurry and sleep. I'm starting to feel a bit tired," though Lin found her response somewhat peculiar. She chose not to press further earlier. While Lu Xiaoqiao had gone to find Zhou Qijing, she had rummaged through the closet and discovered 2 sets of brand new lingerie and sleepwear that she had never worn. One set was promptly sent to Ouyang Ye, while the other was reserved for Lu Xiaoqiao. After they had finished their evening routines and were ready for bed, Lin snuggled closer to Lu Xiaoqiao, whispering softly in her ear, "Xiaoqiao, will you talk to me for a little while?" Startled by Lin's sudden voice, Lu Xiaoqiao couldn't help but think how peculiar this was. It was true that her niece shared the same penchant for whispering in people's ears. Turning over, Lu Xiaoqiao asked, "About what?" With a playful grin, Lin replied, "I want to hear about you and my uncle." She then blinked her eyes curiously and inquired, Xiao Xiao, when did you two start dating, who pursued whom first, how did it happen? Her curiosity was palpable. Lu Xiao Xiao felt a tinge of embarrassment at the thought of discussing her relationship with Zhou Qi Zhang. If it had been Jia Jie or Qi Nimo asking, she would have felt less pressure. However, with the added complexity of Zhou Qi Zhang being Lin's elder and a friend of hers, she couldn't help but feel shy. Well, it just kind of happened. We haven't been together for very long, she replied evasively. Lin, fully aware that it was likely her uncle who pursued Lu Xiaoqiao, was nonetheless eager for the juicy details. Hearing it directly from her friend was far more thrilling than merely speculating. So, when my uncle pursued you, you just agreed, didn't you consider it at all? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiao glanced at her. Are you suggesting that I shouldn't have agreed right away? Very well then, I'll tell him tomorrow that I need to think it over. Lin quickly wrapped her arms around her, exclaiming, No, if my uncle finds out, I'm done for. Lu Xiaoqiao pulled the cover over her head, chuckling softly, realizing that Lu Xiaoqiao was merely teasing her. Lin felt a sense of relief. They both lay down, with Lin's head resting against Lu Xiaoqiao's, sharing the same blanket. At that moment, they felt as if they were true sisters. Though such sentiments were best kept from their uncle, after a while, Lin spoke again. Xiao, I must say, when you got together with my uncle, I was a bit surprised at first, but honestly, I am really happy about it. I admire you so much. Lu Xiaoqiao, puzzled, asked, What do you admire about me? With a slight squint and a smile, Lin responded, I admire you for winning over my uncle. You have no idea, despite his cold demeanor, he has quite a way with women. Many in Hang City wish to marry their daughters to him, yet he pays them no mind, he only has eyes for you. Quite a way with women, Lu Xiaoqiao thought, feeling the weight of this information. Since being with Zhou Qi Zhang, he had never mentioned his past romantic experiences, nor had she inquired, what was so admirable about that? Liking someone is a universal experience. I merely happen to be the one he favors. Lin disagreed. It's not just that, there is also. She paused suddenly, prompting Lu Xiaoqiao to tilt her head and encourage her to continue. After a moment of contemplation, Lin summoned the courage to speak. It's also that I saw you push my uncle today, and he didn't even get angry. Lu Xiaoqiao. Xiao, may I ask you one more question? Seeing the inquisitive look on Lin's face, Lu Xiaoqiao wanted to refuse, but before she could voice her objection, Lin blurted out, Xiao, have you ever shared a kiss with my uncle? Lu Xiaoqiao felt her cheeks flush at the question, shyly burying her face in the covers, realizing that the room was dimly lit. With only a small nightlight illuminating the space, Lin couldn't see her very well, so she resumed her normal position. What kind of childish inquiries are you making? You must not ask such things. Lin cast a mournful glance at her. You're actually a few months younger than me. Come on, Xiao, please tell me, when your uncle kissed you, did he maintain a stern expression, or was he more of a gentleman? Lu Xiaoqiao could only shake her head, speechless. A gentleman, she wasn't sure about Zhou Qi Zhang's gentlemanly ways, but every time they kissed, she often felt the urge to smack him out of frustration. Hurry and sleep, or I'll tell your uncle. After a few playful threats, Lin finally quieted down. Before long, both girls were fast asleep. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi Zhang, having received an unceremonious kick from Lu Xiaoqiao, was still trying to comprehend what had just happened, only to find her slipping away from his embrace. He gazed at the spot where Lu Xiaoqiao had been, his eyes filled with warmth and affection, a wry smile curling at the corners of his lips. As the pain from the kick radiated through him, he looked down at his leg, noticing a faint blush on his calf, and chuckled softly to himself, muttering, Little wildcat. The following day, early in the morning, Zhou's father did not don his usual Tai Chi attire to head to the lakeside park, but instead wore regular clothes, indicating that he too was preparing to go out. Jia Qin, puzzled, asked, Where are you going? As he fastened his buttons, Zhou's father replied, What do you think I'm doing? I'm off to the lakeside park. Enough chit-chat, I must be on my way. Old Sun and Old Li are probably already there. Jia Qin, still curious about his unusual behavior, was taken aback when she saw him carrying the little dog brought by Lu Xiaoqiao. She hurriedly inquired, Hey, why are you taking the dog to the park? Zhou's father responded, I'm taking the dog out for a stroll. Don't worry about me, you all eat breakfast first. Aiello managed. Without looking back, he dashed out the door. Once outside, he hurriedly attached a leash to the dog, fearing that someone might chase after him if he took too long, leading the dog into the small park. Zhou's father peeked inside and saw that his old friends, with whom he usually practiced Tai Chi, were already gathered. He felt a wave of relief. As he climbed the steps, worried that the little dog might struggle, he bent down and picked it up. His friends, who had been wondering why Zhou's father was late, were surprised to see him approaching with a fluffy white puppy in his arms. Old Sun exclaimed, Oh, old Zhou, where did you get this little dog? His friends gathered around, abandoning their Tai Chi practice to admire the puppy. Another friend, surnamed Li, remarked, Didn't you used to dislike dogs? What made you start keeping one? Chapter 72. A get-out-of-jail-free card. Listening to the barrage of questions, Zhou's father gently stroked the puppy in his arms and replied warmly, How could I not like it? This little creature is simply adorable. After answering a few more questions, one of them asked, "Where did you get this little dog?" Finally getting the question he had been waiting for, Zhou's father puffed out his chest as if to declare a great victory. Smiling as he responded, "My son brought his girlfriend home for New Year's yesterday, and this little dog belongs to her. I thought I'd take it out for a bit of fresh air this morning." He emphasized the phrase "my son's girlfriend" with particular relish. Oldly, hearing this, expressed surprise. "Your Qi Zhang has a girlfriend? He brought her home?" Zhou's father, slightly annoyed by the implication, retorted, "What do you mean by that? My son is quite capable and talented. Surely he can find a wife." Oldly hastily clarified, "I didn't mean it that way. Didn't you say before that young people nowadays often choose not to marry? You said you wouldn't interfere with Qi Zhang's decisions, that you would respect their choices." "Nonsense, he should be worried. I'm the one who is anxious, fearing that by the time he is ready to settle down, I might not even see him marry or have children." From childhood through adulthood, Zhou Qi Zhang had never given him any cause for concern in terms of his studies or career. Everyone admired and envied him for having such an exceptional son, yet the matter of marriage was one where he found himself envious of others, having to utter such insincere words previously. "It was simply because my son had yet to meet someone he truly liked." Oldly pressed on, "So does he like this girl?" Before Zhou's father could respond, Old son interjected, "Isn't it obvious? If he has brought her home, he must like her. You should have seen her. She looks like a porcelain doll, a perfect match for Qi Zhang." Oldly added, "Really? Well, congratulations. We expect an invitation to the wedding." Zhou's father beamed with happiness, responding, "Rest assured, once they set a date, you'll be the first to know." In Lin Lin's bedroom, Lu Xiaoqiao awakened without the aid of an alarm clock. After calling out to Lin Lin for some time without a response, she decided to wash up and tidy herself before heading downstairs. As she descended the staircase, she encountered Zhou Qi Zhang returning from his morning exercise. This was the first time she had seen him wearing anything other than business attire, clad in a black t-shirt and gray athletic pants. He appeared much more relaxed and dynamic than his usual stern self. Liu Xiaoqiao's gaze was drawn to his face, where strands of hair were slightly damp with sweat, indicating he had been working out for quite some time. Yet even in this state, he exhibited no signs of fatigue. "Up early, why don't you sleep in a bit longer?" Zhou Qi Zhang asked her. Liu Xiaoqiao responded with a look that seemed to question whether he was genuinely unaware or simply pretending not to know. Upon observing his expression, it became evident to Lu Xiaoqiao that he belonged to the former category. She could only helplessly voice, "How could one possibly stay at their boyfriend's house for the first time and sleep until the sun shines on their backside?" Zhou Qi Zhang, unfazed, remarked, "What is wrong with that? You can sleep as late as you wish." No one would dare to comment. Liu Xiaoqiao countered, "That simply won't do. Alright, I shall head downstairs now. You should hurry and freshen up." Zhou Qi Zhang acknowledged with a sound and turned to ascend the stairs. As Lu Xiaoqiao descended the staircase, she spotted Ouyang Yu seated on the living room sofa, engaged in conversation with Jia Yaqin. Noticing her approach, Jia Yaqin eagerly gestured for her to join them. After a brief chat, Jia Yaqin commented, "Look at you two young ones, waking up so early just like us old folks. Next time you come, feel free to sleep in as long as you please. What young person doesn't enjoy a good lie-in? Don't feel shy, treat this place as your own home." Lu Xiaoqiao exchanged a knowing smile with Ouyang Yu but refrained from responding. At that moment, Lin Ziyang descended from upstairs, still clad in his pajamas, with sleepy eyes as he slumped onto the sofa. Leaning against Ouyang Yu, he lazily remarked, "Indeed, Grandma, you're right. What young person doesn't enjoy a good sleep-in? Except for my eccentric uncle, who religiously rises to exercise regardless of the day, be it ordinary or festive. Though I suppose he doesn't quite fit into our youthful category." After finishing his statement, Lin Ziyang yawned, and before he could close his mouth, a deep voice emerged from behind, "And pray tell, which category do I belong to?" Startled, Lin Ziyang turned to see Zhou Qi Zhang, impeccably dressed, standing behind him. The remnants of his drowsiness vanished in an instant. His uncle? How could he have forgotten that his uncle stayed over last night? Lin Ziyang suddenly recalled what Lin Lin had said to him the day before, and he had laughed at it then, yet, less than a day later, the situation had come around to him. The same awkwardness, the same astonishment, the same elusive. "Uncle, has the business proposal for Gangcheng been completed?" Zhou Qi Zhang inquired coldly. Lin Ziyang. Ouyang Yu looked at Lin Ziyang with a mix of resentment. Blaming him for his incessant chatter, which had now landed him in hot water, Lu Xiaoqiao tugged at Zhou Qi Zhang's sleeve, saying, "Sister Yu, you just mentioned taking me to Haichang. Are you coming?" Zhou Qi Zhang slightly tilted his head and gently asked, "Do you wish to go?" Lu Xiaoqiao nodded. "Alright, then we shall go." Lin Ziyang, relieved that his vacation was saved, shot Lu Xiaoqiao a grateful smile. Lin Lin was right, Xiaoqiao would be their talisman. "I'll go change first," Lin Ziyang said, pulling Ouyang Yu upstairs with him. "What about Tuanzi? By the way, where's Tuanzi? Auntie, have you seen Tuanzi?" Lu Xiaoqiao inquired, realizing she had just remembered Tuanzi. Jia Yaqin chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, he is safe. Your uncle took him out for a walk. You all go enjoy yourselves. Tuanzi will be well taken care of here." Lu Xiaoqiao smiled in response. Thank you, Auntie. I'll go wake Lin Lin, and after breakfast, we'll head out. Good, hurry along, Jia Yuqin said, and after Lu Xiaoqiao ascended the stairs, she turned to Zhou Qizhang and cautiously remarked. Qizhang, your father and I have prepared a small welcome gift for Xiaoqiao. Should we give it to her now or wait until you return to pick up Tuanzi? Zhou Qizhang glanced at her. Let us give it to her now. We may not return tonight. Jia Yuqin was pleasantly surprised by Zhou Qizhang's unexpectedly gentle response, her eyes glistening with joy. Alright, I'll fetch it for her shortly. Lu Lin was awakened by Lu Xiaoqiao's call. By the time she tidied herself and came downstairs, everyone was already seated at the dining table waiting for her, feeling a bit embarrassed. She hurried to find a seat. Once Lu Lin sat down, Jia Yuqin asked, Weren't you in bed quite early last night? Why do you still look so sleepy? Lu Lin yawned and replied. I had a dream where I was taking care of children all night. It wore me out. Lu Xiaoqiao accepted the soy milk that Zhou Qizhang offered her and then queried. Taking care of children? Whose children? Yours, Lu Lin exclaimed. You and my uncle had 3, they were chasing after me, calling me sister. Chapter 73, the housekeeper. Lu Lin's words left Lu Xiaoqiao utterly astonished, nearly causing her to spit out the soy milk she had just sipped. Setting the cup down, she shot an incredulous glare at Lu Lin. Lu Lin, appearing innocent, replied, What's the big deal? It was just a dream. Not reality. Jia Yuqin, aware that Lu Xiaoqiao was feeling embarrassed, playfully smacked Lu Lin's arm, scolding, Oh dear, why do you always talk nonsense, claiming there are 3 or 2 children? I'm not talking nonsense. 3 children might be a bit much, but your uncle is wealthy, he can certainly afford to raise them, Lu Lin retorted, casting a glance towards Zhou Qizhang, who remained silent, seemingly pleased with her words, which only reinforced her belief that she was correct. Jia Yuqin noticed Lu Xiaoqiao's face growing increasingly flushed and discreetly pinched Lu Lin to silence her. Once the meal concluded, Zhou Fu entered, beaming with joy as he carried Tuanzi. Lin Ziyang, surprised, asked, Grandpa, you didn't even eat breakfast this early. Where did you take Tuanzi? Zhou Fu bent down to place Tuanzi on the floor. Detaching the leash, I took him for a stroll to introduce him to my old friends. After today, everyone will know that Zhou Tianming's son has a girlfriend. The moment Tuanzi was free, he dashed towards Lu Xiaoqiao, raising his front paw in a plea for a hug, only to be scooped up by Zhou Qizhang and handed to Lu Xiaoqiao. Lin Ziyang, observing from the side, couldn't he help but scoff, noting how his uncle seemed reluctant to bend down for his girlfriend but was quick to pamper the poor working man. Lu Xiaoqiao played with Tuanzi for a while before Jia Yuqin called her to the study upstairs. When Jia Yuqin presented her with a brocade box and an extraordinarily thick red envelope, Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback. She had heard that upon visiting a boyfriend's home for the first time, if the parents approved of their relationship, they would prepare a gift or a red envelope. However, this envelope was exceptionally thick and she estimated there were several W inside. The jade bracelet, with its smooth and delicate texture, hinted at a price that must be quite substantial. Even to her untrained eye, momentarily hesitant, she looked up at Zhou Qizhang and Zhou Fu, noticing her hesitation, chuckled, It's for you. Stop looking at him and take it. Although you visited a few times, this time you're officially here as Qizhang's girlfriend, so accept it. Jia Yuqin chimed in, You also received one during her first visit. So Xiaoqiao, please accept it quickly. Seeing Zhou Qizhang nod slightly, Lu Xiaoqiao reached out to accept it. Thank you, Auntie, thank you, Uncle. After receiving the gifts and exiting the study, Lu Xiaoqiao turned around and handed the items back to Zhou Qizhang, requesting him to keep them safe. Why leave them with me? The money is for you to spend, and the bracelet is for you to wear, Zhou Qizhang replied, taking the bracelet out of the brocade box and helping her put it on. It is too expensive, I'm afraid I might damage it. This jade bracelet isn't like the one you gave me. It's not easily breakable. After speaking, Lu Xiaoqiao raised her wrist adorned with the butterfly bracelet for him to see. Zhou Qizhang, upon hearing her words, felt a hint of delight in his voice. You like the one I gave you? Lu Xiaoqiao nodded. Yes, I do. That I'll buy a few more for you to switch around. Ah, no need, don't buy any more. This one is sufficient. By the way, do you have a driver's license? If not, make time to get one. This Lu Xiaoqiao felt a bit shy. I do. But I'm afraid to drive. Zhou Qizhang furrowed his brow slightly. What's the issue? After we return from Haichang, I'll teach you. You can drive the car I gifted you. Let us discuss it later. That car is too conspicuous. I wouldn't be able to drive it out anyway. Zhou Qizhang understood that she had yet to fully accept the car and did not wish to pressure her further. Then take the car keys. You can drive whenever you feel like it. Alright, Lu Xiaoqiao finally agreed. By 10 in the morning, the group boarded a business vehicle en route to the ferry terminal in Haichang. Lu Xiaoqiao felt a flutter of excitement. This would be her first time at sea. Although she had grown up by the coast, she had never been on a boat, let alone a luxurious private yacht of this magnitude. The yacht belonged to a friend of Zhou Qizhang's, who had arranged a lavish top-tier cabin for them since he knew they were coming with family and friends. Upon entering, they were greeted by a massive panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, offering a breathtaking view of the horizon where the azure sky met the cerulean sea. Sunlight poured into the cabin unabashedly, wrapping everyone in its warm embrace. Lu Xiaoqiao opened the cabin door and stepped onto the outdoor viewing deck, inhaling deeply as the sea breeze enveloped her, instantly making her feel much lighter. Zhou Qizhang followed her outside, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Do you like it? Lu Xiaoqiao nodded. Yes, I've never been on a boat before. Zhou Qizhang brushed his cheek against hers. If you like it, I'll buy one for you. Lu Xiaoqiao turned to look at him. Do you think buying a yacht is as easy as buying cabbage? Always talking about buying this and that. Having money doesn't mean you should spend it so frivolously. Zhou Qizhang chuckled, planting a quick kiss on her lips. Understood, housekeeper. Lu Xiaoqiao nudged him playfully with her elbow. Be careful, others can see us. Zhou Qizhang, suppressing his laughter, said, Is that so? Then shall we find a more private spot? The conversation grew increasingly flirtatious, and it seemed that the light kick she had given him yesterday might not have been sufficient. Zhou Qizhang, upon hearing this, planted another kiss on her cheek. Who said that? It still hurts even now. Deservedly so. Who instructed you to utter such words? Outside, the two were engrossed in their affection, while the three inside dared not disturb them. Lin Ziang clicked his tongue and whispered to Ouyang Ye, I never realized my uncle had this side to him. Lin observed her friend, feeling a pang of discontent that her most dreaded uncle was embracing her companion. Humph. How utterly dull. Ouyang Ye assumed Lin wished to join the fun and turned to say, Isn't this delightful? Watching your uncle in love is far better than gazing at the sea. And with this luxurious cabin, without your uncle around, you'd only be left to explore the pedestrian street with me. After some time, the two outside finally returned inside. As Zhou Qizhang boarded the yacht, several individuals approached him for a chat. Encountering Zhou Qizhang during his personal time felt like winning the lottery. The last person to approach him, under the pretense of knowing a family elder, left Zhou Qizhang with no choice but to agree to meet later. Once that person departed, Zhou Qizhang instructed Lin Ziang, Keep an eye on them, don't wander off. Lin Ziang nodded, assuring, Understood, uncle, you can rest easy. Once Zhou Qizhang left, the remaining individuals called the kitchen for some refreshments. After dining, the yacht had just anchored on the sea. Lin Ziang remarked that the weather was splendid for fishing, and everyone concurred, prompting the staff to prepare fishing equipment as they moved to the lower deck. During the somewhat tedious wait for a bite, Lu Xiaoqiao glanced at the sea and was delighted to spot dolphins leaping from the water. She excitedly urged Lin beside her to look. Lin, seemingly unimpressed, replied, What is so fascinating about that? I've seen it several times already. Lu Xiaoqiao, astonished, asked, You've seen it multiple times? Yes, 2 or 3 times. Lu Xiaoqiao, with a hint of envy, said, I've only seen them on TV. This is my first real encounter. Oh no, they've swum away. I'm going to see them. As Lu Xiaoqiao headed towards the back, Lin Ziang quickly cautioned, Be careful, if anything happens to you, my life won't have a sequel. Lu Xiaoqiao laughed and reassured him, Don't worry, I'm an adult. Chapter 74. The savior. Lu Xiaoqiao chased the dolphins to the deck at the rear of the yacht. Watching the dolphins leap from the water brought her joy akin to that of a child. Suddenly, she turned to the person who had spoken earlier, staring for a moment in silence. Why are you so quiet? Lu Xiaoqiao snapped back to reality. I apologize, Mr. Tang. I didn't recognize you at first. Your hair. At the mention of his hair, Tang Xian cleared his throat awkwardly and touched his recently dyed hair. Is my hair not good enough? Doesn't it look nice? It looks perfectly fine indeed. It looks quite normal now. Tang Xian inquired. What brings you here? Lu Xiaoqiao candidly replied. I came with my boyfriend. Upon hearing her mention Zhou Qizhang, Tang Xian inwardly cursed him for being ungrateful. After merely sharing a coffee with Lu Xiaoqiao the following day, the man from Haichang had called Tang Ci, resulting in Tang Xian being grounded for an entire week, and he was a president. No less, merely a tattletale. So you came with him. Where is he? Someone sought him out. He went to handle something. Tang Xian scoffed, taking you out for fun and then leaving you behind? Is that what you call fun? 3 days off and he is busy for 2.5. Lu Xiaoqiao felt awkward at his complaints, as if Zhou Qizhang were her boyfriend, not wanting to hear any more disparaging remarks about him. She changed the subject. Mr. Tang, what brings you here? I'm merely here to enjoy the spectacle. Tang Yao's failed engagement with the Zhou family made it clear that she could no longer rely on Zhou Qizhang. Now she was searching for a backup. This backup was merely that, a backup akin to a farce. In his quest to regain control of the company, Tang Jianhua was even willing to align with the Chen family's misfortune, offering his daughter to a spendthrift. Lu Xiaoqiao didn't quite grasp his words but had no intention of probing further. Are you returning to Hangzhou today? Tang Xian asked idly. Lu Xiaoqiao, wishing to avoid any further conversation, especially one that might provoke Zhou Qizhang's jealousy, replied, I'll follow my boyfriend's lead. Hearing her response, Tang Xian's expression dimmed. He felt a twinge of discomfort, questioning Zhou Qizhang's merits, not wanting to linger any longer. He said, You can take your time to observe, and turned to leave. Once inside the cabin, he sat alone by the window, brooding over a drink, from where he could see Lu Xiaoqiao's position. At that moment, Tang Yao and Shen Liang, the Chen family's spendthrift, were headed toward the rear of the yacht. Tang Xian, recalling Lu Xiaoqiao's previous conflict with Tang Yao, worried she might be in trouble and considered intervening. However, he quickly thought better of it. her sharp tongue could easily provoke Tang Yao into tears once more. His sister had strictly forbidden him from approaching Lu Xiaoqiao, and each encounter had grown increasingly cold. Undoubtedly a result of Zhou Qixing's influence. Brother, why are you drinking again? Li Bing entered and sat beside Tang Qian. Tang Qian lazily replied, if I feel like drinking, then I shall. Li Bing suddenly leaned closer, whispering, didn't you say you wanted to see some excitement? It seems the two families have just reached a decision. Tang Yao's face turned green with anger. She stormed out, and Shen Liang followed her. Tang Chen glanced at him nonchalantly. I noticed. Li Bing asked, where did you see that? Right over there. He gestured casually towards the rear of the boat. Where is everyone? Are you sure you weren't mistaken? Tang Chen, with growing impatience, snapped, are you blind? They were just standing there. The deck was now empty, with not a soul in sight. They had all vanished. Liu Xiaoqiao was nowhere to be found. Tang Qian's mind raced as he thought of Tang Yao and the reckless Chen Liang. Realizing something was amiss, he suddenly bolted towards the back of the yacht. Brother, what's wrong? Li Bing shouted after him. Before Li Bing could catch up, Tang Qian leaped into the sea. Brother, Li Bing's voice was laced with panic. Help, help! With his cries, the yacht's lifeguards rushed to the scene. Quick, save my brother, he can't swim, Li Bing cried, urging the crew to rescue Tang Qian. When Tang Qian was finally brought back aboard, he appeared disoriented, yet kept murmuring Lu Xiaoqiao, save Lu Xiaoqiao. Li Bing was momentarily stunned. Lu Xiaoqiao, she's standing right there. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqiao looked at Tang Qian, just rescued from the sea, puzzled as to how he had jumped in so suddenly after their earlier conversation. Yet, when he repeatedly called out for her, she was left in shock. Zhou Qixing, realizing the urgency of the situation, quickly utilized his connections to arrange a private plane to the hospital, while waiting for the medical personnel. He crouched down, casting a complex gaze at the unconscious Tang Qian lying on the deck. Moments earlier, he had seen Lu Xiaoqiao standing at the rear of the yacht, alongside Chen Liang and Tang Yao. Aware that the two families were discussing an engagement, he had said nothing, merely walked over and took Lu Xiaoqiao away amidst the apprehensive stares of the others. Then, the earlier chaos had ensued. Did Tang Qian mistakenly believe Lu Xiaoqiao had fallen into the sea, and knowing full well he couldn't swim, he had recklessly jumped in to save her? Zhou Qixing's eyes darkened, filled with grave concern. After Tang Qian was taken away by the plane, the yacht began its return journey. Zhou Qixing, recognizing the unique circumstances surrounding Tang Qian, pondered briefly before making a phone call. By the time Zhou Qixing and the others disembarked from the yacht, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Returning to Hangzhou today was impossible, especially with a savior lying in the hospital. Although they hadn't managed to save anyone, Tang Qian had risked his own life to jump in. After booking several hotel rooms, Zhou Qixing initially intended to reserve 4, but the front desk informed him only 3 were available. Lin Ziang and Ouyang Ye discreetly chose one room together, although they hadn't officially cohabited. They had been together for some time. After visiting the boyfriend's family on New Year's, it was inappropriate for them to share a room. Zhou Qixing paid no mind to their arrangement. While he was an elder, he never interfered in the romantic affairs of the younger generation. Considering his own situation far from resolved, this left 2 remaining rooms, one for Lin Lin and Lu Xiaoqiao, the other for Zhou Qixing himself. As Lin Ziang and Ouyang Ye ascended the stairs with their room keys, the remaining trio exchanged glances. Zhou Qixing, noticing Lin Lin hadn't moved, expressed his displeasure. Why aren't you leaving yet? I've already given you the room key. Lin Lin glanced at Lu Xiaoqiao before returning her gaze to Zhou Qixing, defiantly stating, I'm waiting for Xiaoqiao. Chapter 75, Grudges. Zhou Qixing replied blandly, we're going to the hospital. Are you coming along? Lin Lin was taken aback, realizing they intended to visit the patient. Oh, well, you all go ahead. She then turned to Lu Xiaoqiao, advising, don't stay out too late. Come back early. I'll be waiting for you. Zhou Qixing. The two purchased a fruit basket and a bouquet of flowers from a nearby supermarket. Zhou Qixing carried both items, and when Lu Xiaoqiao offered to help, he declined. It's nothing. It's not heavy, I can manage. I'll carry one for you. That fruit basket looks quite heavy, and the flowers are obstructing your view. Seeing Lu Xiaoqiao's unwavering determination, Zhou Qixing handed her the slightly lighter bouquet of flowers. Upon entering the hospital, as the two found the ward and were about to step inside, Zhou Qixing took the flowers back. In his heart, he mused that apart from himself and his future father-in-law, no other man had been born who could demand flowers from his girlfriend. At that moment, within the upscale hospital ward, Li Bing paced anxiously before Tang Qian's hospital bed, her hair disheveled, knowing he was currently unable to rise or strike back, yet his words had taken on a firmer tone than before. Brother, what were you thinking? That's the sea. Do you think it's a small river? Jumping in recklessly could cost you your life. Wait a bit. Once sister arrives, she will definitely scold me for not keeping an eye on you. You can't swim, yet you jumped in for her. That's Zhou Qixing's woman. Do you think it's your place to risk your life to save her? Brother, you seem a bit off. This isn't the same as your initial intentions to get close to her. Don't tell me you're serious about this. That's unacceptable. It had turned out well. He intended to deal with Zhou Qixing. But instead, he had put himself at risk. Tang Qian ignored his incessant lamentations, keeping his eyes closed as he pondered. Just as Li Bing was about to say something more, a knock on the door interrupted. Upon opening the ward door, she saw Zhou Qijing and Lu Xiaoqiao and quickly ushered them in, relieved that she had managed to stop herself in time. Liu Xiaoqiao looked at Tang Qian lying in the hospital bed. His complexion resembling that of a corpse, pale with a hint of ashen blue, his lips devoid of color, a stark contrast to his previous flamboyant self. The thought that this was all due to his attempt to save her surged a wave of profound guilt and self-reproach within her. "Mr. Tang, are you feeling any better? I truly appreciate your willingness to take such a significant risk for me." Tang Qian, lying on the bed, weakly regarded the two standing beside him. The man was elegant and handsome, while the woman was clever and charming. Though they were mismatched in every aspect, their presence together was surprisingly harmonious. Tang Qian turned his head away, unwilling to look further, and merely replied, "As long as you're fine." Seeing his words fewer than usual, Lu Xiaoqiao speculated that it was due to his discomfort, prompting her to consider leaving quickly to allow him more rest. "Mr. Tang, these are flowers for you, along with some fruit. Wishing you a swift recovery." "What? You just arrived and are already leaving? How infuriating. I'm lying here for her sake. Can't you stay a little longer?" Li Bing noticed his sickly demeanor and felt a twinge of pity. Understanding Tang Qian's thoughts, she steeled herself and approached Zhou Qijing with a forced smile, then turned to Lu Xiaoqiao, saying, "Miss Lu, why don't you stay a bit longer? My brother is like this because of you." Before Lu Xiaoqiao could respond, Zhou Qijing spoke first, his tone calm and measured. "We have other matters to attend to, so we won't disturb the patient's rest any longer. Of course, I will take full responsibility for Mr. Tang's medical expenses during these days." At that moment, Tang Qian, who had remained silent until now, scoffed. "Do you think I care for your little medical fees?" Zhou Qijing smiled lightly, raising his cold, deep-set eyes to fixate upon Tang Qian, exuding an air of authority as his voice remained steady. "What you care about is not my concern. However, you'd best refrain from coveting what does not belong to you, especially when it comes to people." Tang Qian laughed dismissively. "Why is Mr. Zhou so agitated?" Lu Xiaoqiao sensed the atmosphere shift to a tense state and, momentarily confused, tugged at Zhou Qijing's sleeve, offering a brief farewell to Tang Qian before exiting the ward. Upon stepping out of the elevator, they encountered two men. One was clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding a calm and wise air, appearing to be in his 50s, while the other, slightly older, wore business attire. The latter paused momentarily when brushing past Zhou Qijing. Zhou Qijing was taken aback, surprised by their swift arrival. "Uncle Shinda." He then nodded at the man in the Zhongshan suit. "Mayor Lu." Lu Dongyi nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for today, Mr. Zhou." After speaking, he appraised the girl standing beside Zhou Qijing, presumably the one Tang Ci had mentioned. Zhou Qijing smiled. "You are too polite, Qijing." "Who is this?" Uncle Shin inquired, regarding Lu Xiaoqiao with curiosity. Zhou Qijing smiled as he took Lu Xiaoqiao's hand, introducing her. "Lu Xiaoqiao, my girlfriend." Uncle Shin expressed surprise, looking enviously at the radiant couple before him, reflecting on his own son Shinyi's recent broken engagement. Letting out a quiet sigh before cheerfully addressing Zhou Qijing. "Good, then Uncle Shin will be waiting to celebrate your wedding." Zhou Qijing agreed with a smile. After a few polite exchanges, they bid farewell and departed. On the way, Lu Xiaoqiao tilted her head to observe the man beside her. Zhou Qijing, feeling her gaze, smiled helplessly and said, "What do you wish to ask?" "Go ahead." Lu Xiaoqiao pondered for a moment before inquiring about a question that had long piqued her curiosity. "What exactly is the enmity between you and Mr. Tang?" Zhou Qijing halted his steps, fixing his gaze upon her, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. "I must warn you, you can't be upset with what I'm about to say." Lu Xiaoqiao looked at him, exasperated. "If you don't speak, I will be upset." "Just tell me." Zhou Qijing sighed softly. "He has an older sister. His father once sought to arrange a marriage between us, which I declined." "His sister likes you? And you refused, which then hurt her feelings?" Zhou Qijing did not respond, which served as an affirmation. "But wait, he claimed to be abandoned. How can he have a sister?" Zhou Qijing furrowed his brow. "Did he say that to you?" Lu Xiaoqiao nodded in agreement. "The man who just left, Mayor Lu, is his father. As I understand, when his father was still working at the grassroots level, he was often away on business, and eventually, the couple divorced due to waning affection. Not long after the divorce, his mother discovered she was pregnant, but she later passed away. As for how he ended up in the Tang family, I am not clear. Oh, that does sound quite pitiable." Zhou Qijing glanced at her, jealousy evident in his eyes. Lu Xiaoqiao, "Do you think it's appropriate to express sympathy for another man in front of me?" Lu Xiaoqiao hurriedly clarified, "I meant he never experienced parental love as a child. His previous behavior clearly indicated a desire for attention. The Tang family has never mistreated him. They even plan to pass on company inheritance to him." Enough about him. After leaving the hospital, Zhou Qijing called the others still at the hotel to learn they had finished their meal. "What do you want to eat? Let us grab something." Lu Xiaoqiao contemplated for a moment before responding, "Just something to fill my stomach will suffice. After we eat, let us buy some rice. By the way, can the room you booked cook porridge? Tomorrow, I want to bring some to Mr. Tang before returning to Hangzhou." After a brief silence from him, Lu Xiaoqiao looked up at him. "What is the matter?" Chapter 76, I'll give you a massage. As Lu Xiaoqiao looked up at Zhou Qijing, he concealed his emotions, saying, "It's nothing, actually, we could just find a nicer restaurant, order something, and take it to him. There is no need to go through all this trouble and make you cook yourself." The sentiment differs. Bringing him porridge will ease my guilt, otherwise I always feel like I owe him something. Zhou Qijing understood this all too well, but he felt a pang of jealousy, unable to bring himself to be magnanimous. He had previously dismissed the coincidences as Tang Chen deliberately seeking revenge against him. But this time was different. Just imagine, who would feel secure letting his girlfriend deliver food to someone willing to risk their life for her, if Lu Xiaoqiao had truly fallen into the sea today and he wasn't there by her side. And then someone appeared willing to risk their life to save her, he would feel immensely grateful afterward, regardless of the cost. Realizing his own pettiness, he took Lu Xiaoqiao's hand, deciding to accompany her in purchasing ingredients for their benefactor. Upon returning to the hotel, he noticed Lu Xiaoqiao ignoring him as she busied herself in the kitchen preparing ingredients for the next day, which rekindled his discomfort. "Are you really going to cook porridge for him tomorrow?" Lu Xiaoqiao replied with a smile, "Of course, I've brought back the ingredients. Am I joking?" Seeing Lu Xiaoqiao focus solely on her kitchen tasks without even glancing at him made him irritable. And he leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes, his right arm resting on his forehead. When Lu Xiaoqiao emerged from the kitchen, she noticed him like this and asked if he was too tired. To her surprise, he replied, "I have a headache." "How come you have a headache? Is it serious? Have you had this before?" Her tone, filled with concern, made Zhou Qijing feel he had overstepped. "It's nothing, I just overthought things." "Oh, then let me give you a massage." Zhou Qijing was momentarily taken aback. This was quite a pleasant surprise. He pressed down the corners of his mouth that threatened to lift with a smile and responded nonchalantly, "Alright, wait for me to wash my hands first." While Lu Xiaoqiao washed her hands, Zhou Qijing straightened up, taking a deep breath to relax his body further before casually leaning back on the sofa again. "I am done washing, come on." Lu Xiaoqiao stood behind him, placing her fingers on his temples, gently applying pressure as she asked, "Is this pressure okay?" Zhou Qijing felt a tightness in his throat, nearly responding with a sound of agreement. As Lu Xiaoqiao continued, a smile crept onto her face. Before they were together, she could never have imagined that one day Zhou Qijing's head would be in her hands like this. In truth, she could discern today that Zhou Qijing was somewhat jealous. She did not wish for her boyfriend to feel neglected due to the presence of others. With this thought in mind, she dedicated herself even more to the massage. Lu Xiaoqiao's technique was exceptional, and Zhou Qijing soon felt drowsy. "Let me massage your shoulders and neck," she suggested. "Sit up a bit." Lu Xiaoqiao gently patted his shoulder. Zhou Qijing shook his head slightly to awaken his sleepy mind, then immediately sat up straight, awaiting Lu Xiaoqiao's ministrations. As Lu Xiaoqiao placed her hands upon his shoulders and began to massage. It wasn't long before she felt her hands straining. His years of fitness had clearly paid off. His broad shoulders and solid muscles made each press feel as though she were pushing against stone. "You have such stiff shoulders, I can't apply any pressure, my hands are aching." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qijing stiffened momentarily, his throat bobbing slightly. He reached out, pulling Lu Xiaoqiao onto his lap, taking her hand and saying, "Let me massage you." After a while, he even brought her hand to his lips and kissed it, asking, "Still sore?" Lu Xiaoqiao chuckled, shaking her head as she withdrew her hand. "What time is it? Lin is waiting for me." "I have to go." Zhou Qijing lowered his gaze in silence, letting out a quiet sigh. "I have to go on a business trip the day after tomorrow." Lu Xiaoqiao feigned ignorance. "Oh, that's fine. You go ahead, don't worry about me." Zhou Qijing couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. "So you wish for me to leave?" Lu Xiaoqiao teased. "I never said that. If your response is unsatisfactory, I shall punish you." "How do you intend to punish me?" Zhou Qijing pressed her back against the sofa, his deep gaze fixed upon her, filled with intense affection. The girl's cheeks flushed. Despite her evident shyness, she fluttered her long lashes and met his gaze. The thought of others who might wish to covet and spy on his girl filled him with an uncontrollable anger. She belonged to him, and only him. He leaned down to cover her lips with his, kissing her deeply, entwining their bodies. Lu Xiaoqiao found herself trapped on the sofa, her hands held above her head, unable to move. Zhou Qijing's kisses were tender, and encouraged by him, Lu Xiaoqiao began to respond slowly. However, gradually she sensed something was amiss. Startled, Lu Xiaoqiao pushed him away, her face flushed as she exclaimed, Lin is still waiting for me." Zhou Qijing, momentarily dazed by the push, remained in a state of emotional disarray. Staring blankly at her, after a while, he pulled her close again, whispering in her ear, "Will you sleep here tonight?" "No," Lu Xiaoqiao replied decisively. "What if I don't touch you? Can we simply cover ourselves with a blanket and chat?" She cast a glance at him and quickly turned away. "Who would believe you?" Zhou Qijing sighed. "Then wait here for a moment. I will drive you back later." With that, he stood and walked towards the bathroom. "What are you going to do?" Lu Xiaoqiao called after him. Without pausing, he continued forward. "What do you think? I need to cool off." Lu Xiaoqiao lowered her head and ceased to speak. By the time Zhou Qijing returned, nearly 11 o'clock had passed. Since their designated rooms were on different floors, he led her to the elevator. Inside, the elevator was empty, and Lu Xiaoqiao maintained her distance from him, as if he were capable of devouring her. Aware that her defenses against him had reached their peak, Zhou Qijing couldn't help but murmur, if I cool off a few more times, I might just become completely calm. Lu Xiaoxiao, hearing his self-pitying remark, recalled the hand that had ventured under her clothing the previous night, muttering softly, that's not my fault. Zhou Qijing chuckled lightly, responding leisurely, how is it not your fault? It all stems from you. Lu Xiaoxiao chose to ignore him. Thinking the dignified CEO, and yet so unreasonable, upon reaching the guest room, Lin Lin opened the door upon hearing the knock. Seeing her friend standing there, she exclaimed with relief, Xiaoxiao, why did you return so late? I was worried sick. Zhou Qijing, still lingering at the door, furrowed his brow. What do you have to worry about when you're with me? The next morning Lu Xiaoxiao awoke to wash up, and as she stood before the mirror, she inadvertently noticed marks on her neck. At first, she thought she had been bitten by an insect, but then, the vivid memory of Zhou Qijing nibbling and kissing her neck from the previous night flooded her mind. Her face immediately grew warm, and she cursed the man for intentionally leaving marks to prevent her from encountering others. Meanwhile, Lin Lin, dressed and turning around, spotted Lu Xiaoxiao and froze momentarily, observing her with the collar of her jacket fully zipped up to the top. Even though it was not sunny and the temperature was higher than the previous day, curiously she asked, Xiaoxiao, why is your zipper pulled so high? Aren't you hot? Lu Xiaoxiao awkwardly licked her lips, thinking, how could I not be hot? I'm practically steaming. She had no choice. If anyone saw the marks on her neck, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Lin Lin, innocent enough to be deceived, would not be a problem, but it would be a different story with the other couple who were still in the throes of romance. I'm not hot. In fact, I'm cold. Lu Xiaoxiao lied to herself. Cold? Are you sure you don't have a fever? Lin Lin said as she placed her hand on Lu Xiaoxiao's forehead to check her temperature. After a moment, she added, it feels fine. Should I call my uncle to bring you a thicker coat? Lu Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head, insisting, no need for that, this is fine. The group decided against having breakfast at the hotel and instead visited a trendy restaurant recommended by Lin Lin after their meal. Lin Lin asked Lu Xiaoxiao, are you still going to the hospital later? Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head, not anymore. Zhou Qijing raised an eyebrow at this, casually inquiring, why not? Lu Xiaoxiao shot him a glare. What do you think, isn't this exactly what you wanted? Lin Xiang perked up, intent on eavesdropping on their exchange, as Yang Yaya had bet him that the remaining 2 rooms would only be occupied by his uncle, who would be left alone. Lin Xiang found this hard to believe. His uncle, in his 30s, finally had a girlfriend in such a golden opportunity. Surely he wouldn't let it slip away so easily. Listening to their dialogue, Lin Xiang sensed there was more at play than he realized. He never expected Lu Xiaoxiao to challenge his uncle so boldly. Leaning forward slightly, he hoped to glean more juicy details. However, when he anticipated Zhou Qijing's response, he merely picked up his American coffee, took a sip, set the cup down, and chose to remain silent. This really got the end? Why isn't he saying anything? I am still waiting to hear more. After finishing their breakfast and meandering for a bit, the group returned to Hangzhou. Lu Xiaoxiao picked up Tuanzi from her family home, and Zhou Qijing drove her back. Upon arriving downstairs, just as she was about to exit the car, Zhou Qijing abruptly pulled her back. Are you still upset? With one arm cradling Tuanzi and the other unzipping her jacket, revealing her neck, she exclaimed, look, how am I supposed to go to work tomorrow? Zhou Qijing lowered his gaze to her fair neck, where the once smooth skin was now marred by several red marks, remnants of his impassioned moments from the night before. As he gazed upon her, his eyes deepened with a mix of complex emotions, including guilt intermingled with a sense of inexplicable satisfaction. Zhou Qijing wished the marks were even more pronounced, broader in size, but he dared only to confine such thoughts to the depths of his heart. He steadied his breath and feigned calmness, saying, it's nothing, it will fade in a few days. He then gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, all right, don't be upset. When I return from my business trip, I'll take you out for barbecue. After a prolonged effort to soothe her, he finally managed to coax her up the stairs. As Lu Xiaoxiao ascended, she happened to encounter Zhao Zhizhi descending from above. Oh, my dear sister-in-law has returned. Lu Xiaoxiao looked up at Zhao Zhizhi. When did you all come back? I thought you wouldn't be home until late. Yes, we were worried about traffic on the highway, so we returned early. Are you heading home now? Zhao Zhizhi smiled. Of course, where else would I go? Sister Jiao would surely kick me out. Lu Xiaoxiao replied cheerfully. Perfect, Zhou Qijing is downstairs, he can give you a ride. Zhao Zhizhi, upon hearing this, thought she must have misheard. What did you say? Let Zhou Zong drive me. She pointed at herself, rolling her eyes. Do you think I'm also called Lu Xiaoxiao? What is the difference? It's convenient for him to drive. Just wait a moment, I'll make a call. Hey, sister-in-law, don't do this to me. I wouldn't dare ride with him, don't call. But Zhao Zhizhi couldn't stop her as Lu Xiaoxiao had already dialed the number. Hello, are you still downstairs? After Lu Xiaoxiao hung up, she looked at Zhao Zhizhi. You can go down now. Yes, right downstairs. I'll head up first. Zhao Zhizhi, watching her skip away, felt a headache coming on. Was Zhou Qijing's car something anyone could just hop into? When Zhao Zhizhi reached the ground floor, he saw the black Bentley parked at the entrance. He hurried over and greeted the driver. Hello Zhou Zong. Zhou Qijing nodded and smiled. Hello, get in. Zhao Zhizhi was taken aback by Zhou Qijing's smile. The notoriously stern man was actually smiling at him. It seemed that his sister-in-law had quite the influence. Unsure where to sit, Zhao Zhizhi was relieved when Zhou Qijing said, "Sit in the front. I have something I'd like to discuss with you." Zhao Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback, yet he hastily boarded the car, not daring to keep the industrious Mr. Zhou waiting. Once they had exited the residential complex, Zhou Qijing spoke up. "I recall your family hails from the northeast." "Correct," Zhao Zhizhi, nervously rubbing his thigh, responded affirmatively upon hearing Zhou Qijing's inquiry. Noticing his unease, Zhou Qijing reassured him, "There's no need to be anxious. I merely wish to ask how you plan to return home for the new year." "Have you purchased your tickets?" "Huh? How will we return?" "By high-speed train, of course," Zhao Zhizhi replied. "Oh, I need to buy tickets in the next few days. The system typically starts selling tickets 20 days in advance." Zhao Zhizhi stole a glance at Zhou Qijing, who radiated an exceptional aura, mature and composed, yet strikingly handsome. It was hard to deny that Zhou Qijing was indeed remarkable. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoqiao, he would never have had the opportunity to sit alongside such an individual and discuss ticket purchases. He wondered how a successful person like Zhou Qijing, who dealt with billions daily, could still concern himself with such matters. As they awaited the red light, Zhou Qijing's well-defined hand rested casually on the steering wheel, his fingers lightly tapping it. He lifted his gaze to Zhao Zhizhi in the passenger seat, speaking with a tone that was both humble and sincere. Devoid of any arrogance or ostentation befitting his high status, "May I request a favor from you?" Chapter 78. Preparing for disclosure. Upon hearing Zhou Qijing's words, Zhao Zhizhi was momentarily stunned. Was he jesting? A CEO of a publicly listed conglomerate asking him for assistance? Was there a mistake? He was merely a laborer, not some major shareholder in a corporation. "Mr. Zhou, are you asking me to assist you?" Zhou Qijing nodded affirmatively. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Zhao Zhizhi, intrigued, inquired, "What kind of favor do you need? When you return home for the new year, would it be possible for you to fly back?" Before Zhao Zhizhi could respond, Zhou Qijing continued, "Of course, all you need to do is board the plane. You needn't worry about the tickets, I'll make the arrangements." Zhao Zhizhi blinked in astonishment. Was it as he imagined? Was Mr. Zhou truly offering to purchase their tickets? Including Xiao Xiao, how many people were preparing to return? Zhao Zhizhi grasped his intention. He was reluctant to let his girlfriend travel by high-speed train, and they, as distant relatives, were fortunate enough to benefit from his generosity. For 4 people, however, one of them won't be returning home. She will stay in Hangzhou to work part-time. "Mr. Zhou, you truly intend to buy us tickets? You need not worry about us, just purchase for Xiaoqiao." Tickets from Hangzhou to their hometown during the new year were certainly not inexpensive. As Zhou Qijing turned to glance at him, a smile playing on his lips. "It's no bother, it won't cost much. Xiaoqiao wishes to return with you all, and besides, you are all her friends. She is young, and I must thank you for your care of her." Such words from him, how could one not admire a president who spoke so kindly? They could now fly home for the new year. No longer would they have to rise early to queue for tickets at the station or endure the 8-hour train journey, replete with the aroma of instant noodles. The joy of this unexpected fortune left Zhao Zhizhi momentarily speechless. This sister-in-law was truly impressive. As he exited the vehicle, his hands trembled as he added Mr. Zhou on WeChat, a connection many could only dream of. Once accepted, Zhou Qijing instructed him, "Please send me your and your girlfriend's ID information and phone numbers. Once everything is arranged, I will have my secretary reach out to you." "All right, thank you very much, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Qijing replied with a hint of jest, "I should be thanking you." Zhao Zhizhi scratched his head in embarrassment, increasingly convinced of Zhou Qijing's exceptional ability to win hearts. Meanwhile, upon arriving home, Lu Xiaoqiao felt it inappropriate to wear such a heavy coat. She changed into comfortable loungewear and adorned herself with a silk scarf. That evening, while watching television in the living room, she was spotted by her keen-eyed sister, Zhao Jia, seizing the opportunity when Lu Xiaoqiao was distracted. Zhao Jia yanked the scarf off, revealing the mark she had intended to conceal. Lu Xiaoqiao gasped, quickly covering her neck with her hands, her eyes wide and watery as she looked at Zhao Jia in a flustered manner. TSK, what are you hiding? I've seen everything. How intense must the situation be?" It was hard to imagine that Mr. Zhou, who appeared so refined and composed, was, in this regard, quite. What was the word? It eluded her momentarily. Seeing her still searching for the right term to tease her, Lu Xiaoqiao hastily clarified, "Zhao Jia, it's not what you think." Zhao Jia continued to tease, "Oh, I haven't said anything. How do you know what I'm thinking?" Regardless of Zhao Jia's beliefs, Lu Xiaoqiao whispered, "We are not together." Zhao Jia wore a skeptical expression. "Then how did this happen?" She pointed with her chin. "I can't believe that at this stage, you could still hold back." "I truly haven't." Noticing that Lu Xiaoqiao did not appear to be lying, Zhao Jia frowned. Given Lu Xiaoqiao's figure and looks, she had undoubtedly captivated Mr. Zhou. How could one halt at such a stage? Was it even possible? Not daring to pry further into personal matters, Zhao Jia shifted the topic to Lu Xiaoqiao's time spent at the Zhou family estate. Zhao Jia boasted, "I can't wait for tomorrow at work to see how Lin Lin reacts." I've never looked forward to work so much." Lu Xiaoqiao inched closer to Zhao Jia. "Zhao Jia, please help me figure out how to take off this bracelet. My hands are full. I look like a nouveau riche." The two of them, using plastic bags and shower gel, spent quite a while before finally removing the bracelet, their hands reddened from the effort. Are you going to keep this bracelet at home? Zhao Jia asked, pointing at the piece Lu Xiaoqiao held. Liu Xiaoqiao looked at her with a "what else could I do" expression. Zhao Jia clicked her tongue. This thing is probably worth more than this house. You'd best not keep it at home. Then where should I put it? If I say to keep it at his place, he will probably get angry. So I'll just keep it at home. Once the new year is over, we will prepare to go public. Oh, so you're finally ready to give Mr. Zhou a title? Lu Xiaoqiao nodded shyly. He said that after the new year, he will come to my house to meet my parents. I am happy for Mr. Zhou. He can finally be open about the relationship. A dignified president shouldn't have to hide like a thief. As the new year approached, Zhou Qijing was exceedingly busy. Continuously on business trips, the two could only rely on an invisible phone line to express their longing for one another. Recently, everyone was preoccupied, and Li Na had brought news that Zhou Qijing had long desired. At the dinner table, her uncle's face glowed with joy. I told you, Sun Han is capable. When we get the chance to meet, I'll personally thank him. Li Na felt a sense of pride knowing her boyfriend could help her uncle resolve such a significant issue. Sitting a little taller, originally, Sun Han had planned to visit during the new year, but since the two were traveling, he would definitely find time before the holiday to pay a visit. Her uncle smiled in response. Good, let him come whenever he's free. I'll cook for him personally. He then turned to Zhang Min and remarked, I told you Jiang Hongwen Ti buy our building, with 2 brand new structures. Why would he choose this old one? Are you really planning to buy it? Why not? It would be a good deal if we purchase it. Can you even do basic calculations? Zhang Min did not wish to argue about finances in front of the children. Lowering her head and ignoring him, upon returning home that evening, Lu Xiaoqiao still pondered the matter, uncertain of how reliable the information Sun Han had gathered was. If it turned out to be false, wouldn't her aunt suffer a significant loss? When Zhou Qijing called her, he casually inquired about the situation. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Qijing replied, Our Jiang Hong does not intend to acquire that building. But I also advise your aunt not to purchase any operating rights. Liu Xiaoqiao, perplexed, asked, Why, didn't you say you weren't buying? I heard that buying the operating rights would save about half the rent. Zhou Qijing chuckled wryly, just because I'm not buying doesn't mean others won't. To my knowledge, that person is currently in dire need of funds. Chapter 79. Good treasure. After hearing Zhou Qijing's words, Lu Xiaoqiao contemplated for quite some time before ultimately calling her aunt, delicately relaying the information she had received from Zhou Qijing. As for how her aunt and uncle would ultimately decide, that was entirely up to them. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, as the eve of the new year drew closer, everyone grew increasingly busy. Even the elderly in the neighborhood were preoccupied, preparing cured meats, cured fish, and hanging duck on strings to dry in the windows or on the balcony. Despite having lived in Hangzhou for many years, Lu Xiaoqiao still found it challenging to acclimate to the local aromas. Both of her roommates coincidentally had business trips that day. Qin Momo would not return that evening, and Zhao Jia said she would see how things went, leaving Lu Xiaoqiao alone, not in the mood to move. And having caught a whiff of the local scents after work, she decided to forego dinner entirely. The neighbors across the hall had been tirelessly renovating during the day. When Lu Xiaoqiao returned from work, she saw several workers moving furniture inside, indicating that the renovations were nearly complete. Around 7 in the evening, she heard a knock on the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw a man standing outside. Resembling Secretary Ding in demeanor, though she recognized him as a neighbor, she was still unfamiliar with his character. Thus, when Lu Xiaoqiao opened the door, she cautiously inquired, Is there something you need? The man politely replied, Hello, miss, may I ask if you have a measuring tape at home? If so, could I borrow it for a moment? Lu Xiaoqiao, sensing that he merely wished to borrow something, lowered her guard and responded candidly, I don't have a tape measure. But would a fabric measuring tape suffice? The other party pondered for a moment before replying, That will do, thank you. I will return it to you once I am finished. Liu Xiaoqiao replied graciously, You're welcome, and retreated indoors to fetch the tape for him. Mere minutes passed before he returned the measuring tape. Later that evening, shortly after 9, as Lu Xiaoqiao was preparing for bed, the door outside was once again rapped upon. With a sense of trepidation, she peered through the peephole. It was the same neighbor, but this time he was accompanied by a tall, slender young man. Assuming they wished to borrow yet another tool, she opened the door only slightly, poking her head out to inquire, What brings you here? Before the initial neighbor could respond, the tall young man scrutinized her and abruptly asked, Is it just you at home? No one else. He glanced furtively into the living room behind her. At that moment, alarm bells rang in Lu Xiaoqiao's mind. Seizing the opportunity before the two men could react, she slammed the door shut with a resounding thud and called out through the barrier, My boyfriend is at home. After stating this, she pressed her ear against the door to listen. It seemed the tall man was about to knock again when the other restrained him, uttering something about consequences for those who knew too much. Lu Xiaoqiao felt a wave of fear wash over her and promptly dialed Zhao Jia's sister. Jia, can you come back today? Zhao Jia, detecting the abnormal tone in her voice, replied, I'm already at the station. Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Lu Xiao recounted the evening's events. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhao quickly reassured her, don't be afraid, Xiao Xiao, but if they knock again, just call the police. I'll be back on the high-speed train very soon. After a lengthy conversation of comfort, Zhao Zhao finally hung up. Despite the reassurance, Lu Xiao remained anxious. After a moment of hesitation, she called Zhou Qijing. She was aware that he had just returned from a business trip but also knew he had an important dinner engagement that evening. Would her sudden call disrupt him? The phone rang for a considerable time before going unanswered, indicating that he was indeed very busy. Overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness, tears welled up in her eyes. Just as she was about to hang up, the call was finally answered. However, it was not Zhou Qijing on the line but his secretary Ding. Lu Xiao felt hesitant to divulge her predicament to him. Instead, inquiring if Zhou Qijing was still occupied, before she could utter another word, Ding interjected, Miss Lu, please hold on. I will fetch Mr. Zhou for you right now. Lu Xiao hurriedly responded, no need, yet Ding insisted. Yes, we must. Mr. Zhou is worried that it's too noisy inside for him to hear the phone, so he entrusted it to me. Please hold on a moment. Without further ado, he dashed towards Zhou Qijing's private room. How could she refuse? While others might not matter, the future lady boss certainly did. It was imperative that the message reach him. Earlier, when she saw the incoming call from the contact saved as sweetheart. It took her a moment to realize who had referred to a sweetheart. Goodness, the boss had saved his girlfriend under such a moniker. Ding rushed into the private room without acknowledging anyone, swiftly approaching Zhou Qijing and leaning closer to whisper in his ear. Mr. Zhou, it's a call from sweetheart. Zhou Qijing, taken aback by Ding's urgency, initially feared something dreadful had occurred. After Ding's message, he winked at him, and Zhou Qijing was momentarily stunned before recognizing who was on the other end. The affectionate nickname was a result of his longing during the nights of his business trip when he whimsically saved her contact. He had intended to see her immediately upon landing. But a call from Shani had intercepted him, compelling him to attend a pre-scheduled dinner. After the meal, he had come to the club, enduring fatigue and yearning while listening to the raucous laughter around him. Zhou Qijing stood up, greeted the individuals in the room, and stepped outside with his phone. Upon reaching a quieter area, he said, hello, to ensure she could hear him. Am I interrupting anything? Lu Xiao's voice trembled slightly. Revealing her trepidation, Zhou Qijing furrowed his brow as he had never heard her speak in such a cautious tone before. What nonsense, you calling me will never be an intrusion. His words brought a modicum of comfort to Lu Xiao. Holding the phone in her right hand, her left instinctively fidgeted with the lace of her blanket. Is something wrong? Zhou Qijing knew her too well. It's nothing serious, just. Lu Xiao recounted the evening's unsettling events. Upon hearing her recounting, Zhou Qijing's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Lock the door immediately until I arrive. Do not open it for anyone. Understood? Lu Xiao replied affirmatively. After hanging up, Zhou Qijing wasted no time and rushed towards the exit of the club, even breaking into a run as he approached the car, instructing the driver to head to Lu Xiao's residence. During the journey, he took a moment to call Ding, giving him brief instructions. Upon returning to the private room, Ding explained the situation to the clients, assuring them that Mr. Zhou would treat them well the following day. The clients understood, having noted the urgency in Zhou Qijing's demeanor when he left. After finishing her call with Zhou Qijing, Lu Xiao sat on her bed, hugging her knees, waiting for his arrival. Hardly had she hung up when he called her again. The previous call had been to handle some matters, but now he wouldn't have to hang up. Curious, Lu Xiao asked. Why not? Zhou Qijing replied softly. If someone is speaking to you, doesn't it lessen your fear? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao felt tears prick at her eyes again. Not wishing for Zhou Qijing to notice, she merely responded with an affirmative sound. During this journey, Zhou Qijing patiently engaged her with gentle tales, diverting her attention to alleviate her fears. After a while, a dull thud reverberated through the phone, followed by the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. Lu Xiao's heart raced in tandem with the footsteps. Chapter 80. What are long johns? She dashed to the living room door with her phone in hand, her gaze fixated on the iron door. Just then, his deep, magnetic voice resonated from the phone and the real world simultaneously. Open the door. In haste, Lu Xiao swung open the iron door that separated them and, locking eyes with the man standing outside for a fleeting moment, she leapt into his embrace, clinging tightly to his waist. Zhou Qijing reciprocated the embrace, quickly realizing she was clad only in a thin nightgown. He instinctively lifted her as one would a child, startled by the sudden elevation. Lu Xiao instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Zhou Qijing felt a jolt, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. He carried her inside, effortlessly closing the iron door behind them. Do you have any slippers I can wear? He inquired. Lu Xiao replied softly, there are disposable ones on the shoe rack, would that be alright? Each time her friends returned from a trip, they would bring back and use disposable slippers for any unexpected guests. Please fetch me a pair. Zhou Qijing had no intention of putting her down. Lu Xiao reached for the shoe rack, opened a plastic bag, and tossed the slippers at his feet. After he changed into them, he continued, which room is yours? Lu Xiao pointed in the direction of her room. Upon entering, he placed her on the bed and surveyed the modest space. It was small, and aside from the bed, there was hardly any room to move. When his gaze returned to the bed, Lu Xiaoqiao had already shyly burrowed beneath the covers, suddenly conscious of the fact that she was not wearing a bra. He must have noticed, she thought, her cheeks flushing as she enveloped herself in the blanket. "I'll go make a phone call," Zhou Qijing said, his tone steady and devoid of emotion. He stepped out of the room, taking a deep breath as he entered the living room, a smile creeping onto his lips. Though he usually appeared slender, he was unexpectedly strong, a revelation that surprised him. After regaining his composure, he called the driver downstairs, instructing him to return home and leave the car. After hanging up, he contemplated for a moment before calling Ding again. Having resolved all matters, he re-entered Lu Xiaoqiao's room, noticing she was still cocooned in her blanket as Zhou Qijing suddenly turned off the lights. Lu Xiaoqiao jumped up in surprise, only able to discern the vague outline of the man before her. "Why did you turn off the lights?" she asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Zhou Qijing chuckled softly and replied leisurely, "Aren't you shy? If you can't see anything, there is no need to feel bashful." After saying this, he took a step forward and sat at the edge of her bed, anticipating he would engage in something further. She heard him say, "Tell me everything that happened since the first time we met." Realizing he referred to the peculiar neighbor, Lu Xiaoqiao considered this and began recounting the entire story to Zhou Qijing. After she finished speaking, Zhou Qijing remained silent for a long while. His expression hidden from view, this lack of visibility and sound left her feeling quite unsettled. "Could you please turn on the light?" she suggested softly, not shy anymore. Lu Xiaoqiao responded, hesitating before continuing, "Let's turn on the bedside lamp." When the room was once again illuminated, Lu Xiaoqiao lifted her gaze and found Zhou Qijing smiling gently, his deep-set eyes fixed upon her. The warm light of the bedside lamp cast an intimate glow in the dark. More suggestive than the previous harsh glare of the overhead bulb, Zhou Qijing's voice was tender as he reassured her, "Sleep soundly tonight. I will stay here with you. Tomorrow, I will look into it. So don't be afraid." He then squeezed her hand gently. Lu Xiaoqiao nodded, lifting her head to say, "Jia will be back soon. You don't need to stay with me all night." Zhou Qijing chuckled softly, "I know. Once she returns, I will leave." Noticing she seemed about to say something, Zhou Qijing laid her down, covering her neck with the blanket, and wrapped his arms around her from behind. His voice low and soothing. "Now, hurry up and sleep." Lu Xiaoqiao turned her head and blinked her lake-like, crystal-clear eyes at him, asking, "If I sleep, what will you do?" Zhou Qijing raised an eyebrow and replied earnestly, "I will wait for your Jia. Once she is back, I will leave." "All right," Lu Xiaoqiao replied obediently. Perhaps it was the tension of the entire night that had worn her out, or perhaps the presence of someone who provided her with immense security. But Lu Xiaoqiao fell asleep shortly after lying down. In the middle of the night, she awoke, needing to use the restroom, and turned to find Zhou Qijing lying on her pillow, fast asleep. She glanced at her phone. It was nearly midnight. She reached out and nudged the dreaming Zhou Qijing. "Why haven't you left yet? Jia isn't back?" Awakened, Zhou Qijing propped himself up with his arm, leaning against the headboard. Rubbing his eyes, "What time is it? I didn't hear anyone come in." Lu Xiaoqiao climbed over him, slipping on her slippers to leave the room. She first went to the restroom, then peeked into Jia's room, still no sign of her. Oddly, was she running late? Just as she was about to call, she noticed a message from Jia, confirming that she was indeed delayed. She looked back at Zhou Qijing on the bed, hesitating before saying, "Why don't you head back first?" Jia will be back soon." Zhou Qijing paused for a moment before saying, "But I drank earlier. I can't drive." Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback. "Then how did you get here?" "Don't tell me you drove under the influence. That's unacceptable." "A driver dropped me off, but I sent him away," he replied. "Come on, it seems you came here with no intention of leaving." Lu Xiaoqiao didn't want to call him out. After all, he had chosen to abandon his business to keep her company at such a late hour. Moreover, she was still a bit frightened. Zhou Qijing pointed to the blanket on the bed and asked, "Could I sleep here tonight? I'll just stay on top of the blanket." Seeing his somewhat pitiful expression, her heart softened. "Won't you be cold?" "Yes," he admitted. Lu Xiaoqiao glanced at him and decisively said, "I can't afford for you to catch a cold. I'll share my blanket with you." Zhou Qijing's face brightened, but then he heard her add, "But you mustn't take off your pants." Zhou Qijing looked at her and said, "Isn't that a bit unclean? I've been to many places today, and besides, it's uncomfortable to sleep in pants." He had seemed quite comfortable moments ago, sleeping soundly. "Just take off your dress pants and wear thermal underwear instead. That should work, right?" Thinking the issue was resolved, she was taken aback when Zhou Qijing asked, "What is thermal underwear?" His earnest inquiry left Lu Xiaoqiao stunned. "You don't know what thermal underwear is? It's the kind you wear under your pants." Zhou Qijing furrowed his brow. "I've truly never heard of it." Lu Xiaoqiao pointed at his legs and asked, "Then in this cold weather, you can't possibly tell me you aren't wearing thermal underwear?" "I'm not," he replied, completely unaware of what she referred to as thermal underwear. "So what are you wearing underneath?" "Underwear," he answered. Lu Xiaoqiao was left speechless. The world of the wealthy was beyond her comprehension. Why on earth would he not wear thermal underwear in this frigid weather? Chapter 81. Where is my belt? I'm not wearing thermal underwear, so can I take off my pants to sleep? No, Lu Xiaoqiao firmly refused, then added, "This is a punishment for not wearing thermal underwear." Zhou Qijing remained silent. At that moment, outside the building, two figures were crouched by the flower bedder. Zhao Zhiji held a warm pack, glancing up at the fourth-floor window, then quietly suggested to Zhao Jia, "Why don't you just come to my place for the night? We can't be squatting here all night, can we?" Zhao Jia shot him an irritated glance. "I want to go up now. It's you who is stopping me," Zhao Zhiji sighed, lazily pointing to the Cullinan Park nearby. "Can't you see that as President Zhou's car?" Zhao Jia frowned and shot him a glare. "I'm not blind." Earlier, when she received Lu Xiaoqiao's call, she had been extremely anxious, but the train's unprecedented delay had caused her to miss her chance. Knowing this, Zhao Zhiji had worried about her safety and had gone to the station to pick her up. Both were concerned about Lu Xiaoqiao, so they chose to take a taxi back to the neighborhood instead of the subway. Upon entering the community, they spotted a black Cullinan parked beneath their building. Initially, Zhao Zhiji hadn't thought of Zhou Qijing, as it was quite late, and such occurrences were unprecedented. He had even joked that this neighborhood was quite lucrative. With another luxury car arriving in addition to those frequently seen belonging to President Zhou, however, upon reflection, considering Lu Xiaoqiao's fear, it was only natural for him to come and comfort her as her boyfriend. Zhao Jia glanced at the license plate, confirming it was indeed Zhou Qijing's car. Eager to go upstairs, she had just stepped onto the staircase when Zhao Zhiji pulled her back. "Let us wait a bit before going up. They're a young couple in love. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to intrude right now, but we should wait for President Zhou to come down first." Zhao Jia pondered for a moment and agreed that he had a point. So they decided to wait. However, as time passed, unease grew within her. Why had they been waiting so long without anyone coming down? "I think we misunderstood each other. Lu Xiaoqiao was scared, so President Zhou must be keeping her company upstairs. If I don't go back, he surely won't leave." After saying this, Zhao Jia stood up, brushing off her legs, which had gone numb from crouching, and directed her frustration at Zhao Zhiji. "This is all your fault. I've been freezing here for no reason." Zhao Zhiji thought for a moment before grabbing her arm again. "It's late. If they've both fallen asleep, it would be awkward for you to go up now." Zhao Jia felt he had a valid point, but couldn't he simply squat downstairs all night? "So what do you suggest? Come back to my place. My roommate is out today. If you don't want to go, we can find a nearby hotel." Zhao Jia looked up at the fourth floor again, thinking that even if she went up and they were asleep, it would be awkward to see them in the morning. If they weren't asleep, but what could they possibly be doing at this hour? Wouldn't that make it even more embarrassing? Ultimately, after much deliberation, she concluded, "All right then, let us hurry. I'm freezing." Zhao Zhiji looked at her in disbelief. "I told you to leave long ago, but you insisted on playing lookout here." The following morning, sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, gently illuminating the bed. Lu Xiaoqiao remained deep in slumber. Gradually awakening to a tickling sensation that roused her drowsily, she opened her eyes to find Zhou Qijing's face nestled against her neck, nuzzling her. The stubble from his overnight growth grazed her tender skin, causing a prickly sensation that made her instinctively shrink her neck, softly complaining. While a blush crept across her cheeks, she reached out to push the man still causing mischief. "What time is it?" Zhou Qijing lifted his head from her neck, smiling tenderly at her. "Awake now. Good morning." He then planted a kiss on her face and lips, attempting to deepen the kiss, only to be evaded by Lu Xiaoqiao. "I haven't brushed my teeth yet. You think I'm repulsive?" He teased, as if to punish her, rubbing his stubble against her neck again. Lu Xiaoqiao felt wronged. She was merely expressing her disdain for her own morning breath. Since childhood, she had a habit of not brushing her teeth in the morning. She didn't even want to speak a word before doing so, just as she was contemplating how to escape. Zhou Qijing's phone rang, providing her with the perfect opportunity to slip away. After washing up in the bathroom, she glanced into Zhao Jia's room, confirming that she hadn't returned last night. She had received a message from Zhao Jia stating she wouldn't be able to make it back. As Lu Xiaoqiao pondered this strange feeling, Zhou Qijing called her, snapping her back to reality. Returning to the room, she found Zhou Qijing had finished his call and was now seated on her bed, adorned with pink floral bedding. "What do you want?" she asked. "You should hurry and get up. I'll be late for work." Zhou Qijing remained seated, looking up at her. "Where is my belt?" Hearing the word belt, Lu Xiaoqiao's cheeks flushed again, although Zhou Qijing hadn't managed to sleep without his pants last night. At least his girlfriend had been willing to share half of the blanket with him, which had brought him great satisfaction. Zhou Qijing had behaved himself for the most part, but as they cuddled, Lu Xiaoqiao felt the metal embellishments on his belt pressing painfully against her lower back. He held her tightly, the embrace growing ever more constricting, causing Lu Xiaoqiao's lower back to ache painfully against the buckle of his belt. Finally, she managed to voice her discomfort. "Why don't you just take off the belt? It's digging into my waist." Zhou Qijing paused for a moment, realization dawning upon him, and quickly stood up to remove the belt. Afterward, instead of immediately lying down, he insisted on examining Lu Xiaoqiao's sore back. With no other choice, Lu Xiaoqiao acquiesced to his request. What was initially agreed upon as a mere look inevitably escalated into a demand for a kiss as a condition for his release. The aftermath of that kiss would lead to someone needing to regain their composure. In that regard, no matter how he desired it, he had committed to waiting until she was willing to end their relationship. All advancement stemmed from his initiative and eagerness. Lu Xiaoqiao was not naive. although she had no personal experience in romance, she understood well that a lasting relationship required effort from both parties. She had resolved that after the new year, once their parents had given their approval, she would no longer refuse him. Ultimately, the belt was discovered beneath the bed, having been dragged there by their puppy. When Lu Xiaoqiao retrieved the belt, she was taken aback to find it covered in varying depths of bite marks. "Tuanzi, come out here," she exclaimed, exasperated, and ready to reprimand him, the little dog. Aware of its misdeed, cowered beneath the bed, refusing to emerge despite her calls, Zhou Qizhang pulled Lu Xiaoqiao, who was on the floor staring at the dog, back up. "Don't scare it. It's just a belt." Lu Xiaoqiao stood, furrowing her brows and sighed, somewhat heartbroken. What a shame for a perfectly good belt to be ruined like this. It wasn't cheap, was it? Chapter 82, Jian Bingguozi. It's not expensive. I have more than one belt. I need to change clothes for work later, Zhou Qizhang replied, glancing at the belt before deciding to make do with it for the day. Lu Xiaoqiao handed him a set of disposable toothbrushes and cups. Squeezing toothpaste for him as she remarked, "If I had known, I would have brought back that disposable razor from our hotel stay." Zhou Qizhang merely responded with a nonchalant expression, after brushing his teeth and washing his face. As they were preparing to leave the house, Zhou Qizhang cast a glance at the closed iron gate of the neighboring house, his gaze deep and piercing. After a moment's contemplation, he remained silent as Lu Xiaoqiao tugged him downstairs. While reversing the car, Lu Xiaoqiao asked him to stop by the roadside as they exited the community. "I'm in a hurry, I want to grab a Jian Bingguozi. Do you want one?" Zhou Qizhang nodded in agreement. When Lu Xiaoqiao returned to the car with the Jian Bingguozi, she noticed Zhou Qizhang was on the phone. Keeping quiet, she settled into the passenger seat and waited patiently. With his left hand on the phone and his right index finger rhythmically tapping the steering wheel, Lu Xiaoqiao couldn't help but fixate on his hand, realizing he seemed to enjoy this little habit. Lost in thought, she completely missed the moment he hung up, until his large hand reached out to her, gently tilting her chin to turn her face towards him as he chuckled. "What are you thinking about? Why not eat while it's hot?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Xiaoqiao replied, "I was afraid it would leave a smell in your car." Zhou Qizhang dismissed her concern, saying, "Hurry and eat, no smell can compare to you being hungry." A blush crept onto Lu Xiaoqiao's cheeks as she smiled. As Zhou Qizhang had a way of touching her heart with seemingly mundane words that held a deeper sentiment. She handed him a Jian Bingguozi, saying, "I added an extra egg just for you today, give it a try. I bet you've never had this before." Zhou Qizhang accepted the offering, unwrapping it and taking a bite, raising his eyebrows in approval as he turned to Lu Xiaoqiao. "It's delicious." Lu Xiaoqiao's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing his praise. I knew it would be good. The Jian Bingguozi from my hometown is even better. When you visit during the new year, I'll make sure you try it." With one hand on the wheel and the other holding the Jian Bingguozi, Zhou Qizhang felt the driving was too hazardous, so Lu Xiaoqiao shyly took the half-eaten Jian Bingguozi from him and carefully fed it to him. Zhou Qizhang was momentarily taken aback but soon smiled, leaning down to take a bite of the Jian Bingguozi she offered. Throughout the journey, Zhou Qizhang basked in the attentive care of his girlfriend, his spirits soaring until they arrived at the office, where he couldn't wipe the smile off his face. Once in the office, Zhou Qizhang first took a shower in the changing room. Shaved and dressed neatly, he glanced at the belt that had been gnawed by Tuanzi, pondering for a moment before pulling off the already secured belt and replacing it with the one that had been chewed. After organizing himself, he stepped out of the changing room and summoned his secretary. Ding ding. Discreetly studied his boss, noticing that he appeared distinctly different today, seemingly in quite a good mood. He casually glanced at the peculiar belt but pretended not to notice. "How's the investigation I asked you to do yesterday going?" Zhou Qizhang inquired, reverting to his usual serious demeanor. Ding looked up, seeing the calm yet imposing gaze in his deep-set eyes, emanating an air of cold authority. "There's no news yet, but we should have something before noon. Inform me immediately when you receive any updates. First, go to Mingyuan Community and install a set of surveillance equipment at her home," Zhou Qizhang instructed, handing him a key, which was the one Lu Xiaoqiao had used when getting out of the car. Ding accepted the key, saying, "Understood, Mr. Zhou. Do you have any further instructions?" Zhou Qizhang met his gaze and replied, "Once the installation is complete, come back out. Don't linger too long." Ding nodded. "All right, Mr. Zhou. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Zhou Qizhang spent the morning dealing with urgent documents, and by 10 o'clock, he leaned back in his chair, contemplating for a moment before taking out his phone and tagging two others in a group chat. Li Yuxuan, Shani, come to my office. Li Yuxuan, okay. Got it. Shani, what's up? I just got off the high-speed train and was planning to go home for a quick nap. Can we discuss this tomorrow? We need to finalize the hospital acquisition today. Li Yuxuan, Shani, you chased after your ex-girlfriend all night without sleep, and you can't spare a moment. That's quite the commitment. Half an hour later, Li Yuxuan and Shani arrived at Zhou Qizhang's office in quick succession. Noticing Shani's disheveled appearance, Li Yuxuan speculated that things weren't going well for him in his pursuit. Zhou Qizhang's acquisition of a private hospital promised a bright future, and he was bringing his two friends along to share in the benefits. After discussing business on the sofa, Zhou Qizhang suddenly stood up and removed his suit jacket. He then bent down to pour tea for the two still seated on the sofa. Leaving Li Yuxuan shocked at this unusual display of hospitality from Zhou Qizhang, the idea of Zhou Qizhang serving them was unimaginable. It had to be a ploy, perhaps a trap waiting for them to fall into. Li Yuxuan scrutinized Zhou Qizhang from head to toe, his gaze finally landing on the rather unique belt. Upon closer inspection, he noticed numerous deep and shallow indentations scattered across it, unable to contain his curiosity. Li Yuxuan asked old Zhou, "What happened to your belt? Is that the style?" Zhou Qizhang paused his previous task, returning to the sofa with a casual demeanor. "Oh, it's nothing much. I was at Xiao Xiao's house yesterday. And her puppy was a bit mischievous." Damn, Li Yuxuan thought Zhou Qizhang was being ridiculously juvenile, just like his father. A few days ago, his own father had been complaining about this same issue. And now Zhou Qizhang seemed to be going in circles just to let him know he had been to Lu Xiao's house. Was this another attempt to show off after he and Shani had teased Zhou Qizhang about not having entered his girlfriend's home? Shani raised an eyebrow, skepticism lacing his tone. "You went to your girlfriend's house yesterday?" Zhou Qizhang did not respond to either of them, casually leaning back on the sofa, leisurely sipping the tea he had originally poured for them. Li Yuxuan, feeling speechless, remained quiet for a while, yet, unwilling to concede, he eventually smirked, his eyes glimmering with mischief as he remarked, "Does your little Xiao Xiao know you're such a closet romantic?" Chapter 83, Forced to feed dog food. Shani, already in a foul mood due to lack of sleep, felt further irritated by Zhou Qizhang's forced display of bragging. He echoed Li Yuxuan's mockery, saying isn't that the truth, at over 30 years old? You finally get to visit your girlfriend's house, and you're acting like this. Zhou Qizhang remained unfazed by the jabs from his two friends, interpreting their remarks as envy. Just then, a couple of knocks interrupted their banter, and Ding entered the room holding a sealed document folder. Approaching Zhou Qizhang's side, she glanced up at the other two individuals seated on the sofa, then turned her attention back to her boss, whispering, "Mr. Zhou, I have gathered all the information you requested." Zhou Qizhang immediately directed his gaze toward Secretary Ding, silently urging him to disclose the findings. Secretary Ding, casting a hesitant glance at the individuals on the sofa, seemed reluctant to speak, handing over the documents he held to Zhou Qizhang, and saying, "Mr. Zhou, perhaps it would be best if you reviewed this yourself." Zhou Qizhang assumed that Secretary Ding felt uncomfortable discussing the matter in front of others. He accepted the documents, opened the file, and began to peruse the investigation reports. He skimmed through the initial pages without lingering, until he reached the final page where the results caught him off guard, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. In that moment, his gaze shifted toward Shani, who was seated opposite him, with a sharp motion. He tossed the thin sheets of paper, along with the weighty manila folder, onto the tea table before Shani. "Explain this," Zhou Qizhang stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed Shani. Shani glanced at the prominent words on the documents and immediately understood their contents. His earlier sarcasm now vanished. Feeling somewhat guilty and awkward, he replied, "I merely purchased a property. What is there to explain?" Zhou Qizhang, witnessing Shani's obstinate demeanor despite the evidence laid before him, felt a mix of amusement and irritation. With a light scoff, he remarked, "You bought a house directly across from my girlfriend's residence. Should you not provide an explanation?" Li Yuxuan, astonished, looked Shani up and down. "Why on earth would you buy a house across from your ex-girlfriend's place?" After a prolonged silence, Shani sighed inwardly, his voice low and somewhat hoarse as he confessed, "Because Momo lives there too." Li Yuxuan responded, "That's your little ex-girlfriend?" Shani simply nodded. Li Yuxuan exchanged incredulous glances with the two men, exclaiming, "Wow, that's quite the coincidence. Once Shani reconciles with his ex, you two will not only be brothers but also family." Zhou Qizhang interjected coldly, "Let's see if he can win her back first. For now, let us address the current issue." Noticing Zhou Qizhang's stern demeanor, Li Yuxuan quickly intervened, "Come on, Zhou, don't overthink it. Shani just wants to be closer to her, but she is ignoring him. Have a little pity on him." Zhou Qizhang ignored Li Yuxuan's comments and turned directly to Shani, speaking slowly, "How you pursue your girlfriend and the location of your house is not my concern. However, your cousin and secretary came to my girlfriend's door at midnight to intimidate her, and this matter is far from over." Upon hearing this, Shani was taken aback, and Zhou Qizhang could tell from his expression that he was completely oblivious to the situation. To clarify the matter, Shani promptly dialed his secretary's number in front of Zhou Qizhang. His secretary responded, "Mr. Shen, I truly was only borrowing something when I knocked, but young Master Min somehow found out that you bought this house for Miss Jean. He insisted on verifying if she really lives there." After hearing this, Shani's expression shifted from simple anger to a brooding storm, his face darkening ominously. If they attempted to interfere again, he would no longer concern himself with familial ties. Hanging up the phone, Shani addressed Zhou Qizhang with an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry, Zhou, this is a misunderstanding. Once I return home and clarify the situation, I will ensure you receive an explanation." Zhou Qizhang remained unmoved by his apology, his voice icy. "Is a simple explanation sufficient? They frightened my little Qiao into tears, leaving her anxious all night. Shani retorted, feeling exasperated. This is absurd. I'm being reprimanded while being forced to consume dog food. He continued to explain patiently, rest assured, I guarantee this will not happen again. However, consider this a blessing in disguise. Without this incident, wouldn't you still be unable to enter your girlfriend's home? Zhou Qijing was nearly laughing in anger, his tone dripping with sarcasm. So you're suggesting I should be grateful to you? Absolutely not. That was not my intention. Shen Yi, realizing he had misspoken, glanced pleadingly at Li Yuxian. Li Yuxuan, internally cursing Shen Yi's lack of emotional intelligence, quickly stepped in as a mediator. Zhou, don't overthink it. If his cousin knew your woman lived in that house, he wouldn't dare knock on that door. It's all a misunderstanding. Why not arrange for a time when your wife is free? And let Shen Yi apologize to her. Upon hearing Li Yuxuan refer to your woman and wife, Zhou Qijing's previously icy demeanor visibly softened. Shen Yi admired Li Yuxuan's quick thinking and followed suit. Yes, let us arrange a time for me to apologize to her. Zhou Qijing cast a skeptical glance at the two men, who seemed intent on clouding his judgment, choosing not to argue further. Instead, accepting the notion of wife without protest. How you pursue your ex-girlfriend is not my concern, but you must not disturb others. Shen Yi, seeing Zhou Qijing relent, eagerly nodded in agreement. Also, your identity must remain confidential. Especially do not reveal your connection to me, as Zhou Qijing added, and Shen Yi, puzzled by this, contemplated how this would affect his future relationship with Lu Xiaoqiao, wondering why he needed to distance himself. Why? Zhou Qijing furrowed his brow slightly, speaking candidly, I fear being implicated by you, Shen Yi. Chapter 84, you'd better keep this hidden. In the evening, at the underground parking lot of Qinshin Apparel, Zhou Qijing arrived to pick up Lu Xiaoqiao after her shift today. He did not drive himself but brought a chauffeur instead. After Lu Xiaoqiao entered the car, he returned her house keys and explained the situation regarding the neighbor, assuring her it was merely a misunderstanding and that she should not worry. Lu Xiaoqiao, trusting her boyfriend's capabilities, still playfully expressed that she felt frightened and required a feast of barbecued meat to mend her emotional distress. Zhou Qijing chuckled softly, embracing her and gently kissing her lips. Lu Xiaoqiao pushed him away, feeling shy as her eyes darted to the driver in the front seat, before Zhou Qijing could respond. The driver expertly pressed the privacy button, shielding the back seat from view. With the front light now dimmed, Zhou Qijing pulled her into his lap, his tone apologetic. I'm afraid that won't be possible today. After I drop you home, I have a dinner engagement. Things are a bit hectic before the new year, so the barbecue will have to wait. Lu Xiaoqiao obediently nodded, her expression devoid of disappointment. Smiling brightly as she replied, it's alright, you focus on your work, it's important. Zhou Qijing, observing her carefree demeanor, wished she would act spoiled and insist he stay, but she was remarkably understanding. Unable to resist, he kissed her lips once more and then rested his forehead against hers. You must eat dinner tonight. Once you're home, I'll arrange for someone to deliver a meal to you. At the mention of this, Lu Xiaoqiao felt a bit bashful, recalling how she had gone to bed hungry the previous night, her stomach protesting at midnight, causing Zhou Qijing to chuckle as he placed his hand on her belly. She simply replied with an make sure your roommate doesn't order food, I'll prepare something for them too. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiao's eyes sparkled. Nothing pleased her more than seeing how he treated those around her. Knowing she was happy made him happy too. Zhou Qijing nuzzled her nose with his, whispering, am I good to you? Lu Xiaoqiao harbored a little secret. She could hardly withstand it when Zhou Qijing leaned in close and asked. Just like now. It sent shivers down her spine, making her feel weak and breathless. Not hearing her response, Zhou Qijing inquired again, and Lu Xiaoqiao, blushing, finally answered, yes. The man finally heard what he longed to hear, grinning as he made a request. Then kiss me. Lu Xiaoqiao, blushing, pecked his cheek. I meant on the lips. Zhou Qijing replied, dissatisfied. Seeing the playful smile in his eyes, she glanced around, summoning her courage to lean in and softly press her lips against his. Just as she intended to pull away, he firmly held her head, deepening the kiss. As they were lost in their passionate embrace, they were abruptly interrupted by a series of knocks on the car window. Startled, Lu Xiaoqiao quickly retreated to her seat, her eyes widening as she looked out the window at the source of the noise. The sight outside nearly sent her into a panic. Two men stood there, one of whom was her uncle-in-law, Lu Jingxiang. Zhou Qijing noticed Lu Xiaoqiao's sudden loss of composure as she searched for a place to hide. He furrowed his brow. Do you know them? Zhou Qijing recognized only one of them, having met the occupants of the office building previously during a failed acquisition. Lu Xiaoqiao whispered, it's my uncle-in-law. Zhou Qijing raised an eyebrow in surprise and remarked lightly, then why are you hiding? After the new year, we will have to prepare for the public announcement as well. Today he knows, but it's merely a few days ahead of schedule. Besides, no matter how spacious this car is, there are limits. Where else could you possibly hide? It's one thing for me to disclose it myself, and quite another for him to stumble upon it. Seeing her assertiveness, Zhou Qijing merely nodded and replied, Alright, you are absolutely right, but I can't just ignore him, can I? The other party knocked on the car window twice, and just as Zhou Qijing intended to speak, he stepped out to greet the person outside. Before he could utter a word, he was taken aback as Lu Xiaoqiao buried her head into his embrace. Zhou Qijing. A light chuckle escaped Zhou Qijing as he gazed down at Lu Xiaoqiao. who was hiding her fluffy head in his arms, attempting to wrap his suit jacket around her head even tighter for added concealment. With a tone of indulgence, he said, "I'm about to lower the window. So you better hide well, came a muffled response from where Zhou Qijing raised his hand to lower the window, his expression having returned to its usual aloofness. He glanced at the two individuals outside and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Is there something you need, Mr. Jiang?" The man addressed as Mr. Jiang appeared somewhat flabbergasted, replying, "I didn't expect President Zhou to remember me. I just happened to come over with a friend and noticed your car parked here. So I thought I'd drop by to say hello if you were inside." Zhou Qijing nodded in acknowledgement and then shifted his gaze to the man standing beside Mr. Jiang, who was evidently the small aunt's husband that frightened his little girlfriend. Noticing Zhou Qijing scrutinizing Lu Jingxiang, Mr. Jiang hastily made the introduction. "President Zhou, this is a tenant from my office building and the owner of Qianqin Apparel, Lu Jingxiang." Lu Jingxiang had just come down from the underground parking garage with Mr. Jiang. Just after exiting the elevator, he spotted a Cullinan with an unusual license plate parked in a corner. Mr. Jiang informed him that it was Zhou Qijing's car, and he found it curious that it was parked in their garage. He thought that if he were fortunate enough to encounter him, it would be a good opportunity to greet him and become familiar, even if there were no prospects for collaboration in the future. To his surprise, he never imagined he would have a share in such good fortune. As Mr. Jiang even introduced him to President Zhou, Lu Jingxiang approached, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Zhou Qijing of Jiangheng. Curious about what this renowned young president in the business world looked like, suddenly receiving the opportunity for an introduction, he felt a surge of excitement, causing him to tremble slightly and stutter. "President Zhou, it's truly a pleasure to meet you. I am from Qianqin Apparel, and I had the privilege of collaborating with your esteemed company before." Zhou Qijing could sense that the moment Lu Jingxiang spoke, Lu Xiaoqiao's body tensed in his embrace. At that moment, he found it somewhat amusing. Usually she was so formidable, yet here she was, intimidated by a small aunt's husband. Mr. Jiang noticed Zhou Qijing smiling down at something and cautiously peeked into the car, only to discover that he was holding someone, a woman, a long-haired woman nestled in his embrace. Curious to see what she looked like, he was thwarted either by the girl's deep concealment or Zhou Qijing's effective shielding. Only catching sight of her fluffy head hidden in his arms, Zhou Qijing lifted his gaze, still holding a smile, and softly stated, "This is my girlfriend. She is young and rather shy." Mr. Jiang was taken aback that Zhou Qijing would offer an explanation, making him feel flattered yet again. It's only natural for someone young to be shy. No worries, just looking at her silhouette, it's clear she is quite a match for you. Isn't that right, Mr. Lu?" Chapter 85. The little wildcat Lu Jingxiang, suddenly being called out, quickly responded with eager nods, his tone laced with flattery. Yes, this young lady looks like a perfect match for President Zhou." Zhou Qijing, hearing this, smiled with a hint of meaning. "Is that so, my Xiao Qiao?" Just as he uttered her name, a sudden sharp pain shot through his waist, prompting an involuntary gasp, realizing that Lu Xiaoqiao's hand was still resting on his side. It seemed she was ready to twist his waist again if he dared to say another word. Not wanting to provoke the little wildcat in his arms any further, he exchanged a few polite remarks with the two men outside, raised the window, and instructed the driver to leave. As Lu Xiaoqiao sat up from Zhou Qijing's embrace, breathing slightly heavily and still a bit shaken, she exclaimed, "You scared me to death. I was genuinely afraid my aunt's husband would recognize me. Why must we wait until after the new year to go public? I think announcing it before the new year would be great. That way, I could go home with you for the festivities. What do you think?" Lu Xiaoqiao shot him a sideways glance, suspecting that he was trying to set a trap for her, and resolved not to fall for it this time. "I don't think it's a good idea. First, you mentioned meeting my aunt, then you talked about meeting my parents, and now you want me to go home for the new year? What is your next move?" Zhou Qijing wrapped his arms around her once more, whispering in her ear, "I haven't figured out the next step yet. You help me think about it." In truth, he wished for marriage, to be openly with her, to wake up each morning and see her by his side, but he dared not voice these desires. Not long after Lu Xiaoqiao returned home, a meal sent by Zhou Qijing arrived, indicating that it had likely been pre-ordered. Secretary Ding and another assistant laid out the dishes on the table, having brought them up from the restaurant. They then explained how to operate the newly installed surveillance equipment before departing with the assistant. Once everyone in the dormitory had learned how to use it, Zhao Jia glanced at the surveillance equipment and then at the table brimming with delicacies, exclaiming, "President Zhou is truly generous. You two are dating, and we all benefit from it. Look at this huge lobster. I've never even eaten one before. Momo, have you?" Qin Momo had just returned from a business trip and had been working part-time at the bakery. Upon hearing Zhao Jia's words, she honestly shook her head. "I've never eaten one. I haven't even seen one. How did President Zhou manage to send so much, if we can't finish it? I doubt the fridge will have enough space to store it." Lu Xiaoqiao surveyed the 8 dishes on the table, noticing they were from various restaurants but all her favorites. The group sat around the table, eating and chatting. "Momo, are you really not going home with us for the new year?" Lu Xiaoqiao had just learned that Zhou Qijing had bought plane tickets for her roommates. She was surprised at first, But since he had already purchased them, there was no point in asking him to cancel. Upon discovering that Momo's ticket hadn't been bought, she felt the need to confirm, as the new year was a time for family reunions. And one shouldn't forsake it for work. Jean Momo shook her head. I'm not going back. Didn't I return home once during the National Day? Working during the New Year pays well. Plus it's all settled on the same day, which is great. I calculated it. This money is enough to switch my medication to imported ones. After that, I won't be a little chubby anymore. Lu Xiaoqiao felt a pang of sadness for Jean Momo, who was clearly a beautiful girl but had gained over 30 pounds due to long-term medication for her illness, and later gave up the alternative medication due to cost concerns. It's alright, Momo, even if you're chubby, you're still a beautiful chubby girl. Once you recover your figure, you'll make a lot of people envious. Jean Momo didn't want to dwell on her own issues, especially during mealtime, fearing it might dampen everyone's spirits, so she deliberately changed the subject. By the way, Xiao, didn't President Zhou say our neighbor wasn't malicious and it was all a misunderstanding? Why install surveillance then? Lu Xiaoqiao also felt puzzled. There were 2 cameras installed outside, one of which pointed directly at the newly replaced iron door with a password lock at their neighbor's place. I am not sure. Zhou Qijing told me that if we happen to run into him in the future, we should just avoid him. In reality, he meant for me to avoid him, but since I share trials with my roommates, I definitely represent them too. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, the temperature in Hangzhou had already neared 0 degrees Celsius, although it was nearly 30 degrees warmer than her hometown in northeast China. Lu Xiaoqiao still felt cold to the bone. Every day, she had to stick a heat pack onto her thermal shirt beneath her down jacket. Lin watched as Lu Xiaoqiao began applying another heat pack to her clothing, exclaiming in disbelief, "This is too exaggerated, a down jacket, thermal pants, and now this, are you sure you're not a fake northeasterner?" Jia Jia said the same thing. She's a bit better than me, but not by much. Lu Xiaoqiao replied as she began tidying up her desk. Lin, curious about her urgency to leave work today, asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to get off work?" She moved her chair closer to Lu Xiaoqiao, blinking her starry eyes, and whispered, "Are you planning to go on a date with my uncle?" Lu Xiaoqiao lightly patted her head. "Date your head. Your uncle has been quite busy lately. We haven't seen each other in days. The last time they met was in the underground parking lot when she ran into her aunt's husband." She sighed at the memory. She had been wearing a newly bought outfit that day, and after being spotted by her aunt's husband, she hadn't dared to wear it again, saving it for the new year instead. Hearing that she wasn't going out with her uncle, Lin hurriedly asked, "So where are you planning to go? By yourself or with someone else?" Lu Xiaoqiao found her tone amusing and replied, "What, are you going to have your uncle keep an eye on me?" No, I was just asking. I'm not having him keep an eye on you, I'm keeping an eye on you for myself. No one can take my little aunt away." Lu Xiaoqiao powered down her computer, stowed her phone in her bag, and turned to her companion, saying, "Today, I am going to visit my aunt's house for the last time before the new year." Lina intends to take Sun Han along for the visit, and although Lu Xiaoqiao initially had no desire to attend, for reasons unknown, Lina insisted that she must be present. It seems that showing off knows no bounds. So why not? As long as I remain unembarrassed, the discomfort lies solely with you. I'm off now, see you tomorrow. With a brief farewell to Lin, Lu Xiaoqiao picked up her bag and departed. As Lin watched her retreating figure, she quickly retrieved her phone, navigated to her uncle in her WeChat contacts, composed a message, and sent it. Lin, "Uncle, I just saw my aunt go out. Transfer 10,000, Lin. Lin stared in astonishment at the WeChat interface. This was a genuine transfer, not merely an image. Chapter 86, Money is too easy to earn. Earlier, by chance, Lin had gone out for a meal with Li Yuxuan, who insisted that Lin treat. She had explained that she had recently splurged on a collector's handbag and was currently quite strapped for cash. Li Yuxuan had teased her, questioning how she could afford to live so frugally while being constantly in the company of Lu Xiaoqiao, the supposed goddess of wealth. At the time, Lin had innocently retorted, "Xiaoqiao is not wealthy, she is even poorer than I am." Li Yuxuan had looked at her as if she were foolish. "What on earth are you thinking? Why not ask your sister for help? Why not approach her man, do it subtly, understand?" It took her a moment to realize he was referring to her uncle. "Are you suggesting that I exploit my friendships for personal gain?" Li Yuxuan had scoffed at her. "Pfft, you're just a child. Do you even comprehend the concept of leveraging connections? All you need to do is sweeten your words when mentioning Xiaoqiao to your uncle, and all this wealth will be yours." Lin had remembered Li Yuxuan's words and, seizing the opportunity today, had decided to test the waters. The outcome was indeed as he had foretold. Lin hastily accepted the transfer and sent another WeChat message. Lin, "Thank you, uncle." What do you mean by she went out? Isn't she off work?" Lin, "She left early. My aunt is going to her little aunt's house for dinner. It is so cold and she has to take the bus back home alone. My aunt is so pitiful." After sending this message, she added a pathetic emoji. Transfer 20,000, Lin. This money is far too easy to earn. Lin reassured herself that this did not constitute exploiting friendships for personal gain, she merely wanted to ensure her friend did not have to endure the cold without a proper ride home. Thinking this way brought her a semblance of comfort, and in a moment she accepted the transfer. Due to the housekeeper's early leave for personal reasons, coinciding with the approaching New Year, Lu Xiaoqiao and Zhang Yan helped her aunt tidy up the kitchen after dinner. While the others lounged in the living room chatting, "Aunt, please take a break, I'll wash the dishes." The housekeeper had taken a sudden leave, and all the dishes on the table were prepared solely by her aunt. Zhang Mingji shifted her shoulders and sighed. "Alright then, you and Zhang Yan can handle the rest. I'll go apply a patch. My shoulder has been aching lately." Once Zhang Mingji ascended the stairs, Zhang Yan shed her obedient demeanor. Liu Xiaoqiao ignored her, focusing intently on washing the dishes. In the living room, her uncle and Sun Han appeared to be enjoying a lively conversation, perhaps exacerbated by alcohol. As her uncle's voice was considerably louder than usual, and Lu Xiaoqiao could hear every word even from the kitchen. "Just the other day, I ran into your president in the underground parking lot. I must say, he looks exactly as rumored, tall and striking. I even noticed he was with a woman in the car." Sun Han, surprised, inquired. "Really, Wu uncle, did you see her clearly? What does she look like?" Lu Jingqiang furrowed his brow and thought, "I didn't catch her features. But your president called her name. Something like Xiao Jiao." Lu Xiaoqiao did not expect her uncle to bring up that day's events. Upon hearing the name, she immediately felt a rush of nervousness, only to relax when her uncle mentioned Xiao Jiao. Thankfully, when Zhou Qijing had called her name that day, she had reacted quickly, pinching him at the waist. Perhaps she had been too forceful, as his pained response had caused her uncle to mishear her name. Zhang Yan cast a jealous glance at Lu Xiaoqiao, who was washing dishes with her back turned. Liu Xiaoqiao's hair was casually styled in a low French ponytail, with a few loose strands cascading down, adding an air of elegance. Zhang Yan could never achieve such a look. While Lu Xiaoqiao effortlessly exuded beauty, frustrated, she thought that Lu Xiaoqiao's very presence was a temptation for men. During dinner, Sun Han had sneakily glanced at Lu Xiaoqiao numerous times. Irritated, Zhang Yan placed a bowl in the sink with a forceful splash, causing water to splatter. Liu Xiaoqiao paused, initially believing it was accidental and dismissed it. However, shortly after, another plate was roughly dropped into the sink, splattering water all over Lu Xiaoqiao's front, soaking her clothes and even splashing her face. Only then did Lu Xiaoqiao realize that Zhang Yan was acting deliberately. Turning around, she fixed Zhang Yan with a blank stare. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Zhang Yan felt a tightness in her chest upon meeting Lu Xiaoqiao's gaze, but quickly regained her composure. Thinking of the family and guests present, she felt emboldened and scoffed. "Of course I did. What are you going to do about it?" Lu Xiaoqiao found her audacity infuriating. "Ha, you think I wouldn't dare?" After saying this, she swiftly filled a basin with water from the sink. Zhang Yan caught a glimpse of fear in Lu Xiaoqiao's eyes, but before she could react, Lu Xiaoqiao confidently splashed the entire basin of water over her, accompanied by Zhang Yan's shrill scream. The lively chatter in the living room ceased as everyone rushed to the kitchen, shock written across their faces at the scene before them. Zhang Yan stood drenched, resembling someone just pulled from the water. Her hair clinging to her face, water dripping down her cheeks, indistinguishable from tears or the water Lu Xiaoqiao had just doused her with. She stood there sobbing uncontrollably, accusing Lu Xiaoqiao of the act. While Lu Xiaoqiao remained expressionless, Zhang Mingji, hearing the commotion, hurried down from upstairs. "What on earth happened?" Upon seeing the scene in the kitchen, she paused for a moment before instructing Lu Yi to take Zhang Yan to change clothes. After Zhang Yan left, everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Xiaoqiao, as if awaiting her explanation. In that moment, Lu Xiaoqiao felt a wave of unjustness wash over her. No one had inquired about her side of the story before condemning her actions. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaoqiao addressed the only person in the room she felt close to. "And she intentionally splashed water on me twice, and I merely retaliated once. That seems fair, doesn't it?" Chapter 87. Which man can handle her? Lu Jingqiang, visibly displeased, scolded Lu Xiaoqiao. "Lu Xiaoqiao, what on earth is the matter with you? Why resort to violence when you can simply talk things through? Do you think this is your own home? You dare to lay a hand on someone? Enough, just keep your mouth shut." Zhang Mingji interrupted Lu Zhenqiang's ongoing reprimand. Liu Xiaoqiao stared in surprise at her aunt. It was the first time she had witnessed her aunt stand up to Lu Zhenqiang, and it was for her sake. She had expected her aunt to blame her for not maintaining decorum in front of guests. Yet her aunt defended her instead, ignoring the probing gazes of others. Zhang Mingji led Lu Xiaoqiao outside onto the small balcony. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed. "Over the years, your aunt has seen the struggles you've faced. Especially after Zhang Yan arrived, that child. Sigh. I've tried to discuss it with Lu Yi, but he insists on pursuing his feelings, and I cannot interfere. I understand you worry about me being caught in the middle. Afraid that Lu Jingqiang and I will argue. When you first graduated, I feared you would be bullied outside, not eating well, and thought having you live at home would be better. Who would have thought you'd still face hardship here?" Zhang Mingji finished, looking up at Lu Xiaoqiao, who stood silently, her head bowed, slender shoulders drooping, her clear eyes shimmering with tears that began to fall. "Why are you crying? I'm not blaming you for today's events. I know who you are, and you wouldn't act without reason. Upon hearing her aunt's words, Lu Xiaoqiao's tears flowed even more freely. If today, my aunt were to unjustly blame her for the situation, much like those in the living room, then Lu Xiaoqiao wouldn't merely shed tears, she would resolutely acknowledge having offended everyone in the house without uttering a single soft word in surrender. She had already prepared herself for resignation, yet today, her aunt stood up to her uncle for the first time, revealing that she had always known how wrong Lu Xiaoqiao felt. Stop crying, hurry back inside. It's quite chilly these days, she urged. Lu Xiaoqiao sniffed and murmured in response. As Lu Xiaoqiao left her aunt's house, Li Na and Sun Han also stood to bid farewell to her aunt and uncle. Her uncle had a favorable impression of Sun Han, and as they were about to exit, he remarked, Sun Han, do come along with Li Na when you have the time. I apologize for the unpleasantness today. The child acted thoughtlessly and disrupted the pleasant atmosphere. His words were laced with discontent toward Lu Xiaoqiao. Descending the stairs, Li Na and Sun Han walked behind Lu Xiaoqiao, neither party expressing an intention to converse or accompany one another. Once Lu Xiaoqiao exited the building, Sun Han quietly asked Li Na, was your sister always like this? How did she muster the courage to confront your aunt's son's girlfriend? Li Na was equally taken aback by her behavior today. Lu Xiaoqiao had always been eloquent, charming the elders in her family. It was hard to believe that after arriving in Hangzhou, her temperament had become so volatile, daring to engage with Zhang Yan. Reflecting on Sun Han's lingering expression during dinner, Li Na felt a tightness in her chest. Now, with Sun Han's proactive inquiry, she had no intention of praising Lu Xiaoqiao. That's just how she is. She was expelled from school for fighting. My took pity on her and brought her to Hangzhou for her studies, but look at her now, her temper is unbearable, and she shows no respect. Even toward my uncle. Sun Han, astonished, took a moment to respond. She was like that all along. I truly didn't realize what man could possibly handle someone like her. He was relieved he had chosen to withdraw. Marrying such a woman would surely lead to chaos. Elina scoffed, who knows what kind of man would have the courage? She may be decent looking, but what good is that? Beauty doesn't fill the stomach. Marriage is about living together. Sun Han nodded vigorously, convinced that his initial decision to avoid Lu Xiaoqiao was wise. Elina was right, beauty held no value if it brought no benefit. Exactly, my Nana is the best, gentle and kind. After saying this, he affectionately kissed her lips. Elina, blushing, leaned into his embrace and playfully replied, Humph. As long as you know. While on her way to her aunt's house, Lu Xiaoqiao received a call from Zhou Qizheng, who informed her that she need not take the bus home after dinner. He would send someone to pick her up. Before she even reached the bus stop, she spotted a black sedan already parked there. After checking the license plate, she confirmed it was the car Zhou Qizheng had mentioned for her pickup. The young assistant who had previously accompanied Secretary Ding to deliver meals to her home was the one sent to fetch Lu Xiaoqiao. Before she could reach the vehicle, the assistant hurriedly exited and opened the back door for her. Miss Lu, please be careful and watch your head. All right, thank you, Lu Xiaoqiao replied softly. As the door closed, the assistant took his seat in the driver's position. Lu Xiaoqiao lowered her head to send a WeChat message to Zhou Qizheng, assuring him that she was in the car and he need not worry. Once the car started moving, the assistant cautiously stole glances at Lu Xiaoqiao in the rearview mirror, wondering why her eyes appeared red, as if she had been crying. Had she been bullied? Should he inform Mr. Zhou? If he didn't, would she continue to be mistreated? Upon arriving at their destination, Lu Xiaoqiao exited the vehicle. The assistant quickly pulled out his phone, intending to call Zhou Qizheng, only to realize he did not have his boss's contact information. He swiftly dialed Secretary Ding instead. Since Secretary Ding was on a business trip to Haicheng with Zhou Qizheng, he had assigned the task of picking up Lu Xiaoqiao to his assistant. Upon receiving the call, Ding assumed it was merely a safety report, but soon discovered there was more to it. What did you say? Please repeat that. Hearing the assistant's tone, Ding realized he had called the right person. Sir, I believe Miss Lu has been crying. Her nose is red, and her eyes look puffy like a rabbit's. Ding furrowed his brows, processing the information. Crying? This was serious. How could his boss not be heartbroken? He hung up the phone and rushed to Zhou Qizheng, embellishing the situation. He described her nose as red, her eyes swollen like a fish's, they're puffy like a rabbit's. Zhou Qizheng set down the documents he had been holding. Having known Lu Xiaoqiao for quite some time apart from her birthday and Christmas, he had never seen her see or why. No matter the circumstances, she always faced challenges with strength and courage. Hearing that she had been crying made it impossible for him to remain seated. He longed to rush to her side, comfort her, and assure her that he would resolve any issues she faced. After a moment's consideration, he looked up at Secretary Ding, brows furrowed, and instructed, bring in Mr. Shin. Chapter 88. A week, you say? Very well, Mr. Zhou. Secretary Ding nodded in agreement before swiftly departing. When Shani arrived, he found Zhou Qizheng packing his belongings and asked with curiosity, what are you doing? Zhou Qizheng was placing his change of clothes into a suitcase and replied without looking up. I have some personal matters to attend to and must return home. You'll manage things here, won't you? The tech company they had established together was set to go public after the new year, and they needed to finalize all preparations beforehand. Shani, puzzled, questioned what could possibly be more important than this. What personal matters? Don't tell me it's about your sister-in-law again. Since the last incident, Shani had taken to referring to Lu Xiaoqiao as his sister-in-law. Zhou Qijing ignored him and continued packing. Shani stood there, exasperated, and asked, "What is it this time?" "I don't know, which is why I need to go back and find out." Seeing the concern in Zhou Qijing's eyes, Shani decided not to press further. He sighed and placed his hands on his hips, conceding, "Fine, you go back. I'll keep an eye on things." As Zhou Qijing zipped up his suitcase and, as he passed by Shani, patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Thanks, brother, when I get married, you'll have a seat at the main table." Shani, that by the time Zhou Qijing arrived in Hangzhou, it was already 11:30 at night. He stood outside Lu Xiaoqiao's apartment building, having called her earlier before leaving Haicheng to inform her not to sleep yet. Upon receiving his call, Lu Xiaoqiao quickly donned a down jacket and hurried downstairs. When she reached the last flight of stairs, she spotted Zhou Qijing standing there, clad only in a shirt and trousers, appearing somewhat thin in the cold night air, his silhouette illuminated by dim light exuded a sense of solitary determination. Unable to contain herself, Lu Xiaoqiao dashed toward him, leaping into his arms before her feet even touched the ground. She clung tightly to his neck, and Zhou Qijing, responding instinctively, lifted her up and turned toward the car parked by the flower bed. Knowing she was sensitive to the cold, he had preemptively raised the temperature inside the vehicle. Once they settled into the back seat, Zhou Qijing scrutinized her attire, his brows furrowing with a hint of concern. "Why are you dressed so lightly?" Lu Xiaoqiao glanced down at her outfit. In her haste, she had thrown on a down jacket over her pajamas. Though she felt somewhat guilty, upon seeing Zhou Qijing's attire, her tone shifted to one of indignation. "And what about you? Look at what you're wearing." After saying this, she reached out to touch his trousers. Continuing, "You didn't wear thermal pants, did you? You'll end up with chronic leg pain. You didn't even wear a thick coat. I swear it feels like you have just a few outfits for all seasons." Zhou Qijing couldn't help but chuckle. "I do have thicker coats. I was just in a rush to see you. I was also too eager to change," Lu Xiaoqiao retorted playfully. Zhou Qijing's heart swelled with joy at her words, and he cheerfully remarked, "Oh really? Let me see how eager you were." He turned her face toward him, studying her closely, hoping to discern the reasons behind her tear-filled eyes. "What are you staring at?" Lu Xiaoqiao asked, puzzled. "Did you cry today?" Zhou Qijing inquired, his voice laced with concern. "Who told you that?" Lu Xiaoqiao responded, her expression incredulous. Zhou Qijing, feeling slightly guilty, did not answer. Lu Xiaoqiao leaned closer, teasingly asking, "How many surveillance cameras did you install around me?" Understanding his concern, she recounted the events of the evening. After hearing her story, Zhou Qijing felt an even deeper pang of sympathy. His little girl was so understanding. He embraced her, resting his chin atop her head, and gently suggested, "Why not resign? Pursue a job you truly enjoy." "I really do enjoy this job. Besides, if I resign now, my aunt will have a hard time. After all, it's because of them that I can study here." She didn't mind her own situation, but she worried for her aunt, fearing that if she brought up the idea of quitting, her uncle would have reason to reprimand her aunt, accusing her of raising an ungrateful child who would burn bridges after crossing them. Zhou Qijing held her a little tighter, saying, "All right, let us stay for now, and if you truly feel unhappy, there is no need to continue to burden yourself, okay?" Lu Xiaoqiao nodded in agreement. It was the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. The long-awaited holiday had finally arrived. Lu Xiaoqiao had packed her luggage 2 days prior. Zhou Qijing had booked their flights for 10 in the morning, a perfect time that allowed them to avoid the early morning rush while ensuring they wouldn't arrive home too late after landing. Apart from being somewhat pricey, it was indeed an ideal time. Originally, the dumpling was to be sent to Zhou's family home, but considering Mo would be spending the new year alone in Hangzhou, they decided to leave the dumpling with her for companionship. Zhao Jiji arrived early to join the two, with his luggage already placed in Zhou Qijing's vehicle downstairs. After bidding a brief farewell to Qin and Mo, the two boyfriends carried their respective girlfriends' luggage down the stairs. Knowing they all had bags, Zhou Qijing had deliberately brought his Kulanani Zhao Jiji and Zhao Jia, understanding the situation, took their seats in the back, leaving the front space for the couple reluctant to part. Zhao Jiji thought to himself that the way Zhou looked at his sister-in-law was almost tangible. Upon arriving at the airport and checking in their luggage, they were surprised to discover that Zhou Qijing had booked them first-class tickets. Zhao Jiji reflected on the importance of having a good sister-in-law. After this realization, he pulled Zhao Jia into the VIP lounge, giving the affectionate couple some farewell space. Lu Xiaoqiao, noticing Zhou Qijing's reluctant gaze, shed her shyness and, amidst the bustling airport, wrapped her arms around his waist, reassuring him, "We will meet again in just a week." Zhou Qijing tightened his embrace, burying his face in the nook of her neck. Perhaps even sooner." "What?" Zhou Qijing mumbled. "Nothing." Lu Xiaoqiao stepped back slightly. "All right, I need to go in now. You should head back early too. In a few days, we will see each other again." His response was somewhat lackluster, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Lu Xiaoqiao glanced around, observing that everyone in the hall was immersed in the joy of returning home and the sorrow of farewells. None paying attention to their small world, she whispered, "Lower your head a bit." "What?" Yet his body obediently complied. As he leaned down slightly, Lu Xiaoqiao quickly pecked his lips, before Zhou Qijing could react. She giggled and dashed away. After running a few meters, she turned back to say, "Drive safely on the way." Just like their first embrace, Zhou Qijing gazed fondly at Lu Xiaoqiao, who had scampered away. His eyes filled with affection and reluctance. A week, you say? He could hardly wait. Chapter 89. It is my honor, Zhou. As Zhou Qijing lingered on Lu Xiaoqiao's departing figure, he heard someone call out to him from beside. Turning to see the speaker, he found a young man, approximately 175 centimeters tall, who stirred no recollection in his mind. Who are you? Zhou Qijing replied in a neutral tone. Sun Han and Li Na had booked afternoon flights. But their accommodation was too far from the airport. Fearing they might miss their flight, Li Na insisted on arriving early at the airport, which had irked him a bit, as he found her behavior rather petty. Little did he know that arriving early would serendipitously lead him to encounter the company president. He had spotted a figure that resembled Zhou from a distance, embracing a girl, and upon closer inspection, it indeed was Zhou Qijing. Sun Han clasped his hands tightly, appearing somewhat awkward, his tone tinged with nervousness typical of encountering a superior. Zhou, hello, I am Sun Han, the deputy manager of the commercial development department at Jiangheng. I never expected to meet you here, Sun Han. Zhou Qijing mused on the name for a moment, then with a somewhat amused expression remarked, Sun Han, I've heard of you. Not only had he heard, but he also remembered vividly having learned from Lin Lin about someone who once foolishly pursued his girlfriend. Sun Han's eyes brightened upon realizing Zhou Qijing was aware of his name, his excitement palpable. To be remembered by the boss foretold an extraordinary career ahead. To be remembered by Zhou, that was indeed a privilege. However, Zhou Qijing, ignoring his attempts at flattery, shifted his gaze to Li Na beside Sun Han. Is this your girlfriend? Yes, Zhou, this is my girlfriend Li Na. We are heading to her home for the new year. Sun Han cheerfully introduced them. Li Na was taken aback by the striking presence of Jiangheng's president. His demeanor and appearance were beyond ordinary, leaving her momentarily speechless. It was only when Sun Han nudged her that she snapped back to reality, quickly extending her hand to Zhou Qijing. Hello. Zhou, I'm Li Na. Noticing his lack of intention to shake hands, she awkwardly withdrew her hand. Zhou Qijing glanced at her. Li Na, I've heard of you too, recalling Lin Lin's mention of her. The cousin of his girlfriend, who often used her workplace advantages to make life difficult for her. He merely grunted in acknowledgement, offering no further attention, after stating he had matters to attend to. He took his leave. At this moment, only Zhou Qijing understood the depth of his envy and jealousy. Why was it that Sun Han could return home for the new year with his girlfriend while he had to wait until after the holiday? Once Zhou Qijing's figure had vanished from sight, Li Na turned to Sun Han. So that is your president. He has such an aura, and to be so young yet occupy such a high position. He looks rather stern though. Indeed, our president maintains this expression with everyone. Once the technology company goes public after the new year, I wonder how much his worth will multiply. Sun Han's eyes sparkled with admiration. You're not doing too badly yourself. To be remembered by your president signifies your excellence. Li Na thought highly of her boyfriend's discerning taste in partners. Sun Han accepted the compliment without modesty. Of course, Zhao Zhiji and Zhao Jia lived in the city center of the provincial capital, so they could simply take the airport shuttle directly home after disembarking. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoqiao had to continue her journey in a vehicle that Zhou Qijing had arranged beforehand. Her home was in a county-level city under the provincial capital, facing the sea, boasting not only a rich historical heritage but also soothing hot springs, qualifying as a national 4A tourist attraction. She hadn't returned home in over 6 months. The last time was during the spring-summer transition around May Day, and now she was back in the frigid winter of the 12th month. Suddenly feeling a pang of homesickness, Lu Xiaoqiao, despite having studied in Hangzhou since her teenage years and working there after graduation, found herself missing everything about her hometown. As the car reached the city center, Lu Xiaoqiao instructed the driver to stop, grabbed her luggage, and switched to a local taxi, unsure how to explain the presence of a Maybach that had brought her home without first confiding in her parents. She felt a twinge of anxiety. Her family's house was built right next to the road. As soon as the taxi halted, her family rushed out to greet her. Upon seeing her parents, Lu Xiaoqiao forgot her luggage and embraced them, exclaiming, "Dad, Mom, I missed you so much." Her father, with reddened eyes, looked at Lu Xiaoqiao. "I missed my little girl too. Are you cold? Hurry inside, the heating is on, and the Kong is warm." Lu Xiaoqiao responded with a beaming smile. "I am not cold, I'm bundled up nicely." "That is good, quickly come in, your mother has prepared pickled pork ribs and steamed crabs and prawns, just waiting for my little girl to come home and enjoy." After retrieving her luggage from the car, Lu Xiaoqiao joyfully entered the house with her parents. They relished a hearty meal of hometown delicacies for dinner, and afterward, she presented gifts to her family. She had bought new clothes for her parents and older brother, and a necklace for her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, this is for you. You work the hardest, so you deserve something special. Lu Man took the gift Lu Xiaoqiao offered, and upon opening it, she was momentarily taken aback. The necklace was crafted from platinum, featuring a delicate seashell pendant adorned with a small diamond. Feeling touched and somewhat pained that her sister-in-law, who struggled to afford herself luxuries, had given her such an expensive gift, she chided gently, "How much did this cost? You shouldn't spend this kind of money." Lu Xiaoqiao playfully shook her arm, saying with a grin, "But sister-in-law, Do you like it? Lu Man laughed and shot her a mock glare. Like it, of course, but don't spend this kind of money again. I appreciate your sentiment. As long as you like it. Let me help you put it on. Liu Xiaoqiao felt both grateful and appreciative towards Lu Man for her meticulous care of her parents and for marrying her brother when he had nothing. Auntie, why does everyone have gifts but I don't? The speaker was Lu Xiaoqiao's nephew Lu Zheqi, who was 6 years old, who said, Zheqi, doesn't he have any? I wouldn't he forget you. Look what your auntie bought for you. Though young, Lu Zheqi was passionate about Go. Previously, the family had only been able to afford cheap plastic sets for him, but this time Lu Xiaoqiao had brought a ceramic set. The little boy was thrilled, clutching it tightly. Thank you, auntie. Everyone in the family was delighted with their gifts, and Lu Xiaoqiao was filled with joy. Chapter 90. 2 5-year-olds. Is that possible? Unlike the vibrant nightlife of big cities, rural nights are typically quiet, and people tend to sleep early. A family filled with joy engaged in cheerful conversation for a while before Lu Xiaoqiao excused herself to freshen up and return to her room. Although she had long been away from home, her family had always preserved a room that would eternally belong to her. Lu's mother followed her inside, as the two had not seen each other for nearly half a year. With many people around during dinner, there wasn't much opportunity for conversation, but now they had an abundance of words to share. After chatting for a while, Lu's mother inquired, I heard from your aunt that you have a boyfriend? Lu Xiaoqiao was momentarily taken aback, feeling a flutter of nervousness, but soon relaxed, as she had been pondering how to broach the subject with her mother, who had now asked her directly. Yes, we've known each other for some time, and after the new year, he plans to come visit you and Dad, and to pick me up. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother swallowed the words she had almost spoken. In her generation, there were 4 children in the family, with her as the eldest, followed by 2 younger sisters and a brother. The second sister, Zhang Minhua, was Li Na's mother, while the third sister was Zhang Minji. And the brother was Zhang Hualiang. Lu's mother and Zhang Minhua both had daughters, and Lu Xiaoqiao, who had always been admired for her delicate beauty and charming demeanor, was often the subject of comparison. One time, someone compared Li Na to Lu Xiaoqiao, remarking on Lu Xiaoqiao's fairness. Since then, Zhang Minhua seemed to have taken it to heart, constantly comparing their daughters in various aspects: height, exam scores, even the amount of food consumed. And now that both girls had boyfriends, the competition shifted to their suitors. A few days ago, while preparing the menu for her mother's birthday banquet, Lu Xiaoqiao encountered Zhang Minhua, who, having heard from Li Na, alluded to the fact that both daughters were in relationships. She boasted that Li Na's boyfriend was a leader in a major company, while Lu Xiaoqiao's was merely an unemployed drifter living off his family. Naturally, Lu's mother felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this, wanting to question her daughter about her choice. However, Lu Xiaoqiao had mentioned that she would bring her boyfriend home soon, so Lu's mother, fearing that too much discussion might upset her daughter, could only sigh inwardly and resolve to wait until they met to speak further. Don't tell your dad yet. Let's wait until your grandmother's birthday celebration is over. Okay, Lu Xiaoqiao obediently replied. Here, take this money. As Lu's mother prepared to leave, she slipped her a wad of cash, which she estimated to be around 5,000. Furrowing her brow, Lu Xiaoqiao asked, What do you want me to do with this money? You hardly come home twice a year, and when you do, you spend so much on gifts. You should treat yourself well while you're out there. Your father insisted I give this to you, Mom. I have money. Buying gifts for you and Dad is my way of showing respect. My brother and sister-in-law take care of you more, so it's only natural to buy them gifts as well. You should keep this money for yourself. I'm truly not short on cash right now, but if I ever find myself in need, I'll ask you and Dad. Lu Xiaoqiao insisted. At present, she truly had enough money. Before returning home, Qin Momo had repaid her debts, and with her salary from the past 2 months, plus the red envelope from Zhou Qizhang's father, she felt justified in considering herself a little wealthy. Seeing her resolve, Lu's mother relented. Alright then, but if you ever need money, be sure to tell your mother. Lu Xiaoqiao nodded in acknowledgement. On New Year's Eve, Lu Xiaoqiao was roused early by her mother, who insisted that guests were coming over and she should not sleep in. After getting ready, the guest arrived, one of her father's old comrades, with whom he had served in the military, and who her father had once saved. After the guest left, the family busied themselves with preparations for the New Year feast. Unlike urban traditions of extravagant New Year's Eve dinners, their most sumptuous meal was served at noon. As Lu Xiaoqiao had been away for so long, most of the dishes prepared were her favorites. When the family finally sat down for their reunion dinner, it felt as if the new year had truly begun. During the meal, Lu's father mentioned his friend from the morning. My comrade said his old leader has a son who was still single. After seeing our Xiaoqiao, he wanted to introduce him to her. Lu Xiaoqiao's heart skipped a beat, and just as she was about to respond, her father continued, But don't worry, I turned him down right away. Just as she felt relieved, her father added, He's too old. How could I marry off my daughter to someone like that? His tone was steeped in disapproval regarding the suitor's age. Lu Xiaoqiao felt a twinge of anxiety, recalling Zhou Qizhang's age, and timidly asked, Is he very old? How much older than me? After taking a sip of his drink and grabbing some cold dishes with his chopsticks, her father replied irately, 6 years, I told that comrade that my son-in-law shouldn't be more than 5 years older than my daughter. Liu Xiaoqiao was taken aback. 5 years, is it acceptable for him to be 5 years older? Although Lu's mother had not inquired about age, Lu Xiaoqiao had been contemplating revealing it to her after dinner. However, after hearing her father's words, she hesitated, deciding it was best to wait for a more stable moment. Having made all her plans, Lu Xiaoqiao was unprepared for an unexpected turn of events. On the first day of the new year, Lu Xiaoqiao was again ruthlessly awakened by her mother, who insisted that one must not laze about on New Year's Day. Groggily, she dressed and washed up, reflecting on the previous night's festivities, which had included setting off fireworks at midnight. By the time she returned to her room after washing up, it was nearly 1 in the morning when Zhou Qizheng called, his tone laced with dissatisfaction as he complained about her not having initiated contact with him during her time away. Lu Xiaoqiao, in a playful manner akin to soothing a child, attempted to calm him down while also extorting a request from him. As is customary, families typically spend New Year's Day together at home. But since the third day would be Lu Xiaoqiao's grandmother's birthday celebration, they were preparing to go there. Just as Lu Xiaoqiao finished dressing, her phone rang. Seeing Zhou Qizheng's name on the caller ID, she hurried back to her room to answer it discreetly. Happy New Year. Zhou Qizheng's deep resonant voice came through the receiver. Happy New Year. Lu Xiaoqiao smiled, her lips curving in delight. Did you miss me? This was a question he asked daily since she returned home. Liu Xiaoqiao, not growing weary of his inquiries, replied with the words he longed to hear. Yes, I missed you. I miss you too. What should we do? Lu Xiaoqiao found Zhou Qizheng's clinginess amusing. But we have to wait to see each other until you arrive, which is in 5 days. But I can't wait that long. With a teasing smile, Lu Xiaoqiao replied, then what can we do? I can't fly over there. Zhou Qizheng didn't rush to respond. As Lu Xiaoqiao held the phone, she could hear faint sounds from his end. The creaking of a window opening reached her ears, followed by the crackling of fireworks, leaving her curious as to how fireworks were being set off in Hangzhou. The next moment, Zhou Qizheng's melodious voice broke through. Xiaoqiao, your hometown is beautiful. Chapter 91. Is there a third option? Lu Xiaoqiao was momentarily stunned by Zhou Qizheng's words. Had he come to Ningyuan City? But today was merely the first day of the new year. When had he arrived? How had he gotten there? As her mother called for her to hurry, Lu Xiaoqiao hurriedly hung up and concocted an excuse to her parents about needing to go out for a moment. Before they could respond, she dashed away. Even as she settled into the taxi, Lu Xiaoqiao was still reeling from the shock upon arriving at the hotel where Zhou Qizheng was staying. She quickly scanned the QR code to pay the driver and hopped out. Just as she was about to step toward the hotel's entrance, her gaze was captivated. Snowflakes began to flutter down from the sky. And Zhou Qizheng stood there, tall and poised like a pine tree, clad in a pure black down jacket that enveloped his broad shoulders. He emanated a unique charm that could not be concealed. As the snowflakes settled on his shoulders, he caught sight of Lu Xiaoqiao, and his expression instantly brightened with surprise and warmth. Without hesitation, he strode toward her, unzipping his jacket as he approached. Once he reached her, he quickly opened his coat and enveloped her in a tight embrace, shielding her from the cold with his outerwear. Make sure you dress warmly. It's freezing, Lu Xiaoqiao playfully pushed against his solid chest, which was clad only in a shirt. Zhou Qizheng smiled, lowering his gaze to her, his tone soft and tender. It's precisely because it's so cold that I wrapped you up like this. Moved once more by his unintentional words, Lu Xiaoqiao thought, what should she do? Why was Zhou Qizheng so kind? Then let us hurry inside and talk. All right. Together, they made their way through the hotel entrance and took the elevator directly to Zhou Qizheng's floor. Once inside the room, Zhou Qizheng did not release her. Instead, he pressed her against the door and leaned down, intending to kiss her, only to be firmly pushed away by Lu Xiaoqiao. Gasping slightly, she looked up at him and asked, first, you must answer my questions. When did you arrive? How did you get here? Zhou Qizheng hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully, I arrived the day after you left. Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback. How did you come? I saw a Cullinan parked at the hotel entrance, and such luxury cars are quite rare in a small county like this. When we arrived, other vehicles were obstructing my view of the license plate, and now I can't help but wonder. I drove here. Upon witnessing his audacious response, Lu Xiaoqiao found herself utterly exasperated, recalling the midday of New Year's Eve. When she inquired about his meal, and he casually mentioned instant noodles, she initially thought he was jesting. A pang of sadness welled within her, accompanied by a deeper sense of pity, with a slightly reproachful tone. She remarked, you could have spent the new year at home, yet you drove all this way. Zhou Qizheng, what were you thinking? Faced with Lu Xiaoqiao's sudden outburst, Zhou Qizheng felt a momentary flutter of anxiety before gently replying, I thought you would be happy. Observing his cautious demeanor only intensified her heartache that he had traveled such a distance to see her, and here she was scolding him. Without a shred of hesitation, she rose on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Zhou Qizheng's neck, and planted a soft kiss on his lips, followed by burying her face in his chest as she murmured, Zhou Qizheng, I really like you. Zhou Qizheng took a moment to process her words, then lowered his gaze to the girl in his embrace and inquired, what did you say? With a blush adorning her cheeks, Lu Xiaoqiao met his gaze and reiterated, Zhou Qizhang, I really like. Before she could finish, Zhou Qizhang abruptly grasped her head, his firm grip rendering her immobile, and without hesitation he descended upon the lips he had yearned for day and night. The kiss was fervent, more passionate than any before, yet Lu Xiaoqiao showed no signs of resistance. After days of separation, the pangs of longing coupled with the rare confession of affection and the seclusion of their quiet room acted as catalysts for their emotions. They found themselves kissing their way from the doorway to the edge of the bed, the surroundings fading into a blur. Just moments later, an unexpected ringtone pierced the atmosphere. My phone is ringing. Lu Xiaoqiao gasped, nudging Zhou Qizhang, who still seemed eager to continue. Noticing his relentless kisses on her neck, she added, "It must be my mom." Finally, Zhou Qizhang ceased his advances, lifting his head to look at her. Lu Xiaoqiao sat up, retrieving her phone, and confirmed that the call was indeed from home. She hastily adjusted her disheveled attire, steadying her breath. Just as she was about to answer, the call ended abruptly. Casting a glance at Zhou Qizhang, she pondered how to explain the sudden appearance of her boyfriend to her family when he queried, "When shall we visit your home? Should we go now or later?" His tone implied that visiting was non-negotiable. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Lu Xiaoqiao responded, "Is there a third option?" And Zhou Qizhang furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" "I haven't told my dad about us yet." As soon as she spoke, Zhou Qizhang's expression shifted noticeably, fearing he might overthink. She quickly clarified, "My mom knows, she just hasn't had the chance to inform my dad." Zhou Qizhang raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance her way before rising to his feet. He addressed Lu Xiaoqiao saying, "You can either call your father now or we can go directly. The choice is yours. I'll take a shower first." Lu Xiaoqiao sometimes felt akin to a cad, dating someone without granting him a title. Zhou Qizhang was so exceptional, perhaps her father would genuinely like him. Yet, there remained the lingering concern of their 5-year age difference and whether his stellar qualities could overshadow it. Ultimately, she decided that her feelings for Zhou Qizhang were what mattered most. Her father was not an antiquated person, he would likely respect her decision. Resolving this, she seized the opportunity while Zhou Qizhang was in the shower to call her mother. After informing her mother about bringing her boyfriend home, Lu Xiaoqiao felt significantly lighter. When Zhou Qizhang emerged from his shower, dressed and ready to depart, Lu Xiaoqiao assumed they were set to go, only to find him beginning to pack his belongings. "What are you doing with your luggage?" she inquired. Zhou Qizhang replied matter-of-factly, "Aren't we going to your house? Are you expecting me to stay at a hotel?" Although she was uncertain about how to navigate her father's reaction, she understood this was a conversation she could not avoid. "I'm just concerned you might not be comfortable. It's not easy to find a restroom in the countryside." Zhou Qizhang finished packing, locked his suitcase, and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll adapt, plus I'm curious to experience your childhood environment." With his words, Lu Xiaoqiao felt it was futile to argue further. She took hold of the suitcase, ready to set off to her home. Chapter 92. Older than my father. Lu Xiaoqiao did not allow Zhou Qizhang to drive his luxurious Cullinan. She feared that should he enter her village in such a vehicle, by the following day, he would be the talk of the entire area. "Just wait while I grab the gifts." Upon seeing the multitude of gift bags Zhou Qizhang had unloaded from the car, Lu Xiaoqiao was momentarily speechless. "Why so many?" Zhou Qizhang smirked, replying, "Not too many. The car couldn't accommodate all that my father prepared. I only brought a portion." Lu Xiaoqiao sighed, "With this much stuff, we should have taken a taxi. Even their vehicle wouldn't fit all this." Ultimately, Zhou Qizhang drove his own car back to Lu Xiaoqiao's home. Upon receiving Lu Xiaoqiao's call about bringing her boyfriend over, her mother hurriedly returned home with her father. "Is our daughter toying with us? She hadn't mentioned anything in the last few days." "She did inform me when she returned that day," her father replied. Upon hearing this, her father grew displeased. "Then why didn't she tell me?" Her mother shot him a glance. "It's not something easily explained in a few words. She'll be here soon enough, and you'll see for yourself." The couple anxiously estimated that it wouldn't be long before Lu Xiaoqiao arrived. Lu Xiaoqiao's brother, Lu Xiaodong, along with his family, stood outside, awaiting their future brother-in-law's first visit. From a distance, they spotted a sleek black car approaching. They thought little of it, considering the long journey from Hangzhou during the festive season. As the car came to a halt, when Lu Xiaoqiao stepped out, the family was momentarily taken aback, particularly Lu Xiaodong. While their parents may not have recognized the vehicle, he certainly did. The top-tier configuration of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, priced at nearly 8 million. After disembarking from the car, not a single family member's gaze fell upon Lu Xiaoqiao. All eyes were fixated on Zhou Qizhang as he maneuvered the vehicle into place. Lu Xiaoqiao's mother, eager, nearly pressed her face against the window to observe. When Zhou Qizhang finally exited the car, Lu Xiaoqiao's mother was momentarily stunned, then quickly scrutinized him from head to toe, her expression turning complex. No wonder her daughter was smitten with a man of such strikingly handsome features. Even if he were unemployed, his mere presence could stave off hunger for days. "Father, mother, this is my boyfriend, these are my parents, my brother and sister-in-law, as well as my little nephew." Lu Xiaoqiao introduced everyone, and before anyone else could speak, Zhou Qizhang stepped forward to greet her parents, wishing them a happy new year. followed by her brother and sister-in-law, even acknowledging the little one with kindness. Let us head inside, it's chilly out here, her father said, observing Zhou Qizhang's tall and handsome demeanor with a hint of satisfaction. Though he masked it from the young man to prevent any arrogance, Zhou Qizhang agreed, then opened the trunk to unload all the gifts, including his own suitcase. The family carried the presents inside, while Zhou Qizhang and Lu Xiaoqiao settled onto a two-person sofa, with the others sitting opposite them. Is your family also from Hangzhou? Lu Xiaoqiao's father initiated the conversation, though seated. Zhou Qizhang maintained an upright posture. Upon hearing the question, he promptly met her father's gaze and replied, yes, uncle. Lu Xiaoqiao's father, observing the extraordinary demeanor and aura of his prospective son-in-law, quietly nodded in approval, thinking to himself that this young man was quite impressive. Who else is in your family? My mother has passed, my father has remarried, and I have an older sister. People often say where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather. It sounds a bit unfortunate for you, therefore you should treat this son-in-law well, he thought. And what do you do for a living? I co-founded a technology company with friends, and I also manage the family business. Lu Xiaoqiao's mother was taken aback. Hadn't she heard that he was unemployed? How could he have established his own company? Perhaps there had been a misunderstanding, especially since this information had come from her second daughter, likely filtered through several retellings. It made sense. How could her exceptionally talented daughter possibly settle for a man who merely had looks? That day, she had been concerned about her daughter's health and regretted not inquiring further. Having a job was essential, at least her daughter wouldn't suffer a lifetime of hardship alongside him. With this thought, Lu Xiaoqiao's mother looked at the handsome and poised future son-in-law, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. While Lu Xiaoqiao's mother was reveling in her satisfaction, her father shifted the conversation towards Zhou Qizhang's age. So you own a small company? Very good, very good. It's commendable for young people to be ambitious. By the way, your name is Zhou Qizhang, right? Zhou Qizhang nodded affirmatively. Her father, with a kind expression and a gentle tone, inquired, Qizhang, how old are you this year? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Qizhang sensed Lu Xiaoqiao beside him stiffen visibly. He contemplated the impossibility of concealing his age, and thus replied honestly, Uncle, I am 33 this year. Lu Xiaoqiao's father, still immersed in thoughts of his handsome and ambitious future son-in-law, could hardly believe his ears upon hearing Zhou Qizhang's admission. What did you say? He asked, disbelief etched across his face. Zhou Qizhang, steeling himself, repeated, 33. Lu's father suddenly stood up from the sofa, causing Zhou Qizhang to startle and lean back slightly. As he watched his future father-in-law pacing back and forth in front of him without uttering a word, he felt an overwhelming tension, his palms growing clammy. Lu's father looked at Zhou Qizhang with a pained expression, trembling as he pointed at him and exclaimed, she is only 23, how dare you, in the face of Lu's father's accusations. Zhou Qizhang remained silent, acknowledging that he was indeed 10 years older than his daughter. Uncle, I am indeed older than Xiaoqiao, but Lu's father cut him off. Older? You mean significantly older? Lu Xiaoqiao, witnessing her father's remarks towards Zhou Qizhang, immediately protested, Dad, how can you speak like that? Faced with his daughter's inquiry, Lu's father's anger somewhat diminished. What's wrong with that? I neither shouted at him nor was I fierce. You can ask him, am I being harsh on you? He directed the question to Zhou Qizhang. Zhou Qizhang quickly shook his head. No, uncle was just having a normal conversation with me. At that moment, Lu's mother also stood up. Alright, Xiaoqiao, come with me for a moment. As Lu's mother called Lu Xiaoqiao outside, the rest of the family followed suit, leaving only Zhou Qizhang and 6-year-old Lu Zheqi behind. Lu Zheqi glanced at the man before him, who resembled a movie star, and quietly asked, are you my little aunt's boyfriend? Zhou Qizhang looked at the little one still by his side and replied gently, yes, I am. Does my grandpa not like you? The question struck Zhou Qizhang's heart, and he nodded, yes, that's true. Does my grandpa think you are too old? Zhou Qizhang. But he raised his hand to touch his face. I don't think I'm that old, right? I don't look old, and I believe I suit your little aunt. Just as Zhou Qizhang was about to feel pleased that the little one finally spoke some fair words, he heard the child continue, but you are indeed a bit older than my dad. Zhou Qizhang. Chapter 93, an aesthetic preference. Lu Xiaoqiao followed Lu's mother outside, initially bracing herself for a familial onslaught of opposition. She was pleasantly surprised when Lu's mother simply stated, I agree. This proclamation instantly eased her worries. Hearing this, Lu's father furrowed his brow, expressing his impatience as he replied to Lu's mother, what do you mean you agree? Your agreement doesn't matter to me. He is exactly 10 years older than my daughter. Lu's mother dismissed his concerns. He may be a bit older, but the young man has ambition. How do you know he has ambition? Lu's mother wore an expression that seemed to say, are you not listening? He runs a business with friends and has his own ventures. I believe this boy is indeed ambitious. Lu Xiaoqiao nodded in agreement. Yes, Mom, you are absolutely right. He is incredibly ambitious. She hurried to mention more of his virtues to garner favor for her boyfriend. Lu's father, feeling a twinge of jealousy as his daughter and wife praised another man, replied grumpily, are you both just enamored by his looks? Let me tell you, that won't put food on the table. Lu's mother shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "What do you think attracted me to you in the first place? Was it your empty pockets or your abject poverty? I was drawn to your looks. And you are putting on airs about age. As long as he treats our daughter well, what does age matter? Besides, your father is 12 years older than your mother. Why don't you mention that?" "Why are you bringing up my parents?" Lu's father stuttered, clearly agitated. Back in their day, marriages were often arranged, and they had never met before tying the knot. The man had concealed his actual age to secure the marriage, only for the woman to discover the truth post-wedding. This incident had become a source of ridicule, leading him to believe that marrying someone significantly older was a disgrace. Observing his father's flushed face, unsure if he was angry or embarrassed, Lu Xiaodong stepped forward to mediate. "Dad, don't get upset. It's a festive occasion that he has come from afar, so don't scowl all the time. This matter isn't solely up to us. It is about what my little sister wants. If she is willing, we just need to ensure his character is decent." Lu's father huffed, "What character can you discern at this moment? I see you are all merely captivated by his looks." Seeing Lu's father soften his opposition, Lu Xiaoqiao seized the opportunity to cling to his arm and pouted, "All right, Dad, please don't be angry. Although he is 10 years older than me, he treats me extraordinarily well. Can't you give him a chance? Do you only care about age and not how he treats me?" At her daughter's coaxing, Lu's father's expression softened a bit. "Let us see how he behaves." Everyone felt relieved as they observed Lu's father finally agreeing, and the atmosphere lightened. The conversation opened up, and Lu Xiaoqiao followed the others back inside. Upon entering, she noticed a big and small pair snuggled together, engrossed in a tablet. At that moment, Lu Zheqi looked at Zhou Qizheng with admiration, his eyes sparkling, exclaiming, "Wow, uncle, you are amazing. You even beat this teacher. Wow, uncle, look, the teacher logged off because of you. What are you two playing?" Lu Xiaoqiao asked with a smile as she approached. Lu Zheqi, seeing the adults had entered, eagerly tugged at Zhou Qizheng's arm to boast, "Little aunt, your boyfriend can play Go, and he is incredible. He beat the teacher on here." "Hee, is that so? You can play Go?" Lu Xiaoqiao inquired. Zhou Qizheng smiled at Lu Xiaoqiao, a little. In truth, during his middle school years, Zhou Qizheng had reached an 8 Dan level in Go. He had initially considered it merely a pastime and had declined an invitation to compete. "Where did this tablet come from?" Lu Xiaodong asked as he entered. "Uncle said it was a gift for me." "Dad, it's the latest model. It's even better than Li Zihua's." Lu Xiaodong glanced at his son's flushed face, realizing that his sister's boyfriend must have done his homework before arriving. His son had always loved playing Go, but there had never been anyone to practice with. One of his classmates had a tablet with software that allowed children across the country to compete in Go, which he had always envied but never received. "Did you thank Uncle for such a valuable gift?" "Dad, don't worry. If Uncle gives me such a great gift, how could I not thank him?" Zhou Qizheng smiled. "As long as Zheqi likes it, that's enough." Once everyone had gathered, Zhou Qizheng distributed the remaining gifts. Most were nutritional supplements for the two elders, including bird's nest and cordyceps. Knowing Lu's father enjoyed drinking, he had also brought a case of specially supplied liquor and a box of Mao Tai. For Lu's mother, he gifted an exquisite jade necklace, which Lu Xiaoqiao noted to remind her mother to keep it safe, as it was evidently valuable. Finally, Zhou Qizheng handed the last two gift bags to Lu Xiaodong and Lu Man. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, this is for you." Lu Man looked at him in surprise. "We already feel guilty for you getting a gift for Zheqi. It's too much to also bring us something." Lu Xiaoqiao was equally surprised by Zhou Qizheng's thoughtfulness in not forgetting her brother and sister-in-law. "He brought it, brother and sister-in-law, just accept it." After the gifts were distributed, Lu's mother busied herself preparing a meal for her prospective son-in-law in the kitchen, glancing at Zhou Qizheng chatting with Lu's father. She smiled with satisfaction and continued her work. A mother-in-law's pride in her son-in-law only grows with time. While she was busy, she suddenly seemed to remember something important, moving closer to Lu Xiaoqiao and whispering, "Xiaoqiao, the day after tomorrow is your grandmother's birthday. You must bring Qizheng along." "Understood." Lu Xiaoqiao paused her garlic peeling, looked up at her mother, and hesitated before saying, "Can we not go?" Hearing this, Lu's mother grew displeased. "Why not? Your sister brought her boyfriend home for the new year. You should bring yours too. Your second aunt will definitely ask about it." Lu Xiaoqiao lowered her head and muttered, "I don't want to bring him and let people compare." Lu's mother scoffed, pride radiating from her. "Let them compare. Isn't she the one who wants to compare? I don't believe anyone can surpass my Qizheng." Lu Xiaoqiao. Chapter 94, What does greasy mean? Lu's mother shot a glance at Lu Xiaoqiao, who was sulking in silence, and pinched her arm with irritation. "Are you listening to me? If you don't bring him and they ask, what will I say? They might think our Qizheng is some shameful character. Besides, you have to go that day. Are you going to leave Qizheng at home alone?" Lu Xiaoqiao wanted Zhou Qizheng to wait until after her grandmother's birthday to come, as she wished to avoid the current issue. Sun Han worked at Zhou Qizheng's company, and while Zhou Qizheng might not know her, Sun Han would surely recognize her boss. It would be best if they didn't meet. If they did, how awkward would that be? She had promised Zhou Qizheng that after the new year, their relationship would be public, and at that point, they couldn't hide it any longer. With no choice, Lu Xiaoqiao reluctantly replied, "Okay, I understand. I'll bring him, but why does it feel like he is the son you never had? Lumu playfully scolded her, saying, this naughty child, if I treat him well and you disapprove. Do you expect me to behave like your father? Alright, go inside, and ask your brother to carry the table in. Dinner will be ready soon. Lu Xiaoqiao nodded in response. At that moment, in the inner room, Zhou Qizheng had never imagined that he would ever find himself associated with the term reserved. If Zhou Fu were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be perplexed, having dedicated his life to controlling his son. Only to find that he was now intimidated by an old rural man. The three individuals seated in the room engaged in a few casual exchanges before falling into a silence. Lu Xiaodong felt awkward and was at a loss for words when faced with his future brother-in-law, who was a few years his senior. He dreaded the thought of this dignified future brother-in-law calling him brother. Although he had done so earlier, he had felt too shy to respond. Just then, Lu Xiaoqiao called him to help move the table, and he eagerly demonstrated his willingness to assist with household chores more than ever before. On this first visit of the future son-in-law, Lu Mu laid out a sumptuous spread of dishes to warmly welcome the very satisfactory Zhou Qizheng. As evening fell, at 8 o'clock, Lu Xiaoqiao glanced at the clock on the wall and then at Zhou Qizheng, who was still engrossed in a game of Go with Lu Jieqi. She leaned closer and whispered, "Are you really planning to stay here tonight?" Zhou Qizheng looked up at her, then returned his gaze to the board. "I brought my luggage. Where else would you have me go? I worry that you might not be comfortable." Lu Xiaoqiao attempted to persuade him further. Before Zhou Qizheng could speak, Lu Jieqi interjected, "Little aunt, don't worry, I'll stay with uncle. If he needs to use the bathroom at night, I'll accompany him. Just let him stay here." Lu Jieqi was utterly enamored with his future uncle-in-law, who resembled a star and played Go so well. Zhou Qizheng couldn't help but chuckle at the child's earnestness as he ruffled his hair. Lu Xiaoqiao found it amusing as well. "How do you know so much?" In the end, Lu Jieqi was unable to fulfill his wish of staying with his future uncle-in-law, yielding the room to Zhou Qizheng while he himself was taken to the main house by his mother. Lu Xiaoqiao led Zhou Qizheng to wash up, and afterward, she took him to the room that originally belonged to her nephew. Upon entering, they found Lu Mu arranging the bedding. Zhou Qizheng quickly approached. "Auntie, let me do it." "No need, you wouldn't know how to do these things. This duvet was newly bought for Xiaoqiao, and she has only used it for 2 days. Since you are here, I'll change it for you and let her use the old one," Lu Mu replied. Lu Xiaoqiao pouted. "Whose mother are you anyway?" Lu Mu dismissed her concern. "Whose mother it is? You still have to use the old one today." "Alright, it's all set. Qizheng, get some rest early. Tomorrow, let Xiaoqiao take you around the city, and the day after, I'll take you out for a feast." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qizheng's eyes brightened momentarily as he smiled and replied, "Alright." This was the first time Lu Xiaoqiao had seen such an expression on his face. It appeared somewhat endearing. After Lu Xiaoqiao and Lu Mu left the room, Zhou Qizheng eagerly removed his clothes and nestled into the bed that Lu Xiaoqiao had used. Wrapping himself in the duvet and covering his head, he took a deep breath. It smelled so good. He could not stop inhaling her scent lingering on the duvet and felt somewhat perverse, yet he couldn't help it. He reached for his phone placed beside the pillow. "Xiaoqiao, your duvet smells wonderful. Just like you." "Xiaoqiao, Zhou Qizheng, do you realize how greasy you sound right now? Hurry up and go to sleep." What does greasy mean?" Lu Xiaoqiao chose not to respond. Zhou Qizheng then found the group chat with his three brothers. Li Yuxuan, Shani, the rural night is truly beautiful. Li Yuxuan, damn, old Zhou, you are so greasy. Xiaoqiao just said that too. It doesn't seem like a compliment. What do you mean by greasy? Li Yuxuan, what do you mean, like an oily old uncle? Don't you understand? It means you're spouting nonsense. Do you get it now? Shin how's it going? Have you met your little sister-in-law's family yet? Yes, auntie is really nice and very welcoming. Her cooking is delicious. Shin and what about the future father-in-law? How does he feel about you? He's alright. Li Yuxuan, old Zhou's wording indicates he must have encountered some resistance. If he has any grievances, let us know and we'll help you think of a way. Zhou Qizheng felt reassured by the presence of his two good friends. Just as he was about to share his worries, Li Yuxuan sent another message. Li Yuxuan, as long as it's not about them disapproving of your age, then it's all good. Shani, can we first resolve my issue? Yesterday was New Year's Eve. I didn't go home and spent the whole day helping her, only for her to insist on giving me 200 yuan. Li Yuxuan, that's a false dilemma. I can't help with that. Li Yuxuan, aren't you eyeing that new car I ordered? I think it suits you well. Li Yuxuan, I would go to great lengths for my brothers. Now spill your problems. I'm only worried that my girlfriend's bed is a bit hard. I already have trouble sleeping, so you two can chat privately. It's too noisy. Li Yuxuan, then hurry and get some good sleep. A hard bed won't let you rest well. Tomorrow your father-in-law might think your back pain is age-related and then he wouldn't dare marry his daughter off to you. Zhou Qizheng left the group chat and blocked them. Hugging his girlfriend's fragrant duvet to sleep the next day, Zhou Qijing was awakened by the sounds of children playing outside. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was nearly 8 o'clock, for the first time. His biological clock had gone awry. He bolted upright, hurriedly dressed, and felt frustrated that he had slept in on his first visit to his girlfriend's home. As he opened the door, he noticed that the stove connecting to his room was already roaring with warmth. No wonder it had felt so cozy in the room and under the duvet yesterday. The duvet from yesterday and the stove today filled Zhou Qijing with an indescribable warmth. Stepping outside, he was greeted by a blanket of white snow. It had snowed. Zhou Qijing approached Lu Mu's room, nervously opened the door, and nearly collided with Lu Fu, who was coming in. Uncle, good morning. Zhou Qijing greeted Lu Fu with a smile. Lu Fu glanced at him. You're up? Yes, Zhou Qijing replied awkwardly with a smile. Quickly wash your face. Your aunt is about to finish breakfast, Lu Fu said, turning to leave, but then paused to remind Zhou Qijing. By the way, did you change the windshield washer fluid in the car you drove here? The Northeast isn't like the South. You can't use your fluid here, it will freeze. Taken aback by Lu Fu's concern, Zhou Qijing quickly replied, thank you, uncle. My secretary reminded me, and I used antifreeze washer fluid. Lu Fu paused, surprised. Secretary? You have a secretary? Well, it sounds like your little company is quite legitimate. Alright then, young man, work hard. Being low-key is a good thing, Lu Fu remarked, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Zhou Qijing was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure whether to clarify or not. With Xiao Xiao not by his side, he dared not speak too much. Yes, understood, uncle. Alright, off you go. At that moment, Lu Mu entered carrying a small basin, smiling at Zhou Qijing. Qijing, you're up. Hurry and wash your face. I bought some freshly ground soy milk from the tofu shop in the village. Xiao Xiao loved it as a child. She said it's richer than the one sold outside. Thank you, auntie. Zhou Qijing replied politely. Why is this child so polite? Hurry and wash up. I'll call Xiao Xiao up as well. Due to the heavy snowfall outside, for safety reasons, Zhou Qijing and Lu Xiaoqiao abandoned their plans to head into the city. The two spent the day at home, playing Go with Lu Jieqi. That evening, before bed, Lu Xiaoqiao pondered for a moment and decided to remind Zhou Qijing, we Northeasterners are quite hospitable. When we go to my grandmother's house tomorrow, please don't be startled by the relatives' enthusiasm. And don't take offense. Seeing her anxious expression, Zhou Qijing chuckled. What? Do you think your relatives might eat me? He reassured her, don't worry, I can handle it. Zhou Qijing was excited about attending the birthday banquet the next day, as it was his first time attending a family gathering as Lu Xiaoqiao's boyfriend. Xiao Xiao, which outfit do you think I should wear? Lu Xiaoqiao glanced at the two outfits laid out on the Kong, and aside from the shirt colors being dark and light, she truly saw no other difference. Wear whichever is thicker. There will be many people tomorrow, in and out, and the door 1T stay closed. It will definitely be cold. She touched the fabric of the shirt and frowned slightly. This is too thin. You should wear the light-colored shirt tomorrow, paired with that cashmere pullover you have in your suitcase. Then wear a down jacket over it, and you should be fine. Zhou Qijing nodded. Alright. Lu Xiaoqiao glanced at his legs and casually asked, haven't you worn long johns yet? Zhou Qijing smirked playfully. Why don't you check? Lu Xiaoqiao pouted but then playfully smacked his leg. You dare act so brazenly in my house? Aren't you afraid my dad will break your legs? Zhou Qijing enveloped her in his embrace, lowering his voice. Xiao Xiao, are you truly willing? Lu Xiaoqiao was acutely aware that he was once again inclined to kiss her, yet she felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of being affectionate in her own home. She hastily pushed him away, urging, you should quickly get some rest. We wouldn't want you to oversleep tomorrow. Having said that, Lu Xiaoqiao darted away like a startled rabbit. The following morning, the family busied themselves with preparations to depart for Lu Mu's maternal home. Since it was not in the same village, they needed to drive there. Zhou Qijing's car was too conspicuous, and Lu Xiaoqiao preferred not to let him drive, especially since it had just snowed, and she feared that he, having never driven in such conditions, might struggle with the technique. Lu Xiaodong had a vehicle that could accommodate only 5 people, including himself, leaving 2 extra seats. Lu Xiaoqiao suggested that she and Zhou Qijing stay behind while her brother dropped everyone off and returned to fetch them later. Once the car carrying the 5 family members had driven off for some distance, Lu Xiaoqiao led Zhou Qijing back indoors to wait. Zhou Qijing casually inquired, how far is your grandmother's home? How long will it take for your brother to return? Lu Xiaoqiao pondered for a moment before replying, considering the round trip, it should take a little over half an hour. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qijing's gaze flickered slightly and he fell silent as he followed her inside. To enter the main house, they first had to pass by Lu Xiaoqiao's room. As she stepped forward, Zhou Qijing suddenly seized her, then pushed open her bedroom door, turned, closed it, and swiftly pressed his lips against hers. The movement was seamless, as if he had rehearsed it countless times in his mind. Zhou Qijing's kiss was commanding. Lu Xiaoqiao pushed him away, but to no avail. As he kissed her neck, she reminded him not to leave any marks. Zhou Qijing mumbled a muffled acknowledgement before continuing. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaodong had delivered the family to their destination. After everyone had exited the vehicle, Lu Man realized she had forgotten to bring the red envelope for her grandmother and returned with Lu Xiaodong's car. Upon arriving at the Lu household, Lu Xiaodong announced that he would remain in the car, asking Lu Man to retrieve her wallet and call for Lu Xiaoqiao and the others. When Lu Man went to fetch them, She discovered the house empty. Just as she was wondering where the two had gone, the door to the small room opened, revealing the pair emerging one after the other. Upon seeing Lu Man, Lu Xiaoqiao's cheeks flushed crimson. Noticing their awkward expressions and the evident change in Lu Xiaoqiao's lips, Lu Man remained silent, merely informing them that the car had arrived. As they drove towards their destination, Zhou Qijing received a phone call from the overseas branch. Since operations there followed local customs, they were working normally without a New Year holiday. Lu Xiaoqiao suggested he take the call in the car while she and her brother and sister-in-law exited first. Lu Man asked Lu Xiaodong to go inside, remaining behind to accompany her sister-in-law as they awaited her boyfriend. The guests were beginning to arrive one after another. Lu Man pulled Lu Xiaoqiao into a secluded corner, contemplating before finally speaking. What exactly does your boyfriend do? According to Lu Xiaodong, the car he drove was worth nearly 8 million, and the lavish gifts he had bought for the family suggested he was no ordinary person. Moreover, the call he was taking was entirely in English. Lu Man worried that he might not be engaged in legitimate business, fearing for her sister-in-law's well-being. Lu Xiaoqiao, noticing Lu Man's conflicted expression, chuckled softly. Sister-in-law, you misunderstand. I don't quite know how to explain it, but he certainly isn't just running a small company. She briefly outlined Zhou Qijing's background, leaving Lu Man in a daze as keywords like publicly listed company and group president echoed in her mind. Such phrases seemed straight out of a romance drama. Chapter 96. Can you really do that? Lu Man did not feel elated by Zhou Qijing's status as a group president, rather, it instilled a sense of concern. Her sister-in-law was strikingly beautiful, and the thought of potential heartache lingered unspoken. Instead, she subtly cautioned Lu Xiaoqiao to be prudent and not to give herself away too easily before marriage, recalling the earlier scene of the two exiting the small room. She feared she might have already spoken too late. Understanding that her sister-in-law's intentions were good, Lu Xiaoqiao bashfully acknowledged her advice. Seeing her expression, Lu Man discerned that Lu Xiaoqiao likely had not yet crossed that line, which brought her some relief. At that moment, Zhou Qijing finished his call, exited the vehicle, and apologized to the two women. Lu Man, now aware that the man before her was not merely a small business owner but rather a company president, felt her demeanor shift. No worries, let us hurry inside. Zhou Qijing raised an eyebrow, silently questioning how, in the brief span of his phone call, his sister-in-law had transformed in her interaction with him. Lu Xiaoqiao merely smiled, refraining from answering. From the moment they entered the main gate, they were met with a sea of curious glances, all directed towards Zhou Qijing. Picture a man of distinguished demeanor, handsome and exuding the calm authority of someone accustomed to high status, suddenly appearing in this humble rural courtyard. It was no wonder he drew attention. As Lu Xiaoqiao encountered relatives she could greet, she politely paused to exchange pleasantries. Zhou Qijing followed suit, but before long, he had been introduced to a multitude of aunts and uncles. He remained at ease, seemingly enjoying the attention. Only when Lu Fu emerged from the house did Zhou Qijing exhibit a rare flicker of nervousness. Uncle, he called out to Lu Fu, who simply acknowledged him with a nod. A middle-aged man standing beside Lu Fu gazed at Zhou Qijing with a look of astonishment before turning to Lu Xiaoqiao, then breaking into a smile of admiration. So this is Xiaoqiao's boyfriend, you two standing here, no need to look at anyone else. He laughed heartily. The speaker was the village secretary, and both Lu Xiaoqiao and Zhou Qijing referred to him as uncle, which delighted him further. Lu Fu instructed them to find Lu Mu first, as he had to step out for a moment. Lu Xiaoqiao casually inquired where he was headed, and Lu Fu frowned, sighing. The person we had arranged to manage the bookkeeping suddenly had to leave, and now we can't find anyone suitable. We need someone educated, who can write, and whose calligraphy is presentable. Where are we to find such a person now? Also, your grandmother's longevity character needs to be inked with a brush. If that goes awry, the old lady will surely be displeased. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiao frowned as well. Such matters were of utmost importance in the countryside, where any misstep during a ceremony was deemed inauspicious. I won't keep you, she said. I must see if there's someone in the neighboring village who can write. Just as Lu Fu was about to leave, Zhou Qijing called out to him, Uncle, I can do it. Though Zhou Qijing had not intended to draw attention to himself, he yearned to make a good impression on his future father-in-law. I can manage both hard and soft pen calligraphy. Lu Fu shot him a skeptical look. Can you really? Before Zhou Qijing could respond, the village secretary nudged Lu Fu aside with excitement. Your son-in-law claims he can do it. Why are you hesitating? Just look at the aura this young man exudes. He certainly knows his craft. Lu Xiaoqiao stood in shock as Zhou Qijing was whisked away, rushing after him. Wait a moment, let him go greet my grandmother first. Can he not pay his respects before proceeding? The village secretary paused, chiding himself for his haste. I completely forgot. Yes, go greet your grandmother first, but do hurry, we're all waiting here for the feast to commence. And there are those eager to get started on the bookkeeping. Lu Xiaoqiao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, inside, Lina and Sun Han were basking in the praises of relatives, who remarked on how well-matched they were. Extolling Sun Han's exceptional qualities, Zhang Minhua accepted the compliments with delight, proclaiming, Sun Han is quite capable. He's the deputy manager at a publicly listed company in Hangzhou. In a year or so, he'll surely be promoted to manager. And the company even offers housing subsidies. Relatives nearby expressed envy. That company sounds impressive. It must be difficult to get in, right? Sun Han feigned modesty, smiling. It's indeed challenging, but with capability, one can pass through the rigorous selection process. You truly are exceptional. Few can gain entry to such a place, a relative remarked, casting a glance at Lina's mother. You are indeed fortunate. Lina's boyfriend is so accomplished. Zhang Minhua's eyes sparkled with joy as she reveled in the accolades directed at her daughter and son-in-law. Pride swelling within her, she silently scoffed, acknowledging that while her daughter might not possess Lu Xiaoqiao's fair complexion or beauty, her fate was certainly more favorable, especially in choosing a partner. After all, looks without fortune were futile. Much like her elder sister who, despite marrying a handsome man, had endured a life of hardship after spending all their savings on medical treatments for their child. Casting a disdainful glance at Lu Mu, who had remained silent throughout, she scoffed, Sister, I heard your Xiaoqiao's boyfriend is here. Why didn't you bring him along? Today is Mother's birthday, it would be perfect for us to meet him. Lina chimed in, yes, Auntie Isn't Xiaoqiao's boyfriend coming. Lu Mu, observing the mother-daughter duo's banter, felt utterly exasperated. Her daughter's boyfriend, though not a high-ranking executive, managed a small company, yet, in terms of looks and temperament, he surpassed Sun Han by a mile. However, considering her daughter's character, she settled for a nonchalant response. He'll be here soon. Lu Xiaodong's car couldn't accommodate everyone, and he has gone to fetch him. Lina's mother felt a surge of amusement at the thought that the villagers had mentioned, in jest, that Lu Xiaoqiao's boyfriend had driven over, though they were unaware of the car's identity. It appeared to be quite a luxury vehicle. After all, who would arrive in a mere ordinary car if they truly possessed a high-end one? At that moment, Lu's elderly mother inquired, What does our Xiaoqiao's boyfriend do? Lu's mother, upon hearing the question, smiled and replied, He claims to have started a small company. This young man certainly has ambition. He is tall and handsome too. Upon hearing the description of a tall and handsome man, Sun Han felt a twinge of resistance, thinking Lu's mother was exaggerating. In truth, the young man was not particularly tall, and his looks were merely passable, yet he did possess capabilities. With this thought in mind, he straightened his back and asked Lu's mother with a smile, Auntie, which company does he work for? Perhaps I might know it. Lu's mother was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, which company? Her daughter had never mentioned it. Nor had she thought to inquire. Just as she was pondering how to respond, Lu Xiaoqiao entered the room, followed closely by Zhou Qizhang. In that instant, the delight in Lu's mother's eyes sparkled like brilliant stars. And the slight worry she had felt earlier, prompted by the surrounding skepticism, dissipated upon seeing her daughter and future son-in-law. Moments ago, her second sister's family had boasted of Sun Han's remarkable achievements, their exuberance suggesting he was the ruler of the world. Lu's mother smiled broadly and exclaimed to everyone, They're here. Just as I mentioned it, they've arrived. Xiaoqiao, Qizhang, come over and let your great-grandmother have a look at you. As Lu's mother spoke, everyone's gaze followed hers to the pair of young adults who had just entered. The once lively room fell into a profound silence the moment the two stepped in. Zhang Minhua gazed in disbelief at the strikingly handsome man before her. No wonder the eldest sister had insisted on his good looks. She had to concede that both his height and appearance were beyond reproach. More importantly, he radiated a unique aura that captivated onlookers, yet his formidable presence left them awestruck. Zhang Minhua's mind was in disarray. She recalled how, in their youth, she and Lu's mother had faced comments about their partner's looks. And now, with daughters of their own, they were being compared anew. How could she bear it? Now, they finally had the chance to settle the matter of finding a son-in-law, and Lu Xiaoqiao had returned with a boyfriend who excelled in both stature and appearance. Just like her mother, who only valued good looks, what use was it? One must marry a man of substance, like Sun Han, a genuine graduate from a prestigious school with a significant corporate role. With this thought, Zhang Minhua's gaze shifted to Sun Han, only to be taken aback by the expression on his face. He appeared as though he had been startled. His previously confident demeanor vanished, replaced by the look of a frightened fawn. Lina too wore a similarly shocked expression. At that moment, Sun Han's emotional state transcended mere astonishment. It was a cataclysmic shock. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before him. The smugness that had adorned his face moments ago ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by sheer terror and panic. He could never have anticipated that Lu Xiaoqiao's boyfriend, whom Lina had dismissed as someone reliant on family, was in fact his own boss. What had gone wrong in her reasoning that had led her to believe Zhou Qizhang was an idle drifter? As Zhou Qizhang walked past Sun Han, he shot him a brief glance without uttering a word, yet that single glance was enough for beads of cold sweat to break out on Sun Han's forehead, his body instinctively tensing as he scrambled through his mind to recall whether he had inadvertently offended Lu Xiaoqiao. Only when he confirmed he had not did he feel a slight relief. With trepidation, he cautiously uttered, Mr. Zhou. Perhaps his voice was too soft, for Zhou Qizhang did not respond. Sun Han mustered his courage and added, Mr. Zhou, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Zhou Qizhang glanced at him coolly and replied, Yes, it is quite a coincidence. The room fell silent as everyone processed their exchange. Lu's mother, puzzled, asked, Do you two know each other? At that moment Zhang Minhua, consumed by jealousy, rushed forward without a second thought. Despite Li Na's attempts to restrain her, Li Na felt that Lu Xiaoqiao had done this intentionally. What a clever move to ensnare the president of Jiangheng. She had underestimated her cousin. How had they even met? Just when she was feeling smug about her boyfriend being an employee of a public company, Lu Xiaoqiao had nonchalantly brought home her boyfriend's boss in such a crowded setting. She could hardly bear to think of the expressions on everyone's faces when they learned Zhou Qizhang's true identity. At that moment, Li Na was filled with a deep-seated resentment for Lu Xiaoqiao's feigned modesty. She attempted to reach out to the oblivious Zhang Minhua, but it was too late. You know Sun Han, he is an executive at a large company in Hang City. Xiaoqiao's mother mentioned you have a small company of your own. Which one is it? Her tone dripped with skepticism and disdain. Zhou Qizhang, now grasping the situation, cast a sidelong glance at Sun Han and politely replied, I work with Sun Han. Zhang Minhua was taken aback. Colleagues, which department are you in? Oh, Sun Han just called you Mr. Zhou, your position can't be higher than his, can it? Sun Han quickly interjected, Auntie, he is our company's president, Mr. Zhou. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell into an odd silence. Zhang Minhua, everyone, Lu's mother, hadn't it been said he owned a small company? How had he suddenly become a president? Lu's mother cast a glance at Lu Xiaoqiao, who sheepishly averted her gaze. With everyone silent, she hurriedly pulled Zhou Qizhang over to the elderly matriarch, cheerfully introducing, great-grandmother, this is my boyfriend Zhou Qizhang. Then, turning to Zhou Qizhang, she added, this is my great-grandmother. The elderly lady scrutinized Zhou Qizhang from head to toe, inwardly praising her granddaughter's superior taste in men. Not only was he handsome, but his circumstances were also exceptional. Zhou Qizhang spoke first. Happy New Year, great-grandmother, the elderly lady responded joyfully. Good boy, and Happy New Year to you too, great-grandmother, we'll come back to chat with you later. He needs to help with the accounts for a while since the previous person had to step out. Lu Xiaoqiao thought to herself that the introductions were done. She did not wish to bask in the envy and adoration of the onlookers any longer. She could feel the piercing gazes of her second aunt and Li Na, as if they wished to devour her whole. Wait, I prepared a gift for great-grandmother, Zhou Qizhang interjected. Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback. He had even bought a gift without her knowledge. Zhou Qizhang produced a red jewelry box from the pocket of his down jacket and presented it to the elderly lady with both hands. The elderly lady smiled, saying, Oh dear, your presence alone brings me joy. Why bring a gift, great-grandmother? See if you like it, he replied. The elderly lady, smiling, accepted the box, and everyone was curious about the gift. Lu Xiaoqiao craned her neck to see as the elderly lady opened the red velvet box, revealing a pair of gold bracelets. Judging by their size, if solid, they would weigh over 100 grams. One relative in the crowd remarked, Pure gold, are they solid? The elderly lady shot him a glare. Even if they were hollow, I would still love them. What, are you now coveting my solid bracelets? As everyone gawked at the bracelets, Lu Xiaoqiao quickly pulled Zhou Qizhang aside. Once outside, she shot him a reproachful look, playfully hitting him. Why are you laughing? You didn't even consult me about the gift you bought. Lu Xiaoqiao genuinely feared that he had presented something excessively extravagant. Just a pair of gold bracelets was already enough for her second aunt, and Li Na harbored deep-seated resentment. She could only imagine how the younger relatives would view her, especially since none had given such a lavish gift. She could hardly fathom the rumors that would circulate the following day. Zhou Qizhang chuckled, What, afraid I would gift you gold bars? Didn't I hear that older folks love gold? I actually considered bringing gold bars, but those can't be worn. Lu Xiaoqiao had to admit that Zhou Qizhang's gift had truly struck a chord with her great-grandmother. The elderly lady's eyes had twinkled with delight. Chapter 98, Who is your woman? After briefly greeting the village secretary, Lu Xiaoqiao let Zhou Qizhang go ahead. Once there, she found no extra space for herself to sit and decided to seek out Lu Man for a chat. Meanwhile, Zhou Qizhang, seated at the head of the accounts table, grasped his pen with his elongated right hand. Years of occupying a high position and commanding authority had imbued him with an undeniable presence that suggested he was far from an ordinary individual. Just then, someone approached to report their name for the accounts. As his pen touched the paper, its fluid motion and the forceful grace of his strokes drew gasps of admiration from onlookers. Their praise mingled with envy. Zhou Qizhang remained unfazed, merely smiling and nodding in acknowledgement, then casting an expectant glance toward Lu's father. At that moment, Lu's father wore a broad smile, basking in the compliments about his future son-in-law. Your Xiaoqiao's boyfriend is truly remarkable, his height and looks are impeccable, and he writes beautifully. Quite well, Lu's father chuckled in response, his eyes squinting with satisfaction as he regarded his future son-in-law. Zhou Qizhang's smile grew, his anticipation transforming into a sense of reassurance, as his joy radiated from the corners of his mouth to his eyes. Everyone envied Lu's father for his excellent son-in-law until the meal began, causing the crowd to disperse and cease their observation. A relative who was quite familiar suggested that Lu Fu should bring Zhou Qizhang along for dinner in the evening, and they had even arranged to play cards together in the afternoon. It was only when everyone had settled down for dinner that Zhou Qizhang found a moment of tranquility. At that juncture, Lu Xiaoqiao approached with a cheerful demeanor, holding 2 oranges and some deep-fried meatballs. Are our great contributors feeling peckish? Have a bite of this to tide you over. According to our family's custom, we can only eat last, but we'll make sure there's plenty left. Zhou Qijing gazed at his young girlfriend with twinkling eyes and said, "Come here, keep me company for a while. I was coming to accompany you anyway. Let me tell you, these deep-fried meatballs are absolutely delicious, and they make a great soup too. I've loved them since I was a child." Since he had been handling money and accounts, his hands were too dirty to eat on his own, thus Lu Xiaoqiao tenderly fed him bite after bite, and Zhou Qijing felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. After savoring a bite of the lovingly offered meatball, he mused, by the way, shouldn't I also contribute some money to my grandmother? How much is appropriate? Many of the contributors were younger relatives, including Lu Xiaoqiao's brother. As Lu Xiaoqiao peeled an orange, she replied, "No need, we aren't married yet. Once we are, then we can contribute." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qijing felt his earlier joy dissipate into bitterness. It turned out that without an official title, even his monetary contributions were restricted. Lu Xiaoqiao playfully fed him a segment of orange, and as he opened his mouth, he playfully nipped at her fingertip. "If you keep that up, I won't feed you anymore." She teased. Zhou Qijing suppressed a laugh and acquiesced. After a brief conversation, Lu Xiaoqiao suddenly sighed. My sister Na is probably furious with me. She must think I did it on purpose." Zhou Qijing glanced at her nonchalantly and said, "What are you worried about? Are you afraid of her?" Lu Xiaoqiao expressed her concern. "I'm worried it might affect my work." Zhou Qijing pondered for a moment, then said earnestly, "If she dares to bully my woman, then I'll make sure to bully her man." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiao playfully twisted his waist, blushing as she glared at him. "Who is your woman, Lu Xiaoqiao?" Zhou Qijing retorted, "Are you still looking for a fight?" He grasped her hand firmly and whispered something in her ear, causing her to blush even deeper, insisting on pinching him again. The two of them playfully teased each other, oblivious to Li Na, who was watching them from afar with envy. Zhang Minhua was so furious that she couldn't even eat, opting to return home early. Upon arriving home, her first action was to call Zhang Mingji, who had missed their mother's birthday celebration due to her own mother-in-law's birthday banquet. When she answered, she feared something had gone awry at the banquet, but before she could gather her thoughts, Zhang Minhua immediately accused her of intentional wrongdoing. Zhang Mingji, confused, replied, "Second sister, could you clarify what's going on? I don't quite understand." Zhang Minhua scoffed, "I know you've always been close with the eldest sister, but does that mean you have to be this biased? You introduce good men to Lu Xiaoqiao while allowing Li Na to settle for an ordinary employee. Isn't that favoritism? What are you talking about? What introduction?" Zhang Mingji was bewildered, and before she could clarify, the call was abruptly ended. Ultimately, Zhang Mingji reached out to Li Na, and through her hesitant explanations, she pieced together the truth. After hanging up, Zhang Mingji remained in shock for quite some time. Xiao Qiao's boyfriend is CEO Jiang Heng? Initially, she felt a pang of anger for not being informed sooner, but upon reflection, she realized it was her own lack of attention that led to this oversight. Upon seeing Lu Jingqian come out to find her, a bitter smile crept onto her face. After 20 years of marriage to him, she was denied the chance to celebrate her mother's birthday, leading to a heated argument. She was genuinely curious about Lu Zhengqiang's reaction upon discovering that the girl he looked down upon was dating such a prominent figure. After finishing the banquet, Zhou Qijing and Lu Fu were called by relatives to join a card game, to which Lu Fu happily agreed, noticing Zhou Qijing hesitating and silently inquiring if Lu Xiaoqiao was okay with it. Lu Fu eagerly pulled him away before she could respond. "Why are you looking at her? I'm inviting you, and now go." By around 4 in the afternoon, as the guests were nearly gone and the hired help had tidied up the yard, Lu Xiaoqiao ventured into the card room to find Zhou Qijing. Upon entering, she was momentarily stunned by the sight before her. Lu Fu had his arm around Zhou Qijing's shoulders, and they appeared to be engrossed in a game of cards as if they were the best of friends. How was it possible that their rapport had developed so quickly in just a day? Given the current atmosphere, even if she called them, they likely wouldn't leave the table. She returned to find Lu Mu, and they decided to head home. As they entered the house, Lu Xiaoqiao was about to retreat to her room when Lu Mu called her over. "Xiaoqiao, come here." "What for?" "I'm tired and want to sleep." Lu Xiaoqiao feigned ignorance, trying to evade. Lu Mu shot her an exasperated glance. "What do you think? How dare you keep this from me? How could you endure it? He mentioned he runs a company, didn't he? It's just that you and Dad assumed it was a small one. I never claimed otherwise." Lu Mu feigned an attempt to strike her. "You think you can argue back after making a mistake?" Lu Xiaoqiao quickly hid behind Lu Man. "A big company is still a big company. Aren't big companies better than small ones?" Lu Mu replied helplessly. "There are families with big companies. It's not that easy to get into those circles. That's the elite class, you silly child. We are just ordinary people." Lu Xiaoqiao peeked out from behind Lu Man, murmuring, "He said he wouldn't let me be bullied because of social status." Lu Mu sighed softly. "Of course, sweet nothings are exchanged during courtship. Even if he can marry you, once you're married, that's when real life begins." If he. Lu Mu's eyes reddened, and she could not continue. Chapter 99. Bewitching Brew. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a tipsy Lu Fu was being supported into the house by Zhou Qijing. Lu Xiaoqiao glanced at the sober Zhou Qijing. "Did you two drink again tonight? Why didn't you stop my dad?" I tried, but he wouldn't listen. They helped Lu Fu to the sofa, and Lu Mu, whining her husband who was sprawled out like a heap of mud, wished she could splash cold water on him to wake him up. Xiao Xiao, you both should go rest. Mom, can you handle it alone? I'll be fine. You both hurry and wash up. After Lu Xiaoqiao and Zhou Qijing left, Lu Mu irritably nudged Lu Fu inside. You really have a big heart. How could you drink so much? While I'm here worrying, you seem to be enjoying yourself. Lu Fu had regained some clarity and gripping Lu Mu's hand with a proud grin. Slurred, you wouldn't believe it, but that kid, Qizheng, is truly remarkable. When he sat down today, every time he made a move, everyone present couldn't help but envy me. What can they envy you for? He's just good at writing. What do you mean by envy? They're envious of me for having such a good son-in-law. Ah, suddenly Lu Fu sat up, his excitement bubbling over as he continued. You have no idea how amazing Qizheng is. He has quite the hidden talent. He could memorize cards, leaving those old-timers dumbfounded. I felt embarrassed winning so much. When I was in the restroom, I slyly told him, Qizheng, let the others win a little. But don't go easy on that old Zheng who always looks down on me. Guess what happened? In the end, old Zheng lost every last coin. Just watch, when he gets home, his wife will definitely give him a hard time. Lu Mu listened to Lu Fu's enthusiastic praise of Zhou Qijing, her emotions a tumultuous mix. Everyone admires excellence, but her daughter was merely an ordinary girl without any family background. How could she possibly hold her own against such a powerful figure? She truly regretted allowing Xiao Xiao to bring Zhou Qijing to the birthday banquet. Tomorrow, word would spread throughout the town, and everyone would know that her daughter was dating a wealthy boyfriend. How could she have been so foolish? The moment Zhou Qijing arrived, it was apparent he possessed a unique aura, and with his extraordinary eloquence, how had she failed to realize he was no ordinary man? In contrast, she wished for her daughter to find someone more average. If this enviable match were to falter, what would become of her Xiao Xiao? The things people would say would be utterly cruel. The following day, Lu Mu had a restless night. Before dawn, she rose, sitting there sighing deeply. When Lu Fu finally woke and could discern right from wrong, Lu Mu shared the concerns that had plagued her throughout the night. She had intended to speak up last night, but as soon as she began, Lu Fu had become irate, exclaiming that no one could take away his good son -law. In just one day, it seemed that Zhou Qijing had bewitched him. As Lu Fu no longer cared that he was 10 years older than their daughter, after hearing Lu Mu's worries, Lu Fu was taken aback for quite a while, and once he regained his composure. He looked at her intently. I see he genuinely cares for Xiao Xiao, and given the festive season, he drove all that way. Surely he must be serious and not just playing around, now that I see it. He does seem earnest, but I'm just worried about the future. Lu Fu lit a cigarette, took a drag, and then said, but we can't think like that. You know, no one can guarantee that any two people will definitely end up together. Let's just let things unfold naturally, knowing it now won't change anything. Can we really separate the two kids? Zhou Qijing, having learned from yesterday's lesson, awoke particularly early today, upon hearing some commotion from the direction of Lu's mother's room. He hastily got dressed. As he entered, he observed Lu's father and mother sitting silently on the sofa. When Lu's mother noticed Zhou Qijing, she appeared momentarily taken aback, but then offered him a faint smile. Inquiring, why are you up so early today? Zhou Qijing sensed that Lu's mother was not her usual warm self. Her smile seemed somewhat forced, leaving him perplexed. Auntie, is something wrong? Both elders remained silent, not from a lack of desire to speak, but rather from an uncertainty on how to broach the subject. Finally, after much contemplation, Lu's father broke the silence, asking, how did you meet Xiao Xiao? Upon hearing this question, coupled with the previous expressions of the elderly couple, Zhou Qijing, seasoned by years in the cutthroat business world, immediately understood the underlying concern. They were wary of his true identity. He had never intended to conceal it, but after inadvertently causing Lu's father to misunderstand, he felt at a loss to explain himself, especially after having advised him to be discreet. If he did not alleviate their concerns entirely today, his relationship with Xiao Xiao would surely falter. After pondering for a moment, he began to speak thoughtfully. Uncle, Auntie, Xiao Xiao is kind, lovely, young, and beautiful. I must confess I have pursued your daughter for quite some time. It took a great deal of courage for me to express my feelings to her. Given my age, I feared that your daughter might look down upon me. Having finally won her affection, how could I possibly allow her to suffer? He continued, as for my financial situation, I do not view it as a flaw. My love for her is profound, and naturally, I wish to provide her with the best. At present, I happen to possess that capability. After marriage, I assure you she will have the freedom to pursue anything her heart desires. And I will never impose my own ambitions upon her. Listening in silence to Zhou Qijing's heartfelt declaration, Lu's mother felt a swell of emotion. The young man had laid bare his feelings without reservation. It would be inappropriate for her to say anything further. As Lu's father had previously indicated, even ordinary people could not guarantee that two individuals would ultimately be together. Then I shall ask you one final question. Do your family members know about your relationship? Specifically, would your father oppose it? Under normal circumstances, prominent families typically do not permit their children to associate with ordinary individuals. Zhou Qijing smiled, saying, you need not worry about that. Xiao Xiao and my sister's daughter are classmates. And she often visited our home. My father is quite fond of Xiao Xiao. After we confirmed our relationship, she even came over once. Both Lu's mother and father were astonished. Just how much had this young man concealed from them? To be dating a classmate's uncle, how bold. Observing the couple's reaction, Zhou Qijing sensed their acceptance and seized the moment. Uncle, auntie, I understand your concerns, and if you agree, upon my return I would like to formally establish our relationship with Xiao Xiao. What do you think? I promise I will never let her suffer. We were just discussing feelings, and now suddenly you're talking about establishing a relationship. Lu's father replied, somewhat taken aback. This seems a bit too hasty. Moreover, our families have yet to meet. We should sit down and discuss things first. Zhou Qijing felt a rush of joy at his words and, without hesitation, pulled out his phone, dialing his father's video call in front of them. Lu's father was dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. Why was this child not following the usual protocol? As Zhou Qijing explained the situation to his father, Lu's father nudged Lu's mother, urging her to speak when the opportunity arose. Lu's mother shot him an irritated glance, whispering, what do you expect me to say? You handle the conversation. Besides, you are both men and should be easier to talk to. While Lu's parents continued their playful nudging, Zhou Qijing set the already connected phone on the coffee table before them, ensuring all three could be seen in the frame. Hello, in-laws. Happy New Year, Zhou's father boomed jovially from the other end of the video call. Lu's parents, caught off guard, managed to respond, Happy New Year, dear in-laws, I have long wished to visit you, but my son has been quite uncooperative. Your daughter Xiao Xiao would not permit him to come, so I've been waiting for him to return from your home before I could go. He continued with sincerity, rest assured, while I cannot speak to other matters, my son is genuinely fond of your daughter. Though our family possesses some modest wealth, it pales in comparison to the happiness of these two children. Zhou Qijing is over 30 now. Having finally found someone he likes, I implore you to be lenient with him. I assure you, he is a responsible young man, and you can trust him with your daughter. Zhou's father's deep, powerful voice resonated with sincerity, devoid of any airs of affluence, his simple, earnest words instilling a sense of reassurance in Lu's parents. Observing the video, Zhou's father noted the softening expressions on their faces and seized the opportunity to add, Xiao Xiao is an exceptional girl, intelligent, charming, and beautiful. When they were not together, I was envious, pondering who could be so fortunate as to raise such a lovely daughter. How fortunate I am that she will soon be my daughter-in-law. As Zhou's father lavished praise, Lu's father gradually lost himself in the conversation, momentarily forgetting his original reservations. Oh, do not say that. Zhou Qijing is the remarkable one. He manages 2 large companies all on his own, and yet remains humble. Zhou's father, sensing the momentum, pressed on, is it not evident that these two are a match made in heaven? The two men, seemingly growing closer, retreated to a quieter corner, akin to long-lost brothers. Their earlier awkwardness dissipating, eventually the two elders agreed to adjust the timeline. They would register after the new year, propose on May Day, and marry in November. Zhou Qijing took the opportunity to call his father again. Before he could speak, Zhou's father eagerly boasted, just tell me, how impressive was I this time? Are you impressed? Zhou Qijing chuckled softly in response. For Zhou's father, this was a significant achievement, especially given his previously stern demeanor. The legendary stoic son was smiling. Dad, thank you. Zhou Qijing suddenly expressed. Zhou's father was momentarily stunned, a mix of shock and joy washing over him, his eyes glistening. Since his remarriage, his son had never uttered such tender words, let alone expressed gratitude. After a brief moment to regain his composure, he feigned indifference. I am merely doing this for my own sake. If I do not help you secure a wife, when will I ever become a grandfather? When Lu Xiaoqiao emerged from her room, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Zhou Qijing was starting a fire. He appeared quite earnest, and upon noticing her, a smile broke across his face, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at her, leaving Lu Xiaoqiao momentarily dazed. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhou Qijing chuckled softly. Oh, it's nothing, hurry and freshen up. In his heart, he was jubilant, exulting in the thought that she was finally his, unable to contain his emotions. Lu's mother observed the exchange between the two and sighed inwardly, realizing her naive daughter remained oblivious to the fact that her father had effectively sold her to the Zhou family at the price of flattery. Keep an eye on the fire, make sure it doesn't get out of hand, she reminded Zhou Qijing, who was engrossed in his task. Ah, right, he exclaimed, grinning like a simpleton. It was a sight almost too much to bear. Ah, children will find their own fortunes. As long as they like each other, all we can do as parents is give our blessings. As the family gathered for breakfast, a knock resounded from outside.